Alright, let me show you a story where a genius swordsman dies at his absolute peak, only to find out his journey was just beginning. He slowly comes back to his senses. This feels wrong. How could he possibly still be alive after taking such a fatal blow? As his vision clears, Jian Chen sees a young woman with a rather impressive figure. Her low-cut dress does little to hide anything, and he snaps. Hey, put those dangling things away, you degenerate. His words make her freeze on the spot. 1, 2, 3 seconds pass, then she lets out a terrified scream and bolts from the room, shouting as she runs. Master! Madam, the young master can talk. Jian Chen sits up, watching her panicked escape, wondering why she called him young master. And in that moment, he realizes with dawning horror that he's become a literal baby. How is this possible? He clearly remembers dueling the old master Dugu Chubai on a mountain peak, a fight where they both fell. Then, the sky itself had seemed to shatter. Putting all the pieces together, one answer slams into Jian Chen's mind. This is bad. He's been transmigrated. Realizing this, Jian Chen quickly scans his surroundings. The room's decor is strange, making it impossible to guess where he is. But that's not his biggest problem. His sword pierced Dugu Chubai, but a remnant of the old man's power still lingers. He needs to get back to his sect, and fast. With that thought, Jian Chen ignores his tiny body and tries to crawl out of the crib. Just then, a middle-aged man bursts in, likely the master the girl was screaming for. Jian Chen doesn't waste time thinking, he immediately gives an order. You, take me to Heavenly Sword Mountain immediately. The man's expression freezes solid for a moment. A few seconds later, his face relaxes into a normal expression, before he joyfully scoops Jian Chen up in his arms, laughing as he speaks. Haha, Shangtian can really talk. The Changyang Clan finally has a child of heaven. Our clan has hope for a revival. As he speaks, he rubs his scratchy beard on Jian Chen's face, and man, it hurts. Nearby, the servants in the mansion can't stop congratulating him. And it makes sense, a 6-month-old baby, speaking in perfect sentences? That's the kind of prodigy you only hear about in legends. There's just one problem. Nobody bothered to ask if Jian Chen actually wanted any of this enthusiastic attention. He couldn't care less about reviving some clan, all he wants is to return to Heavenly Sword Mountain. But stuck in a baby's body, Jian Chen is completely helpless to act on his own. Later, he learns that the world he transmigrated to is called the Tian Yuan continent, a place completely different from his past life. His new identity is the young master of the Changyang Clan, Changyang Xiangtian. Just like that, he began secretly investigating how to return to Heavenly Sword Mountain, while also quietly resuming his cultivation of the Azure-Violet Sword Art. 3 years fly by. Now, pay attention, this is the moment everything could change. It's the Changyang Clan's Holy Force test, and Jian Chen is sure he's about to blow everyone away. His power is definitely going to make every jaw in this place hit the floor. The test method itself is simple enough, he just needs to place his hand on the large stone tablet in front of him. Unexpectedly, after Jian Chen puts his hand on it, a single character appears on the stone. It means he has no aptitude for cultivating holy force. In common terms, he's a cripple. Forget the others, even Jian Chen can't believe what he's hearing. Him, a top sword prodigy in his past life, has become a useless cripple in this one? What's even more embarrassing is that ever since he spoke at 6 months old, Jian Chen has been the clan's golden child. So on the day of the test, tons of people came just to cheer him on. He was planning on putting on an incredible show for his many fans, but instead, the test is over. And the result is that young Master Shangtian has absolutely no holy force. The crowd's first reaction is stunned silence. And you can feel the disbelief, right? Everyone turns to each other, asking if there's been a mistake. Their prodigy, powerless, up on the high platform, his father, Changyang Ba, who had placed all his faith in his young son since he was 6 months old, is equally shocked. He jumps to his feet, repeatedly asking, Uncle Day, what did you just say? Shangtian. The two women sitting beside Changyang Ba reveal two very different expressions at this news. On his right is the fourth lady, Ba Yuntian, who is Jian Chen's mother in this life, looking on with extreme worry. Meanwhile, the woman on Changyang Ba's left is the third lady, Yu Fenyan, who also has a son. So naturally, the news that Jian Chen is just a cripple makes her extremely smug. Down below, after a few seconds of confusion, Jian Chen quickly calms himself, then turns to Uncle D. A cripple? Don't joke around, Uncle D. This must be. So, the old man decides to check again himself. This time, he won't rely on the stone tablet, but on his own piercing gaze. During this process, Changyang Ba is incredibly tense, but after Uncle D finishes the re-examination, he just lets out a long sigh. Is that it? Aren't you going to look again? This time, Jian Chen starts to get anxious too. Uncle D gives him a complicated look, then turns back to the hopeful Changyang Ba. But he has to be honest. Despite his careful inspection, he couldn't find a single trace of holy force in Jian Chen's body. This means this body of his cannot cultivate. Changyang Ba's face darkens, and Bai Yuntian is utterly bewildered. While everyone is disappointed and unhappy, Yu Fenyan doesn't hold back at all, sneering loudly. Oh my, the genius who monopolized so many of the mansion's cultivation resources every month, how could he possibly be a cripple? When no one responds, she becomes even more arrogant. Did you hear that? Your young master isn't a genius anymore. Pack all this up, stop causing a scene. The servants who came to cheer for Jian Chen quietly begin to pack up their things. Seeing this, his small hands clench into fists, shaking with uncontrollable rage. Jian Chen still can't believe what just happened. For years, he has clearly been practicing the Azure-Violet Sword Art, and he's even made some progress. So why does this body not have a shred of holy force? Besides, the spiritual energy in this world is much richer than in his previous world. The cultivation process should have yielded even better results. So what is the problem? The first level of the Azure-Violet Sword Art is body tempering. Jian Chen had integrated all of his holy force into his body for cultivation. Could that be why the test showed that his body had no holy force? At this thought, Xiang Tian lets out a quiet ah. That makes sense. That must be the reason. Master, Yu Fenjian begins on the side. If Shang Qian is a cripple, then the future of our Changyang clan must rely on my son, K. Changyang Ba's face is now completely dark, clearly not yet accepting that the son he loved and had high hopes for is a cripple. Even so, with the results so clear, he can no longer show his son any favoritism. He is forced to order the servants to transfer all the cultivation resources originally allocated to Jian Chen to Changyang Qi, while also cutting the fourth lady's allowance in half. Yu Fenyan got exactly what she wanted. Changyang Ba takes a few steps and then stops, glancing back at Jian Chen, only to be met by the fierce, determined eyes of his 3-year-old son. And that look, trust me, you and I both know this is far from over. All right, stick with me, because we're jumping right into some heavy family drama where Zhong Zhuang dismisses his servants, forbidding them from discussing today's humiliating events any further. Yu Fengyan quickly follows after Changyang Ba, but not before tossing a nasty jab at Bi Yun Tian as she passes. From her perspective, raising a so-called useless son like Bai Yun Tian is a heavy burden, so all she can do is grit her teeth and endure the taunts. It's only after Changyang Ba is gone that his loyal subordinate, Yun Shi, steps forward to comfort Jian Chen. Young master, please don't think the master is heartless, he says. After all, he carries the weight of this entire clan on his shoulders. I know, I get it, Jian Chen replies dismissively. He might look like he understands, but inside, he's fuming. Changyang Ba has his reasons, and he has his own. Besides, he's a transmigrator, there's no real blood tie here. This clan means nothing to him. The only person who matters is still sitting right over there. He slowly walks over to Bi Yun Tian, bows his head, and whispers, Mother, your son is sorry for being useless. But Bi Yun Tian is gentle, and her love for her son is absolute. She could never scold him in a moment like this. In fact, her reaction is far more optimistic than Jian Chen ever imagined. So what if you can't cultivate? She asks. My Jiang Tian has extraordinary talents in other areas. You'll still stand out from the rest. Don't be afraid, Mother is here. Let's see who dares to bully you. With that, Bai Yun Tian pulls her son into a warm embrace. Jian Chen knows she's heartbroken inside, but is putting on a brave face for him. In this world, she's the only one who's truly on his side, and he already considers her his real mother. And for his mother's sake, Jian Chen's resolve hardens. He's going to make every single person who mocked him today eat their words. He turns back, takes Bai Yun Tian's hand firmly, and declares, Mother, I will never let you down. I'll use my own strength to make these petty people in this manner pay the price. Bai Yun Tian stares at her son, shocked by a resolve that seems far too mature for a 3-year-old. Then a gentle smile spreads across her face. All right, she says, Mother believes in you. 4 years have passed since the day he was declared a cripple. Jian Chen is now 7 years old. And just like any other day, he's holed up in the Zhangyang Manor's library, devouring books. And here's where it gets interesting for years. Jian Chen has been dying to know just how powerful he'd become by fusing all the knowledge in this library with the power of his purple and green swords. So after closing the book, he immediately stands up to test his strength with a few basic moves. Jian Chen focuses his power and slams his palm against the wall. Instantly, a deep crater in the perfect shape of his hand appears on the solid stone. Meanwhile, Jian Chen feels absolutely no pain at all. This result leaves him incredibly satisfied. Compared to his training 3 years ago, he no longer needs to merge holy force into his physical body, and his cultivation has progressed at an astonishing speed. With dawn approaching, Jian Chen quietly leaves the library, ready to pay his mother a visit. Even after 4 years, he has always kept his secret from Bi Yun Tian. never letting her find out that he has been secretly cultivating all along. Bai Yun-tian, for her part, has remained incredibly optimistic, always teaching her son that no matter how hard life gets, he must always grow up to be a good man. "Mother, I'm sorry," Jian Chen says meekly, even though he's been anything but a cripple for a long time. Bai Yun-tian immediately replies, "What are you saying such foolish things for? We're living just fine right now. Sure, it's cold tea and plain rice every day, but we're healthy. Besides, eating cucumbers is delicious and helps you lose weight. Isn't that killing two birds with one stone?" You have to admit, Jian Chen truly admires his mother's optimism. She even shares some gossip, saying she heard Yu Fengyan recently spent a fortune on high-end skincare, but something went wrong. It made her whole face swell up. After chatting for a bit, Bai Yun-tian suddenly remembers something and pulls a piece of paper from her sleeve. "Jiang Tian, this is the homework you need to finish today." Jian Chen lets out a long sigh. "Mother, can I just read the books instead? These exercises are seriously a pain." Jian Chen only needs to glance at a book to memorize its contents. He really doesn't need these tedious exercises. But in this one area, Bai Yun-tian is incredibly strict. She believes that since her son can't cultivate holy force, his only path to becoming a great man is through his intellect. Ultimately, she just wants what's best for him. Jian Chen sighs again, debating whether he should finally tell his mother the truth. But it's as if Bai Yun-tian can read his mind. She adds, "Don't sigh. If you could cultivate holy force, the demands I'd place on you would be 10 times higher." Thinking about that grim future, Jian Chen decides to keep his secret training under wraps, takes the homework, and heads back to the library one more time. But he really doesn't want to do the exercises. While chewing on his brush, Jian Chen wonders where he should go to kill some time. And then, suddenly, he smells a faint fragrance in the air. Upon sniffing again, he realizes it's the smell of radish cakes, his mother's absolute favorite. Now pay attention, because this is where everything kicks off. He runs towards the source of the smell, planning to get a few for his mother, knowing it would make her happy. But just as his small hand is about to touch the plate, it's snatched away by someone else. Well, if it isn't the young master," a voice mocks. For a young master of the manor to be doing this, if word got out, it would be quite the scandal. Jian Chen recognizes this scum. It's Qiwu, just a cook, but he's one of Yu Fengyan's people, making him incredibly arrogant. He holds Jian Chen and his mother in complete contempt. Seeing his terrible attitude, Jian Chen's expression turns cold. "Qiwu, you know I am a young master of the Changyang family. How dare you speak so disrespectfully? Are you not afraid of being punished?" Unfortunately, Jian Chen's words have zero effect on this blind fool of a servant. He becomes even more arrogant in his reply. "I belong to the third mistress. The fourth mistress has no power over me, to say nothing of a useless piece of trash like you. Give me the radish cakes," Jian Chen orders. "Oh, that's right. The fourth mistress likes radish cakes, doesn't she? The young master is truly a filial son." As Qiwu speaks, the surrounding cooks chime in to attack Jian Chen, saying that if it weren't for him holding her back, the fourth mistress, a saint master, would never have fallen so low that she couldn't even have a single radish cake. Furthermore, if it weren't for Zhang Yangba's mercy, the two of them would have been. Jian Chen acts as if he doesn't hear them, simply repeating his previous words in an even colder tone. "Give me the radish cakes." His gaze is piercing, but in Qiwu's eyes, he's just a 7-year-old boy with no holy force, absolutely no threat at all. And then, in the moment we've all been waiting for, he deliberately lets go of the plate, claiming his hand slipped. The plate of delicious radish cakes falls to the ground, shattering to pieces. Jian Chen can't stand this humiliation any longer, and immediately lunges forward, smashing his fist into Qiwu's face. He eats the full force of Jian Chen's furious blow, his eyes practically popping out. "You people have been hiding behind the third mistress, doing evil deeds for years. Today, I'm here to settle the score with all of you," Jian Chen declares, his gaze as sharp as a knife. After Qiwu, the other clueless cooks are also on the receiving end of Jian Chen's fists. All of his pent-up frustration and rage are poured into this moment. These servants are just average-level cultivators. How could they possibly withstand his holy force-infused attacks? As they watch their friends get beaten to a pulp, Jian Chen calmly lists off every single one of their crimes. "For years, you've been secretly siphoning away my resources, giving them to my mother to fund her parties and games. Did you all really think I knew nothing?" Not a single person dares to answer, because Jian Chen's words hit the mark. They'd always seen him as a mere child, never expecting this kid could be so terrifying. Jian Chen doesn't waste time beating them one by one, this is just a warning. But before leaving, he adds a final threat. "If this ever happens again, I will show no mercy." The once arrogant chefs are now bowing frantically, their mouths full of apologies. Only after Jian Chen is gone do they dare to whisper among themselves, "Is that really the useless young master we all knew? He just took down soldiers at the third layer of Saint Force. And trust me, after teaching those entitled fools a lesson, our guy is feeling a whole lot better. He realizes you can't be too tolerant in life. Sometimes, putting scoundrels in their place is just good for your health. A few steps later, he hears another voice call out, "Well, look who it is." Turns out it's the third young master of the Changyang Clan, Changyang K, in the middle of training. This oaf is the son that Yu Fengyan spoils absolutely rotten. After the incident 3 years ago, all of Jian Chen's cultivation resources were funneled directly to him. But a single glance tells you Changyang K has zero talent. A few pathetic swings of a wooden axe and he's already out of breath. Jian Chen can't help but show his contempt. How Yu Fengyan can be proud of this fat son of hers is a genuine mystery. Just seeing him ruins Jian Chen's good mood. Jian Chen immediately turns to leave, but unfortunately, Changyang K spots him. He instantly orders his men to shut the gate, blocking Jian Chen's path, planning to bully him a bit for fun. Then, Changyang K saunters over with a sickly sweet voice. "Little brother, come on over. Third brother has some candy for you." Jian Chen's face darkens even more as he fires back, luring me with candy. "Do you think I'm 6 or 7 years old?" Jian Chen is at a loss for words. Okay, fine, he times his times technically 7 years old. So him thinking candy would work makes a twisted kind of sense. He can't even argue. Before he can react, Changyang Ki grabs him by the sleeve. With his massive size, anyone watching would assume the little young master was in for a world of hurt. But of course, Jian Chen isn't about to let himself get pushed around like that. Besides, this fatso and Yu Fengyan have bullied both him and his mother countless times over the years. Today, he started this himself, and you and I both know this is the perfect chance to teach him a lesson. Thinking this, a dangerous smile spreads across Jian Chen's face. Seeing that smile, Changyang Ki can't help but feel goosebumps erupt all over his body. A chill runs right down his spine. He feels like something is very wrong with his little brother today, like he's scheming. But after calming down, Changyang Ki reassures himself that Jian Chen is, at the end of the day, just a talentless waste who can't cultivate. Meanwhile, his own Saint Force has already reached the 4th layer, so what's there to be afraid of? And so, he drags Jian Chen to the training stage. Amidst the stage full of weapons, Changyang Ki lets Jian Chen pick his favorite. But to his surprise, Jian Chen doesn't even look at them, instead just snapping off a dry branch from a nearby tree. "No need, third brother. I'll use this to spar with you." Changyang Ki's jaw drops in shock, but he obviously doesn't think Jian Chen can actually hurt him with that thing. He just assumes the kid's lost his mind. So, Changyang K is utterly confident he can beat him to a pulp today. The fat oaf even gets serious, giving him a little warning. The moment the words are out, Changyang Ki swings his axe and charges forward. He looks big and his attack seems powerful, but in Jian Chen's eyes, he's nothing more than a clumsy pig, with crude movements that are ridiculously easy to dodge. He leans slightly to his left, making Changyang K lose his balance as his axe slams into the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Jian Chen launches a swift counterattack. The dry branch in his hand is now as sharp as a sword's edge, stabbing toward his enemy. But in the end, Jian Chen chooses not to wound him, stopping the branch just a hand's width away from his opponent's throat. Changyang Ki is shocked and terrified, gulping nervously before muttering, "What just happened?" "Third brother, you lost," Jian Chen declares with a victorious smirk. Humiliating this arrogant bully is a major win for today. After a few seconds of shock, Changyang Ki leaps up, screaming that Jian Chen cheated, and the match doesn't count. But when Jian Chen asks him how he cheated, Changyang K gets so flustered he just spits all over his face. "It doesn't count. We're fighting again." Fine by him. Even if they fought 100 times, Jian Chen is completely confident against this tub of lard, so he coolly agrees. He convinces himself that he was just careless before, allowing Jian Chen an opening. This time, if he just focuses, Jian Chen is definitely not his match. But the more he thinks, the more something feels off. Normally, even if he were careless, there's no way Jian Chen should have been able to win. With this doubt in mind, his suspicion shifts to the dry branch in his hand, and he makes a request. "Little brother, can I see that branch of yours?" Jian Chen is a little puzzled what's so interesting about a simple branch. Still, he tosses it into Changyang Ki's hands. Now, Jian Chen is completely unarmed, and Changyang K, shameless as ever, immediately smacks the branch away and bursts out laughing. "Ha ha, you useless trash. Let's see how you win without this branch now." Jian Chen's face hardens, clearly annoyed. Yeah, this fat slob is exactly like his mother, zero talent, but a real pro at playing dirty. But if he thinks that taking away his weapon is enough to secure a victory, then he is dead wrong. Ever since his rebirth, Jian Chen has been diligently practicing the Azure Sword Art. Even without a sword in hand, he can still control it. As he recites the incantation, he closes his eyes. The moronic Changyang Qi assumes Jian Chen knows he's lost and is just accepting his fate, making him laugh even louder. You useless. This time, Changyang K's attack is far more vicious than before. It seems he has no intention of keeping this a friendly spar. Across from him, Jian Chen remains completely undistracted by his opponent. At the very last second, right before his opponent's weapon can touch him, Jian Chen successfully summons his dry branch, using it to knock Changyang Qi flat on the ground. He's completely dazed, and when he finally comes to his senses, he sees the very branch he'd knocked away is now stuck firmly in the ground, right in front of his face. Changyang Qi touches his cheek and realizes in horror that the branch has left a deep bleeding gash. He immediately bursts into tears. You, useless trash, you dare hit me. I'm going to tell mother. Jian Chen doesn't back down an inch, immediately threatening him in a terrifying tone. If you dare call me useless again, next time I'll take your life. Changyang Qi is so scared he scrambles back a few steps, then gets on all fours and runs for his life, screaming, "Mommy, save me," as he flees. Watching this pathetic display, Jian Chen can only sigh. A guy this shameless dares to call himself the future head of the Changyang Clan? Unbelievable. As for him, it looks like hiding his true power is no longer an option. But that's fine. At worst, he'll just face some punishment. He just hopes this whole mess doesn't drag his mother into it. But here's the thing, he has no idea that after he leaves, a stranger silently approaches the training stage. They then pull the dry branch, still jammed tightly into the ground, right out. And just as Jian Chen predicted, you and I are about to watch the estate explode with drama. Because you just know Changyang Qi's mother isn't going to let this go quietly. Yu Fengyan, her face still swollen like a balloon from some botched beauty treatment, drags her son straight to where Changyang Ba is resting to stir up trouble. My lord, you must get justice for Qi. If he weren't so lucky, he would have been killed by Chang Tian today. Off to the side, the servant Qiu is also brought in, weeping and adding fuel to the fire, pointing the finger at Jian Chen. My lord, the young master is arrogant and lawless. He attacked me for no reason. You must punish him to maintain the discipline of this house. But Changyang Ba is no fool. He isn't about to believe a one-sided story, so he questions them. Chang Tian clearly can't cultivate Saint Force. How could he possibly injure both the servant and Changyang Qi one after the other? Still, Yu Fengyan refuses to back down, immediately shouting back. She accuses Bai Yun Tian of always spoiling Jian Chen, insisting she must have used some dirty trick to frame her precious Changyang Qi. She shamelessly declares that if Changyang Ba doesn't punish them severely, she and her son will be targeted again. The Changyang clan has always valued benevolence and tolerance above all else. If Chang Tian truly hurt someone without cause, I will punish him myself, Changyang Ba declares, then orders a servant to bring Jian Chen for questioning. Seeing his serious expression, Yu Fengyan can't hide her triumphant smirk. She's certain she's finally succeeded in kicking Bi Yun Tian and her son out, leaving the Changyang estate all to herself. The azure sky shines down on the ancient, tranquil estate on the dark tiled roofs, the pale yellow walls, and the gracefully arched windows, all surrounded by lush greenery. Changyang Ba stands with his hands clasped behind his back, looking calm. I will give you all a just resolution to this matter. Feng Yan is collapsed on the floor, weeping pathetically. My lord, you must stand up for us. But just then, Bi Yun Tian softly steps forward to stop them. There's no need to find Chang Tian. She hesitates for a moment, then continues. My lord, what happened today has nothing to do with Chang Tian. I was the one who acted from the shadows. Changyang Ba frowns, completely baffled. You injured Qi and Qiu, not Chang Tian, but you? Bai Yun Tian bows her head, her gaze dark. She answers evasively, Chang Tian cannot cultivate Saint Force. I worry he'll be bullied, so I've been secretly following and protecting him. As she says this, she spins around and points a finger straight at the conniving mother-son duo. Today I saw Qiu and Qi. Yu Feng Yan frantically rushes to their defense. Qi has a kind heart, and old Qiu knows his place. Why would they ever bully Chang Tian? Hearing this, Changyang Ke quickly puts on an innocent, angelic face. I didn't bully Chang Tian, which is followed by Qiu's choked-up voice. I've been wrongly accused. Seizing the moment, Yu Feng Yan boldly points at Bi Yun Tian. It's obvious. Fourth sister, you're just trying to protect Chang Tian by taking all the blame yourself. Bai Yun Tian glares daggers right back at her. Chang Tian is not. But her sharp retort leaves Feng Yan speechless, so stunned she can only stand there breaking out in a nervous sweat. And here, ignoring the pitiful, tear-streaked face of the woman before her, Bai Yun Tian kneels before the man of the house. My lord, I did everything. It has nothing to do with Chang Tian. I am willing to accept the punishment. Changyang Ba is taken aback, pausing for a moment before speaking in a forgiving tone. Bai Yun Tian, since you've confessed, Your punishment is 1 month of penitence." Hearing this, Yu Fengyan shoots a dissatisfied look at Changyang Ba. "My lord, but Qi was almost killed. How can you let her off so easily? How can you just let her off so easily?" But when the lord isn't looking, she pulls her son close and whispers, "No, we can't let them win this easily." Changyang Qi immediately clutches his head and starts acting. "My head hurts so much. Am I going to die?" As if that wasn't enough, Yu Fengyan points furiously at Bai Yuntian. "My son's life is tied to the fate of this clan." Livid, Bai Yuntian steps toward her holding a magic orb. "Is that so? Then if I can heal Qi's injuries right now, we can just drop this whole matter, right?" Yu Fengyan nervously shoves her son behind her, retorting childishly, "No way. Who knows if you're just pretending to heal him so you can hurt him again." As the expression on Changyang Ba's face grows uglier by the second, Bai Yuntian scoffs. "It's obvious you just want to use this as an excuse to bully my son and me." Yu Fengyan jumps, startled. "So you admit you attacked him first?" And just like that, the war between the women shows no sign of cooling down as Bai Yuntian fires back. "Your son is a little monster. Doesn't he deserve to be taught a lesson?" Yu Fengyan arrogantly shoots back. "Your son is the little monster." Witnessing this vicious catfight, Changyang Ba can only turn and flee in utter defeat. In less than 5 seconds, the strong, middle-aged figure is reduced to nothing more than a puff of smoke as he makes his desperate escape. A few hours later, at a wooden house surrounded by dense trees, Jian Chen is sitting alone, picking his nose. "It's been so long. Why hasn't anyone come for me? Did that mother and son duo not go snitch?" I know what you're thinking. Our main character is just chilling, completely over it, and who knows where mother went. Being this naive is so boring. But just as Jian Chen is staring blankly at the sky, a powerful aura suddenly rushes toward him from behind. As if possessing razor-sharp instincts, he instantly leans and glances at the object flying his way. In a split second, Jian Chen spins around and angrily yells at the masked assassin, "How dare you try to harm the third young master? You will die for this." Without a moment's hesitation, he rushes forward to interrogate him. "Did Yu Fengyan send you?" The assassin's killing intent surges as he speeds up. "That's right. The third concubine has had enough of you." With those words, he flips into the air, gripping 2 daggers, preparing to strike. Facing a life-or-death situation, Jian Chen doesn't hesitate, leaping high into the air to dodge the incoming attack. Seeing this, Jian Chen quickly dodges the explosion that erupts right beside him. He tenses, assessing the situation. This guy's a 4th-tier saint. I can handle this. With that thought, Jian Chen immediately unleashes a powerful magic spell to counterattack. "Take this." The assassin sees it and laughs mockingly. "You think a mere tree branch can hurt me?" With a massive amount of magic enveloping his entire body, Jian Chen gives a sharp smile. "And who says a tree branch can't kill a man?" After he speaks, his spell activates. In an instant, to the assassin's absolute shock, a razor-sharp blade suddenly materializes right above his head. Seeing the blade accelerating towards him, the assassin can do nothing but stare, wide-eyed and frozen. Not even 2 seconds later, that powerful silver light pierces straight down, shattering the assassin's mask into 2 pieces. The strange mask falls to the ground. The play is officially over. Changyang Ba, now sweating buckets, stares at the person before him, and his expression shifts dramatically. His voice is deep and serious. "Chang Tian." Then, unexpectedly, he pauses before bursting into tears. "You can really use Saint Force now." Bright sunlight illuminates a clear blue sky, where a large green tree casts its shadow over the ancient houses, creating a peaceful and vibrant scene. Jian Chen calmly confesses everything. "Yes, Saint Force. I've been able to use it for a while now." He pauses, looking seriously at Changyang Ba. "Third brother." Changyang Ba joyfully places his hands on his shoulders. "My son, if you could cultivate, why didn't you tell your father? Then you and your mother wouldn't have to." But Jian Chen coldly brushes his hands away. "Tell you? And what good would that have done?" He recalls the past as he speaks. "Later, when you saw I was a good for nothing, you cast me aside without a second thought." Jian Chen's voice turns ice cold. "Before, when you thought I was a genius, you showered me with affection." With eyes burning with resentment, he demands, "What am I to you? Your son, or just a tool?" Yang Ba frowns helplessly. "I have my own burdens. I must think of the family." Jian Chen roars in fury. "You have burdens? What about my mother and me? In all those years, did you ever once ask how we were surviving? When the Fengyans bullied us, did you ever step in?" Ignoring Yang Ba's stunned expression, Jian Chen yells, "If I really was a failure, you wouldn't even have batted an eye if I died." Hearing this, Yang Ba's voice becomes incredibly weak. "Chang Tian, how can you say that? How could your father ever treat you that way?" Jian Chen's reply is like steel. "Honestly, I don't care how you treat me, but don't you dare touch my mother." Yang Ba tries to explain, It's not what you think. I'm the head of this family. Many things are out of my hands. Despite his father's attempts to reconcile, Jian Chen just turns his back. Right? You're the family head. You have to think of everyone. But I only care about my mother. He pauses, his voice full of pride. Punish me, blame me, do whatever you want. This family means nothing to me anymore. As if he never saw this coming, Yang Ba is left behind, only able to whisper his son's name, Changtian. Nearby, from the shadow of a tree, Uncle De suddenly speaks up. Master, when you're wrong, just admit it. It's not that hard. Yang Ba turns, tears streaming down his face. Uncle D, you saw everything. A short while later, beneath the curved eaves of the traditional wooden house, a calm scene is set by the clear pond and large green trees. A hoarse voice breaks the silence. To be honest, walking along the corridor with Yang Ba, Uncle De slowly explains. The young master, with just one move, seriously injured the third young master and nearly hurt others. His talent is truly extraordinary. Yang Ba quickly replies, I had to use the full force of my 4th level divine power. He stops, a confused look on his face. The initial test said Chang Tian couldn't cultivate, so how is this possible? Uncle D shares his confusion. I felt something was off during that test. The young master was clearly a prodigy. How could he be unable to cultivate? He then reveals his secret. That's why I've been secretly watching him all these years. I knew long ago that he was secretly visiting the library pavilion to cultivate divine power. Yang Ba stares at him, shocked. Uncle D, you knew all this time? Why didn't you tell me? Uncle D bluntly replies, I was observing the young master, but I was also observing you, master. Yang Ba points to himself, bewildered. Observing me? And here is where Uncle D drops an absolute bombshell. If you had remained blind to his talent, I would have taken Chang Tian to a place that could truly nurture him. Yang Ba is furious. Uncle D, the Changyang Clan has treated you well. How could you do such a thing? But Uncle D stands firm, turning to leave. Master, I am merely a servant here. You ignore your own son, yet you blame an outsider like me? Yang Ba is so angry he's speechless. After a moment, he calms himself and whispers, defeated, I was wrong. I failed to be a father. This caused a deep rift between us. Uncle D chuckles. Locking the barn after the cow's gone, it's a little late for that. He then offers his assessment of Jian Chen. The young master is a sentimental person. If you treat him with sincerity, he will surely change his mind about you. Yang Ba's eyes widen with hope. I understand, Uncle D. The next day, at the Changyang residence library, under a bright blue sky, the scene is set. Inside, Yun Qian and the mother-son duo, Feng Yan, are sitting apart. Feng Yan smirks maliciously. The master went to punish Chang Tian. It's over for you too. Yun Qian shoots her a warning glare. You pig, don't get ahead of yourself. If things get bad, I'll just take Chang Tian back to my family. No big deal. She continues, covering her mouth with a mocking smile. Besides, look at you. Do you even dare to go outside like that? Feng Yan fumes, totally humiliated. I've been feeling much better these past few days. I don't need your concern. Okay, get ready. Because while these two are bickering, Yang Ba walks in with Jian Chen. Yun Qian, Feng Yan, I have investigated thoroughly. Chang Tian was the one who inflicted the injuries. Feng Yan immediately seizes the chance, wailing, Master, you must punish Chang Tian. Yun Qian tenses up, Master. Yang Ba's voice booms with authority. Although Chang Tian was wrong to attack, Qi Yi and Qiu were also wrong to bully him. Therefore, this matter is considered even. We will not pursue it further. He taps Jian Chen on the head, signaling him. The boy mumbles a quick, sorry, my bad. Seeing his casual attitude, Feng Yan and Yun Qian cry out, is that how you apologize? Feng Yan screams at her husband, how can we just let this go? Master, Qi Yi is the future hope of our family. How could you? Yang Ba's face darkens. Silence. Qiu secretly made trouble for Yun Qian and her son, violating family rules. I have already expelled him from the residence. He pauses, then pats Jian Chen's back. And listen well. From now on, if anyone in this entire household dares to bully Yun Qian and her son, they will be severely punished. Feng Yan, stunned by his sharp gaze for the first time, can only stammer this. While she and her son cry in a corner, Yang Ba turns to Jian Chen with an indulgent smile. Well, is that a fair way to handle it? Jian Chen smiles, satisfied. It's acceptable. He then rushes over to Yun Qian. Mother, were you bullied? She smiles gently. I'm fine. Mother's fine. Did your father punish you? Jian Chen puffs out his chest. No, he and I had a man-to-man talk. Yun Qian sighs, exasperated. This kid, talking like a little old man. Suddenly, Yang Ba looks at Yun Qian. Since you've already helped Qi heal his injuries, please help Feng Yan as well. Yun Qian cheerfully replies, "Of course, as long as you don't pursue the matter with Chang Tian." Feng Yan screams in protest, "We don't need her help." Yang Bao warns her sternly, "Feng Yan, don't be ridiculous." She wilts, muttering, "Yes, I will obey the master." Standing in a swirling torrent of magic, Yun Qian closes her eyes, concentrating on a massive orb of magical energy. Watching from behind, Jian Chen is in awe. The power flows through his mother's hands into their bodies. This is the true power of a mage. In the blink of an eye, Feng Yan and her son are restored to their original beautiful and handsome appearances. It's all better. We're healed. Faced with the amazed expressions of Jian Chen and Yang Ba, Yun Qian looks smugly proud. It was nothing. A thought flashes through Jian Chen's mind. If he could learn to control this energy, his own cultivation would increase exponentially. Unaware of his son's thoughts, Yang Ba suddenly claps him on the shoulder. "Although I am not pursuing this matter." He pauses, his tone becoming serious. Chang Tian was still in the wrong. He cannot go unpunished. Jian Chen groans, "Hey, we already talked about this." Yun Qian whispers worriedly, "So you're still going to punish him?" Hearing this, Feng Yan raises her hands in celebration. "And trust me, what Yang Ba calls a punishment is what you and I would call the ultimate power-up." Since Chang Tian was cultivating in secret without proper guidance, starting tomorrow, he and Uncle D will begin training in the secret path behind the mountain until he becomes a divine power user of the 8th level. While Yun Tian is overjoyed for her son, Feng Yan is so furious he could spit blood. Is this really a punishment? Yang Ke runs over and pleads, "Father, I want to be punished too." Jian Chen strokes his chin, satisfied. Well, with Uncle D guiding him, it's not so bad. Yang Ba steps forward, adding, "And there's this." Pausing for a moment, he pulls out a letter. "When you reach the 8th level of Holy Force, you can open this." While Jian Chen's eyes are wide with surprise, Yang Ba calmly explains, "At that time, your future will be changed." Feeling a sense of dread, Jian Chen nervously wonders what this letter could possibly have to do with his future. 7 years flash by in an instant. The Qichen courtyard still has that faint smell of wood, and the trees are still sprouting new life. Yang Ba sits looking out at the world, asking, "How is Chang Tian's cultivation progressing? Has he broken through to the 8th level of Holy Force yet?" Uncle D answers slowly. "In recent years, the young master's progress hasn't been as startling as it was in the beginning. He's only at the 7th level of Holy Force." At this, the old man lifts his teacup, savoring the aroma. "Although he's only 14, this is enough to be called a genius. But I always have this feeling." Pausing for a few seconds, Uncle D quickly sips his tea. It's like the young master isn't trying his hardest. Yang Ba's voice is full of doubt. "What do you mean? Do you have any proof?" "Now, I want you to listen closely to this part." Uncle D calmly strokes his beard. "No, it's just a gut feeling. I believe if the young master wanted to, he could ascend to the 8th level at any time." Hearing this, Yang Ba falls into deep thought. If Chang Tian doesn't reach the 8th level on schedule this year, he glances down at the letter on the table, then speaks with a sense of helplessness. "Then we." A few hours later, under the brilliant golden sun, old gray-black roof tiles bake in the heat, surrounded by lush green trees stretching in every direction. A cheerful Changram brings food to the master's residence. "Mistress, the master specially requested I bring these seasonal fruits and snacks for you and the young master." Yun Tian, basking in the sun, simply points to the table. "Chang Tian is cultivating. Just leave it there. I'll take it to him later." Changram quickly replies, "Yes, ma'am." Seemingly unable to hide her joy, she turns towards the house and says loudly, "He's really getting better and better." At that same moment, seen through the window, a lone figure sits silently in the cool house. It's none other than Jian Chen, now 14 years old. As if lost in another world, another consciousness, he keeps his eyes shut tight in discomfort. In a flash, a brutal, bloody battle unfolds in his mind, along with the sound of mocking laughter. "Without Chang Tian to back you up, you trash are just fish for us to gut." With that, the masked assassins draw their swords and prepare to surround them. Seeing the enemy charge, a pink-haired youth roars defiantly, "Big brother Chang Tian will definitely return to avenge us. We'll take you dogs of the Dugu clan down with us." Hearing this, an assassin leaps mercilessly onto the pink-haired boy. He laughs manically. Chang Tian and the Dugu clan's master destroyed each other. He's not coming back. Despite the rising body count, the assassin's arrogant shouts fill the air as dozens of blades close in on the small group, who can only huddle together in despair. As expected, in just a few short seconds, the air turns into a pitch-black nightmare, thick with the stench of fresh blood. And you and I both know this isn't just a dream, it's a memory. Feeling the flesh-tearing agony of those in his subconscious, Jian Chen begins to break out in a cold sweat. Unable to hold it in, he roars in pure agony. "Stop." As if connected to that moment, he opens his eyes. Stabbing a dagger into the ground, he murmurs darkly, "So, It was just a dream. Staring at his own exhausted reflection on the blade's polished surface, Jian Chen gives a sad smile. You've been so tired these past few years. I know. You never felt the warmth of a home in your past life, and now, you can't bring yourself to give all this up. Gripping the sword tightly, he continues his internal monologue. You haven't been trying your best to get stronger. His eyes slowly fill with determination. He reminds himself, but you are not Yang Changtian. You are Jian Chen. The people of your sect are still waiting for you to return. A whirlwind of magical energy erupts around him, but Jian Chen stands firm, resolute. Get stronger. Find a way back. Like an oath carved into his very soul, he slashes the air with a single, sharp stroke of his sword. This, he thinks, I can never forget. A few seconds later, a massive wave of light blue energy swirls around him. Looking at the ancient characters on the stone wall, Jian Chen feels a fire of destruction ignite within him. He looks up blankly. I've ascended to the 8th level of holy force. Hours later, back at the old manor, Yang Ba and Uncle De whip their heads around to face him. They ask in unison, Changtian, are you really at the 8th level of holy force? This is wonderful. The young master truly didn't disappoint us. Jian Chen smirks at them. So, can I open this letter now? I want to know how it's connected to my future. Yang Ba immediately replies, of course you can. But instead of his initial hopeful expression, Jian Chen now stares grimly at the contents. An admission notice. Yang Ba explains with a smile. This is an admission notice for the Jiasa Academy, the most famous in our Jessen Empire. It has trained countless top-tier experts, and only those who reach the 8th level before they're 18 are qualified to attend. He claps Jian Chen on the shoulder encouragingly. Changtian, your talent is outstanding, and Jiasa Academy is the perfect fit. The future of the Yang family depends on you now. Uncle D quickly adds, enrollment at Jiasa Academy is in 3 days. The young master is just in time. Jian Chen gives a polite smile. I understand. I won't let you down. Yang Ba looks at the giant rock beside them and continues. Changtian, this is a space beast I prepared for you. If you can break through to the 10th level and condense a saint weapon before you turn 18, becoming a saint, I'll give you a space ring. Jian Chen replies confidently, Father, it won't be long before I become a saint. Yun Tian runs over anxiously. Changtian, this is your first time away from home. Without me there, you have to take good care of yourself. Here's a list of things to pay attention to when you're out. You must study hard. Jian Chen smiles shyly. Mother, I'm not a child anymore. I can take care of myself. Hearing this, Yun Tian giggles and whispers, I heard Fang Yan got sick with anger when he found out you were going to the academy. Well done, my son. Jian Chen grins back. Mother, you're delighting in someone else's misfortune. Uncle Day gently steps forward. Young master, it's getting late. You should be on your way. Seated on the rock's back with Uncle D, Jian Chen says his goodbyes. Father, mother, I'm leaving. Yang Ba and Yun Tian reply one after another. Be careful on the road. Remember to write home. The moment their words fade, Jian Chen's expression becomes one of pure excitement. A new journey is about to start. Jiasa Academy, here I come. Floating between the lush green forest and the bright blue sky, the giant rock soars, its massive wings beating against the air. Jian Chen can't help but smile with satisfaction. He thinks to himself, it's been a long time since I've experienced the feeling of flight, so nostalgic. Seeing his calm expression, Uncle De lets out a hearty laugh. The young master is truly extraordinary. That year, when I took your older brother to the academy, he was so scared he couldn't even move. Jian Chen's eyes widen in confusion. What? With a dozen questions swirling in his head, he keeps pressing, I have an older brother at Kargath Academy? How come I knew nothing about this? Uncle D just laughs and scratches his head. I guess this old man's memory is failing me. I forgot to tell you. Pausing for a second, he slowly reveals the secret. Changyang Hu's mother was the first wife, but the two wives couldn't stand each other. In a fit of anger, the first wife took her infant son and returned to her maiden home. After that, she completely cut off all ties with the Changyang mansion. Jian Chen finally gets it. No wonder he's never heard a single word about this mysterious older brother his entire life. He can't help but let out a sly smirk. If his own mother wasn't powerful enough, she would have been crushed by Ning Fengyin too. The classic love-hate drama of a great clan. Uncle De sees this and quietly notes that the young master seems to understand these things all too well. This kid is definitely not naive. The old man bows his head slightly and continues. When the young master turned 17, he had already reached the 8th layer of Saint Force and came to study at the academy. So later on, if you have any trouble here, just go find your big brother. Jian Chen flashes a thumbs up and a cheeky smile. Thanks, Uncle D. I got it. A few hours later, nestled deep within a range of majestic mountains, a grand, ancient academy comes into view. With his eyes glued to the scene below, Uncle D announces in a deep voice, Young master, we have arrived. After a moment of stunned silence, Jian Chen looks around, still struggling to believe what he's seeing. This is Kargath Academy? It seems a huge crowd has been waiting for them. As soon as Jian Chen lands, he looks around, totally bewildered. He groans, "There are so many people. How am I ever going to find my brother?" Uncle Day calmly reassures him, "Don't worry, the young master is very easy to find." And just as he says, in an instant, Jian Chen is startled by someone's booming laughter. "Changyang Tian, Big Brother is over here." Turns out, the owner of that boisterous laugh. Well, let's just say, while Jian Chen is dying of embarrassment and turning away, Uncle D is casually waving and smiling. It's been many years, but the young master is as unique as ever. Changyang Hu can't help but run over. Grinning from ear to ear, Uncle D. The old man quickly replies, "Young master, the patriarch has missed you very much." Hearing this, Changyang Hu's expression sours. He scoffs, "Uncle D, don't mention him. That old fossil and I have nothing to do with each other." He pauses, then turns to the kid beside him. "Tian, you've gotten so big." Changyang Hu keeps that wide grin on his face. "From now on, if anyone in the academy bullies you, just come find me. Big Brother will help you get revenge." Uncle D gently interjects, "Young master, please take care of the little master. I have to go see the headmaster for a moment." He quickly answers, "Don't worry, Uncle Day, leave him to me. I'll give Changyang Tian a tour of the academy." Jian Shen's eyes light up as he thinks to himself, this brother of mine looks pretty unreliable, but he might actually be pretty cool." And just like that, under the vast blue sky, white clouds drift over the ancient rooftops, while lush green scenery and yellow flowers create a peaceful atmosphere under the brilliant sunlight. A towering pavilion, a magnificent piece of ancient architecture, stands proudly under the blue sky. Changyang Hu's finger is pointing everywhere as he introduces the places here and here. Seemingly lost in his own pride, he lets out a hearty laugh. This is all Kargath Academy. Okay, tour's over. Jian Chen just stares blankly at Changyang Hu. "Big bro, that was the most useless tour ever." Seeing his unhappy face, Changyang Hu cocks his head and says, "Tomorrow is the new student combat tournament. I signed you up so you can integrate with the others. It's a chance to step into a new environment." Jian Chen closes his eyes in complete helplessness. Does my brother have some kind of misunderstanding about what social integration means? Suddenly, Changyang Hu gently pins a golden star on his shirt. "New students fighting is a huge event. You have to perform well. This is your proof of registration." Jian Chen frowns, confused, looking at the neatly pinned star. This brother is a little too enthusiastic. He has zero interest in this competition. Maybe he'll just skip it. Unexpectedly, Changyang Hu suddenly remembers something. "Oh, right. I forgot to get your registration documents. Changyang Tian, you go to the dining hall and eat first. I'll go get the papers." Before Jian Chen could even reply, he was already gone. As a gentle breeze blows by, Jian Chen's face darkens. He grumbles, and just like that, he ditched me. A long while later, in the spacious dining hall, a place filled with warm golden light, vibrant red hues, and the hazy silhouettes of people, creating a solemn yet cozy atmosphere. Jian Chen sits there, munching on his food, looking at the simple dishes on the table. The food here is both cheap and delicious. Even students from poor backgrounds can afford it. No wonder they say Kargath Academy values equality between the rich and the poor. But you know the rule, never mess with a man while he's eating. Right as he's about to grab more food, he's startled by someone slamming their hand on his table. "Hey, this table belongs to us." When Jian Chen doesn't even flinch, Dai Liang gets angrier and snarls. "Hey, didn't you hear what I said?" Unafraid, Jian Chen narrows his eyes. "If you want to eat, sit down and eat with us. This table belongs to the academy. Since when did it become yours?" Di Liang leans over, pointing right in his face. "You're not worthy to share a table with us. I'll ask you one last time, are you going to move or not?" Tu Lei, standing behind him, chimes in, "Second brother. Why be polite? Just throw him out." Jian Chen closes his eyes and answers nonchalantly, "Of course I'll move, as soon as I'm done." But before he finishes his sentence, the two brothers explode. They take turns cursing him out. "Damn it, you want to do this the hard way. Do you even know who we are?" Trying to prevent a fight, Dai Fen calmly steps forward to mediate. "Hey there, fellow student. Judging by your clothes, you're from a noble family too, right? What's your name? Which clan are you from?" Pausing for a few seconds, he sits down opposite Jian Chen without hesitation. Although the academy forbids nobles from bullying commoners, it doesn't get involved in fights between nobles. As he speaks, Di Fen's eyes darken. He threatens in a low voice, "Do you believe me when I say I can make it impossible for you to survive in this academy from now on?" At the same time, from the perspective of the onlookers, they began whispering amongst themselves. It's the three brothers of the Dai family. How did this new student manage to provoke them? In contrast to the scared faces around him, Jian Chen calmly continues slurping his noodles. He thinks to himself, flaunting family status and talking trash. I've seen it a million times in my past life. How childish. Unsurprisingly, seeing Jian Chen's calm reaction, Dai Fen gets furious and slams the table. Hey, I'm talking to you. Tula waves his hand to get his attention. You damn brat, what are you waiting for? My big brother is talking to you. Not to be outdone, Di Liang is grinding his teeth in the corner. As if the last thread of his sanity just snapped, he furiously rushes forward and yanks the tablecloth in a split second, screaming, "Eat, eat, eat!" In an instant, the dining table becomes a complete mess. The tablecloth falls with everything on it. Seeing Jian Chen stand up without a word, Di Liang gets bolder. I'll give you something to eat. Without any hesitation, he grabs a bowl of noodles and lunges forward to attack. As expected, the moment Jian Chen leans back to dodge, he immediately slams a powerful blow into the guy's back. As if they just witnessed something horrifying, Dai Fen and Tule both freeze, staring at Dai Liang sprawled on the ground. Acting like nothing happened, Jian Chen holds the noodle bowl and continues munching. This hot-headed temper, it's not very stable. Ignoring the swelling bruise under his chin, Di Liang screams in rage, "You dare mock me! I'm going to kill you today." But just as the tension is about to explode, the group is suddenly interrupted by someone's voice. Stop fighting. After a brief pause, the person casually puts his hands on the table. I'm done eating. You guys can have this spot. Hearing this, Di Liang snaps back impatiently. This is none of your business. Let's dive right into some academy drama. Tai Ta, with a goofy grin, tells them they're all classmates and should calm down. Seeing him just stand there smiling, Di Liang snaps and throws a punch, shouting, "A commoner like you dares to talk to me?" Tai Ta just laughs it off. If you really want to fight, hit me. I've got thick skin. 2. Let laughs maniacally. This peasant is actually asking for a beating. Second brother, you have to teach him a lesson. Di Liang's aura flares as he snarls. You bastard, you brought this on yourself. Jian Chen quickly steps in, worried. That's enough. If you have a problem, it's with me. Leave other people out of this. Dai Yun's voice drops, a cold warning. Second brother, stop. At the same time, the students around them start whispering warnings. Looks like a fight's breaking out over there with Dai Yun. Let's get out of here before we get dragged into it. Dai Yun takes a few slow steps forward, a golden demonic aura flaring around him. You dare offend the Dai family? Do you not want to stay in this academy anymore? He speaks calmly. After all, this is a conflict between nobles. The academy won't interfere. You don't want to get beaten until your limbs are broken and you're kicked out, do you? Jian Chen grips his chopsticks tighter, his eyes turning ice cold. Just then, he hears a booming voice roar in response. I'd like to see who dares to touch my fourth brother. In the blink of an eye, Yang Hu's massive frame slams down onto a wooden table, shattering it to pieces. He roars in frustration. What kind of flimsy table breaks in one hit? Jian Chen quietly suggests, Big brother, could you maybe try a more normal entrance next time? Ignoring his plea, Yang Hu points directly at the arrogant noble. Di Yun, you want to fight? I'll play with you. Without a hint of shame, Yang Hu shoves a stack of documents into Jian Chen's hands. Oh, right, fourth brother. These are the registration forms for the freshman martial arts tournament. Jian Chen replies helplessly. Is this really the time to be thinking about registration? Di Yun asks, surprised. The freshman martial arts tournament. A sinister thought flashes through his mind as he mutters, so this little brat is your fourth brother. Yang Hu can't help but smile proudly. Doesn't he look just like me? Di Liang glares at the two brothers. And who the hell are you? Tulet asks. Unlike his two hot-headed younger brothers, Di Yun is thinking strategically. This madman, Yang Hu, is not someone to mess with. There's no way to deal with this kid now. He has to think of another way. To the utter shock of Di Liang and Tulet, he immediately turns to leave. I'll remember what happened today. We're going. Seeing this, Yang Hu looks expectantly at Jian Chen. So, isn't your big brother influential? But Jian Chen replies with suspicion. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Meanwhile, outside the cafeteria, Tulet chases after his brother. Who was that guy who just showed up? Di Yun slowly replies, his name is Yang Hao, a very troublesome guy to deal with. Di Yun is still fuming. Big brother, are we just going to let this go? Without a moment's hesitation, Di Yun replies, how could we possibly let this go? And here's where it gets dark. After a pause, Di Yun reveals his plan. That little brat also registered for the freshman tournament. We'll just kill him during the match. And Yang Hu won't be able to say a thing. His eyes darken as he makes a slicing motion with his hand. Anyone who dares to offend our Dai family must die. A few hours later, Jian Chen is standing alone on a wide path. He's grumbling to himself. Big brother, really? suddenly says he has something to do and just rushes off. He frustratedly recalls Yang Hu's words. Fourth brother, I just remembered I have something to do, so why don't you take a walk around the school by yourself? Clutching the papers in his hands, Jian Chen sighs. It's my first day here. I'm in a new place and don't know anyone. How am I supposed to take a walk? What an unreliable big brother. Though, saying he doesn't have any friends isn't entirely true. He pauses, a flicker of excitement in his eyes as he remembers Tai Ta's words. John Tian, I'm heading back to the dorm. From now on, we're friends. If you need anything, just ask. Thinking of this, a smile unconsciously spreads across his face. That Tai Ta guy is all right. After a moment, he slumps down onto the ground, dejected. The freshman tournament. After sitting in silence for a while, Jian Chen suddenly starts chuckling to himself. Might as well wander around the campus and see what the #1 academy in the Empire is all about. A little later, the sky turns a fiery red, casting a warm orange glow over the dark leaves, and then across the entire forest. Unaware of a dark figure slowly approaching, Min Ting and Zhu Tian are whispering to each other, Senior, Junior. Overhearing their intimate whispers, Jian Chen can't help but flash a wicked, knowing grin. You and I both know this move. Back in his old sect, his juniors used to sneak into the bushes just like this. It seems no matter what world you are in, human nature is always the same. As he thinks this, he suddenly spots some suspicious figures lurking in the distance. Jian Chen strokes his chin, assessing the situation. With a shady look like that, they're either thieves or kidnappers. A few hours later, elsewhere, Yang Gao is sitting and pointing to the sky. I've investigated. She'll be passing by here soon. You guys get into position and pretend to be thugs harassing her. I will then appear as a hero to save the damsel. Liu Yu quickly responds, Don't worry, big brother. We'll make our performance very realistic. Chen Fu chimes in, To help big brother pursue this beauty, we would gladly jump into a sea of fire for you. Hearing this, Yang Gao doesn't forget to remind them, My goddess is a little lamb. You have to be gentle, you hear me? Liu Yu and Chen Fu salute in unison. Understood. At the same time, Jian Chen, hiding behind a nearby tree, thinks to himself, What a cliché. Absolutely no creativity. Just as his thought ends, the group of thugs roars with fighting spirit. Let's move. Without a moment's hesitation, Jian Chen grabs a tree branch, using it to launch himself after them. Using such an old trick to deceive a young lady? I can't just stand by and watch this happen. Night falls. A crescent moon shines in the deep blue sky, dotted with thousands of stars, bathing the trees in a silvery light. Just then, a pair of blue shoes steps lightly on the ground, breaking the silence of the late-night forest. As if seeing a peerless beauty for the first time, Zhu Tian blurts out, That woman is gorgeous. Completely oblivious to his companion's jealousy, he continues, Isn't she that new student who's been getting a lot of attention? Meanwhile, the center of attention is facing off against Yang Gao, who has a lecherous smile on his face. Little girl, want to play with me? Hearing this, Chen Fu waves his hands and adds, Aren't you lonely all by yourself? Yu whispers fearfully, What are you doing? Don't come any closer. Seeing her take a few steps back, Liu Yu saunters forward. What's there to be afraid of, little sister? Come on, let your big brother have a little touch. But unfortunately for him, the moment he reaches out to grab her, his hand is instantly caught by Yu. While her opponent is still stunned, she uses all her strength. To the utter amazement of everyone around, Yu unleashes a devastating amount of power, shattering the ground around them. Yang Gao and Chen Fu witness this scene, their minds racing. What the hell is this? He called her a little lamb? This is more like talking big and then fighting brutally, right? Once she confirms her enemies are completely down, Yu calmly dusts off her hands. Although I don't like to fight, she pauses, then points a finger straight at them. But I won't be polite to bad people. Elsewhere, an amused Jian Chen drags the battered leader of the thugs by his collar. Hey, I didn't expect a girl who looks so frail and weak to pack such a punch. Just then, he sees the two masked men looking at him with pleading eyes. Big brother, save us. Unable to hide his confusion, Jian Chen looks around for their real boss, who's running for his life. Who's your big brother? Don't get me mixed up in this. At that moment, Yu raises an eyebrow, puffing her cheeks and glaring straight at him. You're their leader? And trust me, you'll want to see how he gets out of this one. All right, let's kick things off with a classic misunderstanding. Hearing his words, Jian Chen quickly waves his hands, trying to explain, Wait, miss, you've got it all wrong. But Yu isn't listening. She launches forward, light as a feather, yelling, Scoundrel, take this. At the same time, Nao Kang and Chen Fu are signaling to each other. Jian Chen glances over. Who's that guy? Where's our big bro? One whispers. Forget him, the other says. This has nothing to do with us. This is our chance to run. Seeing no other way out, Jian Chen lets out a helpless smile. Well, then, With a sharp glint in his eye and powerful magic flaring to life around him, Jian Chen's voice fills with excitement, just when I was getting bored. Let's see what you've got. But Yu's gaze turns dark as she summons a pinkish light, aiming it at both of them. But just as she's about to unleash a powerful strike on her opponent, a familiar voice suddenly cuts through the air. Stop! Suddenly, immobilized by a wave of illusionary magic, Jian Chen's jaw drops in shock. My body. It's completely restrained. At the same moment, the teacher, Qi holds up a hand to maintain the spell while coldly reminding them the academy has rules against fighting. Have you both forgotten? Yue points at Jian Chen and explains, Teacher, I'm sorry, I was wrong. But he's a bad guy. Didn't you say to never spare a bad person? From behind her, Jian Chen quickly replies, I already told you, it's a misunderstanding. Qi frowns. I will handle this. You, go back and continue your training. Yue obediently responds, Yes, teacher. With that, she turns and walks away with a little hum, but not before sticking her tongue out at Jian Chen, who's so angry he's grinding his teeth. This blasted girl. Seeing her walk away, Jian Chen grows uneasy. He silently pleads, Auntie, let's talk this out. It's not what that idiot said it was, but with eyes full of killing intent, Qi slowly sizes him up. You, the power inside your body is special. Hearing this, Jian Chen's eyes widen in alarm as his mind starts racing. But before he can even begin to explain, Qi leans in, looking straight into his eyes. No need to panic. I've never been curious about other people's secrets, unless, of course, you're a disciple of the Changyang Clan. And just like that, his identity is exposed, he tenses up instantly. How could this woman possibly know? Ignoring his shock, Qi calmly extends a hand, but before that, you have to prove you're worth keeping alive. As she says this, her expression turns cold and her gaze drops, showing absolutely no hesitation. In a split second, a magical orb violently slices past his ear, missing him by mere inches. Looking like she wants to eat him alive, Qi's voice becomes dark and menacing. Or I will kill you myself. Realizing this is no joke, Jian Chen shrinks back in fear, feeling completely wronged. Is this woman insane? Lady, we don't even have a grudge. Despite Jian Chen's bewilderment, Qi continues, crossing her hands to create a dangerous vortex. Disciple of the Changyang Clan. Watching the massive swirl slowly engulf his entire body, he panics. What is this? But no matter how much he struggles with his eyes, he can't break free. The vortex relentlessly swallows him whole. But just as he's about to be fully consumed, he hears Qi's cryptic whisper. This was just a friendly greeting. With the last bit of vision from his one uncovered eye, Jian Chen can't help but form a confused thought. A greeting? Seconds later, he appears in a different part of the forest. Just as Jian Chen is frantically looking around, wondering, where is this place, he hears a familiar voice call out his name. It's Yang Hu, his body battered and covered in blood. What are you doing here? Jian Chen cries out in confusion. Big bro! He rushes forward as his brother stumbles. He helps him up. What happened? How did you get hurt so badly? Yang Hu answers in a hoarse voice, I went to the back mountains to kill a beast and get a level 1 magic core for you, but I accidentally alerted a level 3 monster. He looks down at the core in his hand and grins. I thought I was a goner, but then you showed up. I can't hold on much longer, so this magic core is for you. Pausing for a moment, Yang Hu places the core into Jian Chen's hand. You're about to join the freshman martial arts tournament. This magic core can boost your strength during combat. Jian Chen trembles as he clutches the core, his voice filled with emotion. Big bro, when you said you had something to do today, you were getting this for me. Now, this moment right here hits different. Bathed in the warm sunset, Yang Hu tilts his head and smiles. I'm your big brother. I don't have many skills, so this is the only thing I can do for you. After a few seconds, his strong body begins to tremble again. The freshman tournament, you have to do well. Jian Chen thinks to himself, is this tournament really that important? Big bro risked his life to get this for me. As that thought hits him, his eyes fly open in shock as he watches Yang Hu slowly collapse to the ground. His brother looks up at him with a pained frown. Fourth brother, this is all I can do to help you. Remember to bring honor back for me. Jian Chen just scratches his head, bewildered. Big bro, can we stop with the drama? I just checked your wounds. They're all on the surface. They're serious, but they're not fatal. Hearing this, Yang Hu's face lights up. Oh, so I'm not dying? After a brief pause, he starts rolling around on the ground, laughing with relief. I really thought I was a goner. Jian Chen just looks away and sighs. Seriously, I'm impressed. Big bro. If I hadn't shown up, you probably would have died from blood loss. With that, he quickly moves over to Yang Hu to bandage his wounds. After finishing the first aid, Jian Chen slowly dusts off his hands. The bleeding has stopped for now. As long as you get back to the academy for treatment soon, you'll be fine. Yang Hu cheerfully ruffles his hair. Fourth brother is amazing. No wonder uncle always praised you as a genius. A short while later, Qiu Di is silently floating in midair, watching Jian Chen carrying Yang Hu on his back. After a few seconds of deep thought, she presses her lips together. But you still have a long way to go, little devil of the Changyang Clan. A few days later, under a brilliant sun, 3 ancient pagodas stand tall and majestic. The clear sky and lush green trees only highlight the magnificent architecture. Down below, dozens of new students are rushing in a single direction. The air is filled with excited whispers. The freshman tournament is about to start. I wonder which freshman will be number 1 this year. Let's hurry. The massive arena opens up before them, bathed in a brilliant golden light. In the center, a towering circular stage creates a grand atmosphere, ready for the fiery battles to come. Standing in the bustling crowd, Jian Chen's eyes are wide with excitement as he looks around. As expected of Kargath Academy, they can create such a huge scene for the freshman tournament. Just then, he and everyone else are startled by a loud, powerful voice booming through the area. Changyang Xiangtian, number 1 under the heavens. As the crowd around him erupts in laughter, Jian Chen, faced with this embarrassing situation, can only manage an awkward smile. He gives a reluctant thumbs up and thinks, with a big brother like this, how can I not be ashamed? Suddenly, from the high platform, a rich voice rings out, silencing the crowd. Fellow students, and trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. A graceful scholar introduces himself. I am the vice principal of Kargath Academy, Bai Ying. Today's martial arts tournament will be under my direction. At this, Bai Ying waves his hands with a grin, pausing dramatically before explaining the rewards. First place gets a level 3 mana core, second gets a level 2, and third gets a level 1. Any student who makes the top 50 receives an amethyst coin. Unable to contain their excitement, all the new students erupt in a massive uproar. And trust me, making the top 50 for a single amethyst coin is a huge deal. It's enough for a normal person to live on for 10 years. Meanwhile, under the cool shade of a tree, Thulat just smirks with total contempt. Pathetic. Di Luong quickly chimes in with a whisper. My living expenses are no less than 3 amethyst coins a day. Back on the main stage, Bai Ying points to a large board. The matchups have been decided by a random draw, and a single elimination tournament will now begin. The rules are simple. No weapons, no killing. I hope you all perform well. After a brief pause, he continues with an excited smile. I now declare the tournament open. As expected, Jian Chen looks out over the roaring crowd and scoffs, so dramatic. Already locking him in her sights, Thulat starts taunting him. Hey, you little brat, don't get eliminated too early. I'm waiting to take you out myself. Standing beside her, Di Luong scoffs. Looking at him, he probably won't even get the chance to face us. Hearing their taunts, Jian Chen gives a lazy, sarcastic reply. Yep, you're so mean, everything you say must be right. Seemingly unprepared for his comeback, the two siblings are instantly fuming. A long while later, after the first round, Truong Thien stands tall. In the middle of the arena now stands none other than Jian Chen, accompanied by the wild cheers of Duong Ho. Fourth brother, you're the best. Next up is Dai Luong, who aggressively smashes his opponent's face into the cracked ground. Tap Dick Luong, you peasant, go to hell. And as expected, the last person to make it through is Thea Thap. He reaches out a hand to his opponent. Are you all right? The girl, Xiao Mei, just smiles sheepishly. I lost. And with that, she's thrown out of the ring. After just a few short hours of intense battles, the tournament bracket is now filled with elite names advancing to the quarterfinals. And you're going to want to see this as if fated. The board suddenly flashes with new text. Truong Thien versus Tap Dick Thulat, quarterfinals, round 1. The moment her opponent is confirmed, Thulat immediately steps forward with her usual arrogance, making it to the quarterfinals. I guess you got lucky. In the middle of the registration area, the announcer calls the match, Tap Dick Thulat versus Truong Thien. She's suddenly interrupted by Di Luong's encouraging shout, Little sister. At the same time, Duong Ho cheers wildly, Fourth brother, go for it. Jian Chen just lazily picks his nose. Well, what an unfortunate encounter. The moment he finishes speaking, Thulat lunges at him without hesitation. Your luck ends here. Faced with her aggressive attack, Jian Chen remains calm, simply dodging her blows. Seeing him continuously evade without fighting back, Thulat can't help but scream in frustration. Let's see how long you can run. Facing a potential loss, she grits her teeth in frustration. Don't leave the ground. While Thulat is lost in her own thoughts, Jian Chen playfully shouts, my turn, as his powerful fist comes flying towards her. Thulat's face twists in a reflexive grimace of fear. As the punch gains speed, her expression of terror spirals out of control, stunning everyone in the audience. But right at the last second, just as he's about to land the final blow, Jian Chen stops his fist an inch from her face. His eyes turn cold. I don't hit women. I forfeit. Hearing this, Thulat's face darkens with rage. No, she absolutely cannot lose to him. Or where would she put her pride? As if refusing to accept defeat, Thulat unleashes a powerful kick straight at Jian Chen. I haven't lost yet. Now here's where it gets crazy. As a powerful stream of magic swirls around his body, Jian Chen angrily raises his hand to block. You pig. But in that exact moment, his sharp eyes catch the glint of something sharp at the tip of Thulat's shoe. Seeing the kick getting closer. In a split second, the sharp spike suddenly stops, just inches from his eye. Feeling victory is within her grasp, Thulat breaks into an arrogant smile, thinking to herself, I've won. Facing the sharp point speeding towards his pupil, Jian Chen tenses up and grits his teeth. At the same time, his endangered eye suddenly begins to glow, channeling the latent power from deep within his body. Jian Chen's demonic pupil suddenly activates. In a flash, he mercilessly redirects the sharp spike right back at Thulat. Seeing this, she stumbles backward in absolute terror. What? Showing none of the mercy he had before, the silver spike ruthlessly pierces one of Thulat's eyes in less than 2 seconds, causing her to scream in agony. After confirming his opponent is no longer able to fight, Jian Chen calmly walks over and wipes the sweat from his brow. Good thing my Azure Sword Art has reached the minor success stage. Otherwise, that would have been dangerous. Meanwhile, the crowd outside begins to murmur. What just happened? Why did Tap Dick Thulat suddenly fall? We're too far away to see clearly. It looked like something flew out from her shoe. A few seconds later, Bai Ying comes over to check her condition. It's just a normal poison needle. It won't be fatal, Jian Chen says, crossing his arms. This has nothing to do with me, he adds, not caring about the inspector's surprised look. Bai Ying loudly announces, Tap Dick Thulat has violated the rules. He pauses for dramatic effect, then throws his arms wide towards Jian Chen. Truong Duong Truong Tian is the winner. This is met with Duong Ho's over-the-top tears of joy. Fourth brother, I'm rich. The siblings, Divan and Dilong, start seething with rage. Back in the viewing area, Baian unexpectedly offers some praise. Truong Duong Truong Thien, you're quite impressive. Hearing this, Jian Chen feels a bit suspicious. Is he praising me? Why do I feel like the vice principal is up to something? A few hours later, the tournament bracket is nearing its final match for the championship. The truly powerful contenders are about to be revealed. In the tunnel leading to the arena, Divan turns to Di Luong. Second brother. Pausing for a second, he pulls out a small vial. This forbidden elixir can increase your strength. Drink it. Di Luong looks troubled. Big brother, don't you trust my skills? And I know what you're thinking, this can't be good. Divan's eyes turn sinister as he replies coldly, I won't allow any unexpected accidents to happen. Third sister's defeat has brought shame to our family. You must win first place to preserve the honor of the Tapditch clan. Hearing this, Di Luong immediately straightens up with a serious expression. Yes, big brother. I understand. Up in the arena, Jian Chen proudly raises his hand in victory as the referee's voice rings out. Passerby A has lost consciousness. Trong Dong Trong Tien wins. Just as the next match is about to begin, an excited Jian Chen shouts encouragement. Fiat Thap, you got this. Fiat Thap smiles back. Brother, let's meet in the finals. Just as their exchange ends, Jian Chen looks over in surprise at Dai Luong, whose veins are now bulging furiously. A sharp instinct tells him something is wrong. Tap Dick Luong's condition. It's not normal. The match officially begins. Thea Thap speaks up without hesitation. I'm very strong. I won't hold back when I fight, so be mentally prepared. Di Luong scowls and screams, the pleasantries are over. Bai An excitedly strikes the gong. The match begins. The moment the bell rings, Thiat Thap unleashes a powerful, straightforward punch. In response, Di Luong's eyes go wide as he throws a devastating counter-punch. In the blink of an eye, the two powerful fists collide, creating a deafening boom that echoes across the entire arena. The power difference is painfully obvious now, with no items to help him. Thiat Thap staggers backward, his mind reeling from the pain. But Ditch Luong isn't done. You and I can see Thiat Thap is already coughing up blood, but his opponent shows no mercy, launching him into the air. I'm going to cripple you. With a single punch charged with unnatural strength, Dish Luong sends Thiat Thap flying across the arena. But he's not finished, he lunges again, aiming for the kill. Just die. Luckily, at the last second, Bakan appears and blocks the attack. At the same time, Kiem Tran rushes to his injured friend. Thiat Thap, are you okay? Dick Luong glares, annoyed. Vice Principal, Thiat Thap can only whisper weakly, Truong Thien. I'm sorry, I lost. Kiem Tran stands tall, giving a confident thumbs up. Don't worry, I'll get revenge for you. He just smiles and nods. Then, his gaze turns ice cold as he locks eyes with Dich Luong. Hey, are you ready to die? Now watch this. That question sends Dich Luong into a rage. Kiem Tran just calmly turns to the vice principal and asks, Vice Principal, can we begin the duel now? But from the stands, Duong Ho suddenly screams, Vice Principal, that scum Dich Luong is obviously on drugs. He cheated. Disqualify him. But even as he yells, disqualify him, over and over, Bak An just plays dumb with a smile. If both parties agree, then the duel begins now. Seeing him deliberately ignore the clear evidence, Duong Ho explodes, this duel is unfair. I demand to see the principal. The accusations fly like daggers. Corrupt, you're covering for him. And Bak An begins grinding his teeth in fury. The vice principal finally snaps, unleashing a powerful whirlwind palm right at Duong Ho. You're too loud. Go reflect on your actions. But even as he's sent flying, Duong Ho defiantly screams, I will be back. As if venting his frustration, Bak An shoots a cold glare over at Kiem Tran. He thinks to himself, Dich Luong really is on drugs. Truong Thien, are you actually confident you can fight him like this? With that thought, Bak An calmly turns and walks away. With muscles pulsing with so much magical energy they look ready to explode, Dich Luong stalks forward. To beat you, I abandoned my pride and became this. He stops, then smashes a fist into the ground, shattering the stone tiles. Truong Thien, I'll make you suffer the consequences for offending me. Faced with this insane destructive power, Kiem Tran just stands there, watching calmly. Unable to control his explosive power, Dich Luong's eyes bulge with raw fury. In an instant, another monstrous punch creates a shockwave. Consumed by a murderous aura, he roars. My power is equal to a low-tier saint. What do you possibly have to fight me with? Without a single shred of fear. The taunt makes Dich Luong's veins bulge with fury. I'm going to knock your teeth all over this floor. With that, he charges forward at lightning speed. Let's see you smile then. In complete contrast to Dich Luong's furious rampage, Kiem Tran just calmly leans aside, dodging the punch with ease. In mere seconds, he's already identified his opponent's weakness. No wasted movement. Kiem Tran shoots out his palm and strikes. And yeah, I know what you're thinking, this is going to be brutal. With just a light push, he redirects Dich Luong's own fist, making the brute punch himself square in the face. The force sends his entire body skidding helplessly across the stone floor. While Dich Luong writhes in pain, Kiem Tran casually strolls over. He stops, then lets out a contemptuous smirk. So this is what fighting you is like. But the pure hatred in his heart wasn't about to fade. Dich Luong glares up, absolutely furious. In less than 2 seconds, Kiem Tran effortlessly catches his opponent's incoming kick, and before Dich Luong can even react, he's thrown into the air once again. As Dich Luong is sent sliding across the ground yet again, Kiem Tran shouts something with glee. Watching this, Dich Luong seethes with humiliation. This bastard, he's toying with me. At the same time, the crowd in the stands starts to laugh. What is Dich Luong even doing? Is this a circus act? Amidst the jeers, Dich Fan roars, Second brother, what the hell are you doing? Get serious and stop disgracing the family. Back in the arena, Dich Luong stumbles up, furious. Fight me for real, without your cheap magic. Kiem Tran sighs, looking utterly bored. Fine, I guess I'll get serious with you. His muscles suddenly swell to an even more grotesque size as Dich Luong roars with murderous intent, I'm going to beat your face into a pulp. Before Dich Luong's astonished eyes, Kiem Tran instantly creates dozens of clones of himself. With zero wasted motion, the real Kiem Tran closes the distance and slams a powerful fist right into his opponent's gut. He never planned on showing mercy to this scum. As Dich Luong staggers back from the blow, Kiem Tran unleashes a relentless barrage of punches. Drenched in sweat from the vicious assault, Dich Luong still manages to yell, your speed is. But before he can finish, Kiem Tran flashes a wicked grin. Who said it was just one punch? Hearing that, Dich Luong's arrogant sneer instantly vanishes, replaced by a twisted mask of pure terror. In a flash, Kiem Tran's fist smashes directly into Dich Luong's nose, sending blood flying. But he's not done. His other hand follows up with a vicious strike to the cheek, and with his advanced clones joining in, Kiem Tran easily overwhelms him. In less than 5 minutes, Dich Luong is completely defeated. Kiem Tran looks down at him, his brow furrowed. You're not even worthy of me drawing my sword. He sighs, rubbing his forehead in frustration. Me, a dignified sword god, came here to bully some kid. If word of this gets out, it'll be incredibly embarrassing. Just then, Bak An announces loudly, Truong Thien wins and becomes the new freshman king. Unable to hide his excitement, a cryptic smile spreads across his face as he thinks. Could he be that legendary youth? His gaze becomes deep and unreadable. Excellent, he thinks to himself. This year, we finally have a new student with some real power. Meanwhile, Duong Ho's laughter rings out from a hot air balloon high above. That loser Ditch Long is completely disgraced, and he lost to my fourth brother. What an absolute humiliation. But the second he says that, he jumps in surprise as something suddenly pierces the balloon. As Duong Ho panics, both Bok An and Kiem Tran are holding what look like hidden daggers. The air rushes out, creating a vortex, as Duong Ho shouts defiantly, "I will be back!" Back in the audience, Dix Van is seething with pure rage. "Duong Ho, Truong Thien, I will make you pay." As his fury hits its peak, he crushes the armrest into splinters. And trust me, you won't want to miss what comes next. Despite his expression twisting into a mask of pure disgust, Di-Yun seethed as he stared across the academy grounds, where the sun cast a fiery glow on the perfectly tiled roofs beneath the green canopy. Looking at the exquisite wooden box holding a glowing pearl, a gentle voice rings out, "Student Jian Chen, congratulations on becoming this year's top freshman." With a faint smile still on his lips, Bai-An continues casually, "This is the reward for the top freshman, a level 3 magic core. You can go now." Showing no patience whatsoever, Bai-An calmly shows the unimpressed student to the door. "Tian Chen, keep working hard. I have high hopes for you," he says, but Tian Chen's reply is dark and heavy. "Yes." The moment he leaves, the door shuts, and Bai-An's face turns sly. "Headmaster, what do you think of him?" Through a thin screen separating the rooms, the old headmaster laughs with interest. "His strength is exceptional, and his mind is mature. Is he really only 14? As Bai-An speaks, the headmaster pauses, taking a long drag from his pipe. No need to act now. With Tian Chen being this outstanding, some people won't just sit back and watch. With a knowing look, the headmaster lays out his long-term plan. If he can survive the upcoming trials, it won't be too late for us to step in. With complete loyalty and understanding, Bai-An clasps his hands in a respectful bow. "Yes, headmaster, I understand." A short while later, at the bottom of the stairs outside the study, Tian Chen finds Yang Hu dozing on the ground. He curiously steps closer and calls out, "Big brother." Yang Hu jolts awake. "What did the vice headmaster call you for? What did he say?" Tian Chen holds out the wooden box. "He didn't say much, just gave me my reward." Pausing, he opens the box with a proud smile. "Big brother, you risked your life for me to get a magic core. This level 3 core is for you." Hearing this, Yang Hu's surprised expression quickly vanishes. He seriously shuts the lid on the box. "This is your reward. You keep it. It'll be very beneficial for your cultivation." Tian Chen is surprised, "Big brother." Before he can argue, Yang Hu gets sterner. "Tian Chen, I'm your big brother. Listen to me." Faced with his firm attitude, Tian Chen can only smile reluctantly. "All right, I'll keep it." The happy mood returns as Yang Hu throws an arm around his shoulder, laughing. The two brothers then take off, running down the empty road under the setting sun. Halfway down the road, Tian Chen suddenly stops, looking at the banners hanging on both sides. "Big brother, did you hang all of these?" Yang Hu answers with pride. "Of course. Doesn't it look impressive? You really made me proud this time." And here's where things start to go sideways. Tian Chen looks around uneasily. "Big brother, something feels off." Yang Hu immediately understands, shaking his head as he scans the area. Just then, they hear footsteps. Just as they expected, Shula shouts bitterly, "Big brother, you have to teach them a lesson." Right behind him is Di Liang. "Big brother, Tian Chen uses demonic arts. Be careful." Di Yun answers coldly, "Tian Chen defeated my younger brother and sister with despicable means. I must reclaim the honor of the Dai clan." Yang Hu immediately steps forward to shield him. "Aren't you in a hurry to regain face, Di Yun? This is between us two." He stops, then quickly raises his hand to form a magic circle. "Back off." Seeing the powerful light and the spear in Di Yun's hand, Yang Hu is stunned. You can already condense a holy weapon. At the same time, Tian Chen's eyes fly open in shock. Di Yun's power, it's even stronger than Big Brother's. With magical energy radiating from his body, Di Yun laughs arrogantly. "Yang Hu, today I will cripple both of you and drive you out of the academy." With a cold sneer, Di Yun doesn't hesitate, throwing a sword toward Yang Hu. "Here, take it." Catching the blade, Yang Hu fires back. "So what if you're a saint now? I'm not afraid of you." Yang Hu turns to Tian Chen. "Little brother, I'll hold Dai Yun back. Look for a chance and get out of here." Gripping the sword, he charges forward, ready to unleash a fatal blow. Dai Yun rushes forward too, his eyes ice cold, a mocking smile on his face as if to provoke him. "You really don't know your own limits." The two swords slam into each other. Yang Hu's blade trembles, then shatters as if it can't handle the pressure. "What? I think we all saw that coming, but damn." With one clean strike, Di Yun breaks his sword midair. Yang Hu grits his teeth, his face twisted in a rising fury. "Damn it." He lunges forward, grabbing Dai Yun with both hands. Don't you underestimate me. In that tense moment, Yang Hu turns and screams at Jian Chen. Little brother, go now. Hearing this, Dai Yun just smirks. You think this is enough to hold me? In that instant, the power inside him erupts in a violent shockwave, sending energy everywhere. And with a single, powerful shove, he throws Yang Hu away. See, you just don't know your place. Then, Di Yun focuses all his strength, summoning a swirling torrent of magic from deep within and aims it straight at Yang Hu. The powerful attack sends him flying, his body tumbling through the air. Tian Shen screams, "Big brother!" Yang Hu asks weakly, "Little brother, why didn't you run?" He replies, "Big brother, how could I just leave you behind?" Tian Shen starts to see red. This bastard, hitting him that hard, this isn't over between us. Seeing him about to charge, Yang Hu quickly stops him. "Little brother, don't go. You're no match for him." Di Yun's lackeys can't hide their excitement, their eyes lighting up. "Big brother, let me handle him for you." Di Liang points a finger straight at Tian Chen. Tian Chen, last time was just a fluke. With all his strength, Tian Chen slaps him so hard the sound echoes before he can finish his sentence. This time, he slowly raises his hand, focusing all his fire magic into a swirling red-hot orb. Tian Chen's face darkens as he warns them, "I'm not in a good mood, and I have no interest in hearing you ramble." The other followers start to look terrified. One hit, and Di Liang went flying. He steps forward forcefully, speaking seriously. "Di Yun, I'm here to accept your challenge." Di Yun scoffs. "You managed to beat my little brother, so you have some skill. But even Yang Hu at Saint level 10 was no match for me. A mere Saint level 8 like you dares to fight me?" Shula cheers, "Big brother, teach him a lesson he'll never forget. Crush him." Di Yun immediately gets into a ready stance. "Fine, I'll play with you a little." "No, I'll just play you for a fool." With an ice-cold expression, Tian Chen speaks, every word carrying unyielding determination. "I will fight you to the very end." A terrifying power explodes from deep within him. His eyes freeze over like ice, locking onto Di Yun with a defiant, unforgiving stare. In the silence, Di Yun suddenly remembers their last fight, the way Tian Chen dodged every single blow. He lunges. Against absolute power, whatever demonic tricks you use are useless. He roars like a storm, hurtling forward. "You treacherous snake, eat my sword. And trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next." Di Yun charges at him with terrifying power, shaking the very ground around them like a violent earthquake. The sword glints. "Stick with me, because you're about to see our guy's eyes turn bone-chillingly cold, his gaze as sharp as a blade." No one has a clue what's happening. They just see the enemy's body explode with a blinding light. He grinds his teeth, every muscle in his face tensed up. The saint's body is hard as iron, ready to attack. Di Yun throws a punch that could shatter mountains, but Jian Chen is faster, dodging it like it's nothing. He rushes forward, unleashing a barrage of blows. Each strike is as fast as a raging storm, but our hero gracefully sidesteps them all. Seeing this, Yang Hu can't help but scream, "Fourth brother, get out of there. You're no match for him." With one swift motion, Di Yun raises his sword, a cocky smile spreading across his face. Trying to run? Too late. Jian Shen's lips curl into a smirk. I'll admit, the power of a saint is truly immense. But as Di Yun swings his blade with terrifying force, shouting, "Die!" the attack still misses its mark completely. Jian Chen moves in a flash, instantly appearing behind Di Yun. It doesn't matter how strong your body is. He calmly lands a powerful blow right on Di Yun's arm joint, the weakest point. Di Yun freezes. "What?" He clutches his arm in agony. "My arm. No, this is impossible. I am a saint." Jian Chen states calmly, "You've lived a pampered life, Prince. Your real combat experience is garbage." Qiulu rushes to Di Yun's side. "Big brother, are you okay? Your arm." Di Yun shoves her away with a single powerful push, sending her stumbling backward. "Get lost." He lunges forward, grabbing Jian Chen's collar with immense force. "I am going to kill you." With a completely unfazed expression, Jian Chen asks with emphasis, "Have you ever killed anyone before?" Di Yun instantly freezes, his eyes flickering, rendered utterly speechless by the question. Jian Chen's words make his hand tremble. "Trust me, if you bet your life on this, you will die a miserable death." He stares at him with eyes as cold as ice, a killing aura so intense it suffocates the air. "Get lost, or die." Di Yun shudders, a cold dread washing over him. He scrambles to his feet and runs for his life. "You just wait." Qi Lu is left completely stunned. Jian Chen just crosses his arms. So, he ran off, completely useless. Just then, a voice calls out, "Big brother, wait for us." Jian Chen quickly runs over to Yang Hu with an expectant look. "See? Wasn't I amazing?" Yang Hu is in awe. "Fourth brother, are you really only 14? You seem so mature." Jian Chen immediately switches on his acting skills. What are you talking about? I'm really just 14 years old. Will you take me out to play? Yang Hu is horrified. Only a demon would believe that. Just look at your expression. The two burst into laughter that echoes through the area. Bai En watches them, chuckling. That kid Changyang Clan is hilarious, isn't he? The beautiful woman beside him replies calmly. You don't have to put in a good word for him. His life and death are not for me to decide. She suddenly blushes. The one above may be watching him. Her voice is crystal clear, carried on the gentle breeze. Now, pay attention, this right here is fate itself talking. The gentle morning light spills over the rooftops, illuminating a peaceful corner of the world. Jian Chen holds a book. Big brother is so unreliable. He remembers Yang Hu looking at him with shining eyes. Fourth brother, the cultivation technique you taught me is a miracle. Where did you learn it? Jian Chen sighs internally. Crap, I got careless and taught him a technique from my past life. Jian Chen forces a smile. Oh, I learned it in my family's private library. Yang Hu nods. Ah, I see. I left the Changyang Clan when I was young, so of course I wouldn't know about it. Yang Hu laughs heartily. With this technique to help me, I'm sure I'll break through to the saint rank very soon. I'll be in seclusion for the next few days. Jian Chen feels helpless. Suddenly, a wave of exhaustion hits him, as if all his energy was just siphoned away for no reason. Jian Chen sighs, a speechless expression on his face. He looks down at the book with a woman on the cover that Yang Hu had asked him to return. Why does the Academy Library even have books like this? I think I understand why Big Bro was too embarrassed to return it himself. Before him stands a majestic library, so enormous it leaves one in awe. He marvels, so this is the Jaw's private academy library. It's truly massive. Jian Chen grins excitedly. This is way bigger than the Changyang family's library, so there must be more books. What a great place to train. But just as he's about to step forward, a pair of hands blocks his path. Stop right there. Chen Ke glances around before gesturing with his hand. Hand over the protection fee. Jian Chen repeats. Protection fee? The guy points. That's right. Jia Difen dropped out and went home. Now, the library is under the management of our boss, Luo Jian. Jian Chen is stunned. Wait, Jia Difen dropped out? Chen Ke snaps his fingers, but Bu Lu Ting appears, shouting. Nonsense. The library is obviously under the management of my boss, Zhengming Xiang. Who are you to collect protection fees here? Chen Ke rubs his head. Fine, fine. We're all classmates. Let's just make money together. Hey, you. Just hand over 2 protection fees. Jian Chen stares at them like he's watching a comedy sketch. Are you guys serious? Chen Ke dramatically slaps his own chest. We're collecting a fee, so you better cooperate, or else. The two of them scowl, pointing at him menacingly. We'll beat you up. Jian Chen sighs. I really wanted to be low-key, but you guys, not giving them a chance to strike first, he lunges forward, attacking like a hurricane. Both thugs drop to their knees, begging, Big Bro, we were wrong. We were blind. We'll never do it again. Please spare us. Jian Chen scolds them, tell me where you went wrong. Chen Ke kowtows. Big Bro, we were wrong. We shouldn't have been collecting protection fees at the library. Jian Chen bends down, his hand lightly touching Yang Hu's book, which had fallen to the ground. Before he can react, Yu Yue suddenly appears right in front of him. His eyes widen as fragmented memories snap into place. It's you. She blushes. Teacher said you weren't a bad person, but it turns out these protection fee collectors are your underlings. Yu Yue's cheeks puff up, turning as red as a ripe apple. And you. She points a finger straight at his book. You even read this kind of vulgar, trashy novel. Jian Chen is instantly flustered. Wait, it's all a misunderstanding. Just let me explain. Yu Yu crosses her arms. You disgusting, perverted degenerate. He panics. You've really got it all wrong. This book isn't mine, and they aren't my lackeys. She puffs her cheeks again. Still won't admit it? Yu Yue's done listening. She throws a punch. I heard them call you Big Bro with my own ears. He quickly turns his head and yells, Hey, you two. Explain for me. But the two thugs are already running away. You just wait. Someone will come get revenge for us. Jian Chen feels completely hopeless. Damn it. This just makes it even harder to explain. He falls silent, focusing his energy and summoning his magic power. Yu Yu's eyes widen, her gaze fixed on him with surprise, a hint of worry flashing within them. Jian Chen's expression turns dark, his eyes becoming cold as ice as he slowly raises his hand. She watches his every movement, transfixed. Here it comes. Suddenly, he points straight ahead and yells at the top of his lungs. The resounding shout makes Yu Yue jump and spin around. Vice Principal Bai. And you have to see this move. Jian Chen seizes the moment, activating his speed skill and vanishing like the wind. Yu Yu whips back around, only to realize he's gone. Her cheeks puff up, her face flushing red with rage as she grits her teeth. Damn it, he got away again. Don't let me catch you, or I'll make you regret it. She immediately turns and storms off, completely unaware that he's hiding nearby. I've lost all interest in reading. I'm going home. Jian Chen lets out a sigh of relief, finally got away from her. A master swordsman like me, fighting with a little girl? What would people think? Just then, Bai An appears out of nowhere. You sure are fast when you run. He's just staring, mouth wide open, at the man in front of him, Vice Principal Bai An. Let's see how he talks his way out of this one. Bai An gets close. You called me, right? A great performance. The boy stammers, I'm sorry, Vice Principal. Bai An asks, what's your relationship to that girl? Why hide? He denies it immediately. There's no relationship. We've only met twice. It was a small misunderstanding. That's why I was avoiding her. The man suddenly laughs. Changtian, do you believe in fate? Bai An smiles warmly. Our school has 4 districts and tens of thousands of students. For you two to meet like this. He hears this, puts a hand to his chin, and thinks, you call that fate? It's just a misunderstanding getting deeper. In a gust of wind, Bai An slowly walks away. You'll understand later. I have things to attend to, so I'm leaving. He waves, leaving the boy completely confused. Why is the vice principal being so mysterious? So weird. Jian Chen bends down, picking the book up from the ground. Oh well, guess I'll just go read. But a loud shout erupts from behind him. Brothers, that's him. That's the guy. Liao Ding and his crew surround Jian Chen. You bastard. You only got lucky before because we were outnumbered. This time, we'll teach you some manners. He just sighs, helpless. I just wanted to go to the library. The whole defeated group bows low, begging. Big brother, we were wrong. Jian Chen turns to leave. You all stay here and reflect on this. I'm going to return a book. They all shout in unison, yes, big brother. Just then, a subordinate sprints forward, feet pounding the ground. He slams a door open, yelling, Boss Jian, our guys at the library were attacked. A heavy weight crashes to the floor with a resounding boom, making the entire ground shake from the massive impact. And here we meet a real boss. La Jian grips his hammer, resting it casually on his shoulder. With a cold, sharp gaze, he asks, who dared to touch my people? A giant, slithering monster crawls forward, its heavy steps shaking the earth. It lets out a deafening, savage roar. Then Mingxiang appears, brutally tearing the monster apart with his bare hands. He lets out a horrific laugh. Attacking my people? You must have a death wish. From inside the quiet library, Jian Chen calmly walks out, each step echoing in the silence. He scratches his head. Finally return that book. I'm not doing an embarrassing favor like that for him ever again. Suddenly, Jian Chen's eyes fly open in absolute, undisguised shock. He scratches his head again, looking at the massive crowd before him. When did so many people get here? Step by step, Jian Chen quietly moves through the crowd. La Jian smirks. Zheng Mingxiang, I heard Zadafin dropped out. Thinking of fighting for the top spot now? The other man laughs back. La Jian, you know Zadafin was never my match. I just couldn't be bothered with him. Jian Chen curiously asks a bystander, hey, what's going on? The guy answers, you don't know? Someone took down both Zhang Mingxiang's and La Jian's men. He calmly says, oh, I know about that. I did it. The guy just laughs. If you know, why are you asking me? Then suddenly, he screams, making everyone whip around. It was you. His face bruised, he points a trembling finger, his eyes full of hatred. Boss, that's him. The eyes of both La Jian and Mingxiang lock onto Jian Chen, sizing him up with suspicion. La Jian roars. So, you're the kid who hurt my men? I hear your name is Changtian, this year's new king. Mingxiang's gaze is like a razor blade, filled with killing intent as he stares. Jian Chen studies him. This guy's aura. It's dangerous. The eyes of a killer. La Jian suddenly steps in front of Mingxiang. Brat, don't think being the new king means a thing. It's too late to get on your knees and beg. The crowd starts buzzing. Our boss, La Jian, is here. You're done for. So what if you're strong? You think you can beat all of us? A chilling smile crosses Jian Chen's face, like ice on a frozen lake. All of you. He flashes back to being surrounded in the past and slowly asks, you call this a lot of people? The surrounding mob roars back, Jian Chen. Today is the day you die. I don't believe this many of us can't kill you. And this is the moment you and I have been waiting for. Jian Chen raises 2 fingers. Even if the whole world were my enemy, I'd shatter it with one sword. This is just a crowd. His hand trembles slightly as power gathers, ready to explode. You're not even worth my notice. In this moment of extreme tension, Yang Hu suddenly appears. Hold on. Jian Chen turns, surprised, and yells. Iron Tower. What are you doing here? He flashes a thumbs up. Changtian is my brother. Mess with him, you mess with me. You want to fight? Then count me in. Jian Chen warns, Iron Tower. This is my business. Stay out of it. You could get hurt. He crosses his arms. Chang Tian, do you really think I'm a coward? Do you even consider me your friend? La Jian runs out of patience and gives the order. Enough talk. Since you're here, take them all down. Mingxiang also gives a sharp command to his men. Go. Surrounded and back-to-back, Jian Chen says, All right, Iron Tower. Let's fight together. He raises his fist like thunder, the air crackling around it. With one punch, Yang Hu slams a guy in the stomach, sending him staggering back, clutching his gut. A cold laugh echoes out. Jian Chen stands there, his gaze perfectly calm, as if everything is already under his control. He takes a deep breath, power coursing through him. He unleashes his first technique, a blast of wind shooting toward one guy. Without stopping, his body blurs as a second strike lands on another enemy. They join forces, swarming Jian Chen, but they still can't manage to defeat him. Meanwhile, Yang Hu keeps pace, smashing his fist into another guy's face. This isn't over yet. Mingxiang raises a hand, his sharp iron claws glinting coldly. A bunch of useless trash. The claws become deadly weapons, flying through the air like steel arrows. Yang Hu charges forward to attack, completely unaware of the danger closing in from behind. In a split second, he spots a steel blade right beside him, inches from his skin. Damn it! Seeing the danger, Jian Chen instantly spins an axe. He darts forward like an arrow, shielding Yang Hu with his own body. With just 2 fingers, Jian Chen commands the wind, sending the sharp weapons flying harmlessly away. Yang Hu breathes a sigh of relief. Chang Tian, you're insanely strong. If not for you, I'd be done for. Jian Chen looks at his own shaking hand. So when it comes to raw power, skill and experience can't always bridge the gap. He narrows his eyes. This guy is a high-level saint, 2 ranks stronger than Zadafen. Mingxiang smirks. An interesting way to neutralize sword chi. I've never seen that before. Tell me your method, and I might spare you. Jian Chen challenges him. You're threatening to kill people inside the academy? Aren't you afraid of being punished? Yang Hu chimes in. If the principal finds out, you'll definitely be expelled. He slowly walks forward, radiating heavy killing intent. You think I care? Jian Chen launches himself off the ground, rocketing towards Mingxiang like an arrow. Roaring like a savage beast, he charges, letting out a wild, bloodthirsty scream. Just as the tension is about to snap, a bright light erupts, interrupting the fight with its dazzling glow. Bai Yan appears, his voice echoing with authority. Everyone, stop. Mingxiang recognizes him instantly. Vice Principal Bai. And trust me, you can see the absolute rage flaring in the Vice Principal's eyes. The Academy is not your personal battlefield. Jian Chen clasps his hands respectfully. Greetings, Vice Principal. Bai Yan's voice is stern. Fighting in public is a serious violation of the rules. What is wrong with all of you? Lu Ding and Mingxiang's faces go pale, their panic obvious. Bai Yan's voice is like ice. Since you're all so eager to fight, prove it at the Blue Magic Core competition in 1 month. You will all perform well for me. If you fail, I promise your punishment will not be light. He asks again about the Demon Core hunt, and Bai Yan explains that the Vice Dean is clearly targeting them by making the freshmen participate. Starting this year, all new students must join the hunt, and anyone who fails will be expelled on the spot. He adds with a grim smile that participation is mandatory, no sick leave, no quitting. Jian Chen sinks into thought, forced to join. The scene shifts to a majestic peak, shrouded in white clouds, giving it a solemn, imposing aura. And trust me, you're going to want to see how this plays out. Deep inside a dark cave, a faint light pierces through a crack in the rock. Bai Yan asks, hesitantly, Dean, are you sure it's okay for Zhangyang Changtian to join the Demon Core hunt? The Dean looks weary. Those old geezers are putting pressure on the Academy. What choice do I have? He narrows his eyes, surprised the enemy made their move so quickly. Should we give that kid a heads up? The Dean pushes a chess piece forward. No need. Consider it part of his test. Bai Yan's eyes widen. Dean, you mean? The Dean's pawn just captured his rook. All the top candidates will be in the Demon Core hunt. He continues to sweep pieces off the board. Let them settle it with their own strength. In the tense silence, the Dean declares, the winner becomes king, the loser a pariah. Finally, he slams a pawn down. Only the victor is worthy of marrying Princess Gelen. His eyes blaze with passion, his face glowing with excitement. This stuns Bai Yan. He freezes, his eyes wide in disbelief. Hey, he stammers, utterly defeated. Dean, did you just sneak a few extra moves while I wasn't looking? The Dean flips the board. A loss is a loss, no need for excuses. Bai Yan is speechless. Dean, you're always like this. The Dean suddenly wonders aloud. Oh, right, how has Zhangyang Changtian been lately? I heard he vanished after that day. Bai Yan chuckles. He found a hidden spot for some secluded training. The kid's young, but he acts like a seasoned veteran. The dean suddenly grins, his eyes sparkling with amusement. I have a feeling about this hunt. The dean's voice is filled with deep anticipation. He will definitely achieve something spectacular. Meanwhile, in a dark cave near a strange, gnarled tree, a faint wind whispers through the gloom. Okay, I know what you're thinking, training arc time. Combining the sword art with the library's cultivation methods has drastically increased his training speed. Jian Chen sits calmly, focusing his energy as a radiant golden orb slowly materializes. He levitates, concentrating his spiritual power. The immense holy power in an 8th grade demon core is enough to push me from the 3rd layer directly to the saint level. The golden orb rapidly shrinks, but the energy within becomes infinitely more potent and dense. He claps his hands together, demon core absorbed. Now to try condensing a holy weapon and break through to the saint rank. Jian Chen is drenched in sweat, beads of it rolling down his skin. Holy weapon. Condense. He grits his teeth, his entire body straining as he pushes himself to the absolute limit. Veins begin to bulge on his face. My holy power is almost depleted. Jian Chen's hands drop, and he crashes into the water below with a massive splash. He gasps for air, sweat covering his forehead, before spitting out a mouthful of thick, dark blood. Jian Chen wipes his mouth. Although I couldn't force the holy weapon's condensation, I'm only one final step away from the saint rank. He holds his holy sword. I just need to channel my divine will into the holy weapon. Jian Chen clenches his fists. To reach the saint rank, I still need a massive amount of holy power. This demon core hunt is the perfect opportunity. In the quiet of an ancient palace, silver moonlight streams in. A hand slams down on a table, the sharp sound echoing through the silent hall. Ming Chang starts to rage. Changyang Clan thinks he's worthy of being my rival. He gives the order. In this demon core hunt, get rid of all those worthless eyesores for me. His 2 subordinates reply in unison, yes, young master. On a winding path deep in the mountains, shrouded in mist, a swirling space portal hangs in the air before the students. Jian Chen worries, why isn't Big Brother out of seclusion yet? Don't tell me he's going to miss the competition. Suddenly, his eyes widen, his body tensing as he spots someone in the distance. Yu Yuling stands there, her soft hair dancing in the wind, looking like a celestial fairy. A flicker of emotion crosses Jian Chen's face as he realizes, it's her. He rests his chin on his hand, thinking, come to think of it, we've had a few misunderstandings, and I still haven't had a chance to explain things properly to her. Yu Yuling's large, round eyes open slightly. Her gaze is clear and deep as an autumn lake. She suddenly glances to the side, her eyes landing right on Jian Chen. He freezes for a second, then awkwardly raises a hand in greeting, a forced smile on his face. Yu Yuling immediately turns her head away. Jian Chen feels helpless. I really need to find a chance to clear things up with her. A figure emerges from the shimmering spatial gate. Bai-En smiles. The demon core hunt is about to begin. I'm here to briefly go over the rules. He explains the forest is divided into 3 zones, with the monsters getting stronger the deeper you go. He holds up his hand. The competition lasts for 3 days. You must hand in 5 demon cores to pass. Quitting halfway or failing to collect enough cores means you fail. Bai-En gives a cold reminder. Any student who violates the rules or whose performance is subpar will face severe punishment. La Jian's face pales at the news. Across the way, Ming Cheng listens in silence, his expression unreadable. Jian Chen closes his eyes, looking impatient. The vice dean sure is long-winded. Bai-En continues, each of you has been given a spatial belt. Store the demon cores you collect inside. After the competition, half the cores go to the academy, the other half is yours to keep. Jian Chen puts his hands on his hips, confident. I'll definitely get enough cores this time to push for the saint rank. Bai-En then gives instructions. Students who haven't reached the saint rank can form teams in the first 2 zones. Students who are already saint rank proceed to the 3rd. He suddenly laughs, his eyes filled with unconcealed anticipation. The competition starts now. Suddenly, a loud shout echoes from a hot air balloon. Everyone's here. Great. On the balloon, floating mid-air, Yang Hu stands proudly. He crosses his arms and yells, everyone, pay attention. The brilliant saint, Changyang Hu, has arrived. Jian Chen is speechless. Suddenly, the balloon's fabric tears, and it begins to hiss and sway violently. A panicked Yang Hu clings on for dear life. I'm losing control. His terrified screams echo through the air. It won't stop. Help me. Bai-En sighs. After all that chaos from Changyang Hu, the entire atmosphere is ruined. He gives a dejected signal. Let the competition begin. Good luck, everyone. The crowd responds without any energy. Yeah. Jian Chen scratches his head. Big Brother really is a master of killing the mood. One by one, everyone steps through the spatial gate as the light behind them fades. Ming Cheng gives an order. Keep an eye on Zhongyang Changtian. Once we're in the forest, find a chance to take him out. Then, he gives his subordinate a chilling order. Take care of him. Leave no survivors. His men glance at Jian Chen, who casually steps into the portal. Understood. Hidden in the dense forest, sunlight barely peeks through the leaves. Amidst the thick foliage, a figure darts by as fast as lightning, so quiet you couldn't even hear a whisper. Jian Chen leaps into the air, and you and I are about to see this hunt get real bloody, real fast. His figure flashes between the branches, blending into the green canopy like a gust of wind. This forest is huge. So many students came in, but I haven't seen a single soul. Suddenly, Jian Chen's eyes fly open in shock as he spots something in the dense foliage. Mid-leap between branches, his gaze locks onto the ground below. Under the thick canopy, a strange creature with a single horn grazes peacefully. And trust me, what starts as a simple hunt is about to get way more complicated. It's a Tier 1 magical beast. Jian Chen halts midair, his hands deftly forming a magic seal. He needs to approach carefully, one hit, one kill. Raising his hand, his eyes sharpen as he prepares a decisive blow for the beast below. A shriek echoes out as the Tier 1 beast's eyes widen in sheer panic, spotting Jian Chen. It reacts instantly, bolting away like the wind, leaving him genuinely surprised by its speed. Jian Chen lands on a branch, then takes off like a gust of wind himself. He leaves behind only a silent forest, the rustle of leaves, and the whispering wind. Massive beasts now crawl everywhere, each heavy footstep making the ground tremble. A man named Tai is surrounded by them, his terrified screams echoing out, "Somebody, help me!" Jian Chen is confused. Tier 2 beasts? He thought this human-patrolled forest only had Tier 1 creatures. Vines are wrapped tightly around Ta's legs, pinning him down as the beasts close in. How did he get cornered like this? Tai yells out their names, Jian Chen, Changtian. This thing just charged at me out of nowhere, trying to eat me. I hit it with my axe and just made it angrier. He suddenly looks confused. Wait, Changtian, what are you even doing here? Jian Chen replies instantly, here to save you, obviously. Let's team up and take this thing down. Ta is worried, but it's a Tier 2 magical beast. Can the two of us really do it? Jian Chen is all confidence, no problem. You and I are more than enough. Gripping his weapon, Ta asks, all right, what's the plan? Jian Chen is calm. You find a way to pin down that giant snake. Leave the rest to me. Weapon held tight, Ta powers up and dives down. Got it. The sound of his landing booms through the area like a small earthquake. Ta lets out a wild laugh, pure adrenaline pumping through him. Whatever tricks you've got, bring 'em on. The magical beast's tongue darts out, slick and cold like a steel blade. Its razor-sharp teeth bear down, aimed right for Ta. In a flash, he unleashes a powerful horizontal slash. A blood-curdling scream rips from the Tier 2 beast, seeming to suffocate the air itself. From a distance, Jian Chen grips his sword and dashes forward to support his friend. He closes in fast, targeting the Tier 2 beast with a relentless assault. His face is a mask of focus, his eyes sharp with killing intent. The Tier 2 beast finally collapses, its body racked with pain and despair. After the battle, Jian Chen and Ta stand over their prize, their eyes a mix of pride and exhaustion. Ta excitedly raises his weapon and starts gathering the spoils of their battle, the magic core. But a bad feeling starts to creep into Jian Chen's mind, a warning that something is wrong. He can't hold it back and yells out, shaking the forest around them, Ta, to your right. An enormous magical beast appears out of nowhere, standing right next to a startled Ta. Without a moment's hesitation, Jian Chen attacks the beast to protect his friend from danger. Ta just grins, Changtian, your senses are insane. How did you even know that thing was coming? Jian Chen crosses his arms proudly. I guess you could say my reflexes are pretty sharp. Ta sighs in relief. Good thing it was just another weak one. Jian Chen rubs his chin. Back when I was on the verge of death, I was also on the verge of a breakthrough. My senses covered everything, and nothing could escape my perception. He lets out a long sigh, full of unspoken regret. What a pity. He had just beheaded that last beast, but with his current limited strength, he can only use that heightened awareness in a small area. Otherwise, hunting these beasts would be as easy as flipping his hand. Ta holds up the beast's core. Changtian, this is just a Tier 1 beast, barely a warm-up. Jian Chen laughs. Well, this is the human zone, so of course it is. Ta takes a drink, but that giant python was a Tier 2. If we could just kill one more of those, we'd be set. Jian Chen rests a hand on his chin. That Tier 2 beast's appearance was strange. Maybe there's a bigger secret hiding behind it. Under the evening sky, a flock of birds circles in the peaceful silence. But in the distance, a monstrous shape begins to emerge, moving with powerful strides. Suddenly, the two of them whip their heads around, their eyes turning ice cold as they sense a new danger. Jian Chen's face darkens, while Ta grips his axe, on high alert. A forest werewolf bursts from the trees, shattering the calm atmosphere. Jian Chen instantly recognizes it, a Tier 1 werewolf, and just when you think they might get a break, yeah, think again. Tai Ta raises his axe, but Jian Chen speaks in a cold voice. I read about these in a book at the library. Forest werewolves. They never, ever hunt alone. The creature steps forward on sharp claws. The moment you see a single forest werewolf, Tai Ta's face shows pure confusion, not understanding what's happening. Jian Chen's voice turns grave. It means you're already surrounded by more than a dozen of them. Then, a cold smile spreads across Jian Chen's face. Tai Ta, looks like we get to have a real fight after all. Hearing this, Tai Ta breaks into a huge grin. Elsewhere, two shadowy figures appear in the mist. Damn it, how did Chang Tian run so fast? He vanished the second we hit the forest. If the young master finds out we lost him, we're dead. From high above, a massive shadow dives down like an arrow, fast and powerful. Its landing shakes the ground, sending a shockwave out in all directions. The two men freeze, realizing something terrifying is upon them. Their screams echo through the area, tearing through the air as they yell, "Help us!" Bai-In bursts through a door. "Headmaster, there's a problem." A barrier suddenly covered the forbidden forest, cutting it off from the outside world. The old man whips around, pure shock on his face. What? The barrier shimmers and cracks, signaling its inevitable collapse. Bai-In and the headmaster stand before a portal. After the beast hunt competition began, the forest was sealed. I've tried everything, but I can't break through the barrier. The old man is stunned. This is the barrier the first headmaster created. Don't tell me you. Bai-In touches the barrier. The first headmaster's formation. Why would it activate now? The headmaster strokes his beard. I don't know. Perhaps it's related to the first headmaster's research in the forest back then. Unfortunately, he passed away unexpectedly, so whatever he was studying became a secret. Bai-In is worried. What do we do? A whole group of students is trapped in there, along with those important guests. If something happens, the old man looks troubled. They are students of our Jianan Academy. The headmaster begins channeling his power. If I give it my all, I might be able to break the barrier within a day. Other than that, all we can do is pray. With his hands clasped, he summons a powerful stream of energy. Bai-In stands at the threshold of the portal, surrounded by an oppressive silence. All he can do is pray that everyone inside will be all right. Waves of energy ripple, causing the space inside the barrier to shake violently. Sharp fangs glisten as the werewolves snarl, ready to attack. They lunge forward, a frenzied pack charging straight for Tai Ta and Jian Chen. Both of them instantly get into position. You take half, I'll take half. Let's see who finishes first. No problem. Jian Chen's sword flashes, its steel blade tearing through the werewolves like lightning. Tai Ta just laughs, his eyes shining with pure excitement. The axe in his hands carves paths of blood as he cuts down one werewolf after another. The sword in Jian Chen's hand is a blur, taking down beast after beast in the blink of an eye. The forest werewolves then, in an instant, they turn and bolt like the wind, vanishing into the forest. All right, let's jump right back into the action. Jian Chen spots his target and gives a cold smirk as he charges. Tai Ta, seeing this from afar, rushes in like a lightning bolt, axe in hand, yelling, "Where do you think you're going?" He then leaps high, soaring toward the timber wolf. His roar echoes like a death sentence, booming through the area. Die! After the dust settles, Tai Ta is thrilled. Jian Chen, we're amazing. We actually took down that many werewolves. But Jian Chen's voice is cold. The books say timber wolves are all low-tier first-rank beasts. But this pack was clearly high-tier first rank. Tai Ta is confused. Then why didn't we notice? Jian Chen inspects the bodies and smells human blood, fresh blood. They must have just fought people. Could there have been an ambush nearby? Realizing what this means, Jian Chen immediately bolts, with a confused Tai Ta running right after him. They find countless students ambushed, lying in pools of their own blood. Tai Ta is in shock. They're all dead. How is this possible? Jian Chen is just as stunned. Those werewolves were stronger than expected, but to kill this many students, that should have been impossible. Tai Ta is worried. Jian Chen, how can you be so calm at a time like this? Are we even the same age? Jian Chen's voice is low. The strange things happening in this forest just keep piling up. Suddenly, he spots someone, his face filled with surprise. Looks like someone's still alive. In front of him lies a severely injured and unconscious Xiao Tao. Xiao Tao lies unconscious, at the base of a tree, her face pale in the flickering firelight. After a long while, her eyes slowly flutter open, dimly aware of the light around her. Seeing her awake, Tai Ta grins and waves. You're awake, Xiao Tao is startled. Where is this? I remember we were ambushed by werewolves and then... Wait, where are my teammates? Jian Chen, casually chewing on some meat, answers bluntly. They're all dead. Hearing this, her face drains of all color, her eyes wide with disbelief. She scans the area nervously. Right. Where are those werewolves? We need to find a place to hide. Taita offers her some cooked wolf meat. Don't worry, they've all been taken care of. The meat's ready. Want a bite? She's so shocked she jumps to her feet, shouting, how is that possible? That pack of werewolves. Taita just flexes his bicep. Jian Chen and I are pretty damn strong. The bright fire illuminates the area as white smoke slowly drifts through the air. Taita laughs. Sounds like a big one. Jian Chen reminds him of their goal, but Xiao Tao looks surprised. You're really going? Just from the sound of it, that beast has to be powerful. Tita grins. The more powerful it is, the more we want to go. You want to come with us? Xiao Tao hugs herself defensively. No, I'm scared. I want to get out of here. He just pats her head. Is that so? Well, be careful then. She quietly pulls on her cloak, her figure slowly disappearing as the fire dies down. But then, Xiao Tao suddenly turns back, her face filled with gratitude. Thank you for saving me. Goodbye. Without waiting for a reply, she finishes her words, turns, and walks away, leaving the dying fire behind. Taita wonders aloud while eating. Was she really that scared? But Jian Chen is suspicious. There's something strange about that girl. The two of them chat as they walk. Jian Chen, it's normal for girls to be timid. What's there to be suspicious about? It's just a feeling. Never mind. Let's go hunt that magical beast first. And here's where the real hunt begins. A deafening roar rips through the sky as a massive fire cloud beast appears, its raw power shaking the very air. High above, hidden in the trees, two figures watch its every move. It's Jian Chen and Tai Ta. Jian Chen recognizes it as a second-rank fire cloud beast. The books say this one isn't that strong, but its defensive power is pretty high. Tai Ta rests his axe on his shoulder, impressed. Jian Chen, you sure know a lot. He replies calmly, I just read a lot in the library. Get ready to move, don't let it escape. Tai Ta nods. Without a word, they both leap from the trees, striking straight down at the fire cloud beast. Their sword and axe descend in unison, slamming into its tough hide. But despite the direct hit, the beast is completely unharmed, as if it's invincible. Standing on the beast's back, they're in disbelief. This is what you call a bit high defense? This is crazy high, we can't even scratch it. Suddenly, its eyes snap open, blue veins bulging on its eyeballs. The fire cloud beast's rage erupts with a thunderous, sky-shattering roar. Jian Chen is thrown off balance, yelling, This is bad, we made it angry. Provoked, the fire cloud beast tenses up and opens its mouth. It then unleashes a powerful blast of energy, a beam of light shooting straight for Tai Ta, who has to scramble desperately to dodge the massive attack. From the side, Jian Chen can't get close to help. He yells out worriedly, Tai Ta, are you all right? After a moment, Tai Ta manages to sit up, patting his head to reassure Jian Chen, I'm fine. But the moment his hand touches his head, he feels something wrong. Tai Ta grabs his now bald head and screams, My hair! Where's my hair? I'm bald. Okay, I know what you're thinking. A bad haircut? Nope, this is where it gets complicated. Enraged, Tai Ta charges the fire cloud beast, screaming, Why did you make me bald? Dodging its sharp fangs, he leaps into the air and raises his axe high. He brings it down with a decisive, fatal blow right on the fire cloud beast's head, shouting, Die. But the beast takes the hit without a scratch and in that instant raises its own giant foot high into the air. The fire cloud beast tries to crush Tai Ta, but luckily, he's just barely able to hold it off. Just in the nick of time, Jian Chen arrives. As he witnesses the hopeless battle, Feng Tian smirks from behind a tree. Interesting. The man dangles from a branch, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Two gentlemen daring to provoke a second-rank beast. They really don't know how to live. His words reach Jian Chen's ears, making him pause. Feng Tian continues. How about I show some mercy and help them out? One of his lackeys speaks up. Boss, those two seem to have some skill. Why don't we wait until they and the fire cloud beast have worn each other out? Then we can swoop in and take the prize. This was exactly what Feng Tian was thinking. He puts on a wise act. Boys, remember the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This is a free, sincere lesson from your senior. As he finishes, his whole crew bursts into laughter. But none of them notice Jian Chen's face has already turned ice cold. After a moment of silence, he calmly looks up, his eyes dangerously narrowed. Tai Ta, let's give these seniors a little lesson on why we dared to provoke a second-rank beast. Trust me, you and I are about to see the real show begin. Over on Tai Ta's side, even while being crushed by the weight of the fire cloud beast, he has to retort, I would never acknowledge scum like him as my senior. Just then, the beast above pushes down with even more force, and the ground beneath Tai Ta begins to crack. In that moment, an immense power erupts from Tai Ta's body. He roars, Get off me! The instant he speaks, the fire cloud beast's eyes go wide with shock. Suddenly, its massive body is lifted and spun through the air. Its face scrapes against the ground, sending up a cloud of dust as its powerful fangs are ground to bits. Only then does Taita relax. He collapses onto the ground, exhausted. I'm spent. Can't move a muscle. The fire cloud beast quickly recovers, roaring furiously at Taita. This time, it's Jian Chen's turn. He calmly raises his sword to eye level. Then, pointing the tip straight at the beast, he charges forward. At this moment, the beast hasn't even noticed Jian Chen. Its attention is still fixed on Taita. In the blinding light of that insane energy, Jian Chen's sword is completely unscathed, continuing its charge straight for the Huoyun beast. Before it can even react, the blade is right in its face, and then he plunges the sword straight into its unprotected eye. Turns out, this was Jian Chen's plan all along. If you can't pierce its tough hide, then the eyes are the next best target. With the blade buried deep in the beast's eye, Jian Chen recites the incantation for his technique, one sword break. A moment later, the mighty Huoyun loses all its strength and collapses to the ground. Seeing this, Feng Tian and Lei Wei just stare, their minds blown, gasping out, "What? All right, stick with me here, because watching our main character make his grand entrance is just priceless." Jian Chen slowly emerges from the darkness, walking towards Feng Tian's crew. "You were saying something? Who's the plow horse?" Feng Tian's face is sheet white as he stares into Jian Chen's furious eyes. "And who," Jian Chen growls, "is the sparrow?" A little while later, Jian Chen looms over the weeping Feng Tian, who's now groveling on the ground, begging for his life. "Great masters, take them. Here are all the monster cores we gathered. Just please, spare our lives." Tai Ta casually picks up a core, inspecting it. After a moment, he nods, satisfied. "Fine. We'll let you go this time." Overjoyed, Feng Tian bows his head. "Thank you, great master." Terrified that Tai Ta might change his mind, Feng Tian's group scrambles to leave. "We'll be on our way then." But just as they turn, Jian Chen's voice cuts through the air. "Hold on." Hearing his voice, Feng Tian freezes. Jian Chen's eyes aren't on them, though. They're locked on that bizarre barrier in the sky. He asks, "Your senior students, was this thing here during previous hunts?" But even Feng Tian is clueless. He answers vaguely, "What is that? It wasn't here last year. This is the first time I've ever seen it." "It looks like a shield," another student adds. "Now pay attention, because here's where the plot thickens." Jian Chen suspects this is a new trick from Vice Principal Bai, and a deep sense of unease starts to creep in. Something feels very wrong. But while Jian Chen is completely distracted by this new mystery, Feng Tian and his lackeys seize their chance and bolt. Tai Ta doesn't even bother stopping them, just smirks. Useless in a fight, but man, they can run fast. Noticing Jian Chen still staring into space, Tai Ta has to call out to him, "Changyang Xiangtian, you see a problem with that shield?" His voice snaps Jian Chen out of it. "There are too many things wrong with this hunt," he replies tensely. "I have a bad feeling." But then he reconsiders. "Then again, maybe I'm overthinking it. The competition hasn't been called off, so everything must be fine." Tai Ta, ever the optimist, pumps his fist. "Exactly. The main thing is to keep hunting for monster cores." Later, the forest falls silent again. But you and I are about to see that the danger is far from over. At the mouth of a nearby cave, a monster stands guard, and in a flash, two bloodied beasts are lying dead at the entrance. The attacker is Yu Yue. She looks down at the monsters with a puzzled expression. Since when did these magic beasts get so powerful? With the monsters dead, the students behind her finally dare to relax. One says, "If it weren't for Yu Yue, we would have all died here." Another complains, "These beasts are way too strong. We can't even fight them." One student cries out, "I want to quit. I want to go home." Yu Yue looks back, quickly reassuring everyone, "Don't panic. If there's a problem with the hunt, the academy won't just stand by and watch." Her hand goes to the sword on her back, her gaze turning sharp as steel. "As long as we hold on, the principal will definitely come save us. We just have to survive." Her words successfully rally the students. "Let's risk it all." One grits out, while another shouts, "They're just stupid monsters, let's kill them." Yu Yue turns back to face the enemy. But even she hasn't realized that the monsters arriving now are completely different. Their bodies are cloaked in shadow, with only their eerie, glowing red eyes visible through the darkness. Another grueling battle begins. With their numbers evenly matched, both sides are locked in a desperate stalemate. Before long, Yu Yu is growing tired. As expected of Class 2 magic beasts, they're relentless. But while she's distracted, a massive tail suddenly whips straight towards her. Thankfully, Yu Yue dodges just in time, leaping high into the air. Seeing the shattered rock where she just stood, she panics, thinking, "Damn it. At this rate, I won't be able to hold out." But the beast gives her no time to think, launching another attack. In a split second, the boulder she just landed on cracks and shatters beneath her feet. Worry is now clear on her face. It looks like Yu Yue has finally figured out their terrifying new trick. And sure enough, from the cracked stone, a spiky head bursts through as the beast opens its massive jaws. It's over, she thinks. But right then, a cold, powerful voice rings out. From the sword's decree, a line of sword energy slams directly into the monster's head. One sword breaks the heavens. Now safe, Yu Yue frantically searches for the person who just saved her life. From the shadows, the silhouette of a man appears. A deep, calm voice says, "Looks like I made it just in time." As the light reveals his face, Jian Chen's arrogant smirk comes into view. "So, how do you plan on repaying me for saving your life?" Seeing him, she blurts out in shock, "You? Why are you here?" Meanwhile, Tai Ta is also in the thick of it, sending a magic beast flying with a powerful swing of his axe. "Take this." Watching the beast soar through the air, he sighs, "Ah, I knocked it too far away. Can't get the core now." But these persistent monsters just keep swarming them, their numbers growing by the second. Jian Chen calmly faces the horde, then calls out to the terrified students, "Everyone, don't worry, we're here to help you." One of the students quickly recognizes them. "Wait, isn't that the freshman tournament champion, Changyang Clan, and Tai Ta?" Hearing this, another student shouts with joy, "We're saved." It's only now that Yu Yue learns Jian Chen's true identity, so he's Changyang Clan. Noticing her stare, Jian Chen smirks mockingly. "What?" He continues to tease her. Speechless, "Let's see what you have to say for yourself now." Knowing his identity and his strength, Yu Yue can finally relax, letting out a small, "This is great." But as the words leave her lips, a long trail of blood follows. She looks at Jian Chen and says, "These people, I'm counting on you. And trust me, you and I are about to witness a heart-stopping moment." She feels her body has reached its absolute limit. Just as she finishes speaking, Yu Yue sways and collapses. Jian Chen rushes to catch her, yelling, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" But as she lies limp in his arms, there's no response. Jian Chen is shocked. After a quick examination, he makes a startling discovery. Her pulse is incredibly weak. She's suffering from severe internal injuries. It's an absolute miracle she was able to fight for this long. "She's been fighting with injuries this severe?" he asks the others. A student explains, "To save us, she risked her life to hold off those giant snakes, completely ignoring her own wounds to defend us. She could have just left us, but she swore she'd never abandon a friend." Hearing what Cheng Mo said, a complicated feeling stirs inside Kim Chan. A faint smile crosses his lips, and his gaze towards Yumweert softens. It seems this young woman isn't nearly as weak as she appears. Kim Chan quickly gets back to business and lays out a plan. Hearing it, Thi Thap just scoffs, his words simple but full of conviction. "If they want to leave, let them. I will never abandon Hui Ni." Knowing how stubborn Thi Thap is, Kim Chan doesn't argue. He pulls Cheng Mo aside. "All right, he and I will provide cover. You get her out of here." Cheng Mo replies gratefully. "Then we're counting on you. Get her to safety so she can be treated." Once they're gone, Kim Chan starts to tease. "You know, the level on these magical beasts isn't exactly low, Thi Thap. Still time to regret this," he jokes. But Thi Thap just flashes a confident grin. The next second, the battle is on. He roars, "Let's go." And with a single swing of his axe, a massive beast is cleaved in two. The two warriors quickly split up, with Kim Chan handling the beasts in the back while Thi Thap takes the front. But as they're fighting, a much more advanced-looking monster crawls into view. It flicks its long tongue, tasting the air, and immediately locks onto their location. Only then does Kim Chan spot the new threat, and he frowns. "We got careless. Now, pay attention, because this new beast is clearly on a whole different level. I can't believe this reptile is almost a level 3. Seeing the danger, Thi Thap's first thought is for his friend. "Trung Thin, forget me and go. It's better for one to die than both." But Kim Chan has no plans to run. He steps forward firmly. "Don't be a fool. I would never abandon a friend." As he speaks, he focuses his power into his blade, and a powerful vortex of energy begins to swirl around the sword. Kim Chan suddenly feels incredibly confident. He taps the sword lightly and declares, "After these last few fights, I feel like I've reached another level." A faint smile plays on his lips as he thinks to himself, "Just as I thought. Only a true life-or-death battle can force a breakthrough." Then, under Thi Thap's astonished gaze, Kim Chen raises his sword and whispers, "Life or death." When he opens his eyes again, his entire aura has completely changed. "I'm betting everything on this sword." Seeing him charge, the monster lets out a long, savage roar. And as if answering its call, countless more magical beasts swarm out from the shadows. They quickly form a wall in front of Kim Chan, baring their fangs at the two warriors. But he doesn't even spare them a glance, using his blade to cut a straight path right through them. In midair, Kim Chan is a blur, his sword slashing through the horde. He moves so fast that all that can be seen are the brilliant streaks of light from his blade. In just a moment, the monsters' heads are separated from their bodies. Thiet Thap can only watch in awe. So fast. But for Kim Chan, this is just business as usual. He recalls, back then, I was truly the #1 swordsman in all the lands. After clearing out the smaller beasts, he continues straight for the alpha. Seeing him close in, it begins gathering a massive ball of energy in its mouth. The monster opens its mouth and unleashes a terrifying blast. But Kim Chan isn't there. He's already appeared directly above its head, and you and I are about to see this fight's epic conclusion. He points his sword down and dives, yelling Purple Star Sword Art. The creature has absolutely no chance to dodge as Kim Chan's sword plunges straight through its head. But he isn't done yet. While the sword is still embedded in the beast, he slices its entire body in two. Mountain Cleaver. After that attack, all that's left on the ground is a gory mess. He managed to win, but even Kim Chan has to admit, my strength is completely drained. And with that, he collapses. Panicked, Thiet Thap grabs him, shaking him nonstop. Trung Thien, what's wrong? He can barely speak. I'm gonna die. If you don't stop shaking me, I'm fine, just totally exhausted. I just need some rest. Finally, the danger has passed. And better yet, they manage to score a huge pile of monster cores. Surrounded by the loot, Thiet Thap happily tosses a core in the air. I can't believe how much we got. We're rich. But just as the two are resting, a mysterious black figure darts right past them. That mysterious figure turns out to be Dung Ho, lying on the ground in agony. Damn it, defeated again. Just as he's despairing, Thiet Thap and Kim Chan pop into view. Big brother. Before they can understand what happened, a commanding shout echoes out. Dung Ho, you think you can run? It's Lakin and his two lackeys. Kane Vu looks around and laughs greedily. Boss, look at all the monster cores. We've hit the jackpot. Trong Din adds, looks like they wore each other out just for us. Then, Lakin spots Kim Chan's group, a look of surprise on his face. Well, if it isn't them. A dangerous glint appears in his eyes, and he smiles cruelly. Perfect. 2 birds, 1 stone. I get you guys, and I get this pile of cores. Seeing the look on Lakin's face, Kim Chan knows a fight is unavoidable. He turns to his friend. Thiet Thap, take care of big brother. Hearing this, Dung Ho weakly tries to stop him. Fourth brother, don't be rash. Lakin is a mid-level saint. But Kim Chan isn't phased. He casually rests his sword on his shoulder, looking at Lakin with pure arrogance. You think you're enough? That's when Dung Ho realizes the immense aura pouring off him. Fourth brother, you've entered the saint realm? Kim Chan doesn't answer, simply closing his eyes and concentrating his power into the sword. A baffled Dung Ho turns to Thiet Thap. He's a saint? Since when? Thiet Thap replies nonchalantly, since a few minutes ago. But as Kim Chan focuses, his sword suddenly cracks. Kim Chan stares in shock at the fading holy power in his hand, thinking, I just entered the saint level, and I use way too much energy. I can't even maintain a saint weapon anymore? This scene immediately sends Lakin's goons into a fit of laughter. He points and mocks, so it was all just for show. I almost thought you were some kind of genius. Trong Din chimes in. He definitely looked the part. Kane Vu steps up eagerly. This is like using a butcher's knife on a chicken. Boss, let me handle him for you. But Lakin wants to handle this personally. He arrogantly holds out his hand. Kid, allow me to show you. From his hand, a long, heavy sword appears. Lakin sneers. What a real saint's weapon looks like. Seeing how bad things look, a worried Dung Ho immediately urges them on. Fourth brother, I'll hold him off. The rest of you, go. But contrary to his panic, Thiet Thap is perfectly calm. Relax, nothing will happen to him. As if to reassure them, Kim Chan speaks with absolute confidence. Big brother, trust me on this, I can beat him even without a saint's weapon. The moment the words leave his mouth, he walks over to a pointed wooden stick on the ground and kicks it up with his foot. Kim Chan catches it, looking calmer than ever before. Gripping the stick tightly, he smiles with confidence. This will be enough. Thiet Thap squints at it. Hey, isn't that my axe handle? Seeing the weapon in Kim Chan's hand, Lakin's eye twitches. He's so insulted that he actually bursts out laughing. Then, he charges forward. He roars in pure rage, using a wooden stick against a saint's weapon. Are you looking for death? Behind him, Dung Ho, though he was just reassured, can't help but shout out a warning. Tai Ta warns him to be careful, saying La Jian is a wind attribute saint with insane speed. But La Jian is already zipping around them, smirking. He knows, they know. The real question is, can they even keep up? Tai Ta is in shock. He's too fast. Hearing this, Yang Hu yells out a warning. La Jian has the best movement technique among all the students. If we let him run, we'll just be sitting ducks waiting for a beating. But you know who's perfectly calm? Our boy, Jian Chen. He touches his chin and smiles lightly. Speed, you say? What if I told you I can see the future? Now who do you think is going to win? Yang Hu is immediately intrigued. Predict the future? So Jian Chen proves it, calling out La Jian's next moves. First, a direct thrust. Then, a horizontal slash. Thinking he's joking, Tai Ta cuts in. Chang Tian, this is serious. Can you please stop messing around? Yang Hu agrees. He's right. Fourth brother, we're facing a high-level saint here. This is life or death. Seeing their disbelief, Jian Chen just leaps forward, sword at the ready. Then watch me closely. But suddenly, La Jian appears right above Jian Chen's head, laughing victoriously. Where are you looking? I'm right here beside you. And yet, Jian Chen dodges La Jian's attack with a simple sidestep. Tai Ta gasps. He really did a direct thrust. Yang Hu is just as stunned. No way. Then, Jian Chen calmly continues to call out La Jian's movements. Horizontal slash. And just as he says, La Jian swings his sword wide. Tai Ta shouts, he's right again. But Yang Hu starts to wonder, how is Chang Tian doing this? Is it some kind of magic? Right then, La Jian closes in again, raising his sword high for a powerful strike. But Jian Chen dodges it yet again, his voice cold. Tai Ta cheers, Chang Tian predicted it again. Yang Hu finally relaxes a bit. At this point, nothing Chang Tian does would surprise me. Meanwhile, after dodging the attack, Jian Chen slowly speaks the final prediction. And finally, defeated by a single strike from my sword. The second he finishes the sentence, Jian Chen spins and thrusts his wooden staff straight through La Jian's back. Ignoring the pain, La Jian can only ask one thing. Why? My speed is clearly superior. How could you dodge every single one of my attacks? The outcome is clear. Tai Ta celebrates, explaining to a stunned La Jian, didn't you know? Chang Tian can see the future. He knew every move you were going to make. Hearing this, La Jian stares in disbelief. He can predict the future? But Jian Chen just shakes his head. I was just kidding. The truth is, I was leading you to make those moves. Everything you did was exactly what I wanted you to do. He lets go of the staff and arrogantly lays out his plan. I intentionally left an opening, baiting you into a direct thrust. After that, every single one of your attacks was completely predictable. Tai Ta just pouts. I don't get it. But my mind is officially blown. Yang Hu agrees. That sounds even crazier than predicting the future. In that moment, La Jian remembers his master's words from long ago. Jian, you lack real combat experience. A seasoned master can predict your moves and even manipulate them. Remembering that, La Jian's suspicion of Jian Chen deepens. How could Chang Tian be a seasoned master? He's clearly younger than me. For a moment, Jian Chen's name just repeats over and over in his head. Chang Tian. Seeing Jian Chen's triumphant look, La Jian grows more curious. Just what kind of monster are you? But not far from where they stand, a pair of eyes has been watching the entire fight. Hidden in the dense foliage, Ni Liu is smiling. His narrow eyes glow with a sinister light. Excellent. He truly is the perfect prey. Night falls, blanketing the forest in a deep, mystical blue, pierced by silver moonlight. On the moonlit path, Tai Ta walks beside Yang Hu, his voice filled with admiration. Chang Tian is incredible. He even made La Jian submit completely. Yang Hu recalls La Jian's face, bowing to Jian Chen. Boss Chang Tian, from now on in the academy, will follow your lead. Just thinking about it gets him excited. Let's see if La Jian ever dares to mess with us again. Hearing them talk, Jian Chen just humbly reminds them, La Jian has already paid the price. We should be magnanimous. His words fill Yang Hu with respect. He gives a thumbs up. Fourth brother is so righteous. You'll definitely become a great figure in the Gessen kingdom. Tai Ta's eyes sparkle beside him. That's right, Chang Tian is amazing. But their praise doesn't seem to make Jian Chen happy. He looks up at the sky, deep in thought. There's something else that's bothering me right now. Something feels off from his calculations. Jian Chen is suddenly surprised. We've already entered the designated zone, so why haven't we encountered any magical beasts? Hearing this, Tai Ta finally notices the strange quiet around them. That's right, where are all the beasts? Yang Hu scratches his head, looking around. This is weird. The hunting competition area I was in before was crawling with them. Just then, a flash of white light shoots out from the trees beside them. Noticing the sound, Jian Chen and Tai Ta immediately turn, on high alert. Tai Ta then pulls Jian Chen towards the light. Quick, look over there, Chang Tian. What is that? Only a dazed Yang Hu is left behind. And while he's still wondering what's happening, a strange dark figure appears from the bushes right behind him. Before Yang Hu can even say a word, a hand clamps down hard over his mouth. The attacker is, unbelievably, Xiao Tao, but the aura around her is completely different, completely wrong. Realizing the danger, Yang Hu tries to scream for help, but his mouth is sealed shut. All he can do is let himself be dragged deep into the dark woods. It's only when the area falls silent again that Jian Chen senses something is wrong. He turns in shock, searching for Yang Hu. Where's Big Brother? But suddenly, Yang Hu stands up from the bushes, scratching his head and explaining, I just tripped. I'm fine. I'm fine. Seeing he's okay, Tai Ta bursts out laughing, teasing him a little. Big Brother, you're being way too careless. But Jian Chen remains silent, observing him, a deep frown on his face. A moment later, Yang Hu eagerly suggests, no problem. Let's just keep looking around for magical beasts. Tai Ta happily agrees. All right. Jian Chen and Tai Ta then quickly walk ahead, leaving only Yang Hu behind. And as they do, Yang Hu breaks into a deeply unsettling grin as a hidden black aura radiates from his body. At the same time, in a brightly lit dark room, a frustrated voice echoes in front of a large desk. Not this one. This one isn't it either. The person frantically flips through a book until his eyes land on a line of ancient text, and he cries out, finally found it. Bayan leans on the table, muttering the words he's reading. The first-generation headmaster sealed a fourth-tier magical beast, deep in the Mirror Forest. This beast is formless and shapeless. The more he reads, the darker Bayan's expression becomes, because the text clearly states that this magical beast has the ability to possess and take over another's body. The scene shifts to the massive barrier covering the forest. A voice explains, so this barrier was created to imprison this beast. The headmaster reads the ancient book, his face growing more tense by the second. Once this beast breaks its original seal, the barrier will activate, trapping it deep within the forest. That beast can possess others, steal their bodies. Its methods are incredibly vicious. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the headmaster frowns and immediately gives an order. The students' safety is the top priority. Get them out of there now. But Bayan brings up another problem. What if the beast has already possessed a student and uses them to escape? Catching it would be impossible then. But the headmaster already understands. It can only possess those at or below the primary saint level. After we break the barrier, gather all the students immediately. With the headmaster's decision made, Thudi turns to Bike On. Do you have a better idea? He just looks flustered and helplessly replies, no. Hearing that, Thudi joins the headmaster, creating her own magic circle and urging the others, then hurry up and help break this family's barrier. If anything happens to Own Weird, none of you will escape responsibility. Left with no choice, Barch An joins in too. Under their combined power, the barrier finally starts showing some cracks. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Dong Ho is on watch by the campfire. Beside him, Thiet Thap is sleeping soundly, while Kim Trun leans against a tree, resting his eyes. Suddenly, a streak of light appears in the sky, spiraling straight down towards them. Spotting Dong Ho sitting there, the light immediately locks onto him and dives. As the firelight reveals its form, it turns out to be a high-level demonic beast, the Phantom Crow. But Dong Ho seems to have sensed it already. He slowly turns his head, a terrifying smile on his face. In that instant, the crow's red eyes don't see Duan Ho's reflection, but that of Mir Mew. Terrified, it doesn't dare stay a second longer and immediately turns to flee. Mir Mew stands below, watching the Phantom Crow fly away, lost in thought for a long moment. A while later, it suddenly turns around, calling out in Dong Ho's voice, but with a strange, eerie tone, Fourth brother. Only silence answers. Mir Mew calls out again, more softly this time, as if testing the waters. Fourth brother. Then it drops the act completely, a cunning smile spreading across its face as it stealthily creeps closer to Kim Trun. It raises its hand, inching closer. Just as its fingertips are about to touch Kim Trun, his hand shoots up, grabbing its wrist in a vice grip. Now this is the moment everything changes. Caught red-handed, Mir Mew grits its teeth, a cold sweat beating on its forehead. Kim Trun slowly opens his eyes, his voice cutting through the silence. Finally drop the act. Huh? Who are you? And why are you impersonating my big brother? Mir Mew is clearly stunned to be found out so soon. It asks in surprise, you knew already? Where did I slip up? My performance was perfectly normal. As for that, Kim Trun can't deny it. He says sharply, your performance was too normal, and that's the problem. Seeing Mir Mew's confused look, Kim Trun delivers the killing blow. My big brother is not a normal person. Hearing this, Mir Mew bursts out laughing, its face twisting with cunning. So that's it. No wonder you're the prey I targeted. So clever. I'll just have to possess you instead. Kim Trun repeats in shock. Possess? But in that moment of hesitation, Mir Mew grabs his wrist back. It tightens its grip on Kim Trun's hand. A wicked smile spreads across its face. The instant it finishes speaking, a beam of light shoots from the eyes of Doom Ho's body straight at Kim Trun. But in a flash, both of them are thrown backward in opposite directions. Mir Mew sits up, rubbing the head that just hit the ground. It mutters in confusion, it failed. You're only a saint-level practitioner. How is your soul so strong? Kim Chun looks at it with superiority, not bothering to hide the truth. My soul has traversed through life and death. In a way, you could say I also possess this body. Then, Kim Chun gets right in Mir Mew's face, pointing a finger at its forehead. I don't care who you are. Get out of my big brother's body. His eyes narrow, radiating a powerful holy energy as he chants Azure Sword Art. Immediately, Dong Ho's body flies backward, a beam of holy power striking its forehead, a soul-cleaving attack. As the holy light fades, Mir Mew stumbles back to its feet. It holds up a hand, then laughs, as if to spite Kim Chun. Your attack only harms the body I've possessed. Okay, I know what you're thinking. How do you even fight this thing? It continues. It can't hurt me unless I switch targets or my host dies. It stares at Kim Chun with a provocative smirk, taunting, so go on. If you've got the guts, try to kill me. Hearing this, Kim Chun remains calm, not moving an inch. His hand makes a strange gesture. Are you sure? Just as Mir Mew is gloating, one of its hands suddenly moves on its own. Then, that same hand smacks itself across the face, and Dong Ho's real voice echoes out, Get out of my body, now. Even though it's Dong Ho's body getting hit, Mir Mew is the one feeling the pain. It struggles to control the rogue hand, crying out, My control over this body is weakening. Impossible. But while it's distracted, Kim Chun rushes forward. By the time Mir Mew realizes what's happening, Kim Chun is already on it. Get out of my big brother. He roars, unleashing a powerful punch straight into its face. Get out. Mir Mew can't take it anymore. It instantly dissolves into a cloud of purple smoke forced out of Dong Ho's body. Once outside, Mir Mew reveals its true bizarre form. It roars in fury. How could you? How could you possibly injure me? Kim Chun now holds a sword, calmly advancing on the creature. In this world, there might be few ways to deal with you, but in other worlds, there are plenty. This statement shocks Mir Mew, which seems to understand. What do you mean? Don't tell me you're from another world? Of course, Kim Chun doesn't bother answering. He leaps lightly into the air. Enough talk. A scourge like you cannot be allowed to exist in this world. Just as Kim Chun's blade is about to strike, Mir Mew manages to dodge. Though he missed, Kim Chun's expression doesn't change. He calmly turns his head and raises two fingers. A beam of holy energy shoots from his fingertips, piercing straight through Mir Mew's body. Hit! It clutches its wounded side and screams in bitter rage. Damn you. Just like that time in the woods. Kim Chun's sharp mind immediately catches the key detail. He questions it. Kill me in the woods? You saw me before? His mind instantly connects the dots to Tu Dao. Now he understands. So, you possess that girl too? Seeing that he's figured it out, Mir Mew confesses everything. I was originally going to possess her and leave the secret forest disguised as a student. Too bad. I couldn't get out. Hearing this, the barrier above Kim Chun's head finally shows signs of cracking. So that's it. In a flash, Mir Mew's body heals itself. It calmly floats up high. It doesn't matter if I tell you. My name is Mir Mew. I can possess anyone I want. Years ago, some old geezer said I'd caused too much trouble and sealed me in this place. At this, Mir Mew's face becomes ferocious, pouring out all its pent-up rage. All these years, I've been trying to break the seal, to be free. But that old man didn't just seal me, he created that barrier too. Kim Chun narrows his eyes at Mir Mew, seemingly having figured out the mystery behind it. How did you break the seal? Called out, Mir Mew actually has the nerve to praise him. You really are smart. That's right, someone did help me. In a flash, a dark figure with long horns and glowing eyes appears behind it. Mir Mew excitedly continues. To break the seal, I subdued the demonic beasts in here to make them my underlings. More dark shadows appear behind Kim Chun, he asks suspiciously. So the demonic beasts in here grew so strong because of you? And you're telling me all this to stall for your reinforcements, aren't you? Faced with such a sharp deduction, Mir Mew stops wasting words. Correct? You know too many secrets. How could I possibly let you leave here alive? The words have barely left its lips when sinister purple energy rains down on Kim Chun. And trust me, you're not going to want to miss what happens next as Mir Mew utters one final word. Die. On the other side, after Mir Mew was forced out, Dong Ho passed out. Who knows how long it's been, but he finally wakes up, rubbing his eyes and mumbling, Fourth brother. I just had a dream. A girl was clinging to me. My body felt like it was taken over. So sleepy. Suddenly, Dong Ho hears a sound and glances up, only to see two horrifying demonic beasts have appeared right above his head. Seeing them, Dong Ho is so stunned he questions his own reality, wondering if he's still asleep. Then, under the petrified gaze of the monsters, he just lies back down to sleep. The sword spirit, Kim Chan, has to break his silence. Big brother, stop messing around and wake up. We have enemies. Hearing that voice, Dong Ho bolts upright. Wait, so I wasn't dreaming? This is all real? Following Kiam Chan's gaze, Duong Ho finally spots my Mew. The sword spirit points and explains with a serious tone. He's the one behind all of this. He's the one who possessed your friend. Hearing Kiam Chan's words, a storm of emotions immediately explodes inside Duong Ho. I was possessed by this. Ugly worm, those words hit a nerve. My Mew screeches, "You think I wanted to possess you? You worthless mortals." That surge of demonic energy quickly reaches the beasts below, and they roar, speeding towards the two. At the same time, my Mew crosses his arms in front of his face, straining so hard that veins pop out all over his body. When my Mew finally extends his arms, the demonic aura around him is overwhelming. He roars furiously. "You managed to make me truly angry." He then points a finger at the duo and commands his beasts, "Kill them all." Receiving the order, the pack of demonic beasts charges straight for the two of them. In that moment, Kiam Chan remembers and shouts, "Thiet Thap, wake up." Duong Ho, panicked, yells beside him, "Brother Thiet Thap, stop sleeping." But it's useless. A monster's massive foot is already about to crush Thiet Thap. In this desperate situation, Duong Ho and Kiam Chan have no choice but to dash over and drag Thiet Thap away. With his massive body in tow, they run for their lives, shouting, "Run! There are too many of them." My Mew, of course, isn't about to let them escape. He quickly orders the demonic beasts, "After them, don't let them get away." And so, under the guiding moonlight, a bizarre chase begins. In the lead, two guys dragging a sleeping giant, and right behind them, a horde of colossal monsters. But just then, Theothap's body gets tangled in the vines on the ground. Duong Ho and Kiam Chan don't notice and just keep pulling with all their might. The two keep straining until they pull Thiet Thap's glove right off, but he still won't budge. It's only then that they realize something is wrong and look back. Now they finally see it. Thiet Thap's body has been flung backwards by the taut vines like a slingshot. At incredible speed, he's become a human cannonball, flying straight towards my Mew. Before he even knows what's happening, Thiet Thap's rock-solid head slams directly into my Mew's stomach. The direct hit makes him cough up blood as he screams in agony, "Oh no, he hit." He hit the weak spot. So, before Kiam Chan even had to make a move, my Mew was defeated. Duong Ho and Kiam Chan are just staring, completely dumbfounded. "It worked like that?" Duong Ho says, almost in unison, "Is that even possible?" After everything is over, Thiet Thap finally wakes up, scratching his head and asking, "What happened? Was I sleepwalking?" Hearing those words, my Mew's body twitches, unable to accept his humiliating defeat. As he fails, a strange energy starts pouring out from the bodies of the ferocious demonic beasts. A moment later, nearly all of them have fled. Duong Ho watches in shock. Why did all the monsters run away? Kiam Chan explains, "My Mew is unconscious, so the beasts regain their senses. Of course, they'd run to save their own lives." After a while, my Mew finally comes to. He rubs his forehead, his voice filled with regret. "Damn it. If I hadn't been hit in the head, how could I have ended up like this?" As he speaks, my Mew's body erupts with a sky-high demonic aura. He's still confident, boasting, "As long as my body can transform." But just as he's gloating that no one can hurt him, Kiam Chan's sharp blade flashes across his neck. Instantly, a stream of fresh red blood gushes out. Kiam Chan's voice cuts through the air. "Have you forgotten?" He turns, his face highlighted by the moonlight. "This sword is your worst nightmare." Meanwhile, outside the barrier, the headmaster's group is still trying to break through. Before long, several large cracks suddenly appear on the barrier's solid surface. The cracks quickly spread, and with a final push, the barrier shatters. The headmaster finally stops, urging his staff. "The gate is open. Inform all the teachers to enter the forest and bring every student out." His face darkens, his voice dropping, "Whether they are alive or dead." "Yes, sir." The scene shifts to the student gathering point, where they are whispering amongst themselves. The beasts in the forest were terrifying. I saw several of my classmates get killed with my own eyes. I thought I was going to die in there. Luckily, I didn't run into any, or I'm afraid my life would have been over. Seeing no sign of him, she looks down, her eyes filled with worry. Noticing her distracted expression, her friend asks, "You Nguyet, are you still looking for Duong Ho and his friend?" Hearing this, Yu Nigit's face flushes red. Her friend seizes the opportunity to tease her. "This isn't like you at all, proactively looking for a man." Yu Nguyet closes her eyes, trying to explain without giving anything away. "What are you thinking? He risked his life to save us. Isn't it just proper etiquette to thank him?" Her friend recalls the teacher's words. The teacher said all surviving students would gather here. Could it be they? Yu Nguyet's voice suddenly cracks. "No, it can't be." She remembers Kiam Chan's warm gesture and smiles faintly, as if reassuring herself. "A guy as special as him. I'm sure he's fine." At that moment, inside a tent, Bak An is reporting the situation. Headmaster, we've searched the entire secret forest. We didn't find that demonic beast. It must have possessed one of the students. Hearing this, the headmaster sighs. Just as I suspected. Then, the headmaster stands up decisively. Bakken tries to stop him. Headmaster, you haven't recovered yet. Let me handle this. But his mind is made up. Leaving injured students here because I let a monster escape. I would be deeply ashamed. At the mention of it, the headmaster's eyes flash with a killing intent. He growls, I must eliminate that demonic beast. Before leaving, he gives one last order. Prepare all the demonic beast detection tools. If you find anything unusual, act immediately. Bakken respectfully replies, understood. The headmaster then walks to the center of the courtyard and commands the students. Everyone, place all the monster cores you've collected on the table. I need to check your results. Seeing Bak and inspecting each core, one student laments, I'm screwed. I couldn't even defeat a single monster. I have no achievements at all. Others try to justify themselves. The beasts were so strong. We're lucky we weren't killed. The results were generally not great. One disciple says, I barely managed to defeat 3. Somewhere, a loud voice boasts, I got 4. A huge win. Others sighed in relief for passing. My team and I got 3 cores, so we passed. Just then, from the middle of the crowd, Min Chuang's arrogant voice cuts in. A bunch of weaklings. It's not that the beasts were strong. It's that you're all too pathetic. As he finishes speaking, he swiftly undoes his belt, his face dripping with self-satisfaction. Let me show you the difference between us. Then, Min Chuang tosses his belt onto the table, and to everyone's surprise, a huge pile of cores spills out. The crowd stares in disbelief, one person shouting, That's so many. As expected of the young master of the Hoavan sect, his power is truly immense. Seeing their admiring gazes, the smile on Min Chuang's face widens. Now that's what you call strength. The rest of you are just too weak. Only Yu Yue, off to the side, sneers at his pathetic display, thinking how unlucky the Hua Yun sect is to have a young master like him. Qi Duan can only sigh. Mingxiang truly is powerful, and with no one to challenge him, his arrogance is left unchecked. But just as Mingxiang is soaking in the glory, an unexpected voice cuts through the air from above. Mingxiang, you're already bragging about a measly achievement like this? Yu Yue spins around at that moment, her face lighting up with joy. She knows that voice. And sure enough, the figures of Jian Chen, Yang Hu, and Tai Ta appear before them. It's him, she thinks, her heart racing. Even with Xiao Tao on his back, Yang Hu can't help but soak in the attention. The feeling of 10,000 eyes on him? Absolutely electrifying. Jian Chen feels the opposite. If we hadn't gone looking for that treasure you mentioned, we wouldn't have missed out. The moment he says that, Yang Hu gets angry again. I thought that seal would hide some great treasure. Who knew it was completely empty? Tai Ta, ever the optimist, just says, but the treasure hunt was still fun. Across from them, Mingxiang is seething. He points a finger straight at Jian Chen. Changyang Tian, you're actually still alive. What did you say just now? That your score is better than mine? Jian Chen just lets out a cold smirk, his narrow eyes radiating a chilling, dominant aura. Better than you. Is that really so hard to believe? The sheer presence in his voice stuns Qi Duan, who's standing behind Yu Yue. Jian Chen then calmly walks up to Mingxiang's table of monster cores and makes a request. Headmaster, please bring a larger table here. He then glances over at Mingxiang, his voice filled with absolute certainty. I want to show a certain someone that there's always a bigger fish in the sea. The group gathers around the massive table prepared by Mingxiang. Is this big enough for you? I'm dying to see just how many monster cores you could possibly have. Seeing his boundless arrogance, Jian Chen simply raises his weapon and declares, then watch closely. A few short seconds later, his weapon is floating high in the air. Trust me, you do not want to blink. In an instant, Jian Chen stands there with a calculated smile, watching an absolute downpour of monster cores. Not far away, Mingxiang's face turns pale as he sees the sheer volume raining down, about to crush him. And just as predicted, the once proud Mingxiang is now completely buried under a mountain of monster cores. The crowd watching from the sidelines is absolutely floored. Their faces are a picture of pure shock, jaws on the ground. Am I seeing things right now? Where did Changyang Clan get so many monster cores? With Mingxiang buried, Jian Chen calmly walks over and makes his point. Do you submit? Strength is a person's power, not an excuse to look down on others. At that moment, Qi Duan is completely captivated, his heart pounding in his chest. Well said. Beside him, Yu Yue's face flushes red, thrilled to see Mingxiang's ego get so utterly crushed. Listening to Jian Chen's lecture, he just grits his teeth from under the pile. Stop preaching to me. So what if you have a lot? Quality is what really matters. Using what little strength he has, he bursts out from the pile, and as he walks, he reveals his trump card. From his palm, a golden monster core appears, completely different from the others. A level 3 monster core. Do you have one of these? Bai sees the core and can't help but praise his ability. It's a low-grade level 3 core. It seems Ming Xiang was hiding his true strength. Next to him, the headmaster stands with his arms crossed. He is the young master of the Hua Yun sect. It's only natural he'd have a few aces up his sleeve. Holding the core, Ming Xiang leaps toward Jian Chen, raising it high in a clear challenge. What do you have to say now? Can your pile of trash compare to this? But unexpectedly, after a few seconds of silence, Jian Chen just smirks and calls out, "Big brother." Ming Xiang thinks he's being called, his face darkening. Trying to beg for help now? It's too late to call me big brother. But it's Yang Hu who responds to the call, pushing his way through the fun. Get out of the way! Shang Tian was calling for me. Seeing Yang Hu arrive, Jian Chen lightly pats his shoulder and whispers a few words. This kind of showboating is a job for you, big brother. And you and I both know this is about to get good. Yang Hu just grins and declares, showboating is my specialty. As he finishes speaking, a red monster core appears in his hand, radiating terrifying power. No one else has one. Yang Hu's voice booms out, Ming Xiang, what do you think this is? The next words that come out of Yang Hu's mouth leave Ming Xiang completely petrified, his jaw hanging wide open in shock. This is a level 4 monster core. Even Bai An is stunned from the sidelines. Don't tell me that's from the level 4 magical beast. The headmaster is actually breaking a sweat. This is just terrifying. Not wanting to drag it out, Yang Hu shoves Ming Xiang into the pile of green cores and asks him one last time. So, you lose on quantity, and you don't even qualify on quality. Anything else to say? All Ming Xiang can mutter is, this is impossible. Utterly furious, Ming Xiang acts like a spoiled child, turning to the headmaster to complain. Headmaster, they cheated. How could they possibly kill a level 4 magical beast? Even I don't have that kind of strength. Seeing his tantrum, the whole group erupts in mocking laughter. He's completely lost it. I'm embarrassed for him. Jian Chen just watches him and offers one last piece of advice, his words carrying immense weight. Remember this, there will always be someone better than you out there. The words drive Ming Xiang insane. He raises his hand to strike. Shut your mouth, you have no right to lecture me. Die. But Bai An moves in a flash, grabbing his arm tightly to block the attack. This is the Kargath Academy, not the Hua Yun sect. You don't get to act so insolent here. Over on the other side, the headmaster looks at Jian Chen's group and issues a command. You three, with me. As soon as he speaks, he activates his power, and the group is lifted into the air, flying away in a streak of energy. Qi is left completely bewildered by the sight. What just happened? This is the first time I've ever seen anything like that, or seen the headmaster with such a serious expression. Next to him, Yu is just as stunned. That level 4 monster core. How on earth did they manage to get that? With her eyes full of worry, she gazes up into the sky towards the deep forest. Not too far away, before a dark, swirling void that seems to hide a great secret, a different scene unfolds. In a strange space, an image of Yue appears in a reflection, and a voice echoes out, it seems the results are now clear. The view pans to 5 figures sitting on high thrones. One of them speaks up, reminding the others, everyone. Tomorrow is Yue's 16th birthday. Her marriage pact has already been decided. Which power is His Highness preparing to form a marriage alliance with for Yue? The 3 figures on one side discuss animatedly, trying to find the most worthy candidate. After this trial, compared to that arrogant Ming Xiang, Changyang Clan is clearly far more outstanding. I agree. I never thought the Changyang Clan, after so many years of decline, could produce such a talent. Finally, after a long moment of listening to the discussion, the person sitting in the middle makes a decision. If we are all in agreement, then issue the decree. A satisfied smile spreads across her face as she announces word by powerful word, annul the engagement to Changyang Clan. Elsewhere, in the headmaster's quiet office, he finally speaks to the boys. Sitting in his chair, holding the red monster core, he looks at them with an exasperated expression. It entered a mindless, physical state and was accidentally stunned by Taita, which is how you managed to kill it? Seeing the headmaster's bad mood, Yang Hu immediately grins to reassure him. Headmaster, you know me. When it comes to ticking people off, I'm a high-level expert. Beside him, Jian Chen laughs gratefully. Yeah, thank goodness for Big Brother. He's the one who made the winged tiger go crazy. Having lost his composure, he looks at the two of them celebrating and just shakes his head in disbelief. I have never seen more infuriating students. Taking a light sip of tea, the headmaster continues, but the winged tiger is still a level 4 magical beast. Taita, how could you possibly have heard it? That question makes Taita furious. He storms forward and yells, Headmaster, you don't believe me. He balls his hand into a fist and demands, "Or should I reenact it for you right now?" Seeing the situation is about to get out of hand, he quickly waves his hands to calm Tai Ta's anger. "All right, I believe you. The old things in my office can't handle a demonstration. And with our crew causing chaos even for the headmaster, you and I will leave it right there for now." With the cup in hand, the headmaster's face darkens. That Mew was no simple beast. Let's jump in as the room explodes with chatter from the crowd, all of them in disbelief that the first headmaster couldn't kill it, only seal it away. Yet these kids managed to destroy it. Some call it luck, others just a good roll of the dice. Without a second's hesitation, the headmaster points a finger straight at Jian Chen and makes his declaration. "Whether it was luck or strength, since you were the ones who killed the Mew, you are the champions of this competition. The result is undeniable." Jian Chen stands there silently, a smug look on his face, thinking to himself that the headmaster seems to know more than he's letting on. The fact that he isn't pressing for details means the headmaster doesn't want to make a big deal out of the whole affair. The decision is made, and a huge grin spreads across the headmaster's face. He's overjoyed, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Thanks to you all, a huge problem has been taken care of. A moment later, where Yu and her friends are waiting, several beams of light strike the ground. Jian Chen's team has returned safely, with the headmaster right there with them. Standing in the middle of everyone, he happily announces Changyang Tian's team as the winner. The competition is over, everyone is dismissed, and the injured are to be treated immediately. Once again, the announcement leaves Ming Xiang absolutely stunned, as if he misheard. Changyang Tian clearly cheated. On what grounds is he the champion? I refuse to accept this. How could he possibly kill a Tier 4 magic beast? Ming Xiang's outburst infuriates the headmaster, who snaps back. "Silence. Who are you to question the Academy's judgment? If you have an issue, come to my office." Meeting dismissed. Seeing the headmaster's fury, Ming Xiang finally backs down. Jian Chen ignores their squabbling and turns to his team. "Get the injured treated. The rest of you, back to your rooms. We need a doctor." Tai Tai gently picks up his injured friend and carries him into a tent for treatment. "We have wounded here." With that handled, Jian Chen steps into the tent and immediately runs into Yu Yue. "Changyang Tian, I've been looking all over for you." The two of them step outside, and she asks about his condition. "It's good to know your injuries aren't serious." Her sincere concern brings a smile to Jian Chen's face. He grins and says, "I'm fine. I heard from Tong Mo that you were the one who risked your life in the forest to save us. Thank you for saving our lives." He keeps smiling, looking her in the eye and speaking his mind. "There's no need for thanks. Just clearing up the misunderstanding between us is good enough for me." Yu Yue listens, a hand on her chest as a smile appears. In that situation, he was willing to sacrifice himself to save others. She opens her eyes wide, no longer wary of Jian Chen, and properly introduces herself. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Yu Yu." Playing the part of a gentleman, he raises his hand towards her. "Ah, I'm Changyang Tian." Their hands move closer, about to seal their newfound peace with a handshake. But just as you think things are finally calming down, an explosion rips through the air, sending them both flying as a figure appears between them. The familiar face stuns Yu Yue, and she cries out in alarm, "Master." It's none other than her master, Chi Di, who warns them, "Don't celebrate too soon. Your real danger is just beginning." She gives Jian Chen a quick glance before turning to leave, urging Yu Yue to follow. "Yu Yue, come with me. Something big has happened." Just like that, she's dragged away by Chu Di, completely helpless. I'm sorry. Jian Chen just watches them go, sighing in total exasperation. What now? Can't we just have a normal conversation for once? Back in his room, a gloomy Jian Chen confides in Tai Ta. He chews his food slowly, his eyes distant. It's so annoying. That female student woke up, but she doesn't remember a thing. And here I was hoping to get to know two girls at the academy. Despite his own fatigue, Jian Chen tries to cheer him up. Don't be so down. We still have our prize, right? Let's see what kind of rare item Big Brother will bring back for us. Suddenly, the door flies open and Changyang Hu appears, laughing his head off. My boy. Seeing his brother's expression, Jian Chen grins and hazards a guess. Big Brother, what's got you so excited? Don't tell me the prize is a beautiful woman. Okay, I know what you're thinking. And unbelievably, Jian Chen's wild guess hits the nail on the head. Changyang Hu gasps in shock. You already know? Leaving Jian Chen completely floored. What? The room erupts into chaos, the three of them shouting in disbelief. The prize is a beauty? Is that for real? But back in that same room, a heavy silence has now fallen. No one says a word. Jian Chen stands alone, his eyes closed, clearly unhappy about something. Noticing his brother's mood, Changyang Hu walks over to ask him what's wrong. Fourth brother, you don't seem too thrilled. Beside him, Tai Ta chimes in, hands on his hips. Yeah, You get to marry a princess. Shouldn't you be happy? Jian Chen listens, completely uninterested. He crosses his arms and turns away. I don't even know who this princess is. You expect me to marry her? I can't accept that. Seeing that Jian Chen has no idea who his fiancée is, Changyang Hu excitedly explains. Princess Gilan, she's the current king's one and only daughter. But all he gets is a deadpan stare from Jian Chen. Not a single word. His dismissive attitude is clear as he asks, so what? Leaving Changyang Hu at a loss. That's it. That's all I know. He scratches his head, trying to recall more details. Princess Gilan has been kept a secret since she was a child. Only the inner circle of the royal family knows her true identity. No one on the outside has ever seen her. Hiding her like that, she's not ugly, is she? At this thought, Changyang Hu's eyes light up with excitement. But even if she's hideous, she's still a princess. Marry her, and in the future, you could become. But he's cut off by Jian Chen's cold reply. Become king? I have no interest. Why should my life be decided by someone else? Not wanting to waste any more time on this nonsense, Jian Chen turns and leaves the room. I'm going out for some air. This arranged marriage is ridiculous. What a joke. Peeking around the doorframe, Tita worriedly asks, Big brother, you don't think Tian is actually going to run away from the marriage, do you? Changyang Hu watches his brother's retreating figure, still confident. Run away? It wouldn't go that far. But then, a sudden realization hits him, and his face drains of all color. Defying a royal decree is a capital offense. I have to talk some sense into him. Without wasting a second, Changyang Hu throws the door open and yells Jian Chen's name. Fourth brother, don't be rash. But down the path, his silhouette has already vanished, faster than the wind. Meanwhile, on a lush green lawn, two women are resting. It's Yu munching on a slice of watermelon. Master, do you think Changyang Tian will agree to the arranged marriage? He doesn't know that I'm Princess Jilan. Opposite her, her master Chu Di answers with certainty. The Changyang Clan will definitely agree. After all, this is a great opportunity for them to regain their former glory. As for Changyang Tian himself, I don't know. Holding her half-eaten watermelon, Yu Yue makes a bold declaration. If he's just some power-hungry guy who agrees to the marriage, then I'll go to my father and call the whole thing off. An unexpected question puts Yu Yue in a tough spot, but she still answers. If he doesn't agree, well then he's truly special. I think I could consider it. Hearing her niece's roundabout logic, Chi Di shakes her head in frustration. So if he agrees, you call it off. If he doesn't agree, you don't. I really don't understand you young people. Yu Yue just blushes and hides her face in the watermelon. Suddenly, her eyes snap open as she senses something and looks off into the distance. Chiu Di has spotted a familiar face. Jian Chen is walking aimlessly up the stairs. Speak of the devil, and he appears. As he walks, he mutters like a soulless man. In my past life, I wandered the world alone. Everything was in my own hands. Now, out of nowhere, I'm stuck in an arranged marriage. I'm still not used to the idea of having someone by my side. Just then, a clean-eaten watermelon rind lands right in front of him, making him jump. Without a second thought, he instinctively looks up to find the source. And what happens next? You just know this is about to get interesting. He looks up to see Yu Yue, watermelon in hand, striking a seductive pose. Well, student Tian, what a coincidence. Come on over and have some watermelon. Her sudden appearance startles him, and he scratches his head in confusion. Why are you here? Weren't you supposed to have left for something important? All right, stick with me as we jump right back into the story. Yu immediately starts grilling him. So you're the one the king arranged a marriage for? Jian Jun just grabs a slice of sweet watermelon and sits next to her, pretending he has no idea what she's talking about. She just smiles and congratulates him, but Jian Zhen, completely deadpan, just stares ahead. What's there to congratulate? I've never even met the princess. And now the engagement is off, he adds. Yu Yue leans in, explaining the perks to him like he's a kid. Marry the princess and you could inherit an entire kingdom. People would kill for that chance. He takes a huge bite, spits the seeds out, and makes his stance crystal clear. Anything I want, I'll earn with my own two hands. I don't rely on handouts from others. Hearing that reply, Yu Yue finally understands what he's all about. Jian Zhen, showing no regret, continues to explain his side of things. The marriage was the royal family's decision, he says. If I break it off, it involves my clan and disrespects Princess Xuelin. I can't just harm innocent people. Hearing this, Yu Yue's trust in him grows. She smiles, satisfied. I didn't realize you were so considerate of others. But Jian Zhen isn't finished. His eyes are filled with ambition as he looks to the horizon. I'm still young, he says. All I want is to train. Once my strength is at a level where I can negotiate with the royals, then we'll see. Overhearing this, she just has to jump in. You act so mature, though, she teases. Are you sure you're not lying about your age? Being questioned about his age again makes Jian Chen super uncomfortable, and he starts sweating. No way, I'm really just a kid. Seeing his reaction, Yu Yue's laughter echoes through the pavilion. Zhang Tian, I'm starting to realize you're a really interesting guy. Not too far away, Xu Yi watches them, also holding a piece of watermelon. The affairs of the youth. I really don't get it. At that very moment, in a different space surrounded by trees and leaves, a furious Ming Zun pins the injured Yang Hu to the ground, his voice dripping with rage. Where is Zhang Tian? Now you're going to want to pay close attention to this next part. Ming soon looks more like a rabid beast than a man, bearing his sharp fangs. If you don't talk, you'll be the first to die. As the smoke clears, the life and death showdown between Yang Hu and Ming Shun officially begins. Blood is pouring down Yang Hu's face, but through the pain, he still defends Jian Chen. Cheng Mingzun. The marriage was the king's decision. Do you really think Yang Hu's question catches him off guard, but the rage returns instantly? I am the young master of the Hua Yun sect. My strength is exceptional. Princess Xuelin can only marry me. The king was a fool to betroth her to Zhang Tian. This sheer arrogance infuriates Yang Hu. He clenches his fists and yells, Cheng Ming Shun. Causing a scene like this at the academy, the headmaster will not spare you. But Ming Zun is anything but worried. He channels his internal energy, and his sinister aura starts to gather around his razor-sharp claws. My father already invited the headmaster and Bai En to our sect as guests. Right now, there's no one at the academy who can save you. Faced with that challenge, Yang Hu doesn't even flinch. He spreads his arms wide, spinning like a whirlwind. I have no hope for anyone else to save me. With blood still streaming down his face, he lowers his voice, emphasizing every single word. Don't forget. And with that, Yang Hu's power explodes. He slams his hand on the ground. My saintly power is of the earth attribute. Caught off guard, Ming Shun is blasted skyward by massive stone pillars erupting from below. Scowling furiously, he pinpoints Yang Hu's location from above. Ming Sun then unleashes all his internal power, sending a blast of purple energy straight at him. Yang Hu tries to run, but the terrifying force slams right into him, making it impossible to counter. Luckily, he's not out of the fight, glancing at the fresh gash on his back. Seeing Ming Zun's men about to move in, Yang Hu raises a hand. Not giving them a chance to get close, he lunges like a tiger, grabs one of the men, and bolts towards the back courtyard, his only chance of escape. Seeing Yang Hu about to get away, Ming Shun furiously orders his men. After him, don't let him escape. Back at the rest tower, Yu Yue continues their conversation. Student Zhang Tian, about the arranged marriage. Don't be so quick to refuse. On the table between them, all that's left of the delicious watermelon is a messy pile of rinds and seeds. After their talk, Yu Yue gives him a knowing smile. But her words are met with a sudden, intense stare from Jian Chen. Wait a minute, do you know Princess Xuelin? Are you from the royal family? But all he gets in return is a playful smile as Yu Yue gets right in his face. You'll find out later. And with that, she playfully skips away. You and I both want to know who she really is, right? I have to go. Goodbye. Jian Chen is left alone, watching from the building, his eyes lost in deep thought. He lets out a long sigh, frustrated with himself. Whether in his past life or now, he just can't seem to figure. Hold on. And this is where a moment of peace gets shattered by a sudden surge of purple energy from behind. Jian Chen's instincts scream danger. He whips around, feeling the intense vibrations of ancient power someone is fighting nearby. And not too far off, Ming Shang has finally cornered Yang Hu. His face is a mask of pure rage and sinister intent as he toys with Yang Hu like a cat with a mouse. Filled with hatred, Ming Shang raises his sharp claws, declaring, "This ends here." He launches himself forward like a giant bird of prey, diving straight for Yang Hu. But then a surprise attack. An unknown blast of energy slams into him, knocking him completely off course. Stunned, Ming Shang furiously scans the area. Who is it? It's none other than Jian Chen, arriving in the absolute nick of time. "Big brother," he yells. "Are you okay?" With his mouth full of blood, he's supported by Jian Chen's arm. "Fourth brother, Ming Shang wants to kill me. You have to run." Barely having any strength left, Yang Hu forces the words out, "Go find the elders." Seeing Jian Chen just walk right into his trap, Ming Shang is absolutely thrilled, pointing a finger right at him. "Changyang Shangtian, you actually delivered yourself right to my doorstep." He can't contain his glee, throwing his hands up and laughing manically. Hearing those taunts, Jian Chen's expression turns ice cold. My brother may be simple-minded, but he'd risk anything for others. He remembers all the times Yang Hu risked his own life just to bring back magic cores for his training. In Jian Chen's eyes, he was one of the most important people in his life. After the mother who gave birth to him, the only other person in this world who gave him the warmth of family was his big brother. Back in the present, Jian Chen stares at his own blood-stained palm from helping his brother. He drops his voice to a deadly whisper. This is my brother's blood." Without hesitation, his face twists with raw hatred. A blood debt must be paid in blood. You mess with his family? Trust me, you're about to see what real fury looks like. Jian Chen's entire body erupts with power, exploding in a matter of seconds. You dared to hurt him? All of you are going to die. His face flushed with rage, he roars his verdict at Mingxiang. The one who dies today is you. Across from him, Mingxiang and his men are actually shaken by this explosion of anger. I am the young master of the Hua Yun sect, the strongest in the academy. And I'm being intimidated by a freshman? With that thought, he forces himself to calm down, grinding his teeth. He begins to channel his own inner power, a massive spiritual aura flaring around him as he snarls. Come on then, let's see who really dies today. Mingxiang is like a cornered beast. Across from him, Jian Chen readies his blade, his voice dripping with contempt. You call yourself the strongest in the Jiaxi Academy? With those final words, channeling all of his brother's pain, Jian Chen lunges forward to begin the battle. Let me show you what power beyond this world looks like. The two clash, and a fight to the death kicks off, sending dust flying everywhere. With just the tip of his sword, he effortlessly deflects Mingxiang's finger technique, leaving him completely stunned. Such perfect aim, Mingxiang can't believe what he's seeing. His eyes widen in shock. He just reached the saint level. How can he control his power so flawlessly? He grits his teeth, as the aftershock of the blow sends Mingxiang stumbling backward. With an emotionless face, Jian Chen grips his sword and dashes in. A blur of lightning-fast strikes. Finally, a blow lands, and Mingxiang is sent reeling, clutching his bleeding chest, thinking, I'm wounded? How is this possible? But Mingxiang is far too arrogant to accept humiliation. He grits his teeth and charges forward again. No, this is impossible. That had to be a lucky shot. So, clinging to his own delusions of power, he attacks again and again, only for every single blow to be neutralized. Impossible? He keeps attacking in pure desperation, screaming, I don't accept this. After a few moments, tired of this pathetic display, Jian Chen unleashes a final blow, a clean slash right across Mingxiang's chest. Mingxiang is finally defeated, clutching his wound, his face twisted in agony. He looks back, stunned, at Jian Chen standing there calmly and asks bitterly, why? It was like you predicted my every move. I couldn't even touch you. Jian Chen, showing a sliver of respect for a warrior, explains calmly, because until now, I have been holding back against you. You think that's the end of it, right? But what our main character says next is absolutely bone-chilling. As he finishes speaking, he tightens his grip and slams his sword into the ground. I don't like to kill, but today is different. Jian Chen's face is a mask of pure challenge. Done wasting words on a scoundrel, he lowers his voice for the final verdict. Die. In an instant, a storm of sword slashes overwhelms Mingxiang, who can only scream in pain. The relentless assault continues, the slashes multiplying, sending his body flying backward. In less than a minute, Mingxiang is completely broken, collapsing to the ground and clutching his bleeding shoulder. Seeing him in this state, Jian Chen's voice drips with scorn. The so-called young master of the Huayun sect, the strongest in the academy, you can't even withstand one serious attack. Pathetic. Beaten to a pulp and utterly humiliated, Mingxiang screams, no. He frantically tries to reassure himself, this has to be a dream. His mind flashes back to his childhood, hailed as a prodigy. This sword technique takes others a month to learn, but the young master mastered it in a day. He's truly a one-in-a-million genius. That constant praise fed his arrogance, making him look down on everyone else as nothing more than a bunch of trash. Mingxiang alone brought countless victories to his sect. The young master is a heaven-sent talent. His future is limitless. With him leading the Huayun sect, we will prosper beyond our wildest dreams. Over time, the sect leader's faith in him only grew. Shang'er, in the future, you will not only be the leader of this sect, you will be the king of an entire nation. He felt like he was on top of the world, his ambition swelling larger than a mountain. It's all mine. It will all be mine. Snapping back to reality, the searing pain in his chest reminds him of his failure. I am the future leader of the Huayun sect and a future king. I am a genius. I will not lose. He staggers to his feet and orders his men, all of you, attack him. There are so many of us, why are we scared of one person? Kill him, and I will reward you handsomely. Across from them, Jian Chen simply crouches, sword at the ready, his voice mocking. Your skills are so far beneath me. As he speaks, his face shows nothing but pure contempt. You think you can make up for your pathetic weakness with numbers? Watching his comrades get brutally defeated, blood spilling from their mouths, Mingxiang screams Jian Chen's name. Changyang Clan, you are truly powerful, but this is where it ends. It turns out he had one last trump card, Yang Hu, held by the hair and pinned to the ground. You care so much about your brother, don't you? If you don't want him to die, cut off your own right arm. Hearing the demand, Jian Chen goes completely silent, slowly turning his head to stare at him. Seeing him hesitate, Ming Xiang explodes with rage, yanking Yang Hu's head up. Hurry up, or I'll take your brother down to hell with me. And that's when Jian Chen's sword energy erupts, cleanly slicing through every tree in the area. Ming Xiang is shocked, silent again, his mouth hanging wide open. What? But it's not over. Another surprise slash flashes by, nicking Ming Xiang's arm. He loses control completely, his arm gushing blood as he screams in a frenzy. My arm! Jian Chen's face remains an emotionless mask, a chilling smirk playing on his lips as he accepts the offer. You want an arm gone? Fine by me. Never mind Ming Xiang's confusion as he clutches his bleeding arm. He glares back at Jian Chen, absolutely furious, and screams, How dare you hurt me? My father will never let you get away with this. I'll have your entire Changyang Clan wiped out. Seeing that Ming Xiang is still acting high and mighty, Jian Chen just smirks, brandishing his sword. You know, if I just kill you right here, nobody will ever know I did it. Zhang Mingxiang's blood runs cold. It seems he finally gets what Jian Chen is planning. Without a second thought, he uses every ounce of strength to bolt, screaming, Ah, don't kill me. Somebody save me. And it looks like luck is on his side. Not too far away, a few figures appear, wondering who could possibly be fighting in the back mountains of the academy. Seeing his backup has arrived, Ming Xiang sprints over, immediately playing the victim. Teachers, save me. Changyang Shangtian is trying to kill me. They immediately rush to his side, asking what happened, ready to help. Watching the group surround Ming Xiang, Jian Chen gets annoyed and backs off. Looks like there's no way to silence him now, not wanting to waste any more time. Jian Chen throws Yang Hu over his shoulder and makes a quick exit. First, I need to get Big Brother to a safe place. A little while later, deep inside a winding cave with no visible exit, he sets him down. After being unconscious for so long, Yang Hu's eyes finally flutter open. He finds himself shirtless, his back covered in dried blood. He looks over at Jian Chen, muttering, Fourth brother. His face is a mask of pure terror. He frantically looks at Jian Chen again and again. It looks like you and I both died horribly, little brother. Could this be the underworld? The more he thinks, the more hateful he becomes, his fists clenching. My poor fourth brother. To die so young by Zhang Mingxiang's dirty tricks. I can't rest in peace. And now for the part where everything gets even more complicated. Jian Chen sighs, trying to cut through the drama. Big brother, can you please not be so extra? I already beat Zhang Mingxiang until he ran away. But Yang Hu isn't listening, still vowing revenge. I'll become a vengeful ghost and hunt him down. Fourth brother, what did you just say? You're not dead? He then points to the dried blood, still confused. Jian Chen just chuckles and hands him a few berries. These are just some fruits I found. Their juice stops bleeding, but it stains your clothes. Yang Hu stares. It's that amazing? With his worries gone, Yang Hu pops a berry in his mouth and chews happily. So, how exactly did you make Zhang Mingxiang run away? He asks. Jian Chen's next words make him choke on his food. I crippled his arm. I wanted to silence him for good, but the academy patrols showed up and he escaped. What do we do now? Yang Hu's face drains of all color. He frantically explains Mingxiang's background. You crippled his arm? He's the only heir to the Huayan sect. They will not let this go. He grits his teeth, looking like he wants to throttle Jian Chen for being so reckless. Fourth brother, you have to run. If the Huayan sect catches you, you're dead for sure. But Jian Chen just shakes his head. If I run, the Huayan sect will take it out on the Changyang family. I can't drag them into this. Yang Hu sighs, his head hung in despair. Too bad the headmaster is away visiting the Huayan sect right now. There's no one at the academy who can protect us. But as he says this, an idea sparks in Jian Chen's mind. The headmaster is at the Huayan sect. Maybe we can turn this around. The next day, as the sun rises and birds begin to chirp, we find ourselves inside a grand building belonging to a powerful sect. In the main hall, a group of high-ranking sect leaders are gathered. The headmaster, getting impatient, speaks up. His deputy, Baiyan, adds, If there's nothing else, we should head back. The academy has many matters to attend to. The sect master, Ming Shen, just smiles, trying to get them to stay. Gentlemen, you're rarely here. Please wait a little longer. Nothing will happen at the academy. Then, with a slight flick of his finger, he adds a chilling little line. And even if something did happen, it wouldn't have anything to do with you. That short sentence leaves both Baiyan and the headmaster baffled. Could Zhang Mingxiang be planning to make a move on Jian Chen? He speaks up. They wouldn't dare, cause that kind of trouble inside the academy, would they? Ming Shen couldn't care less. He pours them both a cup of wine with a look of gratitude. Headmaster, deputy headmaster, thank you for taking care of my son all these years. I toast you both. But before he can drink, a subordinate rushes in, breathless. Secmaster, it's terrible news. Ming Shen immediately shoots up from his seat. What's with all the panic? The subordinate, terrified, grits his teeth. He forces himself to report to Ming Shen, sect master, the young master, at the academy. He had his arm crippled by Changyang Clan. He's seriously injured. Hearing this, the headmaster and Baiyan, who had just taken a sip of wine, spit it all out. As for Ming Shen, his face twists into a dark mask. You and I are about to see what a true sect leader's wrath looks like. In Yu Yue's chambers, golden light spills from the window. She's calmly nibbling on a steamed bun. So, Shang Tian really crippled Jiang Mingshang's arm. Next to her is her master, Qi. Unless a high-level Saint Realm healer intervenes, Jiang Mingshang's arm is completely useless. It's already been done. Yu Yue listens to her master, then sighs deeply. The sect master has already petitioned His Majesty, demanding that Changyang Shangtian be punished. His Majesty is currently deliberating on the matter. Hearing how far things have gone, Yu Yue slams her hand on the table. I have to go see the Emperor. She hopes to beg for Shangtian's pardon, but Chu Yi quickly stops her. Yu Yue, don't be rash. Seeing her master's expression, Yu Yue tries to explain. Shangtian is not the type of person who looks for trouble. Her master knows, but that's not the point. Qi bows her head, her face full of sorrow. Whether there was a reason or not, it no longer matters. She looks off into the distance, continuing, the Huayun sect is the #1 sect in the entire kingdom. And Changyang Shangtian? He's just a genius from a declining clan. It's obvious which side holds more weight. Do you really think your father won't have to sacrifice Shangtian? Seeing her student's sadness, Chu Yi looks up, resigned. He is the king. He has to consider the entire nation. That is the reality of our situation. A day later, morning light streams through the leaves. Inside the grand throne room, all the court ministers are present, and sitting on the throne is none other than the king himself, his voice booming. A full day has passed, and you still haven't found Changyang Shangtian? Below, Ming Shen is practically exploding with rage. He roars, I'm certain Changyang Shangtian is hiding in the academy. I implore your majesty to grant me permission to search the premises. Across from him, the headmaster immediately fires back. In your dreams. The academy is not. Seeing him shield his student, Ming Shen's face contorts with fury. I just received new intelligence. Not long ago, Changyang Ba himself arrived at the academy. Headmaster, how do you explain this? Hearing that, the headmaster freezes, breaking into a cold sweat. Even Bai-en is flustered. Changyang Ba is at the academy? This. Seeing them stammer, Ming Shen clasps his hands and bows. Your Majesty, I request permission to take my men to the academy to arrest them before Changyang Ba and his son escape. But just as the words leave his mouth, a calm voice cuts through the tension. It's Changyang Ba, leading Jian Chen into the hall in chains. What is happening? Trust me, you're not ready for this. With a look of grave concern, he kneels before the king. I, Changyang Ba, have failed in my duty as a father. My son has made a terrible mistake. I beg your majesty to deliver your judgment. Seeing this, Ming Shen scoffs. Changyang Ba, stop the act. You're just trying to get your son a lighter sentence. Changyang Ba looks up, grabs Ming Shen's hand firmly, and says, Sect Master Zheng, I'm sorry. Chang Tian committed a grave crime and must be punished. I will take him to the Huayun sect. But Ming Shen, consumed by rage, shoves Yang Ba away. Let go. Don't you dare touch me. Seeing his father humiliated, Jian Chen, though chained, speaks up defiantly. One man's actions are his own to bear. I'm the one who cut off your son's arm. If you want someone, come for me. Don't drag the Changyang clan into this. Jian Chen's backbone impresses King Wu, who whispers to Ming Shen from behind, Sect Master Cheng. If the Changyang clan is willing to sacrifice their own for the greater good, then you should also display the grace of a sect master. That loaded statement sticks in his mind, and he thinks, whatever scheme you're plotting, if you dare to come to the Huayan sect, then you're just walking into your own grave. Ming Shen's face darkens as he glares at Jian Chen. Fine. I will settle the score with Changyang Shangtian alone and leave the Changyang clan out of it. An idea sparks in Ming Shen's mind. He points at the boy and barks, Men, escort Changyang Shangtian to the great prison behind the mountain. His subordinate immediately responds, Yes, sir. Over on the side, Bai-en looks tense, but the headmaster reads his thoughts, raising a hand to stop him. Calm down, don't be rash. Let's just watch how this plays out. He watches Jian Chen being led away in chains, slightly annoyed but still confident. Perhaps Chang Tian has another surprise in store for us. 1 hour earlier, Yang Ba heard his son had caused a disaster and flew in like a great eagle. Acting as a concerned father, he rushed to Jian Chen's side. I got the news and rushed over. Are you hurt? Seeing Yang Ba's expression, Jian Chen is confused. Father, Yang Ba replies, filled with self-reproach, blame me. I couldn't protect you properly. You punished a villain, but now you have to worry about revenge. To keep his precious son from danger, Yang Ba urges him, I've arranged everything. I'll get you out of the Luo Shen kingdom immediately if you just go. But he only gets a shake of the head from Jian Chen. The Huayun sect will absolutely not spare the Changyang Clan. His words bring tears of joy to his father's eyes. My good son, to think you're considering the clan's fate. Jian Chen, face devoid of emotion, clarifies his reason. I'm doing this for mother. It has nothing to do with the clan. Suddenly, an idea forms in his head. I have a plan. I'm preparing to make a huge gamble. Back in the main hall, Jian Chen is wrapped in chains, being dragged forward. Now, pay attention here, because Ming Shen's men don't notice the scheming look on his face. Huayun sect. I'd like to see what you can possibly do to me. Bound in heavy chains, Jian Chen is led up a flight of stairs by Ming Shen's subordinates. His eyes dart around curiously. Jian Chen looks at the guards ahead and asks a single, fatal question. Isn't this the way to the back of your mountain? And there, at the top of the stairs, is none other than Ming Xiang, the one-armed man himself. Changyang Clan. For my arm, he seethes, hatred burning in his eyes. I will take your life in return. Seeing Ming Xiang's state, Jian Chen breaks into a wide grin. So you finally showed up. His gaze sharpens, revealing his true intent. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Backtracking a few hours, Yang Ba heard the plan and immediately shot it down. You want me to take you to the Huayun sect to turn yourself in? Chang Tian, are you insane? The boy looks at him, understanding his father's panic, and explains. I've heard the king and the headmaster are both at the Huayun sect. With them there, the sect won't dare to do anything to me directly. As he speaks, Jian Chen raises a finger. Ming Xiang is a vengeful person. If I serve myself up on a silver platter, he'll definitely seek revenge. This is my chance. Seeing his son's stubbornness, Yang Ba runs over, placing a hand on his shoulder to persuade him. But doing this on the Huayun sect's home turf, it's just too risky. Unable to hold back, Jian Chen raises a hand, a rich purple spiritual energy glowing around it. If we want to protect the clan, he says, as slashes of energy make his father freeze, I must take this risk. In just a few seconds, a series of slashes fly towards a row of towering green trees. In an instant, the trees are sliced apart, their massive trunks crashing to the ground. And yeah, you and I both know his father is looking at this display with his eyes wide in utter disbelief. Jian Chen smirks with pride. Father, with my current strength, as long as I don't run into an elder-level master, no one in the Huayun sect can stop me. Hearing this, Yang Ba is overjoyed, thinking, in just a few days, this boy has matured so much. And with that, Yang Ba strikes his own chest, making a final decision. All right, for you, I'll gamble on this. Back in the present, Ming Xiang points an accusatory finger, but Jian Chen just looks at them with disdain. Just you guys? Wasting no more time, Jian Chen channels his inner power, and the hardened steel chains binding him shatter into pieces. Jian Chen raises his hand as a surge of purple spiritual energy appears. He calls out his name, Young Master Cheng. Then, with a light step, he launches himself toward Ming Xiang. I'm afraid you're the one who's going to die today. Back in the palace hall, the evening sun casts long shadows inside. King Wu looks bored, resting his chin on his hand as he asks, Sectmaster Cheng, how do you plan to deal with Changyang Clan? The truth behind Ming Xiang's injury is still unclear. Are you using this as an opportunity for revenge? Standing below, Ming Shen just smiles arrogantly. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will investigate the truth and deliver fair judgment. Just as he finishes, a subordinate rushes in, his face pale with panic. Sectmaster, it's bad. The man bows, recounting every detail that leaves Ming Shen speechless. Changyang Clan threatened the young master and escaped the sect. It takes a long moment for the news to sink in. Then Ming Shen starts trembling with absolute fury. How could this happen? Before him now is Ming Xiang's body, his face swollen as he lies unconscious. What is the meaning of this? The subordinate, knowing how bad this is, clasps his hands and trembles while recalling Jian Chen, holding a sword to his master's neck. The young master took us to kill Changyang Clan, but we were defeated by him instead. He continues the story, all of them bowing their heads in fear. After Changyang Clan escaped, he gave the young master a brutal beating. Then he just walked away, saying, killing you lot would only dirty my hands. Now holding all the leverage, Yang Ba, Bai En, and the headmaster point directly at Ming Shen. Sectmaster Cheng, you condoned your son's attempt to murder Chang Tian? The Huayun sect is completely unreasonable. Hearing and seeing all this, King Wu bellows from his throne, Sectmaster Cheng. So this is the tables have turned. Once the accuser, Ming Shen is now the criminal, standing there in a daze. Damn it. Overcome with rage, Ming Shen lunges at his subordinates, unleashing his fury. A bunch of worthless trash. Sticking to the plan, Yang Ba kneels on the floor, pleading with the king. Your Majesty, since Chang Tian has escaped, I will go and capture him now. He bows his head low. I beg you, please do not punish the Changyang Clan. On the throne, Lesher and erases Yang Ba, the Changyang Clan. Finally, the father and son's goal is achieved. He announces, this matter has nothing to do with the Changyang Clan. No one is allowed to hold them accountable. Case closed. After clearing their name, the king issues an order. Changyang Changtian has fled to escape punishment. Issue a nationwide arrest warrant for his vile acts. Yes, Your Majesty. 5 days later, in Baiyun City, a bustling trade hub on the border of the Luo Shen Kingdom, merchants are busy loading their carts. Hurry up and finish packing the goods. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out, holding a neatly rolled paper. Uncle, hello. I'm the guard sent by the Mercenary Guild. According to the paper, Wu Di unfolds it to see a sketch of a young man. What's his name? He wonders. Hearing this, a figure nearby grabs his cloak, yanking off his hood and asking, Me? It's none other than Jian Chen. He's returned. Seeing him, Wu Di cries out in shock. Meanwhile, back at the palace of the Gessen Kingdom, voices echo through the great hall. Your Majesty. And here is where the political drama really kicks in. The court officials are relentlessly pressuring King Wu to make a decision, with the Huayun sect demanding he marry Princess Jian to Chang Mingsheng. The weight of it all is crushing. King Wu clasps his hands, his face strained as he makes a request. Tell them Princess Jian has gone traveling. The matter of her marriage is postponed indefinitely. This sudden news sends the officials into an absolute frenzy. Your Majesty, has the princess truly left? To postpone the wedding so suddenly, is this some kind of joke? Their attitude finally makes King Wu snap. Yu Yue's father slams his hand on the table, his emotions boiling over. The marriage was for Changyang Xiangtian because his talent was exceptional. He could have saved our kingdom in the future. A complex mix of emotions flickers across King Wu's face, his eyes narrowing as he explains. But with Changyang Xiangtian missing, who else in this kingdom is worthy of Princess Galan? That Chang Mingsheng? Hearing this, the officials finally quiet down. But one still murmurs nervously. To avoid more trouble, King Wu closes his eyes and makes an offer to satisfy the Huayun sect. Issue a decree. Grant the Huayun sect a large amount of silver as compensation. And we are done discussing the marriage. Seeing the matter settled, Yu Yue's father wearily turns and leaves the banquet, ignoring the officials who are still whispering. I'm tired. That's enough for today. Not far away, King Wu returns to his room, where attendant Qi is waiting. Your Majesty. Unable to contain his curiosity, King Wu turns to her and asks about the arrangements. Attendant Qi clasps her hands and quietly reports the situation. Yu Yu is already departed. In a few days, she will be out of the kingdom. As King Wu paces, she can't help but ask, Are you not going to tell Yu Yue about the kingdom's troubles? He just shakes his head with a faint smile. If I told her, would she leave? Suppressing his emotions, King Wu takes a long breath and reveals his wish to attendant Chu. If the destruction of this kingdom is unavoidable, then having its king perish with it is enough. From now on, I'm entrusting Yu Yue's care to you. As the king walks deeper into the room, she kneels with utmost respect, bowing her head. I swear my loyalty to King Wu. King Wu stops and points to the sky, emphasizing every word. Your loyalty is not to me, it is to this nation. Hearing these words from the king she respects, attendant Chu lets out a long, sorrowful sigh. She raises her head and looks up at the gate, which bears the national emblem. Is this country about to face its doom? The sky has turned to the color of sunset at the city gate. Jian Chen looks up at the emblem and lets out a long sigh of relief. A solution had been found for his earlier problem. I'm about to leave the Jisun kingdom. My father sent word that the clan has disowned me, so I can go without worry. Feeling alone, Jian Chen recalls his past travels. This situation reminds me of the old days, when I left the mountain to wander the world by myself. But before he can get lost in his memories, a commotion from a group behind him snaps him back to reality. It's a group of subordinates from the Huayun sect, riding on monstrous steeds. They charge recklessly, crashing into a cargo cart and scattering the horses. Wuda stands there in a daze, right as a crate from above begins to fall toward his head. Luckily, Jian Shen spots it. He lunges forward, grabbing Wuda's robes and pulling him out of harm's way. Deeply moved, Wuda looks up at him with endless gratitude. Thank you, brother Jian Chen. Seeing he's safe, Jian Chen offers a polite smile. I'm protecting my caravan's men. It's simply my duty. He looks ahead, where the group is posting something on a notice board. He can't quite make it out. Suddenly, Jian Chen's eyes widen. He freezes, looking as if his soul just left his body. Now pay attention, because this is where everything changes. Plastered on the wall is a wanted poster with his face and two massive words, High Reward. The men are announcing the king's decree. a fortune in gold for anyone who captures Changyang Clan. Even a small clue is worth a huge prize. Looking at them, Jian Chen is frozen. A grudging respect fills his heart. As expected of the #1 sect in the kingdom, the Huayun sect, he can't stay on the road. To avoid being exposed, Jian Chen quickly pulls down his bamboo hat. With a bounty this high, I'll definitely be discovered if I don't disguise myself. Half an hour later, at the city's main gate, the Huayun sect stands guard, checking everyone. Jian Chen's suspicious appearance immediately draws the attention of a nearby guard. The guard doesn't hesitate, blocking his path with a sharp command. You, take off your hat. Following the order, Jian Chen cooperates, his hand reaching for his hat, slowly lowering it. I know what you're thinking. Game over, right? Well, just as the hat is about to come off, Jian Chen's expression shifts to pure, contained rage, his killing intent flaring out from him. Beneath the hood, his entire demeanor has changed. A storm of fury is ready to explode at any moment. But then, out of nowhere, Wu Dai appears, blocking the guards. Commander Ji Lin, please stop. He's one of us. Seeing him say this, one of the guards looks confused. Big brother Wu Di? To save Jian Chen, Wu Dai plays his part perfectly, inventing an identity on the spot. This is my brother-in-law. He just wanted to come out with me for some experience. He's not some escaped criminal. He takes it even further, lying that Jian Chen has a highly contagious disease. He had smallpox before. His face is covered in deep scars. That's why he has to wear the cloak. The guard buys it completely. Really? To seal the deal, Wu Dai assures him, you know I'm a coward. I would never dare to hide an escaped convict. And just like that, they're through the gate. Holding the reins, Wu Dai waves goodbye. When I return, I'll treat Commander Ji Lin and the brothers to drinks. Jian Chen sits silently on the cargo, slowly leaving the Jizan kingdom behind. Knowing Jian Chen has a lot on his mind, Wu Di offers some reassurance. They won't follow us. And you don't have to worry about anyone in the caravan snitching. They only listen to me. But even with all his help, Jian Chen remains deeply cautious. Why did you help me? If you had turned me in, you would have gotten. Wu Di cuts him off. If you were a bad person, I would have turned you in for the reward. But you're a good person. Sitting on the cart, Jian Chen asks with an innocent look, you believe I'm a good person? Wu Di cracks a smile, his voice filled with confidence. After all, I've been around for many years. I can tell the difference between a good person and a bad one. And trust me, you and I are watching a man who values loyalty above all else. Besides, didn't you save my life? To me, that makes you a good person. Hearing this, Jian Chen decides their debt is paid. All right, then we're even. Farewell. If we're fated to, we'll meet again. But Wu Dai quickly grabs his robe, pulling him back. Who said you could go? Huh? To make Jian Chen understand, he pulls out the contract. Right now, you are a hired guard for my merchant guild. I pay good money for you. You have to get us safely to the Fenglan kingdom. See? Reading the contract, Jian Chen laughs sheepishly. I almost forgot. He touches his chin, thinking for a long moment before realizing, well, it's not like I knew where to go anyway. And so he just lies there on the cargo, letting the caravan carry him forward, basically entrusting his entire journey to Wu Dai and the others' protection. The Merchants Guild campsite. By the time Jian Chen's group arrives, the sky has already turned dark. The grounds are packed with merchants' tents, a noisy, bustling hub of activity. This is the main resting area for all the guilds, and Wu Dai picks a spot on the edge to set up camp as Jian Chen observes the massive crowd. Wu Dai just laughs, explaining, it's not just merchants here. You've got adventurers and soldiers from all over, so of course it's packed. All around them, other caravans line up their horses and goods in long rows. This is the usual spot for their guild, but nearby, a strange figure, completely cloaked, sits silently watching them. Some of the other merchants get annoyed and start yelling, hey, get out of here. But Wu Dai, ever the diplomat, calmly tells them, it's fine, we're all sharing this camp. As long as there's peace, it's all good. Jian Chen stands beside him, quietly observing the mysterious stranger. With his guard up, he warns Wu Dai, being on the very edge like this, if danger strikes, we'll be the first ones hit. Wu Dai simply replies, I know, but what could they do? Wu Dai understood the risk perfectly, but just sighed it off. What can I say? We're a small group with little power. The outer edge is all we deserve. As the sun sets, the two of them just stand there, hoping the night stays quiet. Wu Dai lets out a long, weary sigh. Every time we stay at a camp like this, I get so worried I can't even sleep. That night, under a bright moon and the constant chirping of crickets, Wu Dai is fast asleep in his tent, snoring like a steam engine. But just a few meters away, outside, Jian Chen is still wide awake, sitting guard on top of the cargo. He scans the area, it's not just him. Nearby tents all have their own guards posted, ready for trouble. But then, a rain of sharp arrows descends from the sky, more numerous than raindrops. In an instant, Every single guard hits the ground, lifeless. Not one is left standing. And in that same moment, Jian Chen's eyes are shut tight, his body radiating a dense, purple aura. Moving on pure instinct, he raises a hand charged with internal energy, completely obliterating the incoming volley of arrows. The situation is critical. Jian Chen bellows to wake the sleeping Wu Dai as a massive figure, Meng Shi, descends from above, sword in hand, targeting him directly. So, there's still one awake. With his own weapon now in hand, Jian Chen drops into a defensive stance. In a flash, the two clash wildly as screams erupt from the tent. What's going on? An ambush? Blocking each ferocious strike from Meng Shi, Jian Chen winces. This guy is way too strong, he has to be a great saint. Wu Dai bursts out of the tent, a dagger in his hand. Everyone be careful. We're under attack. He glances around, and his eyes suddenly fly open in horror. Before them stands a huge gang of bandits, all looking absolutely vicious. Their leader sneers, "The fierce serpent bandits are here. You're all dead." The moment they see the infamous bandits, everyone panics. It's the fierce serpent gang. We're done for. I don't want to die. Somebody, help us. Now pay attention, because Jian Chen is fighting Meng Shi midair when he screams down. "Brother Wu Di, get everyone out of here now." As he parries and attacks, he reassures the group, "I'll hold them back." Seeing this, Wu Di's resolve hardens, and he yells at the others, "Let's go, now." But Meng Shi just scoffs, unleashing a powerful energy slash. "Trying to escape from my fierce serpent bandits? Don't make me laugh." Each strike is like death itself, aimed right at Jian Chen. Realizing the danger, Jian Chen's eyes widen as he roars, Azure Sword Art, and dodges backwards with incredible speed. But in a stunning reversal, Jian Chen reappears right behind Meng Shi. The bandit leader is shocked. This kid is clearly a mid-tier saint. How did my attack miss him? He spins around just as Jian Chen's blade is at his throat. A close call. But with his nimble body, Meng Shi leans back, narrowly dodging the strike. That sword. It's too fast. Jian Chen lands and analyzes the situation, thinking, that's wind attribute Saint Force. He grinds his teeth, frustrated. My fastest sword strike couldn't even wound him. And on the other side, Meng Shi is just as stunned, clenching his jaw as he wonders, just who is this kid? He points his blade at Jian Chen, demanding, that sword technique just now. How can a mere saint pull off a strike that fast? But Jian Chen plays his part, holding his glowing sword with pure arrogance. A few simple moves and Meng Shi is already hesitating. He smirks. There are people who can swing a sword even faster than that. He raises his blade, exuding confidence. Now watch this. And believe it or not, that small bluff is enough to make Meng Shi flinch and retreat. Seeing his chance, Jian Chen also turns to run, laughing mockingly. What a coward! Realizing he's been tricked, Meng Shi's face turns beet red with fury. You bastard! You dare play me! I'll chop you into 1,000 pieces. His weapon blazing with energy, Meng Shi gives chase without a second thought. As Jian Chen flees, he glances back, thinking, this is the strongest enemy I've faced since I came to this world. He's too tough to handle. Running is the best option. He dashes towards where Wu Dai's group fled, searching for them. Brother Wu Dai, where did they go? But then he stops dead in his tracks, absolutely stunned by the scene before him. It's the mysterious cloaked stranger from earlier, looting the body of an unconscious archer. You and I are about to see this person pull out a bag of money, their face lighting up with greed. But before they can get away, Jian Chen grabs their hand tightly. So, you're a thief. Their eyes lock. The stranger's face has surprisingly beautiful features, and Jian Chen immediately notices. He tightens his grip and makes a bold guess. A woman. But the stranger rips their hand away in anger. Let go. I'm a man. And just as they're arguing, Meng Shi catches up, raising his blade high. You little brat, where do you think you're going now? A single slash separates the two, forcing them to scramble for their lives. Fueled by rage, Meng Shi unleashes a storm of attacks aimed right at the cloaked figure. With a terrified expression, the stranger tries to plead, I was just passing by. Can't you let me go? But Meng Shi couldn't care less. He declares, today, all of you will die. No one escapes. Seeing that talk is useless, the figure raises their hand, beginning to summon something. Instantly, a razor-sharp saber materializes in their hand. You brought this on yourself. Across from them, Meng Shi powers up his own energy and roars. Bring it on. A crazed look flashes in his eyes as he says, another one comes to die. And with that, the magic weapon in his hand slashes down with brutal force toward his opponent. The cloaked figure grinds their teeth, barely managing to dodge the devastating attack. Internally, they're in shock. A mid-tier Saint Master. Meng Shi's eyes grow even more frenzied as he lets out a feral scream. A colossal beam of light appears in the air as his slash seems to split the very ground in two. All right, stick with me on this one. Yi Fan is gritting his teeth, straining to block the blade when Jian Chen shouts over, "Hey, let's team up and take this guy down." But even in this tight spot, Yifan's pride is on full display. "Who needs to team up with you? Get lost." Mangshi just laughs, goading them. "Come on, both of you." "So what? I'm not afraid of you." But Jian Chen gets serious. "If we don't deal with him, neither of us is walking out of here today. Let's team up." Yifan pouts. "Fine, if you're begging me to team up, I guess I'll reluctantly agree." The second he says yes, Wu Day's desperate cries cut through the air. "Brother Jian Chen, help, save us." Then suddenly, Jian Chen just turns and leaves, telling Yifan, "You hold him off. I'll be right back." Yifan is furious, screaming, "Zhen Nan, you tricked me into fighting him alone." At the same time, Mangshi lunges again. "Don't worry, after I kill you, I'll kill him for you." In this do-or-die moment, Yifan's expression turns cold. He never wanted to reveal his true strength. A gust of wind blows past, revealing his surprisingly cute face. Yifan's eyes are firm as he grips his sword tight. Just as Mangshi brings his blade down, Yifan's body becomes light as a feather, and he effortlessly leaps into the air to dodge. But it doesn't end there. After the successful dodge, Mangshi just stands there, stunned. He stares in shock at the deep cracks in the ground. His eyes dart behind him, a cold sweat breaking out. He whispers to himself, "This is." He vaguely remembers the technique Yifan just used. It's Jianji. Before he can finish the thought, a massive explosion erupts right where he's standing. Okay, and this is where it gets crazy. As the smoke clears, Mangshi's voice rings out, his figure slowly reappearing. "You know Jianji, but your power is too weak. If you were a Saint Master, I'd be dead already." Mangshi looks at Yifan with greedy eyes. "This is getting interesting. Hand over your Jianji, and I'll spare your life." But Yifan is completely unfazed. He flips him the bird and taunts back, "In your dreams." Those words push Mangshi over the edge. "Then I'll just cut off your legs." Seeing his opponent's overwhelming aura, Yifan is startled. This time, he really has no more tricks up his sleeve as Mangshi attacks, leaving him frozen in place. But luckily, Jian Chen returns just in time, blocking the fatal blow. Seeing him back, Yifan's jaw drops in pure shock. "Didn't you run away?" From the side, Wu Dai and his men shout in protest. "Nonsense, Senior Jian Chen left to help us." The others quickly agree. That's right. Jian Chen, frowning, channels his internal energy. "I told you we'd fight him together." He then throws a palm strike, telling Yifan, "Your part is done. Leave the rest to me." He hasn't even drawn his weapon, but Mangshi is sent flying back. His arm is numb. Mangshi grits his teeth. This kid. His power is insane. He then roars with everything he has. "I'll tear you both apart, Jianji." A violent storm of energy whips up from his side, striking fear into everyone watching. The attack barrels towards Yifan and Jian Chen. Seeing that immense power coming for him, Yifan just freezes, unsure what to do. But in that instant, Jian Chen plants his feet, grips his sword, and slashes through the air. With razor-sharp focus, Jian Chen channels his power, preparing to counter with a devastating attack of his own. Immediately, a colossal beam of electric energy erupts from his body, pulsing outwards. As Mangshi's attack closes in, Jian Chen's power shoots forward, and he dashes in front of a stunned Yifan. He quickly shields Yifan as the beams of light crash directly into his own body. And you can see it right there. That is a true bro moment. Unable to withstand the full assault, Jian Chen's clothes are shredded, revealing his skin. Yifan is completely stunned that Jian Chen would risk his life to protect him. Jian Chen's face is grim, covered in scratches and bruises. Meanwhile, Mangshi now has a gaping hole in his chest. He stares down in disbelief, unable to process what just happened. His body trembles as he grits his teeth. "That last attack, damn you." He whispers to himself, "I was careless." As the words leave his lips, Mangshi's body goes limp and collapses. Jian Chen lets out a sigh of relief. It was all or nothing. Glad that worked. But suddenly, a wave of pain hits him, and his body seizes up. He's suffering from severe internal injuries. Yifan rushes to support him, his earlier hostility gone. He glares at him. "You forced a level up, took all those wind attacks head on. Your internal and external injuries are critical." Yifan scolds him out of worry. "What kind of hero are you? You almost got yourself killed." Despite his injuries, Jian Chen replies calmly, "If I didn't take that risk, we'd both be dead." Yifan, unable to hold back, asks, "Why did you save me?" Jian Chen's answer is simple. "I said I'd handle the rest." That obviously included keeping you safe. Flustered, Yifan shoves him away. Smooth talker. "I guess you're not hurt at all." Holding his aching face, Jian Chen pleads, "I'm telling the truth." Mangshi's lackeys are now pale with fear. The boss is dead. The boss is dead. The news hits them like a thunderclap. their jaws drop. What? No way. Hearing this, Jian Chen's eyes flash with disdain. So he was their leader. No wonder he was so strong. Then, a wicked plan seems to form in Jian Chen's mind, and a devilish smirk spreads across his face. He stomps on the back of one of the goons and yells, "I killed your boss, and you're next." They scream and scramble to flee. "Screw this. My life is more important. The boss is dead. We're no match for them. Run." In just a few short moments, the area returns to its original peace. The soldiers sigh in relief. They ran. We survived. Just then, Wu De speaks up. "Everyone. We drove off the bandits, but that was just a small group. The main force of the Thungmang bandits hasn't shown up yet." He continues with determination. "To avoid their revenge, we must leave immediately. We'll travel through the night to reach the Fenglan Kingdom." Everyone quickly agrees. "Right, let's go. I don't want to die here." Jian Chen looks over at Yi Fan. "We have to follow them to the Fenglan Kingdom." Yi Fan, now casually eating a pastry, replies, "We were heading there anyway. I guess we'll go with you." Jian Chen watches him with some concern. "You possess Jianji. No one here saw it, but if it gets exposed, I'm afraid people will come after you." Yi Fan doesn't care. It's fine. Who's afraid of who? He suddenly turns around, holding out his hand. "Oh, right." Jian Chen hesitates, wondering what this kid is up to now. A moment later, he decides to shake Yi Fan's hand and introduces himself. "My name is Jian Chen. It's a pleasure to meet you. But here's the twist you and I have been waiting for." Yi Fan angrily yanks his hand back. "Who wants to shake your hand? If it weren't for you, my jacket wouldn't be ripped. You have to." He trails off, then leans in to whisper, "You're not trying to get out of paying your debt, are you?" Jian Chen sighed. "Fine, I accept, but I should at least know your name." Yi Fan exhaled, then said, "Remember it." He paused, pointed to himself, and declared, "My name is Yi Fan." And just like that, they continued on to the destination Jian Chen had mentioned. Watching Jian Chen cultivate, Yi Fan couldn't help but feel curious. "Your training method is pretty special," he said. "Teach me." Jian Chen opened his eyes with a faint smile. "Family secret, not for outsiders." Then he looked around, equally impressed. The Lanfang Kingdom is a kingdom of mercenaries, so it's no surprise they have so many wanted posters. Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The people posted here must be worth a fortune. Jian Chen looked on, surprised. Then his eyes locked onto the name at the very top of the board. Jian Chen was stunned for a long time. Finally, his brain processed the face on the highest bounty poster, Dugu Chubai. The two stood there for ages, the world seeming to freeze around Jian Chen. Seeing his pale face, Yi Fan got curious. "What are you staring at that's got you so shocked?" He then pointed a finger at the bearded old man on the poster and asked, "Do you know who that is?" Yi Fan leaned back casually. "Sure I do. Isn't that Dugu Chubai?" And just like that, Jian Chen snapped. He lunged towards Yi Fan, roaring, "Where is he?" Yi Fan sneered, pushing him away. "Hey, we're both men here. Keep your hands to yourself. If I knew where Dugu Chubai was, I'd have already collected the reward money." He then scoffed, "See that huge reward and get greedy, huh? I'd give up if I were you. The gap in our power levels is just too massive." Finally, Jian Chen calmed himself down. He asked coldly, "What do you know about him?" Before the words were even out, Yi Fan held out his hand. Fed up, Jian Chen tossed over a large pouch. "Is this enough? Now talk." Yi Fan's eyes lit up like lanterns. "All right," Yi Fan began. "Dugu Chubai is an expert who suddenly appeared in the Lanfeng Kingdom over a decade ago. His power is violent, he loves to kill, and he quickly became the #1 most wanted man in the kingdom." Jian Chen's mind raced. 10-something years ago. That matches the time I transmigrated. Did he cross over with me? I became a child, so why does he still look the same? Yi Fan continued, "Then he just vanished without a trace. All information about him was classified as top secret by the Mercenary Union, but the bounty is still up, so he must be alive." Jian Chen asked in shock, "Top secret?" He then guessed, "So only people from the Mercenary Union can see it?" But Yi Fan quickly shot him down, "Nope." He immediately corrected Jian Chen, "Only high-ranking mercenaries can view it." Jian Chen put it together. "So if I want to see Dugu Chubai's file, I have to become a high-ranking mercenary." Yi Fan pouted. "Oh, by the way, I also heard a rumor that Dugu Chubai is always looking for someone named Jian Sen." Jian Chen immediately connected the dots. "Jian Sen, Jian Chen. He's looking for me." As Yi Fan was lost in his own thoughts about his precious little money, Jian Chen was forming a plan. He had to find Dugu Chubai. He might hold the secret to transmigration, a way to return to his own time. And so, they continued their journey. When they reached their destination, they exchanged farewells with the others. "Jian Chen, Yi Fan, my brothers," the merchant said. "I'm taking the caravan to the Merchant Guild. May we meet again." Jian Chen bowed respectfully. "Brother Wu Dai, may we meet again." Yi Fen then waved at Jian Chen. Well, we should get going too. Bye-bye. Jian Chen suddenly grabbed Yi Fen's arm, pulling him back. Don't go. I need your help with something. Yi Fen yanked his hand away, coldly stating, You want me to work, you gotta pay. You got any money left? Jian Chen answered honestly, It's all gone, but I know where to find a huge gold mine. And now here's where it gets interesting. Tempted by the power of money, Yi Fen agreed to follow him. We're here. The two of them stepped into an old tavern, thick with dust, as if no one had been there in ages. The patrons inside all had fierce, strange faces, sending a chill down anyone's spine. Yi Fen asked curiously, Isn't this your first time in the Lanfeng Kingdom? How do you know about this tavern? Jian Chen replied, I overheard in the barracks that this place is a den for the city's criminals, a favorite spot for the wicked. Jian Chen then told him, Go sit and have a drink. Following his advice, Yi Fen quickly ordered a glass of water. The man behind the counter replied flatly, Got it. Over in a corner, two men were drinking happily. Cheers. Jian Chen walked over to their table and spoke just loud enough for them to hear. A 100 gold coin bounty and a 15 gold coin bounty. The two men instantly flared up. Who the hell are you, kid? What do you want with us? Get out of my sight before I get angry. Jian Chen's voice dropped. What do I want with you? He repeated. Then a demonic smile spread across his face. The next sound was a blood-curdling scream, making Yi Fen jump in his seat as he sipped his water. From the dark alley, Jian Chen emerged like a demon, one guy held by the throat, the other dragged limp across the floor. You and I both knew he was strong, but this is something else entirely. He tossed the two men in front of Yi Fen, who could only stare, utterly speechless. In front of everyone's shocked eyes, Jian Chen casually said, From the bounty wall, I found these two. Is their reward money enough? He paused, then his gaze turned sinister as he scanned the room. If it's not enough, the rest of the crowd broke into a cold sweat, thinking, Oh hell no, not me. And with that, they all scrambled for the exit. I don't have a bounty. Spare me. I'll be a good person from now on. Yi Fen called out to the owner. Another glass of wine, please. I need to calm my nerves. The owner, still in a daze, robotically replied, Right. Yi Fen then started explaining. To become a high-ranking mercenary, you have to complete their missions and accumulate enough merits. He continued, if you want to rack up merits fast. He glanced over. The Demon Beast mountain range is a good choice. There are a ton of missions there. It's also the place where Dugu Chibai first appeared. Hearing that, Jian Chen slammed his cup down on the table, his fighting spirit ignited. Wiping the corner of his mouth, he stood up decisively. All right, let's go there. Soon after, the two of them were standing on a high mountain peak, gazing into the distance below. So this is the Demon Beast mountain range, Jian Chen said, impressed. Truly magnificent. Yi Fen chimed in, Yeah, rare and strange. He then turned to his dangerous companion with a serious look. Let's be clear. I'm only responsible for showing you the way and providing intel. You hunt the demon beasts yourself. If you want my help, that'll cost you, he said. Jian Chen agreed. No problem. I just need a guide who understands demon beasts. Yi Fen continued. Among the mercenary missions related to this mountain range, the most valuable prey is the gold-and-silver snow serpent, but it's incredibly rare. Jian Chen replied, No need to take that risk. I'm here to complete missions, not get myself killed. All right then, Yi Fen said. To complete this mission, you have to kill 10 phantom bats. It's difficult, but the reward is generous. And the merit points are high too, he added. Jian Chen nodded. Okay, I'll trust the professional. A cunning smile appeared on Yi Fen's face. Of course. Listen to me, and you can't go wrong. They walked on, and Yi Fen explained, This is the area where phantom bats usually appear. A phantom bat's body is almost transparent. You need a special method to even spot them. Want to know what it is? Jian Chen simply replied, Yeah. Yi Fen's smile grew even wider. That'll be an extra fee. Hearing that, Jian Chen's face froze solid. He couldn't help but ask, Did you suggest this mission just to make some extra cash off me? Yi Fen just grinned. It's all about business opportunities. As they walked, Jian Chen suddenly felt a strange presence beside him, and his instincts screamed danger. Instantly, he drew his sword and stabbed out at the empty air, startling Yi Fen. What was that? And trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next, because he didn't hit nothing. Huh? How'd you do that? Yi Fen asked slyly. You want to know? Well, learn from me for a bit. Then, Jian Chen adds with a smirk, This info comes at an extra cost. Yi Fen is absolutely fuming and turns away in a huff. I don't want to know. But Jian Chen just keeps smiling, happy with the vines he just managed to grab. A moment later, Yi Fen finds a tall rock to sit on. If you already have a way to get the illusionary vines, then let's just finish the mission. I don't have the patience to wait around for you. And with that, he leaps into the air, his sword a blur as it slashes through the vines flying above. Watching Jian Chen's moves, Yi Fen gets a little confused. His techniques are strangely similar to the lonely old monsters. Could they be related? Pausing for a second, Yi Fen's face goes pale. He screams internally, "Don't tell me. Jian Chen is the lonely old monster's son." No way. The thought alone makes Yi Fen want to pass out. Yi Fen's entire body starts trembling. So that's it. No wonder he was so stubborn about coming here. Looking back at him, Jian Chen wonders to himself, "What's that guy mumbling about?" After a moment, something clicks in Jian Chen's mind, and he freezes. Then he stares intently at Yi Fen, a dangerous aura starting to rise from his body. Startled, Yi Fen backs away. "What are you doing? Are you trying to silence me?" Seeing Jian Chen rush towards him, Yi Fen starts panicking. "I won't tell anyone your secret, I swear. But hold on, you're not going to believe what happens next." Jian Chen's sword flashes out behind Yi Fen's back. Turns out, a huge, strange creature was right behind him, just about to strike. Jian Chen is pushed back, scowling. That attack was strong. Yi Fen is terrified. What is that? Not giving up, the creature lunges at the two of them again with incredible force. Finally, Yi Fen draws his own sword, slashing forward angrily. "You damn beast." As soon as Yi Fen strikes, the creature disperses and slowly vanishes into thin air. Yi Fen quickly retreats. "Did you get a good look at it?" Jian Chen replies instantly. "Too fast, I couldn't see." But just then, a golden dragon-like shadow begins to slither across the ground. Yi Fen stammers, This is." Staring at the beast, he finally recognizes it. According to him, this is a gold-silver snow serpent. The gold-silver snow serpent is now staring them down, its eyes radiating pure danger. Yi Fen forces a smile. "We actually ran into a gold-silver snow serpent. I can't tell if we're lucky or cursed." Jian Chen adds, "Judging by its length, this is a level 2 gold-silver snow serpent. The thing I knocked away earlier was its head." Yi Fen is shocked. "Then what did I hit? Don't tell me there's another one?" Jian Chen's eyes darken. "If there's another one, we wouldn't have enough lives to lose. We need to find a way out of here." Yi Fen panics and quickly turns to Jian Chen. "What's your plan?" Before he can finish, Jian Chen charges. "I'll draw its attention. You use your skills to open a path and escape." A terrified Yi Fen shouts, "I asked for your plan, not for you to give me orders." Staring him down, the gold-silver snow serpent narrows its eyes, coiling up to strike. In an instant, the serpent lunges straight for Jian Chen, but our boy is more than ready for a fight. The sword in his hand shoots forward, unleashing a brilliant flash of light and a powerful gust of wind. Jian Chen's body leaps into the air. The serpent immediately opens its massive jaws and whips its head towards him. Reacting in a split second, Jian Chen drops low as the beast thrashes wildly. But now, right in front of him, the serpent splits into 4 heads that circle around him, leaving him completely bewildered. Jian Chen stares, sweat dripping down his face as he mutters, "It's split apart." "Okay, I know what you're thinking, and yeah, this is bad." As soon as Jian Chen realizes what happened, all 4 heads dive straight for him. He immediately unleashes his internal energy, creating a barrier just as he yells out, "Yi Fen, now's your chance." Over on his side, Yi Fen gets the message, rushing forward and shouting back, "Got it." But a shadow suddenly shoots out from behind, moving towards him with silent, nimble speed. Before he can react, he's caught and squeezed tight. Only now does Yi Fen realize what's happening. "The tail!" He screams out, "Jian Chen, the thing that attacked me earlier was the tail. I'm trapped." With that, the tail tightens its grip. Seeing his teammate in danger, Jian Chen is shocked. "Yi Fen." Jian Chen grips his sword, aims for the tail, and prepares to strike. After a moment of channeling his internal energy into the weapon, he hurls it straight at the beast. But over here, the serpent's mouth opens wide, preparing to take a huge bite out of him. With no time to react, its fangs sink deep into Jian Chen's shoulder, sending a spray of blood into the air. At the same time, the thrown sword finally hits its mark. With overwhelming power, it emits a powerful aura and pierces deep into the serpent's golden scales. Yi Fen, far from being grateful, yells, "Why did you save me? Now we're both going to die here." Despite his serious injury, Jian Chen calmly replies, "We're a team. I won't let you die in front of me." The gold-silver snow serpent flings Jian Chen high into the air. Yi Fen watches in horror. As he feels himself falling freely towards the creature's mouth, Jian Chen thinks to himself, "I never expected this. To die just like this. The snake's venom has already entered my body." Jian Chen's eyes begin to close and grotesque, grayish-blue veins appear on his face. But wait. He suddenly feels that something isn't right. Surprised, he thinks, He asks himself, "What is this? Everything around me, I can see it without even using my eyes." He feels a brilliant light enveloping him as waves of energy radiate from all around. Jian Chen closes his eyes and thinks, I'm not seeing it, I'm feeling it. Meanwhile, the serpent continues to unleash its power, its body completely shrouded in a colossal aura. But that aura is coming from Jian Chen. Yi Fen stares, completely dumbfounded. His power. Did he just have a breakthrough? At that moment, the sword stuck in the serpent's tail begins to twitch, trying to push itself even deeper inside. Suddenly, for some unknown reason, a powerful energy bursts from the sword. Witnessing the terrifying scene, Yi Fen's jaw drops. Is that Jian Chen's sword? Jian Chen then looks straight at his weapon and shouts, Spirit Sword Control. A glint of terror appears in the gold-silver snow serpent's eyes, but it has no idea how to fight back. In that same instant, the sword flies straight through its neck, leaving the beast momentarily stunned. And then, where the sword passed through, a massive gash tears open, spewing fresh blood. Even with his eyes closed, Jian Chen can sense it. Good. My sword can hurt it. He quickly musters his energy. Fine. Even if I die, I'm taking this damn snake with me. But it doesn't stop there. The sword once again flies towards another part of the gold-silver snow serpent's body. It moves relentlessly from one spot to another, and everywhere the blade passes, its sharpness inflicts heavy damage. Watching this, Yi Fen is utterly speechless. Once he feels the serpent is wounded enough, Jian Chen shouts again. Up! A piercing roar echoes through the air as blood splatters everywhere. Jian Chen is stunned. My body is as hard as a rock, but what's happening here? And trust me, you and I are about to see this fight get even crazier, as the sword now aims straight for the serpent's mouth, ready for the killing blow. Pinned by the relentless sword strikes, the silver snow serpent can't even move, watching in despair as its life fades. Blood pours from its mouth, all strength to resist now completely gone. Jian Chen's vision blurs as he whispers to himself, I won. A wave of relief washes over him, and a smile spreads across his face. Yes, this is great. I finally won. But in that same instant, the scene before him sends a jolt of shock through Yi Fen. Seeing his comrade collapse from the sky, Yi Fen screams in terror, Jian Chen. Time passes, and now, deep in the jungle, only the two of them remain, relying on each other. Stick with me, because this is where our story truly kicks off. Jian Chen lies resting, his body racked with such pain that he can barely breathe. After a while, seeing his eyes slowly focus, Yi Fen cheers up, Jian Chen, you're finally awake. Slowly sitting up, Jian Chen asks in disbelief, What? How am I okay? Yi Fen proudly holds out the monster core. The serpent's core can neutralize its own venom. He can't help but praise him. You're seriously amazing. What do you call that incredible technique used to kill it? Jian Chen puffs out his chest, ready to brag. That move is called. But Yi Fen cuts him off with a whisper. I know. You don't want to reveal that you're the son of Dugu Bai. Jian Chen freezes, his face stiffening as he asks, What? This completely throws Jian Chen for a loop. Wait, what are you talking about? Since when did I become the son of that old scoundrel? Yi Fen just grins, absolutely certain. I figured it out. You're Dugu Bai's son, don't even try to hide it. Then he lays out his evidence. Dugu Bai's most famous technique is the flying sword. Are you still going to tell me you're not his son? Jian Chen is floored. What? He quietly calculates in his head. After that old scoundrel transmigrated, how does he also know my mind control's sword technique? Yi Fen's eyes light up. Since you're okay, let's split this golden serpent. It's a treasure worth a fortune. But just as they finish, they both sense something's wrong. Yi Fen immediately starts circulating his internal energy to scout the area. Then, he tells Jian Chen, I can feel fluctuations of saint power here. What an unexpected harvest. Could it be the female silver snow serpent? We're going to be rich. Just then, someone approaches, putting both of them on high alert. Jian Chen shouts, Who's there? The newcomer, a man called Seventh Brother, has a cunning look in his eyes as he speaks up, Gentlemen, this serpent belongs to me. The second the words leave his mouth, a gang of his underlings charges forward from behind him. The tension is so thick, you could cut it with a knife. Jian Chen's eyes are locked on the enemy, sizing them up. He asks coldly, The serpent is yours? Then what about us? What do you plan to do? Seventh Brother doesn't even try to hide his malicious intent. The scenery here is beautiful. It's a great place to die, don't you think? Hearing this, Jian Chen and Yi Fen share a look of utter boredom. Why do all villains talk in the same tired cliches? Pausing for a beat, the two look at each other and say in perfect unison, Are we really this in sync? Yi Fen points at the gang. If we could handle the silver snow serpent, what makes you think we're afraid to handle you lot? Seventh Brother scoffs. One of you looks like his saint power is completely drained, and the other is seriously injured. And you think you can handle us? He laughs smugly. Trying to threaten me? You're still wet behind the ears. Don't try to act tough like adults. little brats. He then starts gathering his internal energy, a smirk playing on his lips. Thanks for risking your lives to take care of the golden serpent for us. Now, it's your turn to die. With that, he swings his sword, unleashing an overwhelming wave of power. Yi Fen quickly makes a plan. I'll hold them off, you find a way to escape. Jian Chen worries, but how will you get away? Yi Fen says matter-of-factly, don't worry, I have plenty of tricks up my sleeve. Hearing this, Jian Chen glares at him. Who are you calling a useless piece of junk? Without missing a beat, Yi Fen shoots back, your saint power is almost gone. If that's not useless, what is? I listened to you before, now you have to listen to me. But Jian Chen interjects, it wasn't easy killing that golden serpent. Why should we just hand it over to them? Yi Fen is stunned. Don't tell me you want to. Jian Chen swiftly draws his weapon, a dangerous aura erupting from him. Only that middle-aged guy is a real threat. The others are nothing to worry about. Let's just kill them. Yi Fen grows even more panicked. I know what you're thinking. How can he possibly fight? Your saint power is only enough to form one weapon. How can you fight them? Jian Chen simply replies, you'll know once we start fighting. Immediately, Yi Fen divides the labor. All right, you take on their leader, I'll handle the rest. Jian Chen instantly agrees. Deal. The moment the plan is set, a fiery determination flashes in Yi Fen's eyes. He stares down his opponents, then immediately charges forward, aiming for Seventh Brother just as they'd planned. Seventh Brother can't help but sneer, you little. And just like that, he and Yi Fen are locked in combat, the clash of their blades ringing through the air with a piercing shriek. Meanwhile, Seventh Brother's lackeys laugh at Jian Chen. With just that one weapon, pathetic. You really think you can challenge all of us alone? But he says nothing, simply closing his eyes and begins to condense his internal energy. Seeing him close his eyes mid-fight, they start to mock him. What? So scared you had to shut your eyes? But they couldn't be more wrong. After his power increased, his perception of everything around him has sharpened. With a look of utter contempt, Jian Chen strikes. Dealing with these small fry is no problem at all. One move, mind controls sword. The underlings watch in disbelief as the blade flies past them, their bodies frozen in place. Now, all they can see is a blinding torrent of energy hurtling straight for them. The sword slashes through, hitting all of them at once, and fresh blood instantly dyes the ground red. As they fall, they all stare at Jian Chen with absolute terror in their eyes, as if he were a demon. On the other side, Yi Fen and Seventh Brother are still dueling, and it looks like Yi Fen has the upper hand. Seventh Brother grinds his teeth in fury. Impossible. Your saint power was clearly drained. How can you still fight? Yi Fen ignores him and laughs loudly. Jian Chen, nice one. Standing amidst the pile of bodies, Jian Chen calmly says, the scenery around here is beautiful. It's a great place to die. Pausing for a moment, Jian Chen glances over at Seventh Brother, a cold glint in his eye. Wouldn't you agree? The man's face turns crimson with rage. I really underestimated you too. Good thing I was prepared. With that, he gives a signal, and several figures dash out from a distance. Attack. Of course, Yi Fen is no pushover. He quickly raises his hand and blocks the incoming attack. Jian Chen immediately shouts a warning. There's another Saint Master expert hiding in the shadows. Seeing Seventh Brother making a run for it, Jian Chen yells after him. The once arrogant Seventh Brother is now just desperately fleeing from these two insane opponents. At the same time, Jian Chen suddenly stops. Yi Fen screams from the side, Hey, what are you doing lagging behind? Don't let him get away. Jian Chen's eyes go vacant. Seeing this, Yi Fen's face turns deathly pale as a cold sweat breaks out all over his body. Huh? And just like that, the tables turn once more. Seeing Jian Chen lying motionless on the ground, Yi Fen has no idea what just happened, screaming his name in panic. In the end, they let Seventh Brother escape. Yi Fen couldn't possibly leave Jian Chen alone in the dark mountains. Rushing over with his blade, Yi Fen cries out, Jian Chen, are you okay? Sprawled on the ground, completely dejected, Jian Chen mutters, I don't know. Everything suddenly went black, and my head is spinning. Yi Fen is on high alert. Could it be a trick from that hidden Saint Master? But Jian Chen quickly denies it. No, this is my own problem. It must be from draining all my saint power. Jian Chen pushes himself up, massaging his temples. Don't worry, I'm fine. Yi Fen asks doubtfully, Are you sure you're okay? Circulating his own energy to observe Jian Chen, Yi Fen mutters to himself, I see. The mind control's sword technique may not consume saint power, but it consumes. At last, he can finally let out a sigh of relief. My spiritual energy is completely spent, leaving my whole body dizzy. Looks like from now on, I can't just use sword control with spirit recklessly. Jian Chen then realizes, it seems we can't make that trade after all. Mu Fen replies, I can't believe there was still a Saint Master hiding nearby. So cunning. Luckily, we scared them all off. Jian Chen's face turns serious. With those mercenaries gone, news of the silver-striped golden snake is definitely going to leak. He looks back at the massive snake corpse and says, I'm afraid we're about to be hunted down. Mu Fen, however, is completely relaxed. The magical beast mountain range is huge, more than enough space for us to escape. With me as your guide, I guarantee you'll be perfectly safe. Just then, a strange aura emanates from his chest, startling Mu Fen. Jian Chen is just as surprised, curiously asking Mu Fen, what's that? Immediately, his friend gets flustered and says, sorry, I have to go now. We part ways here. Jian Chen gets a bad feeling. What happened? Mu Fen quickly pulls out a pen and paper. It's an emergency. I can't explain everything. Then he starts rambling. The silver-striped golden snake is too big, not easy to divide. It's all yours. As for my cut, let's call it 50,000 purple gold coins. Plus the fee for hiring me as a guide, providing intel, and helping in the fight. All those fees add up to 60,000 purple gold coins. At this price, you're definitely not getting ripped off. Hearing this, Jian Chen gives a wry smile. You really are cut out to be a merchant. Mu Fen holds up the paper. My good brother, how about a receipt? Jian Chen quickly replies, you're a true brother to me. Everything I own is in this space ring. For the rest, I'll pay you when I have the money. Holding the ring, Mu Fen grins. All right, I'll remember this debt. See you later. Meanwhile, that same strange light suddenly appears in Jian Chen's palm, shocking him. But it seems he still has questions. Hey, wait up. But by now, his friend is long gone. Jian Chen is stunned. You could at least leave a way to contact you. How am I supposed to find you now? He then turns to the giant snake corpse, sighing. Now what am I supposed to do with this thing? There's no way I can move it. He pauses, thinking. That's right, I read about this in the Academy Library. Refining a silver-striped golden snake can forge a body impervious to all poisons. Jian Chen starts weighing his options. Although this cultivation method has the risk of my mind being invaded by the snake's spirit, I can't worry about that right now. He hesitates for a moment, then places his hand on the snake. While those mercenaries are still gone, I need to seize this chance. He begins to circulate his inner force. He chants the incantation in his mind. Body of the snake, become my own. Replace my flesh, and let poison do no harm. Instantly, a golden aura flares to life. And get ready for this, it's about to get brutal. Golden snake scales start appearing on his face. Jian Chen grits his teeth. This refining process is agonizing. The light from the snake's body grows more intense, illuminating the entire area. Right then, its entire body begins to evaporate, absorbed by the transformative power radiating from Jian Chen. After a moment, Jian Chen's face turns cold as the scales become even more distinct. A second later, he can't help but spit up blood. It seems he's pushed himself too far. He thinks in panic, this is bad. Jian Chen's body sways violently, blood pouring from his mouth as the golden scales now cover his entire body. Clutching his splitting headache, he screams internally, not good, my consciousness is about to be invaded. At this very moment, Jian Chen is starting to turn feral, his hands sprouting claws. He bites down hard, his whole body feeling like it's being ripped into 100 pieces. The pain is almost enough to kill him. Finally, Jian Chen can't fight it anymore. He is now completely transformed into a full-fledged beast. His face looks absolutely terrifying. He panics. This is bad. If this continues, I'll lose myself and become a snake man. He quickly tries to stabilize his mind. When he remembers that's right, the Azure-Violet Sword Art. Jian Chen's face is barely recognizable as human anymore. He closes his eyes. It's come to this. He starts to raise his hands. They're shaking uncontrollably. Azure-Violet Sword Art, please, you have to work. With a final effort, Jian Chen roars, slay the inner demon. A bright light instantly envelops his entire body. A plume of golden smoke is violently ejected from his back. Slowly, it fades away and vanishes, leaving only a hazy mist in the void. His form begins to return to normal. It's working, thank God. Exhausted, Jian Chen collapses to the ground. That was too close. If not for the Azure-Violet Sword Art, I would have been done for. This poison-immune body is insanely hard to create. He looks at his hand. I've absorbed all the silver-striped golden snake's energy. This is the first step to forging a body immune to 10,000 poisons. You and I just saw him risk it all, and it paid off big time. Jian Chen clenches his fist with determination. As I continue to fuse this energy with my body, my poison immunity will only become more perfect. He pauses, looking a little disgusted with himself. This place isn't safe to stay. By nightfall, the seventh brother has led his men back for revenge, but of course, their target is already long gone. Seeing the empty clearing, he curses angrily. Damn it, he got away. Just then, a voice rings out. This was to be expected. It would be strange if they didn't run. Seeing the man, seventh brother hastily kneels. "Commander, what do we do?" The commander replies, "Issue a bounty. Spread the news about the silver-striped golden snake. As long as they're in my territory, they won't leave the magical beast mountain range alive." Hearing this, all the disciples roar in unison, their voices echoing through the mountains. Yes, meanwhile, Jian Chen is resting by a nearby stream, the water burbling peacefully. Soaking in the cool water after several exhausting days, he can't help but let out a long, satisfying sigh. This is the life. He dunks his head under, thinking, after forging my poison-immune body, my senses are so much sharper. Letting his body float freely, Jian Chen drifts along, lost in thought. It's been a long time since he's been this relaxed. Jian Chen feels as if he and the river have become one. He hums a little tune, "I am the river, I am the swimming fish." At that same moment, deep below, a strangely shaped white turtle is watching him intently. "I am the stone." Of course, he's completely oblivious, just humming to himself. Not stopping there, Jian Chen lets himself get carried over a small, rushing waterfall. After landing below, he opens his eyes with a happy grin, enjoying the moment as he sings, "I am all things in this world." Carried away, Jian Chen almost loses control, his small boat-like body just drifting along with the current. He lands with a loud splash, sending powerful waves crashing against the shore. Jian Chen sits up, feeling incredibly refreshed after his bath, a huge grin on his face. Then he pauses, his eyes freeze, and his expression turns rigid. Right in front of him, a girl as beautiful as a flower has appeared out of nowhere, wearing only a thin piece of cloth. And what's more, she's about to disrobe and bathe. After his little tumble, Jian Chen is now completely naked, his family jewels dangling freely as he fell into the water. His mind races, there's a woman in the water. In the girl's eyes, all she sees is his little chicken. She stares, completely stunned and horrified. Just as a scream escapes her lips, Jian Chen splashes down into the water. Wait, her face goes pale as she quickly covers herself. Jian Chen frantically tries to explain, "Miss, I swear, I had no idea anyone was here. Really. But of course, there's no way she's buying this whole coincidence story." Livid, she completely misunderstands his lame excuse. "Die, you pervert!" With a shout, she hurls a massive rock straight at Jian Chen's face. He takes the hit, dazed and about to pass out, but still manages a compliment. "Wow, you're strong." The rock slams him down into the water. As he sinks, he thinks to himself, this girl looks about my age, but she's already a Grandmaster Saint. Staring at the 5 red finger marks on his own chest, Jian Chen is floored. Flailing in the water, he marvels that even in an academy filled with geniuses, no one could compare to her power. Panicked, Jian Chen swims away. This girl definitely has a powerful background. He has to explain himself clearly, or he's about to make another dangerous enemy. After getting dressed, he returns to the spot. Where'd she go? Just then, a furious voice erupts from right behind him. "Pervert." He whips around to see the girl, radiating pure rage, sword drawn. "I'm going to kill you." Without another word, she channels her power. First move water command. Water dragon strike. In an instant, the river's surface explodes into a violent wave, crashing down on Jian Chen. Naturally, he's not dumb enough to just stand there and take it, screaming over the roar, "Miss, please let me explain. It's all a misunderstanding." In a flash, the woman appears right behind him. "I don't care if it's a misunderstanding or not. Peeking on me while I bathe is a death sentence." The water churns so violently that even the opposite bank trembles. The 2 old men are thrown off balance as a furious scream echoes through the silent night. "Die." The man behind Yun Chang can't take it anymore and yells, "Old freak Feng, why are you just standing on the shore? How could you let—" Feng Yuan stammers back, red-faced, I don't know. I was monitoring the waterfall with my Saint Force the whole time. How did he slip past my senses?" Yun Chang snaps back coldly. "You were probably drunk and let your guard down." Feng Yuan takes a long swig from his flask. "Probably. It's fine. Nothing happened. Once the young miss kills him and lets off some steam, she'll stop blaming us. The young miss is basically invincible among her peers. How could that kid possibly be a match for her?" But Yun Chang isn't so sure. That boy isn't as simple as he looks. And trust me, you're about to see why. Finally, seeing that he can't endure it any longer, he roars, "Young lady, I've been holding back and trying to apologize. Don't push your luck." The girl, Huang Luan, is completely unreasonable. "I'll push my luck all I want. What are you going to do about it?" With a shout, she lunges forward with another fatal blow. All perverts deserve to die. He stabbed through the left side of his chest. Jian Chen bites down hard, grimacing in pain. But she's not done. Huang Luan maliciously twists the blade, driving it even deeper into his chest. He realizes this girl is trying to kill him. If he doesn't fight back now, he's dead. He can't hold back anymore. Jian Chen instantly draws his weapon, grabbing her collar with all his strength. In a split second, the tables have turned. He easily slams her down into the water. Huang Luan is completely stunned, staring up at him with a dazed expression. With a massive explosion of water, Huang Luan is pinned to the riverbed. The victory has swung decisively in Jian Chen's favor. Standing in the quiet night, he says loudly, "Miss, your power may be higher than mine, but your actual combat experience is weak. What happened earlier was a misunderstanding. I've already apologized, so please don't make things difficult for each other. Or else." Huang Luan can't stand the humiliation. She struggles and spits. "You dare threaten me?" Suddenly, her image begins to waver before his eyes. In a flash, she's completely broken free. Staring at his opponent, Jian Chen's jaw drops in shock. What kind of battle chi is that? The two of them just glare at each other as the tension in the air becomes electric. Staring intently at Jian Chen, she assesses him coldly. "To be able to force me to use my battle chi, you're no ordinary pervert." At the same time, Huang Luan channels her power once more, yelling, "All the more reason I can't let you live." Her blade spins deep into the river, creating a massive vortex of water. But this is different. The water itself seems to have a soul now, the waves taking the shape of terrifying monstrous beasts. Jian Chen has never met someone so unreasonable. "Young lady, I tried to spare you, but you refused to accept my kindness. Then don't blame me for being ruthless." Jian Chen's power erupts, slamming into the ground and kicking up a huge gale of wind. He doesn't stop there. He shoots forward like a bullet, his hand crackling with terrifying lightning. Jian Chen's power startles Huang Luan. She panics, thinking, "It's over. I can't dodge this." The moment she falters, a hand appears out of thin air, aiming right for her forehead, giving her no time to react. After that move, somehow, Yun Chang has already teleported her back to the other side of the river. Looking at his opponent, Jian Chen's jaw hangs open in utter shock. This old man is unbelievably strong. The old man growls, his face clearly unhappy. "You insolent brat, you actually dared to injure the young miss." Just then, Feng Yuan stumbles up from behind, praising him. "Not bad, kiddo. That was pretty." Jian Chen quickly turns, horrified. "When did another guy get behind me?" As he thinks this, Feng Yuan attacks. "You dare peep on a girl bathing. You really deserve to die." As the words leave his mouth, Jian Chen is sent flying. The force is so immense, he coughs up a mouthful of blood as searing pain shoots through him. He's launched into the air like a rocket. Jian Chen feels like he's lost half his life, completely unable to fight back. Fresh blood sprays from his mouth again as he lets out a small cry of pain. Feng Yuan looks a bit surprised. "He's still not dead after taking one of my hits? Not bad." He pauses, his hazy eyes suddenly turning serious. Feng Yuan stares at his opponent, then looks down at his own hand. His heart trembles. Seeing him hesitate, Huang Luan shouts, "Uncle Feng, what are you waiting for? Kill him for me." But now, Feng Yuan has changed his mind. "Forget it. He's already injured. Let's just leave him here to die on his own." Huang Luan is furious. "Uncle Feng, he's the pervert who spied on me. We can't let him go." Yun Cheng steps in. "Young miss, we have important matters to attend to. If those people catch up with us, we'll be in serious trouble." They quickly summon their mount, preparing to leave. Before leaving, Huang Luan glares back at Jian Chen, who is still lying there with his mouth agape. She sneers coldly. "Just stay here and rot." With that, the beast quickly carries them away. In the night sky, shooting stars streak across the breathtaking scenery. The dragon soars through the sky, its wings blending into the silent night with majestic grace. At that moment, Yun Cheng suddenly seems troubled. "Old freak Feng, just say it. You discovered something about that kid, didn't you?" Feng Yuan is impressed. "You noticed, huh?" Yun Cheng replies plainly. "I've been your friend for years. You think you can hide anything from me?" And that's where we leave it for now. Huang Luan, confused, asks what they're talking about as Feng Yuan holds up his hand and says, "When I struck that kid, my own palm was injured. I have no idea how he did it." Huang Luan just stares in disbelief. That pervert is weaker than me, so how could he possibly have injured Uncle Feng? Yun Cheng is just as baffled. Impossible. That kid's power is saint level at best, yet he wounded you? Then he recalls the fight. His saint weapon was strange too. It seemed like his own consciousness was controlling it. He pauses, then speculates further. And that kid somehow evaded my saint force senses to get close to the young miss. Feng Yu squints his eyes and says, "This kid's background is definitely not simple. I'm worried there's some powerful force hiding behind him, which is why I decided to spare his life." But Huang Luan is still arrogant as ever. What force could possibly compare to our clan? "Uncle Feng, you're just being too timid." Yun Cheng warns her with a cold voice, "Young miss, don't be so proud. This is a sensitive time. We can't afford to make more enemies for the clan." She sticks her tongue out, but when Yun Cheng's face turns serious, Huang Luan breaks into a cold sweat. "Understood. I get it. Once Yun Cheng stops pressuring her, she lets out a sigh of relief. That was close. Glancing back, she still looks annoyed. It's a shame I couldn't kill that pervert with my own hands. Huang Luan then mutters to herself, but he probably won't survive anyway. Back at the stream, Jian Chen lies motionless. A long time has passed, and he still hasn't moved. Jian Chen's consciousness slowly returns. He thinks to himself, damn it, I'm too heavily injured. I can't move my body at all. His muscles feel completely torn. If it weren't for the Azure-Violet Sword, spirits protecting him, he'd be done for. He remembers that last attack and shivers. Just for a moment, Jian Chen suspects that one blow could have killed him instantly. He clenches his fist, exhausted. Even though he wasn't killed on the spot, now all he can do is wait for death. Jian Chen feels a surge of regret. He just got a power-up, and now this. But suddenly, he feels an incredibly rich spiritual power all around him. What is this? He guesses. It feels like some form of Saint Force. After his perception was enhanced, he could detect new things. This source of Saint Force feels strangely familiar. He struggles, but finally manages to pry his eyes open, and his heart skips a beat. That's right. He starts sensing it again. This is the light Saint Force that the nun used when she was healing people. Slowly lifting his hand, he hesitates. Light Saint Masters rely on the surrounding light Saint Force to heal. If I could use it to heal myself. He pauses, feeling that energy seeping into his hand. Well, trying is better than dying a painful death here. Immediately, Jian Chen focuses his gaze on these flowing energies. It sweeps past his face, leaving him stunned. His eyes freeze in place, and just when you think he might have a chance, a new threat appears. Several figures show up in the sky. One of them shouts, "A royal aura detected near the waterfall ahead." The other gives a cold command, "After them. Kill anyone you find there." On that command, they immediately swoop down to the stream. But seeing no one, they look disappointed. No one's here. We're too late. The leader isn't convinced. He scans the area one more time. They escaped? Meanwhile, Jian Chen thinks, these guys seem like bad news. Luckily, his aura has completely merged with his surroundings. But the leader is cautious and sends a powerful slash straight into the water. The area remains silent, with only the sound of flowing water. The subordinate reports, nothing unusual in the pool below. Looks like they really got away. The other man replies, keep chasing. And just like that, they mount their birds and fly off to hunt down whoever has that royal aura. Hiding at the bottom of the river, Jian Chen is relieved. Good thing my mind was steady, my aura didn't fluctuate. But at that exact moment, a huge rock from the cliff above breaks loose. He can't dodge underwater, the massive boulder slams right into his back. Jian Chen feels his bones shattering into pieces. He opens his mouth to gasp. It's over. The forceful impact rebroke the bones he just started to heal. His head spins as he thinks helplessly. To fail right when I was most confident, I can't believe I'm going to die by drowning. A long while later, Jian Chen's eyes flutter open. His entire body feels like it's been smashed to bits. He can't quite open his eyes, but he can sense the atmosphere around him. 3 fragrant figures are laughing like flowers. Sir, you're finally awake. Jian Chen wonders, have I stumbled into the paradise that all men dream of? But then, a man's voice cuts through his fantasy. Too bad he's already dead. This guy's heavy. That snaps Jian Chen fully awake. He's startled. Huh? The low voice speaks again. He's awake. Great, we saved him. Now that his senses are back, he sees not beautiful maidens, but an old woman and 2 rough-looking men. Each one is scarier looking than the last. Jian Chen's face turns pale, his eyes practically bulging out of their sockets. Who are you? The 3 speak over each other. We heard a noise nearby and came to check it out. We saved you. Who are you? Why did you drown? What happened here earlier? Was there a battle between masters? And Xiao Dao? Could you talk a little less? Brother D just woke up. I remember that book. Little brother, come take a look too. Jian Chen groans internally. This nightmare is all Big Brother's fault. I shouldn't have read his books. The man named Kaidi quickly says, Xiao Dao is a talker. Little brother, don't mind him. Xiao Dao grins. I just can't control my mouth. Hubo chimes in, little brother, why did you nearly drown? The wounds on your body look pretty serious. Jian Chen decides not to tell the truth. I was diving to catch fish in the pool when the water suddenly erupted and countless rocks fell from the sky. I got hit and accidentally drowned. Kaidi observes the area. It seems a battle between masters really did happen here. To have destroyed the cliff face like this. Jian Chen looks around thinking, this waterfall is completely destroyed. Who were those people? Are they related to that woman from before? At that moment, Xiao Dao gets excited. Brother, what's your name? Are you interested in joining our flame mercenaries? Our group only has 3 people right now, but we're going to become the biggest mercenary group in the Fenglan Kingdom. Jian Chen is surprised. The flame mercenaries, Kaidi quickly covers his mouth. Little brother. Sorry, Xiao Dao was just joking. Hubo quickly adds, yeah, just think of it as. Jian Chen studies them, thinking to himself. These three don't seem like bad people, and my injuries haven't healed yet. Being in an unfamiliar land, joining their group might not be such a bad idea. A moment later, Jian Chen speaks up. I don't have anywhere else to go. If you gentlemen are willing to take me in, that would be wonderful. Kaidi is stunned. Really? Little brother, you'll join us? Xiao Dao, on the other hand, is ecstatic. Awesome. The flame mercenaries are getting stronger. Immediately, the oldest man introduces himself. Little brother, my name is Kaidi, the leader of the flame mercenaries. The stocky man quickly follows. My name is Hubo, the vice leader, and finally, the most hyperactive one of the group. I'm Xiao Dao, the leader's representative for the flame mercenaries. Jian Chen gives a short introduction of his own. My name is Jian Chen. Kaidi replies, welcome to the flame mercenaries, while Xiao Dao yells, Jian Chen, from now on, you'll be the vice captain's representative. Huba scratches his head, saying honestly, Brother Jian Chen, you seem way more reliable than Xiao Yao. This, of course, ticks Xiao Yao off. My experience is way deeper than Jian Chen's. I should definitely be the vice captain. Kaiser quickly added, all right then, Brother Jian Chen can be our second vice captain. Seeing them teasing each other so naturally, Jian Chen couldn't help but smile. But then a wave of sadness hit him. These guys reminded him of his old friends back before he was transported to this world, and a voice echoed in his memory. Jian Chen, my brother, in the future, you'll be the sect leader. Can I be your vice leader then? Stop dreaming, you wish. Those were the happiest days of Jian Chen's life. Back then, they walked and laughed together. Of course, I'll be the vice leader. These memories hardened his resolve. I have to find Du Gu Chubai, uncover the truth behind this transmigration, and one day return to my sect. Just then, Kaiser spoke up to celebrate brother Jian Chen joining us. Hearing this, Jian Chen was snapped out of his thoughts, looking at them in surprise. Let's go to the mercenary market. Soon after, they quickly made their way to the mercenary market. Giant bird-like beasts and other strange creatures soared through the skies in vast numbers. The moment they arrived, Jian Chen was stunned. He couldn't help but stare around in awe. This place, it's huge. Kaiser led the way, explaining, this is the mercenary market. It started as a place for soldiers to trade with each other. Later on, it just became a proper market. Jian Chen looked around, amazed that such a bustling market existed deep within the mountains. Suddenly, someone gasped, hey, that guy on the wanted poster looks just like Jian Chen. Kaiser leaned in. He really does look a lot like him. Now, pay close attention. This is where Jian Chen's new life is about to get a whole lot more complicated. The poster said this person killed a second-class silver-striped golden snake. Huoba added, only a great Saint Master would have the skill to do that. Jian Chen grit his teeth in frustration. Damn it, I can't believe the news spread this fast. I have to misdirect them. He quickly tried to explain, my strength is only at the saint level. How could I possibly kill a silver-striped golden snake? The three of them fell silent, staring at him intently. The tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife. Then suddenly, all three of them burst out laughing, waving it off. That's right. Brother Jian Chen makes a good point. An expert who could kill that snake wouldn't have almost drowned, right? It must just be a coincidence. Jian Chen let out a silent sigh of relief. That was way too close. Xiao Zhao piped up. It'd be amazing if an expert like that joined our mercenary group. Jian Chen felt another wave of relief. Looks like the misdirection worked. Kaiser cleared his throat. Xiao Jiao, stop daydreaming. Then, he turned to Jian Chen. Brother, to avoid any trouble, maybe you should get a disguise. Being mistaken for the guy on that poster could be bad news. Jian Chen quickly agreed, thank you, big brother Kaiser. Right after, Kaiser announced loudly, come on, I'll take you to buy some things. Xiao Dao cheered, time to spend some money. Huoba reminded him from the side, Xiao Dao, don't you dare spend your money on useless things. Inside the market, the atmosphere was buzzing. Captain, I want this. Shopkeeper, 4 of these please. They walked past a bookstall where the owner greeted them warmly. Then they glanced at a clothing stall. Clearance sale, half off, everything must go. Over here, there was an abundance of meat and food. Clearance sale, half off. Xiao Dao was thrilled. Captain, with the money I've saved for so long, I can finally buy gifts for Sister Ru and Mila. Kaiser's face lit up with joy. It's been half a year since I've been home. I wonder if Mila knows how to call me daddy yet. He then turned to Jian Chen. Brother Jian Chen, if you see anything you like, just buy it. If you don't have enough money, I'll lend you some. Jian Chen politely refused. Thank you, big brother Kaiser, but there's nothing I want to buy. Xiao Jiao started to whine. Captain, you're playing favorites. You won't even lend me money. Huo Ba shot him a scornful look. A glutton like you would just buy food. Giving you money is a waste. He shot back, aren't you the same way? Okay, and here is where things get really weird. Kaiser declared, Huo Ba is right, no lending money to Xiao Dao. Jian Chen thought to himself, their friendship is really something. At that very moment, Jian Chen's face suddenly went pale. A powerful surge of energy erupted from within his body. He looked down at his hand, a little surprised. Why is my Azure and Violet Sword Law activating on its own like this? It feels like it's happy. Could the Azure and Violet Sword Law have a consciousness of its own? How is that possible? He immediately started scanning his surroundings, searching. Could there be something nearby that's causing this? He paused, his eyes locking onto a stall selling crystals. The owner was currently fast asleep, snoring away. He stared at a round crystal that was emitting a faint purple energy. It was undeniably pulling his gaze. Jian Chen crouched down, observing the object for a long time with a hint of doubt. It couldn't be this, could it? Suddenly, he felt his body being uncontrollably pulled forward, which shocked him completely. What is this thing? It seems like his swords were truly reacting to this object. The feeling was like they were trying to pull each other together. Slowly calming himself, Jian Chen suspected it was the Azure and Violet Sword Law. He quickly tried placing his hand on the purple stone. There's something strange about this rock. At the same time, his expression soured. He thought with dread. It's so heavy. Seeing him crouched by the stall, Xiao Jiao got curious. What's Jian Chen doing? Meanwhile, Jian Chen was trying his best to lift the stone, but he couldn't even budge it. Inside, he was screaming, heavy. It's so heavy. But at the same time, he could feel it constantly radiating a colossal amount of power. Just then, the stall owner, Qi Han, woke up and happily asked him, Little brother, do you want to buy this stone? He then grinned and pitched, This is a treasure I got from the magical Beast Mountain Range. Hearing this, Jian Chen's expression changed drastically. He speculated internally, the magical Beast Mountain Range, could it be related to Dugu Chubai? He had no idea how long he'd been standing there, completely lost in thought. He stared at the stone, hesitating, then asked, What does this stone do? Why is it a treasure? Qi Han answered honestly, That, I don't know. I just know it's very heavy, extremely hard, and even Saint Force can't damage it. So it must be a treasure. Jian Chen was stunned, so you don't even know what it is. The man then added with a wide smile, Think about it. A beautiful masked woman is the most alluring, right? A treasure whose purpose is unknown is the most powerful, isn't it? Same logic. Jian Chen gave a wry smile. You have a point. He thought to himself, this stone can trigger my Azure and Violet Sword Law. Even if it's not related to Dugu Chubai, it must be connected to my sword technique. I have to buy it. For a moment, Jian Chen's face went pale again, and his shoulders slumped. But my money was stolen. Thinking of that young man, Jian Chen's heart still burned with frustration. Just then, Kaiser walked over. Brother Jian Chen, you want to buy this? Xiao Jiao didn't get it. What's worth buying about this broken rock? I'd rather buy meat. Huo Ba scoffed. All you think about is eating. Jian Chen shyly pointed at the stone. Big brother Kaiser, I do want to buy this, but I don't have any money on me. The captain generously said, No problem, I'll buy it for you. And trust me, what you're about to see is what a true leader does for his crew. Kaiser pointed at the stone. I'll take this. How much? Qi Han quickly said, Not much, not much. Then he held up a single finger. 1,000 gold coins. At that price, all four of them looked like they'd been struck by lightning, their mouths hanging wide open in shock. Kaiser stammered, How much? Xiao Jiao blurted out, For this useless rock? 1,000 gold coins? Why don't you just rob us instead? Huo Ba added, You're not just jacking up the price because you see we want it, are you? Qian just smiled sweetly. Gentlemen, let's be civil. The price is negotiable. Jian Chen's face fell. Forget it, it's too expensive. But Kaiser interrupted, Brother Jian Chen, I promised I would gift it to you. A man has to keep his word. Right after, he slammed a large money pouch on the counter. Here's 830 gold coins. Take it or leave it. Huo Ba was shocked. Captain, that's your entire life savings that you worked so hard for. Qi Han is thrilled and quickly takes the money. A sale. Of course, it's a sale. Thank you all for your support. Kaida shouts back, All right, it's a deal. Jian Chen is fuming. This scammer, I'll definitely find a chance to get back at him for big brother Kai Di. He glares daggers at the merchant, mentally cursing him as a total fraud. Qi Han starts sweating under that intense stare. This money isn't going to be easy to keep. A moment later, the merchant adds, Since you've all been so good for my business, how about a little bonus? Kai Di immediately asks, What kind of bonus? Sweating, he pulls out a scroll. Seeing as you're all mercenaries, I happen to have some intel on a two-headed mountain cat. Consider it a gift. Hearing this, Kai Di's jaw drops. Jian Chen instantly goes on high alert. Intel this important. Why would you just give it to us? Chi Han gives a kusao. To be honest, while the intel is valuable, quite a few people know about it. I could only sell it for a few hundred gold coins. He then adds, I never expected you'd want to buy that rock. Just consider it a freebie with the intel purchase. Jian Chen snatches the paper, his expression instantly flipping back to a bright smile. All right, you're not so bad after all. And with that, the group doesn't linger at the stall any longer. Huba says, let's go. Chi Han just watches the four of them leave. Kai decides, well, all our money's spent. Guess our walk around the market ends here. Xiao Yao grumbles, what a bummer. Our trip just barely started and it's already over. Jian Chen looks apologetic. Is it my fault you guys can't look around anymore? Kaida replies, Brother Jian Chen, don't worry about it. I already said it was a gift for you. Then Jian Chen asks, so if we hunt that two-headed cat, we'll get more money, right? Xiao Yao chimes in, easier said than done. That's a tier 4 beast, not something we can handle. And now for the moment you and I have been waiting for. He decides to come clean. All right, no more pretending. I'm laying my cards on the table. I'm the guy on the wanted posters. I'm the one who hunts gold and silver vipers. Kai Dai is floored. No way, Xiao Yao is just as stunned, but you denied it just a minute ago. Huba is confused. Then how do you explain sinking in the water? A faint smirk plays on his lips. Who knows what Jian Chen is planning? After a brief pause, he channels his inner energy and throws a powerful punch into a massive tree trunk nearby. All three of his new brothers are speechless, jaws on the floor. Jian Chen asks coldly, now do you believe me? But as he showed off his power, a hidden figure watching from a distance saw everything. Turns out it was seventh brother. Still nursing his grudge and eager for revenge, he grins. Found you. Meanwhile, back at the market, things are no longer peaceful after Jian Chen's group left. Chi Han has been beaten to a pulp, I swear. Everything I said was true. The man yanks him up by the collar, filling Chi Han with pure terror. Seventh brother says coldly, fine, hand over the intel on the two-headed mountain cat and I'll let you live. Chi Han quickly agrees. Okay, it's a good thing I kept a copy for myself. Shortly after, seventh brother reports back. Captain, that kid and the Legion mercenary group went to hunt the two-headed cat. The captain, Kellis, stands up quickly. That androgynous-looking guy wasn't there, seventh brother continues. When I got the intel for our secret assembly, I only saw him. Kellis says coldly, it seems they've split up. Seventh brother then asks, Captain, what's the plan? Kellis recalls, years ago, that old monster Dugu once said that magical beasts prefer to hunt humans from behind. That kid and the two-headed mountain cat, I'll take them both. Seventh brother asks again, Captain, what about this business deal? Kellis glances over at Chi Han and gives a chilling order. He served his purpose. Kill him. Putting his coat back on, Kellis calmly orders his subordinates, gather our forces. He sits confidently in his chair and adds, this time, there is absolutely no way he escapes. His men bow respectfully. Yes, sir. The scene shifts to the mountain range, where Jian Chen and his three new brothers have started their hunt. First up is a massive bear. Jian Chen casually lands a few basic strikes, making it roar in pain and spit blood. The other three hide behind a tree, absolutely amazed. Brother Jian Chen is incredible, so this is what an easy victory feels like. They've basically become his personal three-man cheering squad. Brother Jian Chen, you should be the... He sighs in defeat. You guys are just going to be lazy freeloaders, aren't you? Kaida speaks up. With Brother Jian Chen being so strong, there's obviously no room for us to even try. Xiao Yao is ecstatic. With Brother Jian Chen here, the Legion mercenary group is one step closer to becoming the greatest mercenary group in the Fenglin Kingdom. He admits, we never even dared to dream of hunting a tier 4 beast before. Now I just want to know, where is that two-headed cat? Kai Di adds, exactly. This is the area marked on the map. Could that merchant have tricked us? Huba stares intently at the map. This is the exact spot marked in the intel. Did that little merchant really lie to us? Jian Chen patiently says, maybe the two-headed cat is just very cautious. Let's keep searching. But right then, the stomachs of the other three start rumbling loudly. Xiao Yao says shyly, even cheering uses up a lot of energy. How about we eat first? Huba adds, Xiao Yao, you sure know how to hold people back. You're only ever enthusiastic about eating. Jian Chen speaks up, I'm a bit hungry too, and luckily, we have food right here. So, they take the meat from the huge beast they just killed and start roasting it. The delicious aroma fills the quiet forest. Just then, Jian Chen seems to hear something and immediately becomes alert. A rustling sound comes from the bushes, growing louder and louder. Jian Chen quickly stands up and warns them, something's coming. Huba guesses, could it be the two-headed mountain cat? All four of them are now in a battle-ready stance, holding their breath in silent anticipation. Suddenly, something radiating powerful energy bursts out of the bushes. Jian Chen yells, "Here it comes!" Just as he speaks, a small orange beast with lively eyes playfully leaps out. Seeing its form, everyone is stunned into silence. They were expecting a terrifying monster. The little creature runs straight for the piece of meat, happily taking a bite and savoring it like it owned the place. Huba speculates all it thinks about is food. Is this the Xiao Yao of magical beasts? Xiao Yao feels called out. Big brother Huba, your words hurt me. Jian Chen stares at it intently, his thoughts racing. This is. Then he says, I've seen this in the Academy's library. This is a cub of the golden-haired Tiger King. When it grows up, it will directly become a Tier 5 magical beast. The three brothers' eyes light up. A Tier 5 beast just by growing up. Jian Chen looks at it, annoyed. No wonder we couldn't find the two-headed mountain cat. The golden-haired Tiger King is its natural predator. The adult Tiger King must be nearby, so the cats have all fled. In the next moment, Jian Chen swiftly grabs the cub by the scruff of its neck. He says cheerfully, "Caught you, and you're still trying to eat. What a gluttonous cat." Kaide is so moved he's on the verge of tears. A Tier 5 magical beast cub. If we could tame it as a pet, it would be a huge asset. And just when you think things can't get any crazier, a sinister voice rings out from behind them. Correct. The voice came from right behind them, filled with amusement. Hearing a stranger, Kaide quickly whips his head around to see who it is. Standing before them is a tall, muscular man with countless scars on his face, looking incredibly menacing. Kaide is startled and can't help but shout, "Captain Kellis." Jian Chen is secretly shocked. This man is a great sword master. How did I not sense his presence at all? In this moment, the quiet forest falls deathly silent, as even the birds are frightened into scattering by this oppressive aura. The three brothers stare wide-eyed and open-mouthed, completely stunned. Jian Chen looks back at the golden cub, noticing it seems to be on high alert, wary of the strange man. Jian Chen turns to Captain Kaide, asking if he knows this man, but Kaide is frozen in fear. This is Klaus, the captain of the second-ranked mercenary group in the city, and let me tell you, his arrival changes everything. Klaus just smirks at Jian Chen. "Kid, you don't know me, but I definitely know you." All right, let's dive into a classic showdown. Our hero gets called out by the leader of the Zhou mercenary group, who sneers, "You're the one who stole the silver-striped snake from my men. No one has ever dared to steal from us before. You're the first." Jian Chen remembers the guys he took down. "So, they were your underlings? You're here to get the snake back?" Hearing this, the man just scoffs. "You really overestimate my interest in that." He pauses, then continues, "The silver-striped snake? Forget it. It's just a second-ranked magic beast. How can that compare to the fifth-ranked beast in your hands?" At that moment, Kaide shoots a worried glance toward Jian Chen. But as they're talking, from a distance, an assassin takes aim at Jian Chen's crew. After a moment, the hidden archer finally releases the bowstring. A sharp arrow whistles through the air. Hearing the strange sound, Kaide whips his head around, his eyes wide with horror, and immediately yanks Diao aside, yelling, "Diao, look out." Kaide can't help but curse, "You coward, fighting with sneak attacks." Huba roars, "If you've got the guts, come fight us face to face." Diao is pale with fear that was way too close. Jian Chen's expression darkens. "My apologies, I drag you all into this. This has nothing to do with you. I'll hold them off, you guys run." Kaide shouts back, "Jian Chen, what the hell are you saying? You're a member of our blazing mercenary group. We live and die together." Diao, though scared, stands firm. "That's right, today we fight them together." Huba adds loudly, "Yeah, we'll take them on." Right after, Kaide looks at his crew and yells, "Blazing mercenary group, what do we do when our brother is being bullied?" he roars. The others shout back, "We fight." In that instant, a warmth spreads through Jian Chen, a feeling he hasn't had in a long time. He then steps forward and declares, "Class is mine. The rest are yours." Everyone roars in agreement. Over on the other side, Class just laughs maniacally. He opens his mouth, savoring the moment, and orders, "Attack." His soldiers instantly charge forward. Class roars, "Kill every last one of these crazy fools." The three friends form a wall, their auras erupting like a storm, ready to intercept anyone who tries to get near Jian Chen. Meanwhile, Jian Chen's face is ice cold. He focuses, gathering his internal energy, preparing to fight the enemy leader head-on. But as Jian Chen charges, Class just stands there casually, which completely catches him by surprise. Jian Chen furrows his brow, analyzing his opponent mid-flight, his mind racing. This guy, now watch this, he's not even trying to dodge. In fact, Class looks absolutely thrilled, like he's about to play with a child. Jian Chen grits his teeth, channels his power, and yells, "Stop looking down on me." A thunderous explosion rocks the area, the ground shaking like an earthquake, but Class stands his ground, unfazed. He scoffs, "Is that all the power you have?" Then Class starts channeling his own energy. Suddenly, Jian Chen's arm freezes, completely immobilized. Jian Chen's face goes rigid, staring at his opponent, unsure how to react. Seeing Class so calm, Jian Chen breaks into a cold sweat. He guesses Saint Force armor. The man smirks victoriously. "Not bad, but my Saint armor is different from others. It's a full-body armor." And it's true. Class's entire body is covered in a protective layer of Saint Force, but Jian Chen remains calm. He says, "I see." A moment later, a smile returns to his face. "Looks like I'll have to use that method after all." Class looks at Jian Chen and can't help but laugh out loud. "You still have a plan B?" He channels his power and asks, "Are you going to bow your head and surrender? Or abandon these worthless friends and run for your life?" Jian Chen then looks at the golden cub. "Little guy, sorry about this." In the next instant, he throws the cub straight at Class. "Class, do you want us? Or do you want this tiger cub?" Class never expected him to just toss the treasure away like that. His jaw drops in utter shock. Gritting his teeth in fury, Class looks at Jian Chen, speechless. "You!" Class then turns on his heel and bolts. "Wait until I catch that cub, then I'll come back and settle the score with you." As he runs off, Jian Chen flashes a sly grin. Without Class, these mercenaries are nothing more than cannon fodder. Meanwhile, the little golden cub is running for its life, squealing in terror, with a crazed Class in hot pursuit. He stares greedily at the golden cub. That little tiger is pretty fast. In the middle of the forest, his shouts echo through the night, "Stop." But elsewhere, a small figure is tearing a massive beast to shreds, blood splattering everywhere. Its eyes are razor sharp. Its mouth is still covered in fresh blood, looking absolutely terrifying. Then, as if sensing something, the creature stops devouring its prey. It stands up straight, looking around, and then lets out a ferocious, aggressive roar. You guessed it, this is the adult golden fur tiger king. Its presence is overwhelming, its face twisted with rage and its mouth dripping with blood, a sight to terrify anyone. Back with our group, Jian Chen hears the sound and can't help but say, "What a terrifying roar! What kind of monster is coming?" From behind them, the massive golden tiger king lets out a vengeful howl, then lunges towards Jian Chen's group. In the blink of an eye, several mercenaries are dragged away. The creature's movements are swift and deadly precise. But it doesn't stop there. Another beast controlled by the king targets Kaidi's group, chasing them down. The mercenary leader immediately recognizes it a magic beast controlled by the golden fur tiger king. At this realization, Kaidi's group turns pale with fright. Seeing the massive, murderous tiger king, they all start screaming, "The tiger king's here! This is bad! Retreat!" Over here, Kaidi is running for his life from the magic beast. "Help me! Brother Jian Chen!" Jian Chen calls out urgently. Over here. The moment he passes by, the magic beast is cut down by Jian Chen's sharp and swift blade. He quickly tells everyone, "The Tiger King is here. We have to run now." Diao quickly responds, "No problem." Huba chimes in, "We'll follow his lead." Based on what he could sense, it was clearly desperate. Kaidi asks in fear, "The little tiger isn't with us anymore. Will we be safe?" Jian Chen points behind him. "According to my senses, that direction has the fewest beasts. We'll break through there." Everyone immediately agrees. Got it. The once peaceful forest is now filled with unforeseen dangers. Meanwhile, Class is walking alone, looking like he's achieved his goal. Holding the small cub in his hand, he smirks. The beasts in that direction were few and far between. It should be pretty safe. At that exact moment, a colossal wave of energy flies towards Class from behind. Feeling an immense pressure at his back, he instinctively turns his head, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. The Golden Tiger King is staring intently at him. The little cub sees its kind and joyfully raises its paws, waving in a pitiful display. The moment he sees it, Class is so shocked, his jaw hangs open. No wonder there were no other magic beasts nearby. The Tiger King is here. Only now, standing so close, does Class feel the suffocating pressure from this beast. In the next moment, he tightens his grip on the small cub and yells, "Don't come any closer or I'll kill it." The Tiger King has human-like intelligence. It seems to understand what he's saying and pauses its attack. Class is trapped. He starts calculating, "If this continues, I won't be able to escape. I have to think of a way out." A moment later, he suddenly hears a rustling sound in the bushes nearby. A look of pure joy spreads across Class's face. He laughs and says aloud, "Someone's coming." Over here, Jian Chen's group is running forward at full speed, following his lead. But after a moment, Jian Chen suddenly realizes something is wrong, and his gut wrenches. Right after, Jian Chen shouts, "Stop. The Tiger King is nearby." And this is where you and I realize the awful truth. That's why the path was so clear. Huba is stunned. What? From high above, Klaus dives towards them, shouting that he's brought them a little gift. With that, he hurls something down at the group and yells out, "Catch!" Xiao Jiao instinctively reaches out, catching the object and staring at it blankly. What is this? From a hidden spot nearby, Klaus watches with amusement, muttering, "Now you all can die here in my place." The moment Xiao Jiao opens the bag, he's stunned. Inside is a small cub. Jian Chen is shocked too. At that exact moment, the Golden Fur King finally pounces, but Xiao Jiao is still completely oblivious to the danger. Jian Chen is horrified. He looks at Xiao Jiao and screams, "Xiao Jiao, throw it away." Hu Ba instantly lunges, pushing him out of the way while yelling in a panic, "Xiao Jiao, watch out." Thanks to Hu Ba, Xiao Jiao is saved from death. But now, the one facing the deadly claws of the Golden Fur King is Hu Ba himself. Blood sprays through the air. Xiao Jiao's eyes are wide with absolute horror. Jian Chen is the same, frozen in shock as he watches Hu Ba fall beneath those sharp claws, unable to react in time. Even Kaid is completely stunned. The three of them couldn't do a thing. It all happened too fast. In a flash, Hu Ba is trapped in the jaws of the Golden Fur King, which lets out a terrifying roar that chills them to the bone. After a moment, the beast drops Hu Ba's body, which lies motionless on the ground, shocking the remaining team members. But Hu Ba is still barely clinging to life, his body twitching as he looks at Xiao Jiao, trying to say one word, "Go. Run." And with that final word, Xiao Jiao finally snaps back to reality, letting out a desperate, horrified scream. Tears stream down his face as he glares at the Golden Fur King and roars, "I'm going to kill you." The beast sees him draw his weapon and gets into an attack stance. Jian Chen screams, "Xiao Jiao, get back here." But he's not listening anymore. Xiao Jiao recklessly charges forward to face the massive beast head-on. Of course, Jian Chen can't just let his friend die for nothing. He focuses his internal energy, preparing to strike. A single sword slash flies towards the Golden Fur King, and the sheer power of it leaves Xiao Jiao staring with his mouth wide open in disbelief. Jian Chen carves a huge gash towards the beast, but its massive paw slams down, forcing Jian Chen to leap back. Xiao Jiao looks on in terror, shouting his friend's name in a panic. But the beast isn't just going to stand there and take hits. Now, the Beast King begins to gather internal energy in its mouth. It roars, releasing a colossal wave of power that starts to warp the very air around them. Over here, Jian Chen raises his hands to block the attack, but the weaker Xiao Jiao can't handle it, spitting up blood from the impact. Finally, he can't take it anymore and collapses to his knees. Jian Chen looks over, shouting in alarm, "Xiao Jiao." But it seems Xiao Jiao has lost all reason. He grits his teeth as the Golden Fur King continues its ferocious charge, eyes locked on its two targets. Xiao Jiao trembles. "I have to kill it. Avenge Captain Hu Ba." Jian Chen warns him. "Xiao Jiao, you're too badly hurt. Don't be reckless." With that, Jian Chen rushes forward. "Captain Kaide, take Xiao Jiao and go. I'll hold the beast off." But Kaide seems to be lost in grief, too stunned to move as he mutters, "I'll hold the beast off." Jian Chen is taken aback. "Captain Kaide, you're no match for it." The captain's voice is grim. Jian Chen knows it's true, but still says, "But I can hold it off so everyone else can escape." Kaide then steps forward. "The Beast King controls this entire forest. Unless we escape the forest completely, we can't get away. Among us, you are the strongest. Only you have a chance of getting out of here alive. Now, here's the part you and I need to watch carefully." He pauses, then declares, "In the name of the Blazing Mercenary Corps, I order you to take Xiao Jiao and leave." Jian Chen is stunned. He'd never seen the normally cheerful captain look so grim and resolute. In the end, Kaide was right. Jian Chen, though reluctant, has no other choice. "Yes, Captain." He quickly moves to leave. "Captain Kaide, take care." Xiao Jiao screams, "I'm not going. I want to stay with the captain." Knowing he won't survive against the Golden Fur King, the captain makes one last request. "Jian Chen, my brother, remember to avenge us." "Over here." Xiao Jiao stares at Kaide in a daze, his voice trembling as he whispers, "Captain." They finally manage to escape the Golden Fur King. Jian Chen finds a safe place and stops, constantly channeling his internal energy into his friend's body, repeating over and over, "Xiao Jiao, you have to live. You have to live." After a moment, Xiao Jiao's weak voice asks, "Am I going to die?" Jian Chen quickly replies, "I can use holy light medicine to heal you. You should be fine." Then, Xiao Jiao says, "Jian Chen, you're amazing. You know everything. Unlike me, I'm just useless." Jian Chen is crying, his voice trembling. "Don't talk anymore. I'll heal you." Xiao Jiao's breathing is faint as he stammers, "The Blazing Mercenary Corps is only you left." Jian Chen is devastated. He stares at Xiao Jiao's motionless body on the ground. tears mix with pure hatred as Jian Chen grits out each word, the city mercenary group. Klaus. As he says the name, Jian Chen's eyes burn with an undisguised, raging fury. At that moment, a furious roar echoes through the forest, making Jian Chen freeze in his tracks. He immediately spins around, realizing, the Beast King, it's caught up. Jian Chen slowly stands. I'm not its match right now. I can't let hide. He makes a vow, shouting, Xiao Jiao, I will be back. I'll kill the Beast King with my own hands and avenge all of you. After giving his brother a makeshift burial, Jian Chen quickly turns to leave. Following the beast's roars, he immediately leaps forward, moving through the treetops of the forest. As he runs, Jian Chen calculates his chances. The Beast King's speed is too fast. I can't outrun it. He pauses for a second and makes a decision. I have to take a gamble. I'll hide my presence and hope I can escape its notice. Meanwhile, the Golden Fur King is tearing through the forest at an incredible speed. It truly is the lord of this domain. Wherever it passes, no other beast dares to block its path, its aura overwhelmingly powerful. Hiding in a nearby bush, Jian Chen silently peeks out to watch, his senses on high alert. It's here. The Golden Fur King's sharp claws dig into the stone, sending sparks flying with every step. Under the dark sky, it dashes back and forth, relentlessly searching for its next prey. It stops for a moment. Its eyes lock onto a tall tree nearby, staring intently for a long time. Then, it channels its internal energy, a dense, murderous aura enveloping its body as it lets out a deafening roar. The Golden Fur King's eyes burn like fire, its furious roar seeming to tear space itself apart. Jian Chen's mouth is shut tight, his eyes wide, his face tense with extreme stress as he thinks to himself, damn it. As the beast continues to roar, unleashing spinning vortexes of bright energy, Jian Chen enters his own stance. He brings his hands close to his head, and countless energy blades begin to form around his body. Instantly, he launches himself toward the Golden Fur King, his entire body shrouded in those swirling energy blades. He grips his sword tightly, raising it high. The blade glows with purple energy, his gaze is ice cold, his jaw clenched, as he prepares to unleash a decisive blow. Jian Chen dives down with a powerful attack posture, executing an incredibly forceful technique known as the Divine Sword Control. He charges head-on against the beast, his body descending like a bolt of death itself as it bares its sharp fangs at him. Trust me, you and I are about to witness if this incredible gamble pays off. After the initial strike, he lands lightly below, as the Golden Fur King opens its mouth for one last, terrifying roar. Still clutching his sword, his eyes are wide with utter disbelief. His full-power attack didn't even scratch it. The creature just stands there, unfazed. Alright, stick with me because this battle goes from 0 to 100 real quick. Suddenly, a massive roar erupts as gigantic spirals of energy burst from the beast, shooting straight up. A piercing howl rips through the silent night. That energy beam carves a long scar straight through the forest, obliterating everything in its path. The sheer destructive power from Kimao's roar is insane, even slicing through the mountain it passes. Just in the nick of time, Jian Chen dodges the blast. He lands on a high branch far away, watching the colossal explosion ignite the forest. He's panting hard, sweat streaking down his face as he lets out a sigh of relief. Barely made it, he gasps. But suddenly, he feels an overwhelming sense of danger right behind him. A giant shadow with razor-sharp claws is looming over him. Just then, pillars of white energy erupt from the ground around Jian Chen like giant spears. A blinding light explodes. The swirling energy descends like a sword, ready to crush everything. Caught completely off guard, Jian Chen is hit hard. Blood sprays into the air as a choked cry escapes his throat. Damn it. Kimao appears, its sheer presence blanketing the sky, its eyes blazing like two torches. The cold moonlight shines down on the quiet forest. On the ground, Jian Chen lies motionless as a gigantic, sharp claw descends from above. Just as Kimao's claw is about to strike, a massive vortex of purple and blue energy suddenly envelops him. The air grows thick with killing intent. Kimao lets out a furious roar, its burning eyes wanting to incinerate everything in sight. The night sky is now churning with dark clouds. The pale moonlight is just bright enough to reveal Kimao, who is frozen, observing something with caution. Now, pay attention, because this is where everything changes. Space itself seems to fracture as lightning bolts arc out from a single sword, its golden hilt reflecting a purple light, creating a majestic aura. The night sky is torn apart by purple lightning. Kimao growls, standing perfectly still, watching the bolts. The sword then soars into the air, blazing like a divine torch, letting out a humming sound. Then, from that sword, a massive amount of energy explodes across the heavens. It forms a furious storm. A pained, furious roar echoes as blood sprays everywhere. The space itself trembles as tendrils of energy wrap around Kimao's body. Jian Chen remains motionless, protected by the sword's energy, as Kimao's roars of agony fill the air. The crescent moon is now just a faint sliver of light, completely swallowed by the storm of energy from the sword. Jian Chen's entire body is now wrapped in a brilliant purple aura. The scene is absolutely surreal. And in that moment, a stream of pale green light shines down from the crescent moon. Countless shimmering white flower petals begin to fall, filling the sky. For a brief second, the night seems to stand still. We see a sprawling town from above, bathed in brilliant golden sunlight. The houses with their red-tiled roofs are packed closely together, interspersed with rows of lush green trees. Here, Huang Luan is holding up a light orange dress printed with white clouds, giving it a delicate, traditional feel. Standing behind her, Yun Baba speaks up. "Young miss, we should get going. We shouldn't linger in the streets for too long," as she haggles with the shopkeeper. "I want them all," she says. Feng Baba immediately chimes in. "Why not? It's crowded and noisy here. Even if that person follows us, they won't find us." Suddenly, a muffled voice from a hooded figure speaks. "You carry his scent." Huang Luan immediately spins around. "What are you talking about?" From a distance, Yun Baba and Feng Baba rush over, shouting, "Who are you?" In a flash, the two are facing the mysterious figure, taking a defensive stance and shouting in unison, "Get away from the young miss." But all that's left is an empty cloak. Feng Baba mutters, "He ran." Yun Baba asks, filled with suspicion, "Who in the world was that?" Huang Luan quickly runs back towards her two guardians, who are waiting for her near the green trees that line the town square. And let that sink in. Standing on a high roof is Du Gu, his eyes fixed on the distant horizon. He whispers, "So you've come to this world too." The air is thick with the smell of death, every gust of wind carrying its chilling breath. This is a majestic mountain range, its gray cliffs mixed among dense green forests. This place has a name, the Magical Beast Mountain Range. The scene is now a forest glowing with golden light, the tall trees forming a shimmering canopy. In that instant, Jian Chen suddenly appears, completely bewildered by the scene before him. He's in a vast open space under a clear blue sky with a few white clouds. Stunned, he wonders to himself, where is this place? Where is the Tiger King? Jian Chen instinctively reaches for something, looking around him. A cold feeling creeps into his heart. Could it be? All the trees around here. Did the Tiger King do this? He stops and mutters, "No, that's not right. If it was him, with this level of destruction, how could I be uninjured?" He looks down at his body. His clothes are still stained with blood, but the wounds from the Tiger King have already healed. What on earth is going on? Sunlight gently illuminates Jian Chen's somber face. A question rises in his mind. If the Tiger King is gone, then what about Captain Kaide and the others? In the silent forest, he stands motionless, his gaze fixed on the stone graves before him. He recalls a past memory, Kaide happily talking about his daughter, who he hadn't seen in half a year, wondering if Mila knew how to say daddy yet. An image of Xiao Dao also floods his mind. The young man was filled with hope and excitement, believing their Lixian mercenary squad would become the strongest in the entire Fenglin nation, and he remembers himself happily sharing his own feelings. "You all feel like family that I haven't seen in a long time." The memory of that horrifying day rushes back. He hears the voices of his comrades yelling, "Go, run." Even in his final moments, Kaide was only thinking of others. "As the captain of the Lixian mercenary squad, I order you to take Xiao Dao and get out of here." As Xiao Dao fell, he whispered his final words, "The Lixian mercenary squad. I'm the only one left." Jian Chen cries out in pain and regret. "It's all because I was too weak. I couldn't protect anyone." His face hardens, tears streaming down, but his eyes are now filled with determination. He stands before the graves, blood dripping from his fist. "I swear a blood oath here." With a burning fighting spirit, Jian Chen declares, "I will personally take the life of the Tiger King and destroy the Zhou mercenary squad. I will get revenge for everyone." The scene shifts to a deep green mountain range, sunlight painting thin streaks of light on its slopes. Jian Chen has left the graves. He thinks, "I never expected so much to happen in the magical Beast Mountain range. I will be back." As he walks, he plans his next moves. First, return to Wallace City, make sure Sarah and Captain Kai D's daughter are settled safely. Then, he'll investigate the Zhou mercenary squad. Suddenly, he runs into a group of people led by Shong Jiang. "Hey, you! Stop right there." Jian Chen, wearing a hooded cloak, just keeps his head down and tries to walk past them quickly. Just as he passes, a low voice rings out. "Hey, wait a minute. You! Stop." Jian Chen thinks to himself, "What is it now? Could it be?" Immediately, Jian Chen turns around, looking annoyed. "Were you calling me?" Xiang Jiang jerks his chin at him, his voice dripping with arrogance. "Obviously. Who else would I be calling? Did you just come from the magical Beast Mountain range?" His hand at his side, ready to channel his energy, Jian Chen coldly asks back. What if I did? Jiang strikes an arrogant pose, speaking as if he's granting a huge favor. My friends and I want to go in there to train. You seem pretty capable. Be our guide, and I'll make sure you're well rewarded. His lackey beside him eagerly chimes in. Following our young master, you'll definitely earn more than you would as a mercenary. This is your lucky day. Don't miss it. And you and I both know what Jian Chen's thinking. Great, another useless, rich young master. Realizing he's outmatched, he decisively turns to leave. But Hung Kuang absolutely flips out, screaming that being recruited by him is a great honor. How dare he refuse? With that, Hung Kuang orders his goons, get him. I'll teach him a lesson. And just like that, two figures lunge forward, closing in fast on Jian Chen's back. He doesn't even flinch, just a calm glance over his shoulder, a hint of impatience in his eyes, and then, in a blink, a pain scream erupts. The other guy gets it even worse. A palm strike smacks his face sideways, his cheeks instantly swelling. So, in a flash, before they could even touch a single hair on his head, both of Hung Kuang's men are knocked out cold, lying flat on the ground. It all happens so fast that Hung Kuang and his remaining lackeys just stand there, jaws wide open, completely unable to believe what they just witnessed. And yet, the spoiled brat still has a big mouth, pointing and yelling at Jian Chen, "You bastard! Who do you think you are, hitting my men?" Hung Kuang just keeps screaming, "Don't you know who I am?" But right in the middle of his rant, Jian Chen moves like lightning, instantly closing the distance. His hand shoots up, stopping right in front of Hung Kuang's face. The kid goes dead silent, his face pale with fear. With a simple flick, Jian Chen sends him flying, yelling out, "Keep your mouth clean." But the other followers aren't giving up. They all tighten their grips on their weapons and start moving in on Jian Chen. A little while later, the forest is quiet again. Now we see Jian Chen sitting casually on the backs of those same goons, growling in frustration. "I don't care who you are. You have no right to order me around. I'm not in a good mood, so don't force me to kill you." He scowls at the man before him, his eyes filled with pure annoyance. Hung Kuang immediately panics and drops to his knees, begging for his life. "Great master, I was just passing through, trying to get to Demon Beast Mountain." When Jian Chen doesn't reply, he quickly offers up an item. "This is my belt. It's full of money. It's all yours, I swear. Just please, spare my life." Jian Chen doesn't hesitate, slowly reaching out and taking it. "I'll let it go this time." He turns to leave, but not without one last piece of advice. "Learn your place from now on. Don't think your family's money lets you do whatever you want." Hung Kuang doesn't dare talk back, just bowing his head. And yeah, you and I both know this isn't over. The second Jian Chen is gone, his face twists in pure hatred, his eyes burning with killing intent. Time passes, and the scene changes to another city, this one with a far more peaceful atmosphere. Inside one of the homes, Nuong Lan holds her daughter, looking confusedly at their guest. "You're a friend of Kai Day's." Jian Chen places Hung Kuang's belt on the table and smiles. "Big brother Kai Day and the others had to take an urgent mission in another country. It was an emergency, so they sent me to bring the money to you all." With that, he turns and smiles at the little girl. "You must be Mila. Big brother Kaida talks about you all the time." A second later, Jian Chen turns back to Nuong Lan. "Auntie, there's a good amount of gold in that belt. It's living expenses from Kai Di." Hearing this, she panics. Where did he get so much money? Nuong Lan realizes something is off and shoots to her feet in terror. Did something happen to him? Jian Chen quickly holds up his hands to calm her down. "Auntie, don't worry. The mission he took on was a big one. The client." Just then, his sharp senses pick up the sound of rushing footsteps, getting closer and closer. Outside the house, Hung Kuang has arrived with his crew, sneering loudly. "Get out here, you little punk." As Nuong Lan watches in terror, Jian Chen walks slowly to the door, reassuring her, "Don't worry, Auntie, I'm here. No one will harm you." The moment he steps outside, Hung Kuang breaks into a smug grin. "We meet again. Are you happy to see me?" Jian Chen's brow furrows as he demands, "How did you track me?" He quickly pieces it together. "It has to be this belt, but I already checked it. There was nothing unusual." Hearing this only makes Hung Kuang more arrogant. "That's a secret art of the Tian Hung family. Of course, a nobody like you wouldn't know." Jian Chen's face immediately darkens. "Humph. It seems I underestimated you." "Okay, that's it. You and I both know he just crossed a line." Hung Kuang's eyes slide over to Nuong, Lan, and Mila, and he smirks. "Is that your daughter? After I kill you, I'll take good care times of them." At that, Jian Chen finally snaps. He grinds out every single word. "Auntie, take Mila inside. I will handle this." The second they're safely in the house, Jian Chen's inner power explodes, his aura becoming terrifyingly strong. Amidst the swirling energy, a sword materializes in his hand as he says in a low voice, "You brought this death upon yourself. You are the very first." Veins pop on his forehead as he snarls, his eyes glowing with thick, murderous intent. The air goes still, but faced with this warning, Hung Kwong just scoffs, still talking tough at a time like this. Of course, he has a reason to be so cocky. This time, I brought the experts from my family. You are already a dead man. Jian Chen's eyes sweep over the two men, silently sizing them up. Two great Saint Masters. One is a low-level one. They're actually pretty strong. Seeing his silence, Hung Kwong assumes he's afraid and lets out a huge laugh. It's too late to be scared now. After I kill you, that mother and daughter are mine. The mature woman, the young girl. Jian Chen remains silent, his lips pressed into a thin line. With his face hidden by his hood, you can't see his expression. He thinks to himself, on Demon Beast Mountain, I couldn't protect them. I could only watch them die. Just thinking about it makes Jian Chen's hand clench into a tight fist. He makes a silent vow right then and there. I will protect my brother's wife and daughter. I won't let anyone harm them. With that, his eyes narrow, fixing the group with an ice-cold stare. Hung Kwong has been ranting this whole time without a single response, and now he's furious. He immediately gives the order to his men. Go, get him. I want him to understand that in this city, the Thian Hung family owns the sky. Believing he's already won, Hung Kwong laughs wildly. I refuse to believe you can handle this many people. At his command, 3 of his men leap towards Jian Chen, their attacks ready to launch. He doesn't even bother to dodge, just standing there as a deep pulse of inner power erupts from his body. The next second, Jian Chen lunges forward, his sword a blinding flash of light, and one of the men is instantly bleeding out. With that same move, he effortlessly dispatches the other 2. They had absolutely no time to react, and just like that, heavy bodies dropped to the ground. Jian Chen had taken down all 3 attackers in an instant. His piercing gaze lands back on Hung Kwong as he coldly replies, whether you believe it or not is irrelevant. His opponent is so scared he's breaking out in a cold sweat, stammering, how is this possible? Even the 2 masters standing behind him are impressed. This kid is incredible. How can someone so young be this powerful? The one called Zhou Quan takes the initiative and steps forward. I don't know where you come from, young master, or why you've become an enemy of the Thian Hung family. Could there be some kind of misunderstanding? Jian Chen raises an eyebrow, calmly answering, you see, I'm strong, so now you want to know my background? I'm just a wandering mercenary. I have no backing. He pauses, unable to hide the fury in his voice. Besides, when did times become times your time's enemy? It's pretty clear that someone with no self-respect came looking for me. The second those words are out, Hung Kwong begins to panic, turning to Zhou Quan and desperately urging him on. And trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. Enough talk. Don't forget who puts food on your table. All of you, finish him now. Wu Kun just feigned helplessness and sighed, well, I guess we have no choice. Jian Chen grips his short sword, his eyes locked on his opponent, no more words needed. With a grit of his teeth, he explodes forward, launching himself at the man opposite him. In a flash, Jian Chen is right in Wu Kun's face, unleashing a lightning-fast strike. But his opponent is no slouch, quickly drawing his own sword to parry the blow. Jian Chen doesn't stop, pulling his sword back sharply to build momentum for another attack. Wu Kun senses the danger and instantly ducks his head, the razor-sharp blade just grazing past his face. Jian Chen gives him no room to breathe, continuing his relentless assault. Countless sword glints rain down on Wu Kun, who struggles to defend himself, thinking, he's too fast, this fighting style is insane. At this point, he completely loses his cool and barks at his lackeys. What are you morons staring at? Get over here and help me. Wu Leng and Duan Sha finally snap out of their daze and rush to their buddy's aid. All 3 masters surround Jian Chen, and the fight becomes incredibly tense. Xiang Kuang clicks his tongue, unimpressed. A bunch of useless trash. Some masters they are. The next second, he remembers something and glances in another direction. Niu Lang and Mila are hiding behind a door, anxiously watching Jian Chen's battle unfold. And the moment he spots them, a disgusting idea sparks in Xiang Kuang's mind. A sinister smile spreads across his face. A moment later, as Jian Chen fends off the 3 goons, he hears a piercing scream. Let me go. Niu Lang's desperate cries reach his ears. Let Mila go. Jian Chen's pupils immediately constrict. He whips his head around toward the sound and sees Mila being held hostage by Xiang Kuang, a sharp dagger pressed right against the little girl's face. Niu Lang has been knocked unconscious, lying on the cold floor. Xiang Kuang shouts a threat at Jian Chen. If you don't want this little brat to die, get on your knees for me. Now, Jian Chen's eyes burn with fury. You dare touch her, and I'll kill your entire family. Xiang Kuang acts like he's just heard the funniest joke in the world. Kill my entire family? He scoffs. He suddenly tightens his grip on Mila's neck, making her gasp for air. Seeing this, Jian Chen's patience snaps, his eyes turning bloodshot. In a single second, an intense purple energy erupts around him as he roars, "Let Mila go." But Xiang Kuang isn't scared at all. He just squeezes Mila's jaw harder and snarls, "Throw down your weapons and kneel for forgiveness." Jian Chen knows he can't risk it and quickly agrees. "Fine, I'll throw it." When Jian Chen just stands there, Xiang Kuang gets impatient and starts rushing him. "Hurry up." Jian Chen stabs his longsword into the ground, but Xiang Kuang still isn't satisfied. "You still have another one in your hand. Throw it away." Jian Chen's expression darkens as he clutches his short sword. The next second, Jian Chen decisively throws it to the side with a whoosh. Xiang Kuang laughs victoriously. "Without your weapons, let's see how you fight me now." He waves his hand, ordering his 3 goons, "Get him for me." As they charge forward to surround Jian Chen, nobody notices the short sword is now flying back towards them. A small smile curls on Jian Chen's lips as he speaks slowly. "You're the one who wanted to die. Mila, close your eyes." Xiang Kuang doesn't get it, furrowing his brow. At that exact moment, the short sword silently appears right behind his back. Only now does Xiang Kuang sense its presence. His face contorts in shock as he wonders, "What is that?" But he'll never get the answer. The razor-sharp blade is already upon him. The next second, Xiang Kuang freezes in place, his eyes wide with absolute terror. A spray of blood bursts from his chest as he is struck, his body collapsing backward. Blood gushes out like a fountain as Niu Lang quickly pulls Mila to safety. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Duan Sha screams in horror. "Young master," Wu Lang is just as shocked. "The young master is dead." They scramble over to check on Xiang Kuang's condition. And you already know what's coming next. Jian Chen calmly stands his ground, recalling the short sword to his hand, and coldly tells the remaining 3, "Now, it's your turn." Duan Sha is sweating bullets, asking his friends, "What do we do?" Wu Lang just mutters under his breath, "What kind of battle tactic was that?" Wu Kun tries to rally them. "Don't panic. The young master only got hit because he was careless. We have the numbers advantage. Everyone, attack." The other 2 quickly regain their composure and nod in agreement. "Right?" After their quick huddle, all 3 masters immediately charge towards Jian Chen. "Let's go." He doesn't even bother to dodge, slowly raising his sword. Jian Chen unleashes his ultimate technique as a torrent of energy gathers at the tip of his blade, swirling into a dazzling ball of light. In a flash, his sword dance thorn technique is ready, and the power radiating from it makes Wu Kun's charge stutter to a halt. He instantly loses his nerve, thinking, "This guy's power is on a completely different level. You guys hold him off. I'm going back to report to the family head." Hearing this, Duan Sha freezes. "You're betraying us." Wu Lang yells in fury, "You're so shameless." But they don't have time to argue. Jian Chen looks at the cowards retreating back and sighs. "Damn it, he got away. This is going to be trouble." He can't help but worry. Escaping alone is one thing, but what about Big Brother Haide's body? Time passes, and soon enough, a large group of men storms toward Niu Lang's house. The sound of rushing footsteps gets closer and closer. Jian Chen remains calm, sitting among the pile of bodies on the floor. As soon as he sees him, Wu Kun frantically points. "Family head. That's him. He's the one who killed the young master." Xiang Lai strides forward until he's right in front of Jian Chen, questioning him with a grim face. "Do you know that Kuanger was my only son, the sole heir of the heavenly Xiang clan?" A fire ignites in the man's eyes as he snarls through gritted teeth. "And you killed him." Jian Chen calmly meets his gaze. "Your son was a tyrant, arrogant and violent, preying on the weak. I was merely delivering justice," he says, his voice filled with righteous conviction. Hearing this, Xiang Li's brow furrows. The next second, he channels all of his internal energy into his fist, roaring, "In this city, I am heaven itself." The power around Xiang Lai explodes as his fist, tearing through the air, aims straight for Jian Chen. Planting his feet firmly, Jian Chen grips his sword and channels his own energy to block the attack. But he immediately feels the immense power coming from Xiang Lai and is shocked. A high-level great saint master. Across from him, the man roars in a rage-filled voice, questioning, "You're just a high-level saint. How could you?" He stops. Xiang Lai turns and snaps at Wu Quan. "How exactly did Kuanger die?" The man quickly reports, "Family head, he seems to know some kind of battle tactic. Before I even knew what happened, the young master was dead." The moment he hears this, Xiang Li points at Jian Chen and bellows, "Hand over your battle tactic, and I'll grant you a quick death." Seriously? Jian Chen thinks. As a villain, can't you say something a little more original? Seeing his casual attitude, Xiang Lai summons his weapon and roars, "Then just die." With that, he brings his hammer down without mercy, smashing the spot where Jian Chen was standing. Earth and stone shatter, flying in all directions. But with lightning-fast reflexes, Jian Chen leaps onto a nearby roof, completely dodging the attack. Jian Chen shrugs with a mocking smile. I'm done playing with you guys. Farewell. A smirk touches his lips as he decisively uses his ultimate skill, the Azure Sword's secret art. In a blur, Jian Chen's figure shoots away, his steps as light as the wind. In an instant, he vanishes. Elsewhere, Jian Chen is on the move, thinking hard. I'll have Zuzu lead Mila out of the city to the west. I have to draw their forces east. Then, they'll be safe. All right, you and I are about to jump into one insane chase scene. Just as he's calculating his next move, countless beams of light erupt right at his feet. Jian Chen is stunned for a second, but his reflexes kick in as he dodges the attacks. He glances back and instantly sees the problem, a wave of pure annoyance washing over him. They're catching up way too fast. Xiang Lai is chasing him at full speed, his face a mask of pure menace, vowing that he won't escape today as the distance between them shrinks. With no other choice, he makes a split-second decision and leaps from the roof. With his insane agility, Jian Chen easily vaults over the towering wall in front of him. He lands perfectly without a shred of hesitation, looking back at the wall with a confident smirk forming on his lips. But that confidence is short-lived. The very next second, cracks spiderweb across the solid wall as Xiang Lai punches straight through it with his bare hands. He smashes a massive hole, his bloodshot eyes glaring at Jian Chen. Where do you think you're going? At this point, Jian Chen has no choice but to fight back, launching his sword straight at his opponent. Xiang Lai casually bats it away with his mace and sneers. Is this your grand strategy? I was already prepared for that. He laughs with contempt. No weapon now. Let's see what you do. But Jian Chen remains completely unfazed, his expression confident like he's already won. Who said I'm out of weapons? With a simple flick of his finger, the sword zips back towards Xiang Lai. Now, pay close attention, because this is where everything changes. Faced with the sword's impossible movements, all Xiang Lai can do is desperately try to defend himself. He's completely baffled, a weapon flying on its own. How is that even possible? Flashes of purple energy pulse from the blade, casting shadows on the nearby wall. Gritting his teeth, Xiang Lai grabs the blade aimed at him, finally understanding how Jiang was killed. But in that exact moment, Jian Chen, who had been at a distance, suddenly appears right behind him. Just as the fight seems over, Xiang Lai digs into a defensive stance, his internal energy flaring. At the same time, Jian Chen thrusts with all his might, but the sword's tip can't even pierce the man's skin. Even Jian Chen didn't expect this, his face showing pure shock. It didn't penetrate. Xiang Lai smirks, finally explaining, I possess Earth Attribute Saint Force, the ultimate defense. With that, Xiang Lai suddenly spins, swinging his massive mace right at Jian Chen. The attack sends our hero flying backward, his feet digging deep trenches into the ground as he struggles to stay upright. But Xiang Lai doesn't let up, pressing his attack with overwhelming killing intent. He slams his mace into the ground, and countless rock spikes erupt, shooting straight for Jian Chen. It all happens in a flash as his eyes widen in absolute horror. In this critical moment, Jian Chen throws up a desperate defense, channeling all his internal energy. He grits his teeth, thinking, this is bad. I miscalculated. This guy is way stronger than I expected. Meanwhile, Xiang Lai isn't having an easy time either, struggling to control the sword that's still menacing him. A look of shock crosses his face. Does this sword have a mind of its own? Not for long. The sword suddenly shoots forward, breaking free from his grasp and leaving a deep, bloody gash in its wake. Xiang Lai stares down at his bleeding palm, his eyes filled with disbelief. It actually broke through his protective force and wounded him. While he's seething, the sword calmly returns to Jian Chen's side. Xiang Lai roars in fury, Kid, what kind of trick is this? Hand it over, and I'll forget about Zhang's death. Hearing this, Jian Chen just raises an eyebrow and scoffs. A moment ago, you were all about avenging your son, having a change of heart, but the old man is stubborn. Don't get smart with me, brat. Once I catch you, I have my ways of making you talk. Jian Chen's expression turns deadly serious. A powerful aura explodes from his body. Looks like today. Xiang Lai lunges forward, completely unafraid. You know you're no match for me, yet you still want to fight? You've got guts. Jian Chen just sneers back. Less talking. Time to die. Just as Xiang Lai prepares to land the first blow, Jian Chen's figure blurs. He flickers in and out of sight, moving around his opponent so fast he's nearly impossible to track. Just like that, Xiang Li's eyes dart back and forth, trying desperately to follow Jian Chen's movements. Okay, let's pause. I know what you're thinking, and you're about to see how clever our MC is. Surrounded by dust, Xiang Lai smugly closes his eyes and huffs, I just need to sense your presence. But before the words even leave his mouth, his eyes fly open in shock. I can't sense his breath. How is that possible? He quickly regains his composure, channeling energy into the mace in his hand. Xiang Lai slams it into the ground, creating a shockwave that blows away all the surrounding dust. As the dust clears, he frantically scans the area, but Jian Chen is nowhere to be seen. He ran? Xianglai grinds his teeth in fury. He saw an opening and escaped. This kid is cunning and deceitful. He must be eliminated. Just then, Wu Kun and his subordinates finally arrive, asking, "Patriarch, where is the boy?" Ignoring him, Xiangli barks his orders. "Get moving, go back and pass my command. Gather a team and follow me into the magical Beast Mountain range. We're finding him." Not long after, the scene shifts to the magical Beast Mountain range where Tian Xiong's men are sweeping through the area. In a nearby clearing, a few of the grunts are gossiping. "You guys think that kid actually escaped?" Another one immediately replies, "The Patriarch brought over 30 great saint masters and 200 saints. He couldn't get away even if he grew wings." They have absolutely no idea Jian Chen is hiding right there, listening to every single word. Jian Chen grits his teeth, telling himself, "If you're going to hunt me to the ends of the earth, then don't blame me for being ruthless." With that thought, he suddenly drops from the trees, landing right where the two subordinates were talking. A series of punches, kicks, and screams echoes through the forest. Wu Kun quickly notices the commotion in the distance. Something's happened. He rushes his men in that direction, only to find bodies lying in pools of blood. Wu Kun is stunned, completely speechless. He doesn't have a second to process it, because at that very moment, more screams echo from another direction. A little later, elsewhere in the forest, Xianglai stands on a cliff, observing the whole scene from above while listening to Wu Kun's report. Wu Kun's voice is shaking as he reports. It seems he can hide his presence. The moment our men split up, he ambushes them. At this point, Xiangli waves his hand in defeat. "Forget it. We're in the open while he's in the shadows. There's no need for pointless sacrifices. Retreat." But he doesn't forget to add one last command: post a bounty. Let the mercenary guilds deal with him. Xianglai sneers, "I don't believe he can escape this." It doesn't take long before the city walls are plastered with wanted posters, drawing a huge, curious crowd. They all whisper, "Who is this guy?" For him to make both the Zhu mercenaries and the Changyang Clan issue a joint reward is unheard of. On the posters, Jian Chen's face is clearly printed from multiple angles for all to see. Mingling in the bustling crowd before the posters is a cloaked figure, trembling with excitement. It's in Fen, his eyes shining brightly as he exclaims, "I'm going to make this so much more interesting." Underneath the cool blue water, a figure emerges with a mischievous laugh. "This Tian Xianglai really is something else," Jian Chen chuckles to himself. "Too bad I have no interest in cashing in on that bounty. Oh well." And as you and I watch him there, you just know that a brand new, crazier plan is about to unfold. A colossal stone beast erupts from the water with a ferocious roar, and Jian Chen is horrified. Oh no. He scrambles for his clothes and bolts, the stone-hide beast hot on his heels. He quickly gets dressed and summons his sword, then leaps into the air and screams, "Die for me." He brings his sword down hard on the beast's corpse, but the stone-like hide barely even scratches. Seeing this, Kiam Tran clicks his tongue in frustration. Now that's some tough defense. Not far off, a group of men closes in, whispering as they confirm they've found their man. No mistake. Mid-tier body, a long silver sword, and incredibly fast sword strikes. That's Jian Chen from the wanted poster. At these words, the group erupts in excitement. What? That's the legendary Jian Chen from the reward notice? One of them even boasts, "Who cares who he is? He's alone and barely over 20. There are tons of us." The leader of the mercenary group agrees, a sly smile on his face. "Let him wear himself out on that third-tier demonic beast, then we'll all strike at once." In a flash, the group is laughing and dreaming of the reward. 100,000 purple crystal coins. We can take our time enjoying that. But just then, a figure appears out of nowhere, speaking slowly. 100,000 purple crystal coins? I want in on that too. The group immediately goes on alert, demanding, "Who's there?" A hood obscures the figure's face, but he lets out a soft chuckle. "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that money is mine." With that bold declaration, the figure known as Mo Fan launches himself straight at the mercenaries. Meanwhile, back with Jian Chen, the fight is reaching a fever pitch. He's frantically hacking away at the stone-hide beast, not pausing for a second. He's losing patience. Damn it, its entire body is covered in rock armor. There's no way to break through. His eyes narrow as an idea sparks in his mind. This is the only way. With that thought, Jian Chen musters his internal energy, and streaks of purple light flash in the air. Here it comes. The next second, the stone-hide beast lets out a massive roar, its colossal body churning the water into a whirlpool. Jian Chen loses his balance and is pushed back. He struggles to stay on his feet. Above him, the phantom swords are still spinning violently, radiating a blinding light. Jian Chen realizes his chance has come. He forms a hand seal and shouts, "Now's the time." On his command, the long silver sword arcs beautifully through the air and slices through the cool water. Go, he roars. In that instant, sword energy explodes, creating a vortex of blades around the stone-hide beast. Jian Chen successfully executes his technique, divine sword control. He aims his attack right for the beast's mouth, and a gleaming golden magic core pops out. The beast is defeated, its heavy body crashing to the ground. Jian Chen drops to one knee, panting. My great Saint Master cultivation still isn't enough. Even a single third-tier demonic beast is this exhausting. Just then, he notices movement in a corner of the forest not far away, his face etched with suspicion. The scene shifts to that corner of the forest, where countless bodies lie scattered on the ground. Mo Fan stands there coldly. The terrified screams of a survivor echo in his ears. He slowly turns and says, "All you guys." The man nods frantically. "Yes, yes, please spare me. Hero, spare me." Mo Fan tosses a purple pill to the survivors, speaking calmly. "Swallow this pill. Go to Heka's city and spread a rumor for me. Come back here in 1 month for the antidote." They tremble as they pop the pills in their mouths, respectfully asking, "What rumor do you want us to spread, hero?" Mo Fan replies, "The news that Jian Chen is in the demonic beast mountain range, and what's more, he's been seriously injured." He adds a stern warning, "Remember, I want everyone in Heka's city to know Jian Chen is here. Got it?" The two mercenaries quickly reply, "Yes, yes, we understand." At that, Mo Fan shouts, "Get lost." At the same time, Jian Chen is hiding behind a nearby tree, watching everything unfold. He thinks to himself, "I'm seriously injured? What kind of scheme is this?" A moment later, Mo Fan speaks slowly. "They're all gone. Aren't you going to come out and see me?" Jian Chen. Jian Chen stares at the figure's back and asks in a low voice, "Why are you looking for me? Are we enemies?" The other man just chuckles. "Enemies? No, not at all. It's just, you owe me money." Mo Fan says, taking off his hood to reveal his smiling face. Jian Chen is stunned by his sudden appearance. Mo Fan? His bewildered expression makes Mo Fan laugh. Surprised? Unexpected, isn't it? As soon as he snaps out of it, Jian Chen angrily grabs him by the collar. "Why did you summon so many people to deal with me?" Mo Fan chokes and coughs, struggling to get free. He tries to stop him. "Let go. Is this how you ask for advice, you bastard?" Hearing this, Jian Chen shouts furiously. "What do you mean?" Mo Fan breaks free from his grip, his face flushed as he mutters, "Don't you know how much you're worth right now?" Jian Chen looks confused. "Worth what?" Mo Fan explains, "The Changyang Clan and the Mercenary Guild have put 100,000 purple crystal coins on your head." He gets more and more excited as he speaks. "The more mercenaries that show up, the more we can rob. It's even better than the 20,000 we got before." By the end, Mo Fan's eyes are gleaming as he raises his voice with excitement. "Same old rules. You want the magic cores, I want the money. How about it? A beautiful plan, no?" Jian Chen happily slings an arm around his shoulder, nodding repeatedly. "This could work." Mo Fan shoves his hand away with a look of disgust. "Talk is fine, but keep your hands to yourself." The scene shifts to the following days. Jian Chen and Mo Fan team up to deal with the endless stream of people coming for them. His voice is like steel. "Leopard Hunt Mercenary Squad. You killed 4 royal soldiers and 67 mercenaries. The Crying Blood Mercenary Squad. Half a month ago, you slaughtered innocent villagers. You killed 240 people." After listing their crimes, Jian Chen executes each one without a shred of hesitation. Mo Fan, of course, is just as ruthless, his movements swift and his strikes decisive. He scoffs coldly. "All of them are people who deserve to die." And so it goes for several days. One day, while Mo Fan is roasting some meat, a group of thugs approaches him. "Hey, kid, have you seen any sign of Jian Chen?" He pretends to be innocent and points behind them. "You mean that guy?" As soon as he says it, the group spins around in alarm. Jian Chen is leaning against a tree with his arms crossed, greeting them with a casual smile. "Hello, boys." After the mock greeting, he raises a hand and says simply, "Goodbye." The next second, countless sword beams flash through the air. They tear through the mercenaries, who scream in agony. Soon the forest is quiet again. Jian Chen casually walks up to their bodies. He high-fives Mo Fan, and the two of them say in unison, delivering heaven's justice. Not long after, Mo Fan sits next to Jian Chen, happily counting their haul for the day. Yours, mine, we're rich." Meanwhile, Jian Chen sits cross-legged with his eyes closed, focusing intently on his cultivation. Swirls of spiritual energy wrap around his body. In a single moment, Jian Chen senses something. His eyes fly open as the energy around him erupts into a pillar of light that shoots to the heavens. Jian Chen is breaking through, ascending to the master rank. The process completes, The purple light around him fades, and he finally lets out a sigh of relief. Mo Fan, who witnessed the whole thing, can't help but sigh in admiration. Not bad. You've already reached the master rank. Jian Chen just laughs in response. Quite a surprise, huh? But right then, some unwelcome guests suddenly appear. So many purple crystal coins. What an unexpected delight, he sneers menacingly. Let's begin. Jian Chen doesn't even bother to look, a bored expression on his face. These lines again? My ears are getting tired of hearing them. Mo Fan grins, rubbing his hands together. This master is in a good mood today. I'll spare your worthless lives. Leave the space rings behind. You can all get lost now, being dismissed so easily. The thugs grind their teeth in fury. You bastard. One of them roars. How dare you act like this in front of us, the mercenaries of— But before he can finish, Jian Chen cuts him off. You said you are the mercenary. Zhang Di figures Jian Chen is just scared stiff. He flashes a smug grin, but before he can even get a word out, a flash of cold steel slices through the air. Blood sprays onto Zhang Di's shoulder as he whips his head around, his face turning pale. His mercenaries. Every single one of them is being cut down. Jian Chen shows zero mercy, his attacks relentless and overwhelming. Moments later, only the thick smell of blood hangs in the air as Mu Fen walks in to survey the scene. Seeing the brutal end of the mercenaries, he can't help but remark, bled them all to death. You're a vicious one. Jian Chen just raises an eyebrow, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. What kind of grudge is this? But before he can finish, his expression hardens, he sensed something. He yanks Mu Fen to the side just as an attack rips through the spot where he just stood. The slash grazes Mu Fen's neck, drawing a thin line of blood. Jian Chen roars into the darkness. Who's there? And here's where things go from bad to worse. A figure slowly emerges from the shadows. The two boys immediately feel the crushing aura of his power. Their faces twist in shock at Peak Great Master. Jian Chen steps protectively in front of Mu Fen, confronting the stranger. A great master, stooping to fight for such a small reward. Hu Lang pulls down his mask, a sinister smile playing on his lips. You're carrying more than just a small reward. You two have looted quite a bit these last few days, eh? That's all it takes to set Mu Fen off, who draws his weapon and charges. You old bastard, don't you dare touch my things. But the old man just mocks him. A cold green light flashes past Mu Fen's neck. His mouth falls open in shock. Hu Lang's cruel laughter echoes around them. The more you move, the faster you die. Mu Fen clutches his throat and collapses in agony. Jian Chen realizes instantly. Poison, what a dirty trick. Hu Lang watches the scene unfold, a look of pure satisfaction on his face. He lets out a loud, theatrical sigh, then shrugs mockingly. Just give up. It's my turn now. Jian Chen is seething with rage. Have you no shame? He yells coldly. He grips his sword and launches himself at the old man, who just keeps laughing. Who needs shame when you're making money? In the next second, their swords clash, and a violent wave of energy erupts between them. A deafening explosion rocks the earth. An entire section of the forest is lit up in a blinding purple flash. Jian Chen is thrown back by the pressure but manages to land on his feet, while Hu Lang stands calmly in the swirling dust. The situation is looking grim. Jian Chen coughs, thinking to himself, damn it. The power gap between a master and a great master is this huge, there's no way I can win. Across from him, Hu Lang raises an eyebrow, his voice dripping with condescension. Little brat. And just like that, he launches another surprise attack, a streak of green light tearing through the night. Hu Lang roars. Let's see how tough your bones really are. Jian Chen barely twists out of the way, gritting his teeth at the insane speed. But it's not over. In the blink of an eye, Hu Lang is right on top of him, launching a powerful kick. Jian Chen reacts just in time, leaping back to dodge the blow. But things are never that simple. Hu Lang instantly unleashes a counter, a whirlwind of green energy. Slashes fly out at impossible speeds. Jian Chen blocks frantically, but one gets through, slicing his wrist. Blood sprays. Not good, he gasps. As the two battle fiercely in the air, Mu Fen sits in a corner, desperately trying to purge the poison with his internal energy. Jian Chen dashes back to his side. How is it? He asks urgently. Mu Fen weakly shakes his head, struggling to speak. This poison, it's strange. I can't force it out. At that moment, Hu Lang casually strolls towards them, a cruel smirk on his face. Little brat, let's see how long you can keep hopping around with my poison in your system. Okay, I know what you're thinking, this is the end, right? Well, not quite. Jian Chen makes a choice. I'll hold him off, he tells Mu Fen. You run. But of course, Mu Fen refuses. But, you. Jian Chen cuts him off, his voice firm. No buts. Go now. Mu Fen clenches his teeth, his eyes fixed on a jade green item in his hand. Is there really no other way? Unwilling to accept defeat, he makes a desperate choice and crushes the artifact into dust. In just a few seconds, a spatial gate tears open right in front of him. A figure steps out, sees Mu Fen collapsed on the ground, and asks gently, "Poisoned?" Mu Fen looks up, using his last bit of strength to plead, "Help, help me. Save me." The newcomer, Yilin, glances down at the boy by his feet with a look of exasperated fondness. "Oh, my friend." Meanwhile, Jian Chen is finally overwhelmed. A relentless attack from Hu Lang sends his sword flying from his hand. The old man lets out an arrogant scoff. "Get down there!" Jian Chen's body is blasted out of the air, slamming hard into the ground below. Yilin witnesses the entire thing, and without a word, he raises his gaze to the smug old man in the sky. He says nothing. He doesn't even move. But the sheer pressure radiating from him is terrifying. Just one look is all it takes. Hu Lang breaks out in a cold sweat, his heart pounding with fear. Such power. Where did he come from? I didn't even sense him. Seizing this moment of distraction, Jian Chen flicks his hand. His sword bursts with light and shoots forward like an arrow. "Go!" Hu Lang scoffs at the counterattack, moving to dodge it while preparing his own strike. A pathetic little trick, but he hasn't even finished reacting when Jian Chen's second, hidden sword flashes through the air. The powerful slash rips through Hu Lang's chest. This is God's sword control. Judgment. Blood pours from the wound as Hu Lang stumbles, his eyes wide with disbelief. When did he draw a second sword? Jian Chen looks towards Mu Fen, who's lying motionless at Yilin's feet. He tries to call out his name, Mu Fen. Suddenly, a brilliant purple light erupts in the night sky, forming a shield of energy around Mu Fen and Yilin, separating them from the world. The space around them distorts. Jian Chen clenches his fists, his eyes wide with shock. Spatial power. He watches the swirling light of the portal as Yilin begins to speak. To reach Holy Master and already be able to kill someone a full realm above you. Not bad. Keep training. He pauses, his gaze locking with Jian Chen's. You have what it takes to become one of the truly strong. In a flash, Yilin and Mu Fen vanish along with the portal. Jian Chen stands there for a long time, lost in thought. To be able to use spatial power so freely, he has to be a Saint King, at least. Mu Fen, you're not as simple as you look. After a moment, he gets to work, gathering the loot scattered nearby. 700 grade 4 monster cores, 1,000 grade 3, over 1,000 grade 2, and hundreds of thousands of purple crystal coins. He glances at Hu Lang's unconscious body and mutters to himself, a whole month of work wouldn't even come close to this one haul. Jian Chen searches Hu Lang's clothes and finds something. He picks it up and inspects it closely. It's white and covered in fur. He cries out, a white animal hide. A memory flashes through his mind, his mother, Yun Tian, speaking to him. Tianer, this is our family heirloom, passed down for hundreds of years. Memories of her come flooding back. Our entire clan was wiped out overnight because of this treasure. I carry it with me. He remembers her stroking it gently, and he whispers her name. He holds the hide carefully. It's identical to his mother's. And trust me, the question of why this old man has his family's treasure is about to change everything. Unchanging fiery incineration, painful sword resilient spear. This martial arts manual, it's not right. Most importantly, there's nothing actually written on it. After thinking about it for ages, Jian Chen gives up. Still nothing. Best to just focus on getting stronger. A whole year flashes by in an instant, and outside the cave, a brilliant sun hangs in a clear blue sky. In a corner of the cavern, purple flames roar to life as he sits with his back to the stone wall, deep in concentration. Jian Chen's will is iron. Red-hot stones are engulfed in purple fire, and the very air warps with a heat that feels like it could tear space apart. Suddenly, streams of purple energy erupt from the cave, shooting skyward as the earth trembles and roars. Jian Chen is now down on one knee, surrounded by brilliant streams of purple energy, which swirl around his body like living fire. He did it. He lets out a breath of relief. Phew! Finally broke through. He stands tall, eyes sharp as daggers, his voice echoing. Tier 1 mercenary. But suddenly, the cave shakes as a terrifying sound rips through the air. A streak of white and purple light slams into a huge boulder, shattering it instantly. Turns out, it's a white demonic beast, crackling with blue-purple electricity, its eyes glowing crimson. This is a 5th-tier demonic beast, a swift cloud beast, and facing it is a colossal beast with black wings, 2 crimson horns, and glowing eyes. Unbelievable. A heavenly winged bull is here too. Jian Chen, standing nearby, quickly ducks back into the shadows of the cave. Way too strong, he thinks to himself. At my current level, running is the only option. The ground shakes violently as lightning and fury wrap around the purple light. A deafening explosion rocks the forest as a massive wave of energy detonates, blowing rocks to pieces. Suddenly, a purple blade of light slices through the air, sinking into the heavenly winged bull's neck, Blood sprays as its eyes widen in shock from the surprise attack. The swift cloud beast roars, diving down as fast as a lightning bolt. Those glowing red eyes belong to the swift cloud beast as it lunges for the heavenly winged bull, which has its mouth wide open, bearing sharp fangs. The bull twists its body, dodging the attack, and the streak of light immediately changes direction for a sideways slash. And here's where you see the real difference in power. One beast has insane speed, the other has maximum defense and strength. Fifth-tier demonic beasts are on a whole other level. He notices that both beasts are showing signs of exhaustion. Their speed is dropping, and their power has weakened quite a bit. After a long struggle, the heavenly winged bull has a nasty eye injury and is breathing heavily. Jian Chen peeks out from behind a rock. One is heavily wounded, the other is blind. Instantly, he grabs his sword and leaps from the cave, ready for battle. Both are injured, energy depleted. Their two magic cores could push me to the great Saint Master realm. He tells himself, time to use my ultimate speed. The swift cloud beast is knocked into the distance. Just as he says this, Jian Chen dashes into the battle zone like a flash. He sees only the heavenly winged bull, covered in bloody wounds, standing alone. Light illuminates his cold face, his eyes as sharp as blades staring straight ahead. He decides to take on the blind one. His chances of winning are huge. The heavenly winged bull senses Jian Chen's presence and immediately charges toward him with overwhelming force. He instantly channels his power. Leaping off the ground to dodge the attack, he unleashes his own move. Savage Rush. The attack, a wave of sharp, powerful light, slams into the ground. The force kicks up a cloud of dust as cracks spread everywhere, and the heavenly winged bull collapses. Jian Chen, now in midair, focuses intensely, raining down a continuous barrage of attacks. He unleashes move after move as the ground shakes from immense energy blasts tearing through the air. Okay, just when you think you know what's happening, a new player enters the game. In the distance, a figure stands calmly, hands crossed, watching the battle unfold. It's Qin Yi, his gaze steady. A small green snake rests on his shoulder. Qin Yi speaks to it. Swift Cloud Beast, we finally found you. Then he adds, the target has appeared. This kid is ours to handle. Taking this long to beat a mid-level Saint Master. At the same time, in another part of the forest, a group of three is ganging up on a single person. Another man stands in the distance, giving orders. You have the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn. Finish him quickly. Yes, they reply. They leap high into the air and dive down, attacking the man below who's desperately trying to fend them off. They shout, you bastard, surrender now and we'll let you live. The man on the ground spits back, scum. Blinding light flashes and the ground trembles under the powerful impact of their clashing attacks. Amidst the thick dust, Ming Dong is struggling to hold on, his sword gripped tight, his breathing ragged. In the dim light, sweat trickles down his face. He pauses for a few seconds, then snarls. You want to kill me? Ming Dong roars, focusing all his strength. In an instant, his body is enveloped by a swirling energy. He screams, you're not nearly good enough. Across from him, Guan Xiao is stunned by the sheer pressure and speed. His eyes go wide with shock, so fast. Before he can even react, he's caught in a vortex of energy that cuts into him like 1,000 blades. A wind element, Saint Master. Back to Jian Chen's fight with the heavenly winged bull. He's just been sent flying, crashing into the trunk of an ancient tree. He slowly gets up, gripping his sword tightly. Opposite him, the heavenly winged bull is also exhausted, struggling to recover its strength. Seeing the beast is still tired, he immediately musters all his strength and shoots forward like an arrow, the tip of his sword aimed right at the beast. Purple light explodes around his feet as he gathers his power and launches himself into the air. From high above, a swirling vortex of bright purple energy envelops him. Below, the heavenly winged bull looks up in astonishment. Against the clear blue sky, Jian Chen spins his sword, creating multiple energy vortexes. He unleashes his sword art, spirit sword control, great wheel grind. The swirling energy descends like a tornado. The demonic bull is hit and lets out a painful roar that echoes through the entire forest. Without a moment's rest, he continues to bombard the demonic beast with attacks. The final blow is a horizontal slash concentrating all his power. He lands lightly on the ground after the attack, leaving the heavenly winged bull frozen, its body no longer in one piece. Suddenly, a massive thud shakes the entire forest as the demonic beast's body collapses. Now, sunlight streams through the clouds, shining down on the lush green forest. Jian Chen stands still, letting out a long sigh after the brutal battle. At his feet, dust and smoke still swirl around the corpse of the heavenly winged bull. Jian Chen collects his spoils of war, exclaiming with joy, a fifth-tier demonic beast's magic core is packed with power. He admires the shimmering purple light radiating from it. With 2 of these, I can break through to Great Saint Master soon enough. After a brief pause, he decides to head deeper into the forest. I need to get the Swift Cloud Beast's core quickly, and then get out of here. Fifth-tier demonic beasts are starting to awaken their intelligence, and they like to gather in packs. If another one shows up, I'll be in big trouble. As he walks, he spots the swift cloud beast lying motionless not far away, its body constricted by a green snake. Jian Chen quickly approaches, his eyes turning cold, his voice ringing with alarm. Where did this poison snake come from? He looks up at the swift cloud beast's head in confusion. And trust me, this is where it gets insane. A voice suddenly rings out from behind Jian Chen. Are you looking for this? Jian Chen whips around, his face a mask of shock and alarm. A great Earth Saint Master. In the misty forest, sunlight cuts through the canopy, illuminating two figures. Tan Ng holds a glowing monster core, speaking slowly. You don't seem to be in any hurry to get this level 5 core back, do you, little brother? Kiem Tran remains perfectly calm. The old man lets out a laugh, a mix of praise and amusement. Interesting. To be honest, this Wind Chaser Beast core is extremely important to my clan. I've been tracking it for ages, but you beat me to it. If you want it back, I can part with it, but you'll have to trade me your battle technique. At this, Kiem Tran's eyes flash with a cold, deadly light. Kiem Tran's voice is calm. I don't have a battle technique. The old man clasps his hands behind his back and barks, Don't play dumb with me. The sword art you used to kill that heavenly winged python was fast and powerful, far beyond the level of a great earth master. If that isn't a battle technique, what is? Kiem Tran simply frowns. He retorts, Look, even if I had one, and I gave it to you, you think you'd let me live? Tan Ng's face darkens, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. You little thing. The words barely leave his mouth before he lunges, spiritual energy erupting around him. He throws a palm strike at Kiem Tran, shouting, Being too smart isn't always a good thing. One palm strike. That's all it takes. Kiem Tran is sent flying backward, crashing hard onto the ground from the sheer force of the impact. But Tan Ng doesn't stop, rushing forward while snarling, Die for me. In that exact moment, a snake materializes on Kiem Tran's arm, its body coiling around his wrist. Kiem Tran calmly raises his hand, his gaze still unshakably steady. Don't move, he says in a low voice. Tan Ng freezes mid-lunge, eyes wide with shock. Brat, what is this? Kiem Tran gets to his feet, explaining coolly, a shadow-searching serpent, combined with a special medicinal powder. No matter where its prey runs, it can't escape this unique beast. They're hard to train, and few people know about them. If I kill it, well, even if you return the monster core to your clan, you'll have a hard time explaining this. Tan Ng flinches, his eyes burning with rage. I underestimated you. What do you want? Now watch this power move, absolute genius. He creates a vacuum barrier around the tiny, coiled snake. In a quarter of an incense stick's time, this barrier will explode. You still have a little time to think about returning my core and letting me go. The old man grinds his teeth, his breath coming in sharp hisses, his eyes cold and filled with arrogant fury. You think you can escape the grasp of a great Earth Master? Kiem Tran replies. That's not something you need to worry about. Tan Ng attacks again, a wave of energy surging straight for him. Kiem Tran simply raises a hand to block it, saying softly, thanks. With a slight motion, he forms another vacuum barrier, instantly condensing all the surrounding energy. Then he sends it all hurtling back at Tan Ng. Returning your snake, Kiem Tran says casually. The old man frantically turns and flees, his figure quickly vanishing from sight. His furious roar echoes back. You animal, I will chop you into 10,000 pieces. Only then does Kiem Tran let out a sigh of relief. That was dangerous. A moment later, he thinks to himself he has to run. Meanwhile, on a cliff's edge, laughter rings out. Run. Let's see you run now. Min Dong is trapped at the ledge, surrounded by men with clubs and swords closing in. He's panting, sweat pouring down his face, teeth clenched as he curses under his breath. He runs and screams, I will absolutely not die by the hands of scum like you. But then, he seems to see something, and Min Dong's eyes suddenly light up with an idea. He yells, Oh my god, get back, you big oaf. A heavy thud echoes as something hits the ground hard. One of the thugs panics. Damn, I didn't think he still had strength left. Another one yells, Wait, there's another one. Looks like we've got a bonus. Forget it, just take them both out. Die. Min Dong gasps, his eyes filled with despair. Oh god, he thinks, I'm really done for this time. But in that exact moment, a brilliant flash of light streaks past right in front of his face. And just when you think it's over, you and I are about to see a real hero's entrance. Kiem Tran appears from nowhere, leaping high, spinning, and launching a powerful and precise counterattack. He lands lightly, completely unfazed, and says, sloppy martial arts. Seeing this, Min Dong is frozen solid, stunned, so fast. After speaking, Kiem Tran immediately takes off. Min Dong snaps out of it and chases after him. Brother, don't run. Ahead of you, Ahead of you is arriving at the spot, he pants, yelling in horror. A cliff. His shout is cut short as they both stand before a bottomless abyss. Kiam Tran turns his head slightly. You chased me all this way just to tell me that? Kiam Tran lets out a thanks. Min Dong replies sincerely, what for? You saved my life. You just run so fast. A sudden noise puts Kiam Tran on high alert, his brow furrowing with suspicion. A furious roar echoes from behind them, Tan Engi's voice, like thunder. You little animal. Let's see where you can run now. Kiam Tran turns, his eyes filled with determination. He caught up this fast. On the high, windy cliff, dust swirling everywhere, Kiam Tran and Min Dong stand their ground as Tan Engi charges toward them, his roars echoing across the ravine. Brat, you're not dead yet? Min Dong yells back, his voice hoarse but mocking. Old man, your dog legs are still too weak. I'm doing just fine. Kiam Tran frowns and asks in a low voice, what's going on? Min Dong explains angrily, they're hunting me for a few level 4 monster cores, and this guy's their leader. Tan Eng sneers, a powerful aura radiating from him. You two fools. If you'd handed over the goods, you might have kept your worthless lives. But now, neither of you will survive. As he finishes, he raises his hand, and a surge of spiritual energy makes the very ground tremble. Kiam Tran glances at Min Dong and shouts, split up and run. The two immediately dash in opposite directions. But Tan Eng just swings his hand, a swirling vortex of energy forming in his palm as he roars. Still want to run? The massive energy vortex homes in on Kiam Tran. He tries to speed up, but a cold laugh echoes from behind. You think you can escape? A murderous aura flares as Tan Eng roars with rage, swinging his arm in a powerful slash. Die for me. The ferocious blow slams into Kiam Tran, sending his body flying. In the cloud of dust and debris, both of them are knocked off the cliff's edge, plummeting into the deep abyss. From above, Tan Eng cries out, damn it, my battle technique. Down below, the river churns with powerful waves. After the fall, both men struggle to the surface, swim to shore, and gasp for breath. Kiam Tran pants, his shirt soaked and tattered, but his eyes are sharp, his voice is cold and hoarse. You rotten old man. I, Kiam Tran, survive this. One day, I will find your clan and bring you utter shame. Hearing this, Min Dong freezes and asks, Kiam Tran? Then, his eyes widen in surprise. Your time's the times, Kiam Tran? Kiam Tran gives a short reply, his eyes blazing. Yes. After getting ashore, Min Dong stares at Kiam Tran for a moment, then lets out a breath. My name is Min Dong. Thank you. He takes out 2 monster cores and offers them. Here, this is for you. Kiam Tran raises an eyebrow, but takes them. What is this? What for? Min Dong just smiles. Nothing. You saved my life. You know, it's moments like these that forge the strongest bonds. I have nothing to repay you with, Min Dong says. The only valuable things on me are 4 level 4 monster cores. Here, take 2. Don't say it's not enough. Jian Chen stares at the 2 glowing magic cores in his hand and scoffs. He says he doesn't need them and asks Ming Dong if he's joined a mercenary group yet. Ming Dong just laughs it off, saying he's a lone wolf who can't stand being tied down by rules. After a moment, Jian Chen's expression turns dead serious. Ming Dong, he says, I have a somewhat unreasonable request. As long as you don't want my life, just say it, Ming Dong replies casually. Jian Chen looks him dead in the eye. I want you to join my Raging Flame mercenary group. Now, our group isn't exactly large right now, he admits, but I'm confident it'll become #1 on the continent. Ming Dong is floored, stroking his chin. Okay, so how small is not large? Just as he's worrying about too many rules, Jian Chen calmly replies, it's just me. With you, that makes 2. Hearing this, Ming Dong's eyes pop, and he nearly falls over. Are you serious? All right, Captain, Ming Dong says, now as the Vice Captain. Shouldn't I know what our next grand plan is? Jian Chen's answer is simple. Cultivate. Ming Dong presses, not a mercenary mission. Like killing beasts for magic cores? In response, Jian Chen tosses him a storage pouch. There are 8 rank 4 magic cores in there. You have half a month. Your job is to get stronger, fast. Ming Dong gives a wry smile. All right, and after half a month, then what? Jian Chen's voice drops low. After half a month, his eyes turn sharp as blades. We're going to wipe out a clan with our mercenary group, and I'm not kidding. Ming Dong completely chokes. With just 2 people? Are you absolutely insane? Half a month later, lightning cracks from the sky as a storm of energy rages. Watching from a distance, Ming Dong yells in disbelief. He stares at Jian Chen and shouts, You broke through to Great Saint Master. Are you even human? Jian Chen casually replies, What's so surprising? Didn't you also advance to an intermediate Saint Master? Ming Dong's face goes pale. Is that even comparable? I went up 1 minor level. You jumped an entire major realm. But then, Jian Chen's eyes narrow. He senses something is wrong. Ming Dong picks up on it too, asking urgently, "What's happening to you?" Jian Chen stumbles back, his voice filled with panic. "Get away from me, stay back." The sky violently shakes as sword chi erupts in every direction. A blinding white light and a massive explosion send rocks flying, throwing Ming Dong into a panic. Miles away, an old master whispers, "Such powerful energy. What could this be?" Stroking his long beard, his eyes narrow in thought. Could it be that a supreme expert has been born in this remote place? Up in the sky, brilliant purple lights swirl and explode, forming a gigantic vortex of energy that floods the entire area. A different expert watches with a serious gaze. This is sword intent, incredibly powerful. Sword chi. Who could it be? He muses, "Have I been in seclusion so long that a peerless new master has appeared?" Meanwhile, Jian Chen stands at the center of the storm, power swirling around him as a voice echoes, "Master." Out of the void, two small figures appear. Two adorable lolly girls with bright, shining eyes who call out in unison, "Master, we can finally speak with you." Jian Chen is completely stunned, his eyes wide as he whispers their names, Ziying and Qing Suo. Then, Ziying gently floats forward and plants a soft kiss on his cheek. "So, who are you?" he asks, still in shock. She just smiles. "We are the sword spirits of the Ziqing twin swords. I am Ziying," she says. "You can call me Ziying or Xiaoying." The other girl adds, "I am the spirit of the Qing Suo sword. You can call me Xiao Suo or Xiao Qing." Jian Chen is amazed. Sword spirits? Does this mean the Ziqing twin sword art I've been cultivating has actually created spirits? Not exactly. Ziying quickly corrects him. Qing Suo begins to explain, "Like you, master, we." Well, back then, our sword bodies were broken, and our essence was badly damaged. We ended up in your original world, falling into a deep slumber. It was you, master, who awakened us by practicing the Ziqing sword art, Qing Suo says with admiration. "We never thought that in a place with such thin spiritual energy, you could achieve such astonishing mastery of the sword with an incomplete manual." Ziying chimes in, "Master, you're a true genius." But her voice suddenly drops, each word heavy with sorrow. Qing Suo sits on a rock, sobbing. "It's a shame. In the end, master, you fell." Ziying trembles. "You died. And trust me, what Qing Suo says next changes everything. After you died, we decided to escort your soul across time and space, back to the world we came from." She looks at him with hopeful eyes. "With your talent for the sword, master, here, our world is definitely going to be famous." Xiao Tu sighs, but then adds that their power drains incredibly fast during spatial travel, so they can't stay out for long. She says resentfully that they were forced to drop their master on the Tian Yuan continent. Jian Chen is stunned. "So you were the ones who saved me? Then why didn't you show yourselves sooner?" Ziying yells back in frustration. "We wanted to, but crossing through space left us completely drained and we fell into a deep sleep for years just to recover." She climbs onto his head, adding, "Besides, when we woke up, your consciousness was way too weak for us to even contact. It wasn't until just now, when you got a bit stronger, that we could finally reach you." Jian Chen exhales in understanding. So it was his breakthrough to the great Saint Master realm that strengthened his spirit. Ziying smiles. "Exactly." Di chimes in. "And as your realm increases, you can use more of our power." He gets a little flustered. "But I've used the Azure-Violet Sword Art before." Ziying just laughs. "Oh, it's not the same thing at all." Jian Chen's eyes light up with curiosity. "You'll see what I mean when you try it," she says with a grin. He begins to focus all his power. "All right, let's see the true power of the Azure-Violet Sword spirits." A bolt of purple lightning tears through the air. It rips across the ground, carrying enough power to annihilate everything in its path. The earth cracks open wherever it touches. The sheer destructive force is terrifying. Two faint lights slowly separate from Jian Chen's body. It's Xiao Tu and Ziying. "That took a lot out of us," they complain. He asks in confusion, "What's wrong with you two?" Ziying puts her hands on her hips. "Unleashing that sword chi is exhausting, you know." Xiao Tu lets out a small yawn. "Master, we used up too much energy. We have to go back into the sword and sleep." Jian Chen looks worried. "Then how can I replenish your energy?" Ziying looks helpless as Jian Chen pulls out countless monster cores. "Absorb these, I have plenty of them." Just then, Ming Dong lands gracefully from above, touching down lightly on the ground. Seeing him, he rushes over worriedly. "Jian Chen, are you okay?" Jian Chen just turns his head and says, "Let's go. Walk through the city with me." Ming Dong hurries to catch up. "Go where? To do what?" Jian Chen's reply is chillingly calm. "To kill people." Half a month later, gentle sunlight filters through the ancient city gates. They finally arrived. Ming Dong exclaims, "This earthen city is huge, But Jian Chen is frowning. Strange. Why does the atmosphere in the city feel so bizarre? His eyes sharpen with high alert. Now, pay close attention, you can just feel that something big has happened here. Ming Dong looks at him, confused. Who are we here to help? Jian Chen simply replies, the commander. You'll know soon enough. Suddenly, a shout comes from behind them. Damn it, who dares interfere with the Zhou clan mercenaries? They see a chaotic crowd up ahead. Don't you want to live here anymore? Trying to kidnap a civilian girl in broad daylight. A pained cry rings out. It's you people. A terrified little girl named Mila hides in her mother's arms. Mommy, I'm scared. Nuan Lan holds her daughter tightly. Mila, don't be afraid. The thugs just keep taunting them. Don't be scared, little sister. Your big brothers will take care of you. A few brave souls stand up, shielding the mother and child. You're nothing but bullies. Suddenly, a man named Wu Jing's eyes go wide with shock. His mouth hangs open, speechless at the scene unfolding. An invisible force cuts through the air, striking down a thug before he can even react. And just like that, with a single look, he takes down the entire gang of violent thugs. All of them, dead. I know what you're thinking, and yeah, that escalated unbelievably fast. Wu Jing is frozen in place, unable to believe what he's just witnessed. After a moment, he stammers out in pure shock. Such a fast sword. Mila lets go of her mother's hand and runs to Jian Chen. Nuan Lan quickly calls out, Mila, slow down. The little girl looks up at him with admiration. Uncle Jian Chen, you were so handsome just now. Jian Chen just gives a soft smile. Mila, be a good girl and tell me where the Zhou clan mercenaries' main headquarters is. Mila takes his hand and leads him away, pointing, it's over there. He smiles, good. At the main gate to the Zhou clan's camp, guards stand motionless, their eyes watching every movement. Laughter rings out from within. With the Zhou clan mercenaries joining us, the Earthen City's defenses against the upcoming monster wave have been greatly strengthened. Duo Li smiles. Commander Qi concerned for the safety of Earthen City. Duo Li thanks you in advance. Qi Laza replies modestly. Commander Duo Li, you're too kind. Suddenly, the outer door bursts open with a powerful bang, as if someone kicked it down without a second thought. His subordinates roar in unison, their shouts echoing, Who is it? Who dares to barge into the Zhou clan's territory? No words are needed. Jian Chen and Ming Dong coordinate flawlessly, dealing with each enemy in the blink of an eye. With his sword gleaming like steel and his aura blazing, he shouts the name Qi Laza. The words leave Jian Chen's lips cold and decisive, ringing out like an unappealable death sentence. Come out here and die. Qi Laza slowly steps forward with a sneer. I was wondering who had the guts to storm my Zhou clan. Turns out it's just a fish that slipped through the net. Latu smirks. And you even brought a helper. How pathetic. Ming Dong points a finger at the man, his eyes filled with confusion. So you're the one behind this. He grips his weapon tightly and charges forward like a whirlwind, his face contorted with rage. You can tell he's not a good guy. Latu's hand begins to glow as he concentrates all his power into it. Let's see what you've got. He raises his hand, and a cold blade materializes from thin air. Let's see just how much power your little helper has. Duo Li shields his face as a blinding light erupts from their clash, forcing him to squint. The power is immense. Duo Li is stunned. This man's combat power is on par with Qi Laza's. If he can be recruited, he'd be a huge help against the monster horde. Qi Laza laughs arrogantly. So, you're a high-level Saint Master too. A bit stronger than him, not bad. But even strength has its limits. He steps towards them with his blade. Today, neither of you is leaving here alive. Suddenly, a hand appears, stopping them both. Wait, hold on. Jian Chen asks, and who are you? The man clasps his hands. I am Duo Li, commander of the Earthen City Guard. Please, hear me out. Duo Li tries to mediate. The monster wave that comes once every few decades is almost here. Earthen City is in danger. Can't you settle your grudge later? After the wave is past? Jian Chen is unyielding. Absolutely not. I must kill Qi Laza today. Amid the tension, Qi Laza suddenly places a hand on Duo Li's shoulder. Latu tightens his grip on his blade and charges like a death sentence, descending. They must die. Ming Dong breaks the silence. Should I step in? Jian Chen replies sternly, no need. Suddenly, he becomes a streak of light, vanishing from sight in an instant, leaving only Ming Dong standing there watching. In a split second, Jian Chen's figure disappears, leaving Latu charging at nothing but empty air. He appears like a phantom, materializing behind him with impossible speed. Jian Chen's sword hums as it unleashes a powerful force, sending Latu flying before he slams hard onto the ground. Latu struggles to push himself up, his voice filled with disbelief. A great Saint Master. You've actually reached the great Saint Master realm. Duo Li quickly gets between them, trying to reason. Please, you are both powerful, great saint masters with limitless futures. For the sake of Earth and City's safety, why not turn this conflict into an alliance? In the blink of an eye, Jian Chen instantly teleports right in front of La Tu. Duo Li screams his name. Without a moment's hesitation, Jian Chen shoots forward like an arrow, straight for La Tu. The blow sends him stumbling backward, completely losing his balance. He's knocked off his feet, sliding a long distance across the ground. Jian Chen turns and yells, "You have no right to preach mercy to me." La Tu grips a jade stone tightly in his hand, veins bulging from the pressure. And trust me, what he says next is going to change everything. So what if you're a great Saint Master model? Instantly, he clenches his fist, crushing the jade orb with terrifying power. Today, they die. Commander Dali watches this unfold, screaming in absolute horror, his voice choked with fear. This is the Tiger Wolf Guard. And trust me, their arrival makes the very air heavy with killing intent. Dali scrambles away. Little brother, wait here. I'll go get the city lord to take control. But Luo Tu just bellows. The Tiger Wolf Guard acts on my command. Even the city lord can only come to collect your corpses. A twisted smile spreads across his face, radiating pure malice. 30 master-level warriors. They close in step by step, surrounding Ming Dong, who can only watch, stunned and helpless. A strange light erupts from the sword in Jian Chen's hand, blazing like a violent purple flame. The purple glow expands in a flash, blanketing the entire tense battlefield. His violet sword gleams menacingly as Jian Chen charges his opponent with unbelievable speed. Under that overwhelming power, the masks of the Tiger Wolf Guard are blasted right off their faces. He flicks his blade, strands of his hair flowing with the motion. Let me. Jian Chen shows zero hesitation. One by one, they're sent flying, landing in a heap right where Ming Dong is standing. He spins, delivering a powerful kick straight to an enemy's head, sending him soaring. You bastard. The sheer force sends the man flying like a sandbag, tumbling several meters to land right at Luo Tu's feet. From a distance, Jian Chen closes in like an arrow, aims straight for him. Luo Tu flinches, his face contorting in pure stress as he sees Jian Chen approaching. In the next moment, Jian Chen steps hard on the downed subordinate, his eyes blazing with fury as he grinds his teeth. Anyone else? The pressure radiating from Jian Chen is so immense that Luo Tu is frozen in place, unable to move a muscle. From his thick robes, he pulls out a worn cloth bag, something inside jingling softly. The sound of clinking metal echoes as the bag bursts open, gold coins spilling all over the ground. He screams, his voice booming. They've used a ton of energy. They must be exhausted. Luo Tu's wicked smile returns. Injure them, and I'll reward you 1,000 purple gold coins. Hearing this, the Tiger Wolf Guard descends like a furious storm. Kill one, get 10,000 purple gold coins. Kill them. Jian Chen just calmly tightens his grip on his sword, his cold eyes unwavering. The violet sword's energy explodes outwards, throwing them back like a fierce tornado. Get lost. Jian Chen moves like lightning, unleashing a flurry of sword strikes as sharp and fast as a downpour. The clash of steel rings out as the Tiger Wolf Guard are sent flying, crashing into one another. Damn it! Jian Chen is a whirlwind, cutting through their ranks. Though panting, Ming Dong's eyes burn with determination. Luo Tu sneers. Let's see how long you can last. When your energy runs out, you die. This is where it gets interesting. Ming Dong suddenly shouts, if I can hold these dogs off for 10 breaths, can you take care of that trash down there? Jian Chen's reply is simple. I can. A look of satisfaction crosses Ming Dong's face as he says, good. He raises his sword high. Blue spiritual energy begins to swirl around the blade, radiating overwhelming power. Seeing his chance, Ming Dong yells, now, violent wind slash, go. Luo Tu struggles to raise his hands, barely holding on against Jian Chen's terrifying pressure. Jian Chen closes the distance in a flash, a blur of motion. Luo Tu timed to die. The citizens below just watch the chaos, completely confused. What is happening? A figure shoots past them, crashing into a wall with a sickening thud before they can even react. They stare at Luo Tu's body on the ground. Isn't that the leader of the Zhou clan mercenaries? From the settling dust, a silhouette appears. Jian Chen's cold voice cuts through the tension. Have you thought about how you want to die? Luo Tu begs, spare me, and I'll give you everything I have. A sharp, murderous glint appears in Jian Chen's eyes. Spare you? His voice is soft, but instead of an answer, his foot whips up and smashes into Luo Tu's face. All right, a single, fatal kick sends him flying. Go ask Huba. A memory flashes through his mind. Back then, the strongest among us. Only you had a chance to escape. Jian Chen remembers Captain Kai Di's words clearly. As captain of the Raging Flame mercenaries, I order you to take Xiao Dao and run. He clenches his fist, overflowing with resolve. Ask Xiao Dao. Jian Chen slams his head into the ground with immense force. Ask Captain Kai Di. He tightens his arm around Luo Tu's neck, choking him. From above, a sign suddenly cracks, breaks in two, and crashes down with a tremendous noise. Jian Chen just stands there, his face an icy mask, watching the sign fall without a single change in his expression. He whispers the names like a soft breeze. Hu Ba, Xiao Dao, Captain. And I think you and I both know this is about so much more than a simple fight. He looks to the sky, his eyes full of distant memories. Everyone, did you see that? Ming Dong turns to Jian Chen, his eyes filled with curiosity. Where to next? Jian Chen's face darkens. From the distance, a troop of guards marches toward them, their steps echoing. Make way. A voice shouts, the city lord is at work. All irrelevant personnel, clear the way. Yun Li then asks, young brother, are you Jian Chen? Jian Chen glances over. Next, I suppose we'll have a new guest for drinks. Ming Dong is confused. What? Yun Li praises him. Young brother Jian Chen, you truly are a prodigy. It's an honor. Jian Chen clasps his hands respectfully. Jian Chen greets the city lord. A curious smile plays on his lips. Jian Chen responds calmly. In Waki City, the only person Commander Dali would be so respectful to is the city lord himself. The man sighs, young brother, you are as smart as they say. Yun Li glances at Luo Tu, pinned to the sign above, but it seems I still arrived too late. Jian Chen's cold gaze sweeps over him. It seems the city lord is here to question my crimes. The corner of the lord's mouth ticks up in a smile no one can decipher. Jian Chen just stares back at Yun Li, his gaze deep and dark, saying nothing. The lord suddenly gestures towards his mansion. Why don't we speak inside my residence? Jian Chen agrees, as the city lord arranges. At the mansion, bright lights illuminate the grand estate, making it feel even more imposing in the quiet night. Yun Li and Jian Chen chat cheerfully. To be blunt, it's a pity they couldn't be persuaded to do good. The Zhou clan mercenaries have been eliminated. That was their fate. What truly worries me is the upcoming beast tide and the overall combat strength of Waki City. Jian Chen holds his wine cup. City Lord, rest assured. The Lord's eyes widen. These weren't empty words. If they were, the Zhou clan mercenaries wouldn't be gone. But the cup clicks as Jian Chen sets it down. I won't deceive you, City Lord. Jian Chen declares, tomorrow, I must make a trip to the Tianxiong family clan. Yun Li quickly asks, the Tianxiong family? The Lord is worried. Brother, the Changyang Clan is the top strategic family in Waki City. But Jian Chen's eyes are ice, filled with killing intent. After this is done, I will provide an explanation for the losses of both families. An immense power flares around him. For now, City Lord, please do not interfere. After that dinner, on the way home, Ming Dong was so full he let out a loud, satisfying pat on his belly. Jian Chen and he walk and talk. Where to next? To eat noodles. I'm still not full. I'm not a starving ghost like some people. Ming Dong rubs his stuffed stomach. Hey, who can blame me? The city lord's mansion had so many delicious dishes, and as Dali watches them go, he asks, City Lord, are we just going to watch them fight the Tianxiong clan? Yun Li replies, we'll wait and we'll see. All right, let's jump right in. There's no way just two men could have wiped out the Chao Thi mercenaries so quickly. They must have the great Earth Saint Masters backing them. He clasps his hands behind his back, calculating. From the kid's confident words and aura, he's definitely supported by a massive power. If they can win them over, their own strength would eclipse even the Changyang Clan and the Chao Thi mercenaries combined. With a calm expression, his voice rings out. Besides, Tianxiang Lai and Tianxiang Dao Wen have been running wild in Waki City for far too long. It's time to knock them down a peg. The next morning, a voice yells out, I'm telling you, Tianxiang Lai, what is this about? Calling everyone here so early, the crowd murmurs in agreement. That's right, our clan has been through a lot. We've been allies for over a decade. Just say what you need to. Why drag us to your clan for a meeting? Tianxiang Lai bellows, this is not a matter to be taken lightly. The kid who destroyed the Chao Thi mercenaries yesterday is the same one our Tianxiang clan was hunting a year ago. His name is Jian Chen. I've summoned you all here today because a clan head cuts him off. Let me guess, you want us to help you kill that kid, right? He scoffs, his face twisting in disgust. No need. Tianxiang Lai glares at the crowd. All I need is for you all to help me trap him. His strength is only at the Saint Master level, but his speed is unbelievable. Even I can't keep up. He slams his hand down. Just hold him down for me. Outside, a guard watches curiously. What is the clan head planning? He's called every big name in Waki City. It seems to be related to the Chao Thi mercenaries getting wiped out yesterday. That whole affair has had the entire city buzzing for 2 days now. Just then, something is thrown, tripping one of the guards and sending him sprawling. The other guard shouts in fury, "Who the hell is throwing things around?" Jian Chen appears, holding an empty pastry wrapper, his voice sharp. "Your grandpa." Before they can react, he takes them both down decisively. Ming Dong looks on regretfully. "Such a delicious-looking pastry, and you used it to hit someone. What a waste." Jian Chen just shrugs, leaving him speechless. "After the fight, I'll treat you to one." Ming Dong pops the pastry into his mouth. "My dear leader, I like eating pastries, not the empty promises you're serving up." He then wonders aloud, "Still, there's not a single soul around here. Why are you so tense?" Jian Chen lowers his voice. "Who said there's no one there?" A chilling laugh echoes through the empty space. "Already here. Enemies have them completely surrounded, cutting off any chance of escape." Ming Dong looks around anxiously, his eyes full of doubt. And yeah, this is the moment the trap springs shut. Why are there so many great Earth Saint Masters? Tianxiang Li steps forward, dragging a heavy axe, his presence terrifying. "You little brat." He suddenly launches himself at Jian Chen with shocking speed. "I'll offer you as a sacrifice to my son." Jian Chen explodes in fury, his voice booming with pressure as he enunciates every single word. "Old man." He quickly draws the sword from his waist, the blade instantly glowing with a brilliant light. Like two comets, they smash into each other in a violent collision. Back at the Tianxiang clan's courtyard, piles of bleached white skulls create a chilling scene. Dao Wen hears the news and asks coldly, "Who dares to cause a scene at the Tianxiang clan's estate?" He dashes off, leaving the sea of skulls behind. They're seeking death. A single footstep cracks the ground, sending debris flying. Jian Chen stands there, surrounded by the desolate ruins and wreckage stretching out before him. What the hell is this? A figure appears, wielding a massive, menacing axe, radiating pure aggression. Like a bolt of lightning, he vanishes, streaking through the air in a flash. Dao Wen arrives with his huge axe. "Big brother, who dares to cause trouble for the Tianxiang clan?" Seeing him, Tianxiang Li shouts, "Dao Wen, you're just in time. The man who killed your nephew is here." With a flat voice and a calm demeanor, he simply replies, "Is that so? Then you all." A deafening explosion rips through the area, turning bone and stone to dust. A massive crater opens up in the ground, leaving the landscape utterly devastated. Tianxiang Li is both laughing and crying. "Xiang Kuang, your killer has been ground into paste. Your revenge is complete, my son." As the smoke clears, a blinding light radiates from within the rock that Dao Wen had used to seal Jian Chen. His face darkens, and his body suddenly freezes as if encased in ice. Jian Chen's voice thunders out, spreading like rolling thunder. "Your son was arrogant, insolent, and helped the wicked." In a flash, a blinding light forces Tianxiang Li to shield his face, wincing in pain. A piece of debris shoots toward him, but Dao Wen leaps in front to block it just in time. "How is this possible?" "I know what you're thinking, and yes, this changes the entire game." He stands there, absolutely stunned, unable to process what just happened. "In just 1 year, you advanced to a great Saint Master?" Jian Chen holds his sword steady. "Back then, you hunted me down, left me in misery. I dared to return." A purple light erupts from his body, "because I have enough power to kill you." Divine sword control, reincarnation. The sword tip stops just inches from his face. Dao Wen violently swings his axe to block the attack, roaring with rage. For me, without hesitation, he unleashes his full power and charges forward. If this is all the skill you have, Dao Wen's axe head begins to glow with a cold, murderous light. "Then the one who dies today can only be you." A terrifying demon materializes from the void at his summons, lunging forward like a living nightmare. Ming Dong panics, his eyes wide with confusion. "What is that thing?" He looks at Jian Chen worriedly. "Why is its killing intent so heavy?" Jian Chen calmly states, "It doesn't matter what he does." His roar echoes as he raises his blade to deliver a final judgment. It all ends here. The two sources of power, one from his sword, one from Dao Wen, collide, shaking the very space around them. Dao Wen is blasted backward as Jian Chen watches expectantly. "Let's see what you really are." In an instant, Tianxiang Li flickers in and out of sight before lunging forward. A gigantic stone hand slams into Jian Chen, whose face instantly turns pale with shock and panic. Not good. Flames erupt everywhere as a massive, ferocious monster appears from the smoke and dust. Its foot stomps down with incredible weight, creating a deafening echo. It possesses a colossal form. "Jian Chen, you little whelp." Earth element, Bao Lian Hua. With every step, the Bao Lian Hua leaves a trail of raging fire in its wake. Time to die. The henchmen below are terrified. Such powerful combat strength. Tianxiang Li. He roars out a command, but his subordinates just look at each other in confusion. "Block them." In a flash, they unleash their full power, charging desperately after Jian Chen. "Don't even think about running." Punching and cursing, Ming Dong unleashes all his fury on his opponents with unstoppable force. Get the hell out of my way. Jian Chen speaks calmly. Today, I only came to settle a score with the Changyang Clan. If you don't want to die, stay out of it. The henchmen focus their power and charge. Such an arrogant brat. Die. He shouts as he leaps into the air, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. He dispatches each enemy with terrifying speed, giving them no chance to defend. You don't know the difference between life and death. Jian Chen lands softly on the ground, the sound of impact barely audible. His furious shout rings out clear and strong, calling out his enemy by name with all his rage. Tianxiang Lai. Jian Chen's voice rings out, every single word soaked in killing intent. Next, it's your turn. In one decisive movement, he sweeps his sword with immense force. Tianxiang Lai speaks with confidence. A petty trick. In the face of my absolute defense, you are nothing. The blue energy suddenly gains the upper hand, slowly piercing through Hung Lai's Bao Li Yanhua. The blue energy surges forward, shattering the Bao Li Yanhua technique he created. And that's where we leave it. You and I just saw an unbeatable defense get absolutely annihilated. How? How can this be? All right, let's dive right back into the chaos as Dao Van, filled with dread, screams for his big brother, Hung Liet. After a brutal battle, the monstrous Hung Liet finally collapses. In desperation, Dao Van rushes towards him as he falls freely through the air. Big brother. He lies dying on the ground, his last wish a demand for vengeance on Kiam Chan. Hearing this, Dao Van breaks down completely, screaming his brother's name. But Kiam Chan steps forward. Tianxiang Dao Van, spare me your disgusting tears. He glares with utter contempt. You two murdered so many people. All of them had families, friends, brothers, and sisters. For scum like you, even tears are filthy. That's it, Dao Van snaps. A violent red aura explodes from his body. Kiam Chan, I will make you regret coming into this world. Min Dong watches in horror. His aura, it's pure demonic energy. Through the haze, Dao Van lifts Hung Liet's body, his footsteps silent in the void. He lets out a roar of absolute fury as an earth-shattering power erupts from his entire being. Countless skulls materialize out of thin air, their eyes burning red like hellfire, staring into the world of the living. Waves of screaming, red-eyed skulls flood towards Kiam Chan as 1,000 years of resentful spirits awaken. From above, Dao Van glares down. Min Dong begins to panic. All of these skulls. Just how many people did he kill? The ground violently shakes as a colossal skeleton claws its way out of the void, each step booming like thunder. Someone in the crowd screams in outrage. So that's why thousands of people go missing every year. Tianxiang Hung Liet, Tianxiang Dao Van. You treat human lives like garbage. You're worse than beasts. With a crack of bone, the giant's hand slams down, shattering the ground below. Elsewhere, City Lord Van Luke greets his guests with a smile. Envoys, thank you for coming to Wook City. I apologize for not receiving you sooner. Track Hao responds with a polite smile. City Lord Van Luke, no need for formalities. The chance of a Tier 5 demonic beast appearing in the beast tide is usually very low. You should be able to handle it yourselves. Huayantu slightly lifts his bamboo hat. But you call the capital for help every time. It wouldn't feel right for us to just eat and drink without lifting a finger. Van Luke laughs. Envoy, you're too With you two watching over us, Wook City can finally be at ease. Track Hao places his hands behind his back. An easy task. However, you summoned us a bit early this time. The beast tide is still several days away, isn't it? He asks. Not early at all, Van Luke insists. I won't hide it. I invited you both to Wook City early because I want you to help me restrain a certain junior. Huiyantu is surprised. In the last year, Van Luke explains, a powerful young expert appeared suddenly, and I have no way of gauging his true strength. And right then, a cold demonic energy washes over all three of them. Now pay attention, because this is where two separate plot lines are about to violently collide. Huiyantu is stunned. Such dense demonic qi. Has a Tier 5 demonic beast appeared inside the city. The giant skeleton crawls on the ground, emitting waves of demonic power. Kiam Chan grits his teeth. How bizarre. The energy from this attack is on par with a Tier 5 demonic beast. Min Dong looks down at the chaos. Damn it, this demonic qi is insane. Dao Van just laughs maniacally. Under my annihilation demonic qi, none of you can escape. Kim Chan turns to Min Dong. Buy me 3 breaths worth of time. He agrees. Got it. Min Dong turns and yells to the crowd. If you don't want to die, fight with me. Hold him off for 3 breaths. The crowd hesitates, then shouts back, all right. Everyone charges forward together. Let's go. But with a single swipe, Dao Van sends Min Dong crashing to the ground. The only end for trash is death. From behind, Kiam Chan closes the gap in an instant, swinging his sword directly at Dao Van's back. Take this. In a split second, his blade cuts through every defense, completely overwhelming him. Azure-Violet Sword Chi. Defeated, he collapses in utter disbelief. How? How is this possible? Dao Van's torso is ripped open, blood exploding into the air as he screams in agony. Immediately after, a massive explosion erupts, sending smoke and fire everywhere. Qian Shan stands perfectly still, his expression calm as a mountain. A voice calls out, "It seems this is the new rising star of Wuxi City." Qian Chan's eyes narrow. "Who's there?" The newcomer had approached without making a single sound. He looks at the two men standing before him. "City Lord, who are these two?" Van Luke smiles warmly and begins, "Let me introduce you. These two are." But Haiyan Tu cuts him off. "Who I am is not important. I heard a young genius has appeared in Wuxi City. And yep, you guessed it. A new challenger has appeared and he's not messing around." He places a hand on his chest, a clear look of excitement on his face. "And I am very interested." His power flares, rolling off him in waves. Min Dong freezes. "Damn it, this pressure is terrifying. I can't even move my body." Qian Chan pants heavily under the force, the pressure of a great Earth Saint Master. Truly incredible. Then his eyes flash with a razor-sharp light, Azure Sword Chi. He slowly raises his sword to the sky. The light from the blade is so powerful that the very space around them begins to violently tremble. Haiyan Tu can only stare, his eyes wide with shock at the immense power on display. He stands frozen for a moment. Haiyan Tu raises a hand, and magical light begins to sparkle around his fingertips as a spell forms in the air. Suddenly, a whip-fast attack slashes right past his face, causing Haiyan Tu to cry out in shock. The next second, he's thrown into the air and sent flying backward, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Track Hao catches him, helping him get back on his feet. As he catches his breath, his face pale, he gasps, You are powerful." Qian Chan slowly emerges from the settling dust and replies calmly, "You flatter me." Haiyan Tu breathes heavily, struggling to speak. "Amazing." Both he and Track Hao clasp their hands in respect. "Young brother, to shatter the full pressure of a great Earth Saint Master while only being a great Saint Master yourself, you are truly a young hero. Unbeatable in your own tier. We are deeply impressed, truly impressed." Qian Chan simply gives a polite reply. "You two are too kind." Haiyan Tu's curiosity gets the better of him. "Just one thing. The incredible power you just released didn't seem to be Saint Force, if I may ask." As Qian Chan begins to speak, Track Hao gently pushes Haiyan Tu's arm. He clearly doesn't want to talk about it. "Don't be so shameless." Haiyan Tu raises his hands. "My apologies, I was rude. City Lord Van Luke, with young brother Qian Chan here, along with the two of us. Wuxi City has nothing to fear from this beast tide." Van Luke nods enthusiastically. "Yes, you're right, Envoy. We are truly fortunate to have the help of all three of you." A swarm of skulls gathers on the ground, swirling into a horrifying spectacle. The crowd murmurs, "Why are there so many skulls here?" Tiantian Dao Van practiced demonic arts. These skulls. Van Luke's voice turns to ice. "No wonder thousands of people have vanished without a trace every year. It was the Tianxiang family all along." He clasps his hands respectfully. "Young brother Qian Chan, for ridding Wuxi City of the evil Tianxiang Dao Van, I am eternally grateful. I will launch a full investigation, and all those involved will be exiled." Qian Chan replies coolly, "I'll leave the matter to you, City Lord." Van Luke extends an invitation. "Young brother, when you have time, please visit the City Lord's mansion. This entire case will be handled according to your judgment." Qian Chan turns to leave. Min Dong throws an arm over his shoulder. "Handled according to your judgment? What does that mean?" Kim Chan just smiles. "It means in this case, who is involved, who is innocent, and who gets exiled." Qian Chan turns back, his voice filled with an absolute certainty that terrifies the entire crowd. "Will be decided by me. You and I just witnessed a transfer of power." The crowd explodes. "We were only invited as guests. We truly knew nothing of Tianxiang Dao Van's evil deeds. Please, young brother Qian Chan, look into it. Yes, please investigate fairly. Stick with me here, because you're about to see how fast enemies become beggars." One points a shaky finger. "Are you, brother Jian Chen now?" His men fall over themselves. "Great hero Jian Chen. We were deceived by Tianxiang. We were blind to your greatness. Please, don't hold it against us," they plead. "The second we realized Tianxiang was crooked, we switched sides." "Yes, that's right. Down with Tianxiang." Ming Dong steps in front of Jian Chen. "What do you think you're doing? Back off." "You still want to fight?" The men shrink back in terror. No, of course not. Sirs." After a moment of silence, Jian Chen cuts through the noise. He gives a slight smile. "I have no intention of making this difficult, but since you were invited guests, your ties to the Tianxiang clan run deep. So, I'll give you two choices. Hearing this, the men speak as one, without a shred of hesitation. We will listen to your wisdom. Jian Chen lays out the first option. 1. You will be investigated, and all your affiliated forces will be expelled. I'm sure the top powers of Keek City wouldn't want that. Then he reveals the second choice. 2. From this moment on, you pledge your loyalty to me. You will join my mercenary corps. Without a moment's hesitation or delay, they all agree. Light floods over a newly hung sign, its presence commanding the attention of all who see it. Jian Chen, Ming Dong, and their new followers talk things over. I found a small house for us to use as a temporary headquarters. One man exclaims, "You call this small? This is incredible. Thank you, Captain." Suddenly, another speaks up. "Captain, I have one matter I must ask you about." Jian Chen nods. "Speak." He clasps his hands respectfully. "As of now, 5 of us are in the process of disbanding our personal mercenary groups. However," he continues, "the Kaija and Duor families are business-oriented. If we disband so hastily, the financial losses will be massive." Jian Chen's response is blunt. "Then your 2 families will maintain your original mercenary groups and focus all your efforts on making money." He turns to the others, giving his orders. "I want you to take over the Zhou mercenaries and the Changyang Clan's businesses in Keki City as quickly as possible. If you need military force to back you up, come find me. The Raging Flame mercenaries will clear any obstacle in your path." Suddenly, a man runs in. Master, it's terrible news." Van Dat scolds him. "Have you no manners? Can't you see the captain is right here? What's with all the shouting?" The man pants. Da Kang and 5 other mercenary leaders just barged in. They're aggressively demanding to see the new captain's strength for themselves. "Now get ready, because this is where our boy gets to show off." Van Dat hesitates, then looks back at Jian Chen. "Captain." Jian Chen just gives a cold smile and says, "Arrange for them to meet me at the training grounds." A moment later, the announcement rings out. Da Kang, former leader of the Sun Blood mercenaries. Jia Erjie, former leader of the Golden Dragon mercenaries. A group of men appears, hands clasped in salute. The former leaders of the Ma Thian and Jingfeng mercenaries. Their voices rise in perfect unison, like a rehearsed poem. "We pay our respects to the captain." Jian Chen smiles and speaks loudly. 5 Xuan-tier experts, acting with such decisiveness. "Very good. I, Jian Chen, will not treat you unfairly." But a mocking voice cuts him off mid-sentence. Da Kang and his cronies appear, sneering. "I see you've brought your Xuan-tier experts. Seems a little insincere, doesn't it?" Another jeers, a soft, pale-skinned little brat. "What makes you think you can be my master?" "Yeah," says a third, "he's pretty enough. More suited to be a flower boy." Ming Dong, stuffing food in his mouth, mutters, "Your mouth stinks." In a blur, he launches himself toward one of the men, moving faster than the wind itself. Ming Dong slams a powerful punch into the man's jaw. As Da Kang's group sees their man go down, they rush in yelling, "You bastard! A sneak attack!" Ming Dong spins back, roaring, "You sons of! You want a group fight!" A wave of power explodes from his body, throwing an enemy back and ripping the weapon right out of his hand. But the force doesn't stop there. It continues, disarming the next enemy beside him. Before the energy even fades, it whips to the side, yanking the weapon from the next man's grasp. A gleaming sword flashes through the air, its razor-sharp tip flying forward like a bolt of lightning. Okay, let that sink in for a second, because what just happened is insane. A skewer of candied fruit slips from someone's hand, its red, glistening pieces scattering silently on the ground. Jian Chen smiles faintly and gives a chilling order. "Stop. You have all died once already." They stare back, confused and startled by his words. "What do you mean?" Jian Chen turns his head, his eyes glowing with an intense light. He reminds them, "Touch your necks." One of the men raises a hand to his throat. His face goes pale. He stares in shock at the blood covering his fingers. Jian Chen raises a hand. "Now tell me, am I qualified to lead you?" They all shout in absolute disbelief. How is this possible? They can't comprehend it. It's just a shallow cut on their necks, not enough to cause any real damage. This level of sword mastery and power control is godlike. Is he even human? Jian Chen asks again. "Are you convinced?" They all bow respectfully, defeated. "Captain, your skill is divine. We swear our lives to follow you." Jian Chen smirks with absolute confidence, asking in the coolest way possible, "So, how was that?" Ming Dong gives a thumbs up. "Awesome." Before they can react, the ground begins to tremble violently, shaking as if it's about to crack open. What is this? The men below begin to murmur amongst themselves. This is the signal. Jian Chen recognizes the situation and immediately gives an order. "All units, to the city walls. Prepare for battle." A magic beast lets out a deafening roar, its hot breath steaming. its sharp fangs glinting. They advance, their ferocious eyes filled with a desire to crush everything in their path. The men are stunned. What's going on? Previous attacks were only against the city walls. They can't understand why the formation is so organized this time. It feels like someone is controlling them from behind the lines. Jian Chen's eyes widen. A beast's sharp claws slam into the ground, creating long cracks and a thunderous echo. He screams, his voice carrying across the chaos. This time, 5 Tier 5 magic beasts have appeared. Back at the fortress, the tremors continue. More magic beasts appear, unleashing immense destruction everywhere they go with their overwhelming power. Van Dak gasps in recognition. That's a Tier 5 magical beast, a 6-armed demonic ape. It's giving the order to attack. He quickly issues a command. All Zhuan tiers in the city, hear my order. Slay the magic beasts. Take their ears. As soon as he gives the command, everyone roars in unison. Kill the beasts. Kill. The sound of their battle cries echoes through the air. The magic beasts, caught off guard by the sudden attack, seem confused. The men shout again to boost their morale. Kill. Meanwhile, Ming Dong flies overhead, calculating his moves. I can't take on the 6-armed and crimson-scaled beasts, but if those low-level beasts dare to come this way, this old man will slaughter them. As he says this, he unleashes a flurry of attacks on the smaller beasts, sending them flying into the distance. Ming Dong's face is a mask of pure fury. Amid the chaos, Van Dat reminds everyone, secure the left ears. Seeing the tide turning, the soldiers cheer. The vice captain is incredible. We are truly in awe. Van Dat can only watch, amazed. Ming Dong, a single Xuan tier expert, holding the line. Truly amazing. But his joy is short-lived. A loud roar makes him jump, his face turning pale as a leaf. Van Dat realizes the threat and issues a warning. This is bad. Tier 4 magic beasts are attacking. There are way too many of them. Ming Dong curses under his breath. Damn it, they look like they're all Tier 4. We need to split them up. We'll form 2-man teams, moving from near to far, and attack in waves. He then takes the lead, charging into battle. Rake for me. Violent Tempest Gale. This oppressive aura is immense. It forms a massive tornado that sweeps powerfully through the horde of magic beasts. For a moment, they are terrified by this power. Each one opens its mouth wide and roars, trying to display its own dominance to intimidate the enemy. After the dust settles, another figure emerges from a nearby cloud. It has the shape of a serpent, but it is not a serpent. And that's where we leave it with a brand new nightmare on the field. The moment it appears, the monster roars at Van Dat, then whips its massive tail toward him with deadly force. His face goes pale. How is there still a 5th-tier sword croc? Zihao is stunned. We can handle one at best. Xuanxi falters. 2. Impossible. But stick with me, because it's about to get way worse. Just then, Jian Chen's expression turns ice cold as he says, it's not just 2. Jian Chen then warns, there's another one. Stronger than the 6-armed demonic ape and the sword croc. Just then, thunder roars. Ming Dong looks up and freezes. The beast approaching is the golden-haired Tiger King, and it looks way more powerful than before. Seeing it, killing intent pours from Jian Chen. He grits his teeth, his voice dripping with ice. Golden-haired Tiger King. Without a second thought, Jian Chen flies into the air. Pay for what you did to Brother Xuan. Yunli is shocked. Brother Xuan, don't be reckless. The ape has us trapped. You can't fight it alone. Just then, the demonic beasts charge forward in a blur, mouths open and claws out, relentlessly attacking. But Ming Dong isn't backing down. He quickly draws his sword and slashes wildly at them. That 6-armed demonic ape refuses to give in, roaring and attacking without pause. Meanwhile, Jian Chen, Zihao, and Xuanxi are flying over to back up Ming Dong. The 3 figures launch themselves at the sword croc and the demonic ape. Of course, the beasts are more than ready to fight back. The demonic ape swings its arm at Jian Chen, knocking him off balance. Now completely enraged, Jian Chen glares at the sword croc. You dare stand in my way? Courting death, Jian Chen's eyes flare as he attacks relentlessly. Facing the huge beast, he channels all his rage, shouting, Violet Green Sword Chi, help me shatter this foe. Watching the situation unfold, Yunli is stunned, the color draining from his face. This leaves Zihao utterly bewildered, a 5th-tier slash. And here's where it gets personal. Standing before his mortal enemy, Jian Chen's voice is pure ice. Golden-haired Tiger King. Blood for blood, an eye for an eye, die for me. With a shout, Jian Chen channels his energy and lunges, but the Tiger King roars back ferociously, a sound strong enough to severely injure weaker fighters. The 6-armed demonic ape is desperate to keep Jian Chen away from the Tiger King, doing anything to protect its master. While dodging, Ming Dong suddenly shouts from the side, Jian Chen, watch out, As he speaks, he dashes forward, successfully blocking a blow meant for him. Jian Chen is horrified. Ming Dong, pressing its advantage, the demonic ape slams the ground, kicking up a huge dust cloud. Luckily, Jian Chen yanks Ming Dong to safety as they retreat. "Are you okay?" he asks. Ming Dong coughs and replies, "Not dead yet. You need to be more careful. That great ape almost got you." Meanwhile, the Tiger King stomps heavily, opening its mouth to gather energy. See how is shocked. Such power. Is this a peak 5th-tier Tiger King? Jian Chen then gives a cold command. "Ming Dong, go help them kill the ape. If you can't kill it, just pin it down." Ming Dong stammers, You're not going to?" Jian Chen channels his power, his voice thick with rage. "I will get my revenge." With that, Jian Chen instantly lunges toward his target without a second thought. Over here, everyone is ganging up on the 6-armed demonic ape. It slams the ground, sending them staggering. Meanwhile, Jian Chen is still facing the golden-haired Tiger King, choosing to attack its head directly. Jian Chen is a bit bewildered. Without using the power of the violet-green sword spirit, he can't even scratch its outer skin. Suddenly, its sharp claws slash toward Jian Chen, startling him. Instantly sensing the danger, Jian Chen thinks in alarm. This is bad. In just a moment of distraction, his entire body slams hard into the back of the 6-armed demonic ape. Feeling the impact, the ape whips around to see what it was. He hits the ground. Damn it, the violet-green sword spirit's power needs time to recover. I can't use it. You and I both know this is a bad spot to be in. Meanwhile, the demonic ape continues its rampage, leaving chaos in its wake. Oh no. The Tiger King and the demonic ape suddenly surround Jian Chen. It looks like they're planning to attack him together. He's startled. Before he can even finish the thought, the Tiger King gathers its energy and attacks. Jian Chen immediately leaps into the air as a massive explosion erupts where he just stood. He dodges one attack, only to face another. The demonic ape roars and raises its hand to crush him. Jian Chen's face pales as he grits his teeth. Damn it, I can't escape. Just then, a surge of power shoots out, tightly wrapping around that massive arm. Both its arms are now restrained by Zihao and Xuan Si. Ming Dong gets behind it. Great ape. He strikes its head with a powerful blast of energy. The Tiger King is also reeling from Jian Chen's blow, crying out in pain. Jian Chen strikes again, roaring, "Break for me." But it's not that easy. The Tiger King isn't done yet and fights back hard. And that demonic ape quickly breaks free from the other two's control. All at once, they are sent flying, their loud cries echoing throughout the area. Zihao gets up. On guard. Too strong, we can't win. Battered and bruised. Ming Dong sighs, searching for a weakness. Just then, a powerful blast of energy sends Ming Dong crashing face first into the ground. Looking over, he's so surprised he shouts, "He's still alive!" Jian Chen quickly gets to his feet, reaching for the sword beside him. And now, his jaw drops in astonishment. The power of the violet-green sword spirit has finally recovered. Jian Chen charges again, yelling, "Ming Dong, help me get them in a line." Ming Dong agrees instantly. He immediately channels his energy, gathering power for his technique. Explosion. After a brief pause, he unleashes a massive cyclone at the beast. The two monsters are fighting together fiercely, but the gale catches the Tiger King off guard, creating an opening. Ming Dong's attack combined with Jian Chen's sword strikes makes them howl in pain. But it's not over. Jian Chen presses forward. Violet-green condensation. Heaven-shaking sword. Following that, another earth-shattering explosion rings out, the light from its power erupting violently. Everyone is terrified, and they all instinctively shield their faces with their hands. Up above, Jian Chen backs away. The 6-armed demonic ape appears to be completely motionless. Watching from a tall building, Yunli holds his breath, staring intently and wondering, is it over? The 6-armed demonic ape seems to be dead, but this has apparently sent the golden-haired Tiger King into a complete frenzy. Its eyes glow red. Jian Chen frowns, his face cold as he stares at it, his internal guard on high alert. Just then, the Tiger King begins to back away, as if it now sees him as a worthy opponent. But Jian Chen doesn't back down. He stands firm, staring at the ferocious beast. Ming Dong watches in terror, his face pale. What is he doing? A moment later, the golden-haired Tiger King is gone. On the city walls, the people watching can't help but cheer with joy. It retreated. Ming Dong collapses in fear. Holy hell, it finally left. Xuanxi is overjoyed. The Beast King actually ran away. And you and I both know, this is something that has never happened in the history of Wazek City. But it looks like Jian Chen isn't satisfied. He grits his teeth, growling every single word. You are not going anywhere. Trust me, he's about to end this for good. In the next instant, he unleashes a colossal wave of sword energy, roaring, Die for me. The golden-furred ape king flees in pure terror, but this time, there's no escaping his fate. The wave of energy detonates, and the beast's horrified screams echo across the battlefield. Beneath the blazing sun, the colossal beast crashes to the ground. Jai-Ke can only stare, muttering, "It's dead." But Ming Dong is ecstatic. He can't believe it. We actually won. And on that day, the entire city erupts in a massive, thunderous roar. We won. We finally won. Everyone is screaming with joy, a weight lifted from their shoulders like never before. Down below, the crowds are still cheering their victory. But in that same moment, Jian Chen pays the price for pushing his power too far. He suddenly coughs up a huge mouthful of blood. And just like that, his body gives out and he collapses, sending the people around him into a panic. Jian Chen! Jian Chen! What's wrong? Jian Chen! Wake up! When he opens his eyes, he sees Kaide looking down at him. You did well, Jian Chen. Jian Chen is stunned. Captain, the man smiles proudly. We weren't wrong about you. Hu Ba offers him a piece of meat with a huge grin. Here, have a chicken leg. Dugu snorts dismissively from the side. Teach, the least you could do is give him one you haven't bitten yet. Hu Ba retorts angrily, we're all brothers here. Jian Chen won't mind. He offers it again, right, Jian Chen? Our hero reaches for it, replying, I don't mind, but just as he's about to grab it, his hand passes right through the person in front of him. This startles him even more, and a look of unease fills his eyes. Kaide speaks again, his voice echoing. The fierce mercenaries are in your hands now, Jian Chen. And with those words, his image fades away. The words he once heard now rush back into his mind. The fierce mercenaries are the greatest in the world. Long live the fierce mercenaries. Tears stream down his face. Jian Chen bows his head and screams with all his might. Long live the fierce mercenaries. Back in reality, he's still lying in bed, the voices of people calling his name echoing in his head. Jian Chen. Jian Chen. After a moment, his eyes finally flutter open. The instant they see him awake, everyone shouts with relief. He's awake. Jian Chen's awake. You're finally awake. Looking at everyone, he asks, how long was I asleep? Ming Dong smiles. Exactly 2 days and 2 nights. You sure can sleep, kid. After a brief pause, he sits up, startled. Are the 2 great masters still here? The beast tied. Xuanxi chuckles. It's been driven back. Brother Jian Chen, your one strike took out 2 fifth-tier magic beasts. Without their leaders, the other beasts fell into chaos and were driven back by everyone. Everyone excitedly recounts his victory. Brother Jian Chen was our hero. He took down 3 massive magic beasts, which is the only reason we overcame this crisis. And you know what comes after a victory this epic? The rewards. Later, they all sit around a table as Yuan Si explains, the city, Lord of Vanquish Force City, asked us to bring you these, the spoils of war that belong to you, Brother Jian Chen. Inside these space rings are some of the spoils from your fallen comrades and the corpses of the magic beasts. Little brother, take a look. Jian Chen replies, the 2 masters are too kind. He then continues, I was only able to kill those 5th-tier magic beasts because the 2 of you were there to help. Without you, I couldn't have defeated them. I'll just take the Tiger King's monster core. The other 2 belong to you 2 masters, he declares, leaving Xuanxi stunned. Our contribution was very small, Brother Jian Chen. Ming Dong chimes in with a smile. Jian Chen is being sincere. If you 2 masters refuse, you'll be disrespecting our fierce mercenaries. Jai-Ke speaks up. Well then, thank you, brothers. If the fierce mercenaries ever need us in the future, we will definitely not stand by. Jian Chen adds, I'll be counting on you 2 to look after the fierce mercenaries from now on. I thank you in advance. Xuanxi then changes the subject. In half a year, the Mercenary Grand Gathering will be held, an event that only happens once every 50 years. With your skills, you 2 brothers definitely can't miss it. Jian Chen looks surprised. A mercenary gathering? Ming Dong asks blankly. What's that? The man looks shocked. You don't know about the event? Ming Dong quickly replies. We mercenaries have no idea. So he explains. The Mercenary Gathering is a grand tournament held in Mercenary City every 50 years. Participants must be under the age of 50. Just making it into the top 100 gets you a huge cash prize and an honorary medal from the Union. Xuanxi then looks at them with a serious expression. And if you can make it into the top 10, you can choose a heaven-rank cultivation method. Jian Chen's eyes light up. A heaven-rank cultivation method? Ming Dong adds, that sounds awesome. The cultivation method used by that guy from the Changyang Clan was probably just an earth-rank one, and he was already that monstrous. A heaven-rank method. Xuanxi adds more fuel to the fire, and it doesn't stop there. Make it to the top 3, and not only can you pick a heaven-rank cultivation method, you can also choose a heaven-rank battle skill. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. Absolutely insane. Ming Dong grins. A heaven-rank battle skill. Jian Chen chimes in. So, a combat skill cultivation method. Mercenary City is really generous. Then Ming Dong asks excitedly, with your strength as Great Earth Saint Masters, what place could you get in the tournament? Jai Qi hesitates. Well, sorry, but we were just kids during the last gathering 50 years ago. Xuan Si adds, we're over the age limit now. Hearing this, Jian Chen thinks to himself, that's actually kind of tragic. In the end, Ming Dong and Jian Chen decide to go together. After crossing mountain peaks and endless plains, Ming Dong complains, these two magic beasts are probably exhausted. He continues, we just have to push on to the next big city to get new mounts. We only have half a year left and tens of thousands of miles to go. We can't stop. Jian Chen suddenly remembers something. Your eagerness is admirable, but one of us is a mid-rank Saint Master, and the other is a great Saint Master. With strength like ours, aren't we just asking for trouble at the gathering? Ming Dong replies, but that's where all the mercenary elites from the entire Tian Yuan continent will be gathered. Jian Chen then asks, do you know the difference between a genius and a mediocre person? Ming Dong looks puzzled. What is it? Jian Chen explains, one dares to think and act, while the other is a frog in a well, too scared to jump out. He shatters the well. We might be low-level experts, but that means we have nothing to lose. As the saying goes, a barefoot man isn't afraid of someone wearing shoes. After a moment, Ming Dong continues, it seems we really don't have anything to lose. Jian Chen bursts out laughing. Who are you calling mediocre? You're the mediocre one. Your whole family is mediocre. The two of them then share a laugh that echoes through the forest. After a while, Jian Chen cheerfully shouts, come on, come on, come on. Let's eat a chicken leg. Ming Dong retorts playfully, I'm not eating. I'm mediocre. I'm not worthy of a chicken leg. Jian Chen just grins. Even mediocre people can eat chicken legs. You are what you eat, you idiot. Just be a bit quicker with your hands and feet. Ming Dong gets annoyed and shouts back, screw you, you're the idiot. Jian Chen just laughs heartily, but just then, a loud, urgent voice cuts through the air. Get out of the way. Make way. Jian Chen looks over in surprise at a large group of people rushing towards them. Don't block the path. Out of my way. Seeing this, Jian Chen is confused, asking himself, Who are they? Ming Dong looks shocked. What's wrong? You know them? Jian Chen says, that's the elite team of the Fenglan Kingdom. They're always fighting against our Jizan Kingdom. He pauses, wondering, what are they doing here? According to Jian Chen, the invasion of the Gessen Kingdom was supposed to be over. That night, they discussed their plans. Although they are very strong, they can't possibly withstand the combined attack of our four great kingdoms from all sides. I'm just afraid that old monster from the Changyang Clan will suddenly return. He's a figure infinitely close to the Saint King realm. What's there to be afraid of? The burly man scoffs. That old man left the Changyang Clan many years ago. He's most likely dead by now. This time, the Gessen Kingdom is finished. The soldier next to him replies, even if that old monster doesn't return, they have nearly 10 Sky Saint Masters. It's a tough fight. But then they start joking. Our four kingdoms have over 30 Sky Saint Masters combined. A 3-on-1 fight, they don't stand a chance. And right there, you and I just realized, a massive war is about to break out. So, we prepared for this long, they're forced to fight. So what are they going to use against us? Are they going to throw their women at us? Beside him, Ming Dong whispers that the Gessen Kingdom is his homeland. Jian Chen nods, right? Not only that, the Changyang mansion they mentioned. That's my home. He hesitates, saying, this is. Just then, a voice from behind makes them both jump. Who goes there? Seeing the two, a soldier immediately yells out, we've got company. An ambush. But just as the words leave his mouth, a blade slashes clean through his neck. Gao Yi is stunned. Damn it, who the hell are these masked men? At that moment, Jian Chen descends from the sky. The masked man? He lands, pointing his sword at the group, his expression cold and full of power. In the next second, another soldier is pierced through the stomach by a hidden weapon, blood spraying everywhere. Seeing their comrade fall, the soldiers shout. Enemy attack, surround him. Jian Chen and Ming Dong land swiftly, finding themselves completely encircled. Jian Chen stares them down, thinking, so this is the elite squad Jian Hui mentioned. Gao Yi steps forward, eyeing him suspiciously and demanding, who are you? Jian Chen just grins and lunges forward with his sword. Me? I'm your father. A soldier quickly warns, Commander, be careful. Gao Yi whips out his sword. Attack! These two must be spies from the Gessen Kingdom. They can't be allowed to escape. Immediately, they both charge, clashing swords in a flurry of powerful energy. Jian Chen and Ming Dong now stand back to back, cautiously watching their enemies as Jian Chen coolly wipes his blade, an intense killing aura radiating from him. As he unleashes that wave of sword energy, the head of a nearby soldier is sliced clean off his neck. Gao Yi yells out, Watch his weapon. The energy on it is completely abnormal. Now, pay attention, because what happens next is absolutely insane. Behind him, another soldier charges with a spear, yelling, "Taste my ice spear." Ming Dong, on defense, quickly dodges, and the spear ends up piercing right through his ally's side instead. Jian Chen's footwork is masterful as he spins on the ground, effortlessly breaking through the encirclement. He then kicks a soldier's sword hard. Just like that, the blade flies and slashes another enemy, causing him to spit out a huge mouthful of blood. Gao Yi grits his teeth in terror. This guy's strength is no joke. I never expected the Jisun Kingdom to have such a powerful young fighter. He refuses to accept it. I can't die here like this. I have to report this to His Majesty the King. Jian Chen notices him trying to make a run for it. He glances at Gao Yi's fleeing figure and wipes his sword. Did I say you could leave? Azure Light Condensing Star Sword. The beam of sword energy shoots directly toward Gao Yi, piercing straight through his chest. Blood sprays as a massive hole is blown through his torso. Half an hour later, night has fallen and Jian Chen sits by the river, channeling his inner energy. He's focusing, transferring his internal force into the stone. Jian Chen remains completely still, deep in concentration for a long time. Suddenly, his eyes fly open as a colossal amount of internal energy erupts from his body. Jian Chen looks down at his fist. It seems that to restore the Azure Sword's spirit, the number of monster cores I need is far beyond my imagination. Just then, Ming Dong gives a strained laugh. Big brother, do you have any idea how many monster cores you just absorbed? A normal person would have exploded from that amount. Jian Chen frowns, wondering, what should we do next? Ming Dong sighs wearily. Should we go back to the Jisun Kingdom and warn them, or... But Jian Chen cuts him off. No need. Let's head to the major mercenary guild. We're too weak right now, and going back won't change a thing. And you and I both know that's the hard truth right there. By morning, he looks at his partner. Ming Dong, let's go buy a couple of fast magical beasts. It'll make our journey a lot smoother. Ming Dong grins. Whatever you say, Jianhui. At that moment, a chubby merchant calls out, Sirs, if you're looking for a fast magical beast, check out this class 3 beast here. Jian Chen replies, the one I already have is a class 3. Don't you have anything better? The merchant adds, for a higher class beast, the price. A bag of coins is tossed into the man's hands as Jian Chen asks coldly, is this enough? The merchant's face lights up. Of course, no problem. Please, take a look at this class 4 Kimi lap. It's incredibly fast. Jian Chen nods. I'll take this one. Just then, a loud voice shouts from behind them, Zishi. A young man on horseback gallops toward them, shouting, Hey, Zishi, could you listen to me for a second? He then leaps from his horse, flying through the air and landing right in front of Jian Chen. Looking at Jian Chen, he says urgently, Sir, could you please let me have this Kimi lap? But Jian Chen seems completely uninterested, waving a hand dismissively. Sorry, not for sale. The young man, named Qin Xiao, persists. Sir, please don't be so hasty. Listen to me first. I have 2 class 4 Kimi laps at my home, and one of them is already a 2-star. Just let me have this one. How about I pay you triple? Jian Chen replies, if you really want it, it's not impossible. But there's one condition. Qin Xiao calms down. Sir, please speak. Jian Chen looks him in the eye. If you can withstand 3 of my sword strikes, I'll give you this Kimi lap for free. But if you can't, you'll give me both of the Kimi laps from your house. How about it? Behind Qin Xiao, a servant immediately shouts, how arrogant. Qin Xiao scowls. Did I say you could speak? Shut your mouth. The servant quickly bows his head. Yes, young master. Qin Xiao then grins with excitement. Done. Sir, I'm sure to win this bet. Let's do it. I can't wait. And just like that, the two face off, ready for their duel. Ming Dong looks at Jian Chen and says, good luck, Jianhui. On the other side, the servant cheers for his master. Go, young master, go. Qin Xiao pauses for a moment, then waves his hand and shouts, brothers, come over here. At the same time, Jian Chen channels his inner force, yelling, Azure Sword Art. With all his preparations complete, Jian Chen raises his sword to the sky and unleashes a massive wave of internal energy from above. His eyes turn a deep red as his power surges, and he lets out a powerful roar. Qin Xiao is shocked, his face turning pale as he thinks, this power, it's overwhelming. Even before attacking, Jian Chen gives him a warning. You better be careful. The moment the words are out, he dashes forward, his focus locked entirely on his target. At that very instant, Jian Chen continues his charge, roaring, break for me. Qin Xiao grits his teeth, pushing his own power to the limit and shouting, don't even think about it. The two immense energies collide, a near-perfect match in raw power. But after a moment, Qin Xiao's expression changes, looking stunned by Jian Chen's incredible strength. In a flash, Qin Xiao is sent flying backward amidst an explosion of dirt and rocks. And trust me, you and I just witnessed a master putting a rookie firmly in his place. And let me tell you, this is how you turn a rival into a true brother. Even after losing, Qin Xiao laughs. You truly are strong, my friend. I, Qin Xiao, admit my defeat. But Jian Chen just says, you flatter me, brother Qin. This was an even match with no real winner or loser. But Qin Xiao is all class. A loss is a loss. There's no shame in it. I'm not that petty. He steps closer and asks, I haven't gotten your name yet. I am Jian Chen, from the Jian Kingdom. Qin Xiao nods. Then I'll call you brother Jian Chen. Our main character then reminds him about our bet. Qin Xiao cuts him off. Don't worry, I'll have those two beauties brought over right away. He gives Chen Bing a look, who immediately understands, bows his head, and says, yes, sir. Meanwhile, in a grand hall, a voice roars as a man slams his hand on the table. Absolutely reckless. Where is that brat now? A servant replies, my lord, he's. The young master is in the guest room drinking and chatting with young master Jian and his friend. The man lets out a furious growl and shouts, guards. And here it is, the moment everything shifts. A figure appears instantly. Qin Tian gives the order. Tonight, go test that boy's skills. The man responds with a simple, yes. Scene change back to a massive, lavish feast. Qin Xiao raises his glass. Brother Jian Chen, today you have my complete and utter respect. Jian Chen thinks to himself how crazy this is. Just an hour ago they were fighting for their lives, and now they're eating at his family's table. Qin Xiao adds, brother Jian Chen, we must spar again when we have the time. Our MC silently sizes him up. It seems this Qin Xiao is actually a man of his word. With that thought, he replies, of course, brother Qin, no problem at all. It's just that. Hearing this, Qin Xiao looks a bit surprised and asks, is there a problem, brother Jian? Jian Chen smiles faintly. Ming Dong and I were just passing through. Our goal is to join the mercenary gathering in Mercenary City. We were just planning to restock in Changyang City before moving on, but we never expected to get into a fight and meet you. Qin Xiao laughs even louder. It must be fate. You and I were destined to meet. Jian Chen asks, brother Qin, what do you mean by that? Don't tell me you're also going to the mercenary gathering. Qin Xiao confirms. That's right. Jian Chen adds, then we should travel together. Otherwise, we won't make it in time. Qin Xiao replies, no need to rush. Have you ever heard of a space gate? At that, Jian Chen is taken aback. He guesses, could it be that your family has a space gate? From what Jian Chen knows, these gates are made of pure spatial energy. A single step can cross thousands of miles, letting you traverse the entire Tianyuan continent in an instant. A truly wondrous and miraculous portal. But Qin Xiao just waves his hand. Brother Jian Chen, you think too highly of my family. Though we're a big clan here, even we can't afford a space gate. He pauses, then continues. But our Blue Wind Kingdom does have one, so we can use it to reach Mercenary City. Brother Jian Chen, why don't you stay with my family? In 2 months, we can all go to Mercenary City together. Jian Chen thinks it over. This would give him 2 months of safe, dedicated training to get even stronger. By the time the tournament starts, he might even be strong enough to take first place. He stands up and says, then thank you for your hospitality, brother Qin. After returning to his room, Jian Chen immediately starts circulating his energy, meditating silently on his bed. But up on the roof, a dark figure silently lands, stalking him from above. He pulls out a small dagger, then skillfully pries a roof tile loose to observe the person below. Down below, our main character sits completely still, seemingly unaware he's about to be assassinated. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. He's totally faking it, isn't he? With that thought, Jian Chen channels his power, his gaze turning razor sharp. From deep within his body, a dense, hidden energy begins to radiate outwards. But he doesn't stop there. Jian Chen immediately blasts that internal energy straight up, startling the would-be assassin on the roof. Jian Ju is shocked. The immense aura keeps pouring out, making it impossible for him to hide any longer. Exposed, he glares down at Jian Chen and demands, who in the world are you? Jian Chen channels more power and launches another attack, firing back. That's what I'd like to ask you. Jian Ju freezes, completely stunned by the counterattack, unsure how to react. He quickly throws his short sword up to block, but it seems like any effort at this point is completely useless. Not only did it fail to block the attack, he's sweating, thinking in horror, this kid can actually beat me. Jian Chen sizes up his opponent at least a third cycle Great Saint Master. He makes a decision. He must capture this man and find out who sent him. Pushed back twice in such a short time, Jian Ju is starting to panic. Moving fast, he yanks his sword back and blocks in front of himself once more, but his reaction looks completely desperate. But it's too late now, his weapon shatters. Jian Ju is sent flying, stunned by his opponent's terrifying power. He crashes to the ground, spitting up a mouthful of blood as Jian Chen steps out. Jianju's mind races in terror. Gotta run. I have to tell the family head this kid is a monster, pretending to be weak. A cold voice stops him. Where do you think you're going? At the same time, a worried voice calls from behind. Brother Jian, are you okay? Jian Chen turns. Ming Dong, what happened to you? He quickly explains, someone just ambushed me. Seeing the huge hole in the roof, Ming Dong is shocked. My God, Brother Jian Chen, you were attacked too? He's completely bewildered. But we haven't made any enemies in Qilang City. So who would do this? Jian Chen states calmly. I made such a huge commotion, yet the guards in Brother Qin Shao's courtyard are sleeping very soundly. The realization hits Ming Dong hard. Brother Jian Chen, are you saying Qin Shao sent people to kill us tonight? Jian Chen speculates. It probably wasn't his idea. Ming Dong grits his teeth in anger. I can't believe the Qin family is so despicable. Jian Chen just sighs. Is there any great family in this world without a dark side? All right, it's getting late. We'll see what Brother Qin has to say tomorrow. Ming Dong hesitates. Okay, I'll listen to you. The next morning, Qin Xiao comes running over. Brother Jian Chen, you're awake. He cheerfully throws the door open. Brother Jian Chen, I have to tell you, last night I came up with a new move that could. Then he looks up at the gaping hole in the roof and freezes. He naively asks, Brother Jian Chen, why is there a hole in your roof? Don't tell me some female stalker was spying on you last night. Jian Chen replies bluntly, last night, a mysterious assassin in black came to kill me. Whether it was a woman or not, I don't know. Qin Xiao is genuinely clueless and shocked. What? That's outrageous. Are all the guards useless? Just then, a cold voice cuts in. Shower. What is all this noise so early in the morning? Qin Xiao quickly says, Father, you're just in time. I have something to tell you. Qin Xiao introduces them. This is my new sworn brother from yesterday, Jian Chen. Jian Chen bows, greetings family head Qin Tian. The old man acts as if he knows nothing. Young brother Jian Chen is truly a talent among men. Qin Xiao then angrily recounts the events. Father, let me tell you what happened. Hearing this, Qin Tian erupts in fury. How dare they? Who would have the guts to cause trouble in my Qin family's territory? And as you and I can see, Qin Tian is putting on the performance of a lifetime. The servants' faces turn pale. Family head, we failed. We swear we'll hunt down the culprit. Please, give us a chance to redeem ourselves. Qin Tian gives them an ultimatum. Find the killer in 7 days, or they're all out of the Qin family. On their knees, they desperately thank him for the chance. He then turns to Jian Chen. Young Master Jian Chen, I am truly sorry. I will get you an explanation for this. Qin Xiao, take him to the treasure pavilion for now. Jian Chen respectfully replies, Family head, you're too kind. Qin Xiao chimes in cheerfully, the treasure pavilion. Awesome, Jian Chen, I know the way, I'll take you. Qin Xiao slings an arm around his shoulder as they head out. Watching them leave, Qin Tian thinks to himself, to survive an encounter with a Third Revolution great Saint Master, this kid is no ordinary person. After a short walk, they arrive at a bustling street. Qin Xiao grins, Jian Chen, my friend, this is the biggest treasure pavilion in Falling Cloud City. You can find all sorts of rare and amazing treasures inside. Just then, a girl in a pink dress runs over, bowing low. Welcome, young Master Qin. What can I help you find today? Qin Xiao proudly gestures to our hero. This is my brother, Jian Chen. I'm just showing him around today, hoping to find some good stuff. The girl, Chun Hong, smiles sweetly. Welcome, young Master Jian Chen. Should I call a few girls to show you around? Beside him, Qin Xiao is already smitten, urging, Yeah, brother, pick a girl to guide you. But Jian Chen isn't interested. You guys go ahead, I can walk around by myself. Qin Xiao doesn't mind, simply saying, All right then. After saying goodbye, Jian Chen walks off alone, thinking. The Azure Sword spirit inside him is vibrating intensely. Now, pay attention here, that means a serious treasure must be on the upper floor. With that thought, he heads straight for a room not far away. Looking at the items on display, he's impressed. As expected of the biggest treasure pavilion in the city. So many treasures. His eyes scan everything, wondering what could be making his sword spirit react so strongly. He searches around for what he needs, picking up a golden ring and examining it closely. But then he puts it down with a hint of disappointment. Nope, not this one. Suddenly, a voice from behind makes him jump. Young master, you have a truly discerning eye. A man named Shu De walks up. That ring you're holding is called the Paralysis Ring, a true masterpiece of our treasure pavilion. Just wearing it can activate a paralysis effect. The man explains that the ring sells for 100,000 purple gold coins. Hearing this, everyone is shocked. What? 100,000 for a broken ring? That's worse than robbery. Shuda steps forward with a proposal. If you want it now, I'll give you a 99% discount. You just have to. But Jian Chen cuts him off flatly. No thanks. The blunt refusal hits the old man like a lightning strike. But Shu Di is persistent, still trying to make the sale. Young master, just listen to me. At that same moment, after looking around, Jian Chen's eyes lock onto something. It's a dark blue-green rock, sitting quietly in a corner. Jian Chen quickly picks it up. The second he touches it, the stone emits a faint energy. A satisfied smile spreads across his face as he thinks, this is it. He holds it up and asks Shu Di, old sir, how much for this? The old man's disappointment is obvious. I thought you were a young master with good taste, but you're just a broke kid with no eye for quality. That junk rock isn't for sale, but if you really want it, buy something else and I'll throw it in for free. Jian Chen lets out a sigh of relief, his expression relaxing. He holds up a jade pendant. All right then, I'll buy this jade piece and you can give me the stone. Shu Di's face changes as he holds up 2 fingers. This jade pendant costs 20,000 purple gold coins, no discounts. Everyone is stunned. 20,000? That's twice the price of the ring. That busted piece of jade is worth 800 or 900 at most. This young master must have offended the old man. Now he's getting his revenge. At the same time, a powerful internal energy radiates from Shu Di's body, and yeah, you can tell he's not happy. He roars, my treasure pavilion does business with integrity. If I say this jade is 20,000, then it's 20,000. Jian Chen immediately agrees, fine, 20,000 it is, but you have to give me the stone, just like you promised. Shu Di replies, don't worry, the treasure pavilion always keeps its word. The moment the deal is done, Jian Chen holds the stone in his hand like a precious jewel. Looking at it, he smiles, thinking, I knew I wasn't wrong. Just then, a brilliant light erupts from the stone, illuminating the entire area. Shu Di gasps in shock. The 5-colored divine stone. That piece of junk was actually the legendary 5-colored divine stone. The crowd buzzes with excitement. Could it be the legendary stone that brings good fortune to its owner? If you make jewelry from the 5-colored divine stone, it can make the wearer impervious to blades. This kid just hit the jackpot. A single 5-colored divine stone is worth at least tens of millions of purple gold coins. I must be blind to have missed such a treasure. Jian Chen then says, old sir, you said you'd give me this. You can't go back on your word now. Shu Di smiles wryly. It seems this old man's eyes still need more training. Don't worry, young master. Jian Chen bows slightly. Thank you, senior. He thinks to himself, I need to get out of here quickly, or someone will definitely come after this. Just as he's about to leave, a voice rings out, stopping him in his tracks. Halt. TNC walks up from behind with a contemptuous look. Kid, I want that 5-colored divine stone. Hand it over. Jian Chen's face turns cold as he asks, and what if I say no? TNC knees back, then you won't be leaving this room alive. Seeing him, the crowd gasps. It's young master TNC from the Qin clan. Looks like this kid's luck has finally run out. TNC glares at Jian Chen. You want to die? Hand over the stone obediently. Despite the threat, Jian Chen looks right at him and says dismissively, a good dog doesn't block the road. Move. Tian Chen's face flushes with rage. What? Who are you calling a dog? Fine. It seems you'd rather be taught a hard lesson. He then orders the man behind him, Zhang Lin, break this kid's legs for me. I want him to spend the rest of his life crawling on his knees. Hearing his master's command, Zhang Lin grins sadistically at Jian Chen and replies, yes, young master. With that, Zhang Lin instantly channels his internal energy and lunges toward Jian Chen. But as his punch flies, Jian Chen easily sidesteps, dodging the attack. Of course, Jian Chen isn't one to let himself be bullied. In the next moment, the sword in his hand flashes, carrying a powerful surge of energy as it shoots straight for his opponent. In a flash, Zhang Lin is sent flying by Jian Chen's attack, his face pale and his body crashing hard onto the ground. And it's not over. The sword, as if it has a mind of its own, flies back into Jian Chen's hand. He performs a few basic swings, and the sharp sword lands right in front of Zhang Lin's face, making him go white with fear. After a brief struggle, Zhang Lin is pinned under Jian Chen's foot. Seeing this, Tian Xie is secretly shocked. Where the hell did this kid come from? How is he so strong? He blurts out, who are you? How dare you disrespect my Qin Heavenly Clan? Let me tell you, my clan is. Before he can finish, a fist smashes into his face, making him spit out a mouthful of blood. What the hell? You're annoying me to death. TNC's face hits the floor, unable to say another word after that punch. And you and I both know, this humiliation is just the beginning of the payback he deserves. The moment he sees the man frowning at him, he stammers, be big brother Cam Tu. But Cam Tu's eyes are blazing, his entire body radiating pure rage. Tian Tuk, You're asking for a beating, aren't you? How dare you mess with my friend? Thien Tuk glances around confusedly. Your friend? Who? Cam Tu points right at our hero and introduces him with a cold, simple phrase, Kiem Chan. Thien Tuk is speechless for a second before snapping back. Damn it, now I'm the one itching for a fight. How dare you lay a hand on my friend? Watching the two cousins bicker, Kiem Chan has a random thought. I always wondered why the Cam Thien family wasn't named Thien. Turns out, the Cam Thien family was formed by the union of two great houses, the Thien family and the Cam family. But Thentuk, still not knowing when to quit, threatens. Cam Tu, you just wait. I'm telling my dad about this when I get back. You're going to be punished. Cam Tu explodes. Damn you. You're going to use your dad to threaten me? I'll beat you to death first. He's about to throw another punch at the clueless fool, but a hand quickly stops him. It's Kiem Chan. Cam Tu immediately calms down. Fine, out of respect for my friend here, I'll spare you today. Otherwise, I would have broken both your legs. Then, his voice filled with concern, he asks, Kiem Chan, my friend, are you okay? Kiem Chan calmly replies, I'm fine, thanks to you arriving just in time. Wasting no more time, Kiem Chan says, let's go. I got what I came here for. Cam Tu agrees, all right, I'll go get that kid Mindong, then we'll head back. The two of them make their way to the grand estate of the Cam Thien family. As soon as they step inside, the beautiful sound of a zither fills the air. Cam Tu's face lights up. I hear the zither. That means my younger sister is home. Come on, I'll introduce you. But as they walk in, they're met by Cam Thien himself, who's been waiting with a face as dark as a thundercloud, his glare locked onto his son. Not missing a beat, Cam Thien roars. You worthless brat, did you hit Thien Tuk again? Thien Tuk just plays dumb, avoiding eye contact. What are you talking about? I have no idea. Cam Thien, completely fed up with his son's act, grabs him by the ear. His father already told me everything. Get over here right now. And trust me, you can feel the secondhand embarrassment as Cam Tu gets dragged away, yelling, Dad, be gentle. Kiem Chan, my friend, go find my sister first. I'll catch up with you guys later. And just like that, Kiem Chan is left standing there, utterly bewildered. So, he decides to take a walk through the family's stunning courtyard by himself. The scenery here is truly breathtaking. That zither music continues to drift through the air, played by the slender hands of a gentle, scholarly-looking woman. This is Cam Thu, the second miss of the Cam family. Sensing a presence, she immediately asks, Who are you, and why have you come to the Cam residence? He replies respectfully, My name is Kiem Chan, and I'm a friend of your brother. I apologize for disturbing you. Cam Thu immediately stands up, Where is my brother? Kiem Chan answers honestly, He was, dragged away by the family head. Hearing this, Cam Thu calmly sits back down. She then asks, Master Kiem Chan, what do you think of my music? He gives a sincere reply. Second, miss, to be able to play such a heavenly melody, one that lets the music and the listener's heart merge into one. I am truly in awe. Cam Thu says softly, From what you say, Master Kiem Chan, it seems you understand the soul of music. Kiem Chan just gives a humble smile. Second, miss, you jest. I am merely speaking from the heart. Her long, slender fingers gently stroke the zither, her expression showing just how much she cherishes the instrument. She says politely, Thank you, Master Kiem Chan. Perhaps it is all thanks to this zither, which holds the sacred power of the zither Saint Heavenly Demoness. As she says this, her face clouds with a hint of sadness. Hearing this name, Kiem Chan is stunned, his mind screaming. The zither Saint Heavenly Demoness? He can't help but ask her, Miss Cam, who is this? Zither Saint Heavenly Demoness. Cam Thu looks surprised. Master Kiem Chan, you come from a distant kingdom, so of course you wouldn't know of her. Now pay attention, because this is some next-level lore. She begins her tale. The zither Saint Heavenly Demoness uses her music to kill her enemies. It's almost impossible to guard against. No one can maintain their will for long under the sound of her zither. Anyone who passes by her is either lost to the illusions created by her music, or has their soul directly annihilated by the melody, their body and spirit wiped from existence, a truly invisible death. Cam Thu recounts this with a look of immense pride. Decades ago, the Heavenly Demoness played a single melody that caused an entire army of hundreds of thousands of soldiers to fall into a deep coma, sleeping for 3 days and 3 nights before waking up. Kiem Chan is absolutely stunned. A single song. After hearing the story, Kiem Chan expresses his deepest admiration. If I ever had the chance, I would love to witness the power of this Heavenly Demoness for myself. But Cam Thu adds, the Heavenly Demoness has already ascended to sainthood. How could she be so easy to meet? He hesitates. Miss Cam, are you saying? But before he can finish, Cam Thu changes the subject. That's right, I heard from the servants that you and my brother went to the Mercenary Grand Assembly together. Kiem Chan doesn't deny it. That's correct. Cam Tu seems to hesitate for a moment, Master Kiam Chan. Ah. But before she can finish her sentence, Cam Tu's voice cuts in, Kiam Chan, my friend. Little sis, he's here. Seeing his bruised face, Kiam Chan is shocked. Cam Tu, my friend, what happened to you? Cam Tu replies casually, don't mention it. That brat Thian Tuk went and snitched to my dad, so my dad had to hit me to appease his. Kiam Chan feels a bit guilty. I'm sorry. But Cam Tu quickly waves it off. Don't worry about it. Even though I took a beating, I made sure to give Thian Tuk a good thrashing myself earlier. Hearing this, Kiam Chan can't help but feel exasperated. This guy is a lost cause. Cam Tu then stands up, big brother, since your friend is here, I'll be returning to my room now. He's surprised little sis. Hugging her zither, she walks away, replying over her shoulder. We'll talk about the departure time later. Watching her leave, Kiam Chan resolves to himself. Before the mercenary assembly, I have to find a way to increase my strength to the Great Earth Saint Master level. After she's gone, he asks, Cam Tu, my friend, when are we heading to the city of mercenaries? No rush, he answers. The Mercenary Grand Assembly is still more than 3 months away. We should probably wait another half a month before we set out. Kiam Chan nods. In that case, I'll go train in the nearby forest and see if I can achieve a breakthrough. Cam Tu is intrigued by the idea. Good? I was planning to go into seclusion myself. Let's meet up in half a month. Then Kiam Chan remembers, oh yeah, where's Min Dong? Why isn't he with you? Cam Tu explains, heard he's busy with a young lady at the treasure pavilion. Kiam Chan just sighs in exasperation. That kid. Meanwhile, across town, Thian Tuk is pleading with someone. Uncle, no, you have to help me. The old man calmly replies, young Master Thian, rest assured. Killing some nobody with no status is a simple matter for me. It's just. At this, No Tan's face turns cunning. Young Master Thian, are you certain you weren't mistaken? That kid, Kiam Chan, he was holding a 5-colored god stone? Thian Tuk says loudly, how could it be fake? Everyone at the treasure pavilion knows about it. Uncle Ningo, you don't think I'm lying to you, do you? I just want to teach that kid a lesson to vent my anger. The 5-colored godstone is all yours. It's useless to me anyway. The old man smiles. Then I thank you, young Master Thian. As soon as that boy leaves the Cam Thian family estate, just then, a servant rushes in. Elder No, that kid has left the city. The old man is taken aback. Left the city? With the 5-colored godstone in his possession, how dare he go outside at a time like this? No Tan quickly asks, do you know where he went? The subordinate reports respectfully. Reporting to the elder, the boy said he wanted to go to the forest east of the city to see if he could achieve a breakthrough before the Mercenary Grand Assembly. Ngo Tan is delighted. Young Master Thian, wouldn't you say this is heaven helping us? Thian Tuk bows respectfully. Uncle Ngo, I'll be counting on you. Night falls. Kiam Chan sits alone by a small river, diligently tending to a fire to keep warm. While eating some roasted meat, Kiam Chan thinks, I spent all day fighting magical beasts. Tomorrow, I'll find a suitable place to absorb the energy of the 5-colored god stone and see what happens. But in that exact moment, a powerful presence suddenly appears, instantly putting him on high alert. And yeah, you and I both know this peaceful night is about to be shattered. Let's dive right into an ambush that comes out of nowhere. Instinct screaming, Jian Chen leaps away just as a crater forms where he stood, his expression turning grim. He eyes his attacker and asks, Senior, who are you? Why the sudden sneak attack? Wu Tan gets straight to the point. Kid, hand over the 5-colored divine stone, and I'll give you a clean death. Jian Chen ignores the formalities, firing back, you're the new heavenly saint master, aren't you? Wu Tan doesn't deny it, just smirks coldly. Since you already know, don't make me get rough. With that, he channels his energy and flies towards Jian Chen, whose eyes widen in shock. This old man, he's a great earth saint master. But of course, Jian Chen isn't one to back down. He immediately charges forward to meet him head-on. They collide, unleashing a powerful shockwave. Wu Tan smirks at him, not bad. The 5-colored divine stone really can let someone fight on par with a great earth saint master. His voice booms, Jian Chen, you have 2 paths. 1, leave the stone, and I'll grant you a quick, painless death. Or 2, I torture you to death first, then take the stone. Make your choice. But Jian Chen's eyes turn absolutely demonic. He stares the old man down and asks, are you so sure you can defeat me? Ridiculous. Wu Tan scoffs, you really think a single rock can bridge the gap between a great Saint Master and a great Earth Saint Master? After saying his piece, he channels his power and lunges forward, roaring, time to die. Jian Chen's expression remains unchanged. As Wu Tan's sword strikes, he sidesteps with ease. But he's not just dodging, he channels his own energy into his sword and launches a counterattack. The old man's sword flies straight into the sky, spinning beautifully in the air. Seeing this, Wu Tan's jaw drops in utter disbelief. What? Jian Chen doesn't stop, leaping toward his opponent with his fist cocked back, ready to deliver another devastating blow. As Jian Chen lands, Wu Tan hits the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Clutching his chest, Wu Tan is terrified. This supreme treasure, its power is unbelievable. But he refuses to give up, his face twisting with malice. Jian Chen, today the five-color divine stone will be mine. Jian Chen just asks, is that even possible? And here's where our boy decides he's done playing games. My ability to beat you has nothing to do with the stone. Wu Tan doesn't believe it. Arrogant brat, it's just external power. Jian Chen's eyes narrow. Fine, I'll show you my real strength. The moment he finishes speaking, Jian Chen vanishes. Across from him, Wu Tan is still powering up his next move. Before he can react, Jian Chen is already behind him, whispering one word, pathetic. Wu Tan spins around, a chill shooting through him. How can someone so young be this strong? Before the thought even finishes, Jian Chen delivers a swift, decisive strike. Fresh blood sprays through the air. Looking down, Jian Chen sees his reflection in the growing puddle. As for Wu Tan, completely erased from this world. After confirming he's gone, Jian Chen scoffs, how boring. Time moves on. 7 days later, Jian Chen is still meditating, focusing his energy to achieve a breakthrough. His eyes snap open, sharp and full of resolve. In the next instant, a powerful surge of energy erupts from Jian Chen's body, radiating outwards. Looking at himself now, he thinks with satisfaction. As expected, after absorbing the five-colored divine stone, I've successfully broken through to the great Earth Saint Master realm. As he thinks, a new sword materializes in his hand. The sword is incredibly intricate, and what's more, it even has his name engraved on it. Jian Chen grips it tightly, his eyes scanning over his new weapon. After a moment, Jian Chen instinctively unleashes a powerful slash into the air, and the sword chi alone shakes the massive ancient trees around him. All right, with that power-up secured, you and I both know what time it is. He can't hide his excitement, telling himself it's time for the mercenary competition. The scene shifts back to Qin Shao's home, where all is quiet and peaceful. The moment he sees him, Qin Shao calls out, "Brother Jian Chen, you're finally back. You were gone for 10 whole days. I was worried you'd miss the competition." Ming Dong chimes in, "Jian Chen, for real, where were you? You could have at least told me you were leaving. I had no idea where to even look for you." Jian Chen grins playfully. "I think you just wanted an excuse to look for the girls at the treasure pavilion. Am I right, Brother Chen?" Qin Shao laughs heartily. "He's right, Brother Jian Chen, you have no idea." Ming Dong's face turns beet red. Okay, I was just mixing business with pleasure." Jian Chen smiles at his teammate. "Not bad, you've broken through to the great Saint Master realm." Ming Dong puffs out his chest. "Of course, I've been training hard." Qin Shao then eyes his opponent intently. Jian Chen's face flushes as he quickly denies it. "Hey, I'm not that kind of person." Qin Shao yells, "Brother Jian Chen, I was talking about your breakthrough. What did you think I meant?" Jian Chen stammers, "Oh, right. I thought so too." He quickly changes the subject. "Anyway, shouldn't we be heading to the mercenary competition?" Qin Shao gets serious again. "We leave tomorrow morning, get a good night's rest." As darkness falls, the bright moon illuminates the night sky. Inside his room, Jian Chen is still training when a knock echoes at his door. Before he can answer, Qin Tian walks in and gets straight to the point. "Brother Jian Chen, I need your help, and I hope you will agree to it." Jian Chen watches him silently, his guard up. He's not here to cause more trouble for me, is he? But Qin Tian suddenly praises him. "Young brother Jian Chen, you truly are a genius. To reach the great Earth Saint Master realm in just a few days." Jian Chen frowns. "Patriarch Qin, you're too kind. It was just a bit of luck." "I wonder why Patriarch Qin is visiting so late." The man looks embarrassed. "I came to apologize for sending someone to investigate young brother Jian Chen a few nights ago." Qin Tian then pushes a book towards him, lowering his voice. "I hope you can forgive me," he explains. "This is a cultivation technique for concealing one's aura. After you master it, you can hide the lingering aura of a great Earth Saint Master." Jian Chen looks serious. "Patriarch, let's forget about the sneak attack. After all, that person was too weak, but I still hope you'll give me an explanation about Elder Wu." Hearing this, Qin Tian is startled and quickly asks, "Elder Wu? What about him?" And that's the moment you can just feel the air freeze in the room. Let that sink in for a second. Jian Chen says, "A few days ago, Elder Wu tried to rob me in the forest, so I killed him." "Didn't you know?" His jaw drops. "I didn't know." Internally, Jian Chen panics. "Oh crap, I shouldn't have said that." Immediately, Qin Tian stands up. "Young brother Jian Chen, I came here today for 2 reasons. First, to apologize. Second, I hope you can help Qin Xiao during the mercenary competition. He says gravely, my son's personality is too naive. If he runs into any danger, I hope you'll step in to save him. Please, do everything you can to protect his life. Jian Chen smiles and helps the man up. Patriarch, rest assured. Brother Qin and I became fast friends. Even if you hadn't asked, I would have helped him. Qin Tian is relieved. But then Jian Chen hesitates before asking, but what about the matter with Elder Wu? Kum Thien waves his hand and explains, little brother Kim Chan, there's something you don't know. My Kum Thien clan was formed by two families, the Thien and the Kum. Neither side can stand the other. He smiles slyly, adding, you killed Elder Engu, who was from the Thien family, not mine. So rest easy, I'll turn a blind eye to this. And just like that, Kum Thien leaves, with a very confused Kim Chan standing there completely baffled. All right, strap in, because the great mercenary competition is finally here, and our crew is heading out on a massive airship. Up on deck, Min Dong is losing his mind, screaming, whoa, this airship is insane. Kim Trun, on the other hand, doesn't look so good. His eyes are fixed on the distant horizon as memories of his loved ones flash through his mind. He can never forget their smiles. Hatred swells in his heart, and he makes a silent vow. Ho Vain Sek, the day I return to Trung Dongfu will be the day I make you pay. 1 month later, at the Mercenary Plaza, the place is enormous, packed with people from all over. High up on massive stone pillars, the elders sit in silence, their job apparently just to watch over the contestants. Min Dong looks up impatiently. When is that old geezer going to wake up and start the competition? Come to you, grumbles. Min Dong is just like me, no patience. Kim Chan just reminds them, be patient. At that very moment, the teleportation gate roars to life, glowing with an intense blue light. Instantly, the 15th elder bellows, the gate is open. I now declare the mercenary competition, held once every 50 years, officially begun. The crowd below erupts. The first stage of elimination will take place in an independent world. After entering, everyone will be teleported to a random location. Kim Chan reaches out and catches a token, listening intently. The time limit for this stage is 1 year. The first 500 people to collect enough command tokens will advance. Everyone else? Eliminated. Kim Chan clutches the token tightly as a blue sphere suddenly surrounds the three of them, catching them by surprise. In a flash, the sphere drags them all straight into the portal. And here's where the real game begins. They all seem to land in the same place, a vast, endless green forest. Kim Chan sits up, coughing a few times as he scans his surroundings, wondering, where is this place? The words barely leave his mouth when he feels a strange presence right behind him, instantly putting him on high alert. Peeking out of a bush, Min Dong hears his voice and stands up, shouting, Kim Chan. Kim Chan breaks into a smile. Looks like you got teleported right next to me. Min Dong grins back. Kim Chan, if we team up, we'll definitely get a great score in this competition. Seeing his overconfidence, Kim Chan quickly warns him, Min Dong, don't let your guard down. Just as he says it, Kim Chan's face goes tense. He yells, watch out, and yanks Min Dong's hand as a massive beast erupts from the ground, its maw wide open and aimed right at them. He shoves Min Dong to safety, turns to face the beast, and channels his internal energy. In the sunlight, he looks absolutely epic, drawing his sword and saying coldly, you've come at just the right time. The massive python opens its giant mouth and lunges at him. Next to it, Kim Chan looks impossibly small, but of course, he's not about to lose to some random monster. He leaps into the air and brings his sword down with a devastating strike. Bam! He lands beside the creature, his sword still in hand. Now, there's a giant, bloody hole right through the python's head, with fresh blood pouring out. This only enrages the beast, which turns and attacks Kim Chan once more. But he shows no fear, just pure calm. A beast that doesn't know life from death. He calls out his technique, Violet-Green Infinite Sword Edge. Kim Chan unleashes his power, sending another massive slash straight at the python. Its entire body goes limp and crashes to the ground, completely finished. From a distance, Min Dong's voice echoes, Kim Trun, I'm here. He runs up, sword in hand, looking around frantically. Kim Tren, where's that worm? Kim Tren just casually points a finger at the gigantic corpse. You mean this thing? It's already dead. Sheathing his weapon, he says cheerfully. All right, let's go explore this secret realm. No more wasting time here. But Min Dong immediately grabs his arm. Wait a second. This huge python has treasure. We can't just leave. After rummaging around for a bit, Min Dong shouts excitedly, Kim Chan, look, a tier 3 magic stone. Kim Chan generously replies, you take it. That stuff is useless to me. He thinks to himself, I'm already a great Earth Saint Master. A tier 3 stone is nothing to me anymore. The two then continue on, eventually reaching a massive gorge where a strange fragrance hangs in the air. The moment he sees it, Kim Chan immediately deduces, Poisonous mist doesn't just appear for no reason. This place is special. There must be a secret treasure here. Min Dong pulls out a small bottle. Kim Chan, I brought some antidote pills, but I don't know if they'll work on this poison. Kim Chan replies, honestly, I don't need it, you eat it. Min Dong is surprised but doesn't question it. All right, but if you feel unwell, you have to tell me. Just then a voice rings out from behind them. Well, this was almost too easy. The stranger, named Trung Kai, smirks at them. Two little Earth Saint Masters, this secret realm is full of dangers. If you don't want to die a pointless death, hand over everything you have. Min Dong tenses up. Kim Chan, this guy is a great Earth Saint Master. But Kim Chan doesn't even look worried. Trung Kai smirks, thinking they're scared. Looks like you two little guys have some sense. So, are you going to hand over your things quietly? Okay, I know what you're thinking. A great Earth Saint Master? Our boy's in trouble, right? Wrong. Kim Chan steps forward calmly. Relax. A puny great Earth Saint Master? I can handle him. He looks at the guy and sneers. Kid, you talk big. Don't start crying when I beat you down. Kim Chan, of course, isn't about to back down. He just taunts back. The stuff is right here. If you've got the skill, come and take it. Trung Kai can't believe this kid is disrespecting him. He roars. You're courting death. At that moment, a chilling, killing intent flashes in Kim Chan's eyes as he stares down his opponent. A wave of sword energy blasts forward, shooting straight for Trung Kai. The man's sword snaps in half. He spits out a huge mouthful of blood, looking completely wrecked as he's sent flying his body in one direction, his weapon in another. Trung Kai's eyes are about to pop out of his head. He stares in disbelief. How can someone so young be this powerful? You don't play by the rules. Kim Chan places the tip of his sword against his neck and says, hand over everything you own, and I might give you a chance to live. Otherwise, I'll kill you right now. Holding up his belongings with both hands, Trung Kai trembles in fear. I was wrong. Spare my life. I'll never do it again. Kim Chan flicks his sword, snatches the ring, and inspects it. Looks like all the good stuff is in here. Having gotten what he wanted, he spares the man's life. Min Dong rushes over excitedly. Kim Chan, when did you break through to Great Earth's Saint Master? He doesn't hide it. A few days before we left the Cultivation clan. He pauses, then speculates. If what Kumtiu said was true, then you were also trying to break through at the treasure pavilion, right? He then smiles. All right, let's hurry into the valley and see what kind of treasures are inside. But suddenly, Min Dong's face fills with fear. Don't say anything else. And you and I are about to find out why. The pink mist instantly rushes towards them. They press their backs together as it swirls around them, and a voice echoes out, stunning them both. 5,000 years. At last, I have been waiting for someone to arrive. And just like that, a new landscape appears before them, a lone building perched atop towering stone pillars. Without a second thought, the group agrees, let's head inside. Ming Dong glances at Jian Chen, looking lost. What now? Jian Chen doesn't hesitate. We go in and see what's going on. Ming Dong simply nods. All right. In a flash, they leap across the gap. Inside, they find a man in pure white robes seated majestically above them. Together, they bow respectfully and declare, Greetings, Senior. The man, Tian, hears their voices and his eyes light up with an unmistakable excitement. Staring right at Ming Dong, he says joyfully, I've been searching for you for 5,000 years. He leaps to his feet, agitated. Child, are you a descendant of the Ming family? Did you have an ancestor named Ming Yishan? Ming Dong confirms it. Ming Yishan is indeed the great ancestor of my clan. Senior, how is it you know his name? Tian's gaze instantly softens. Child, come closer. I have something for you. Jian Chen silently sizes up the old man. He can't sense a single drop of killing intent. It seems he's no threat to Ming Dong. He gives his friend a reassuring look. Go on. I don't think this senior will harm you. Trusting Jian Chen, Ming Dong steps forward respectfully. Senior, what guidance might you have for me? Tian hands him an ancient-looking object. This jade was entrusted to me by that old dog Ming Yishan to pass on to his descendants. It not only records his life's ultimate techniques, but it also resonates with his own bloodline. As Ming Dong slowly reaches for it, Tian explains, the moment you stepped into this hall, this ancient jade began vibrating uncontrollably in my spatial ring. That's when I knew a descendant of Ming Xuan had finally arrived. Ming Dong is shocked. Senior, you knew my ancestor, but he passed away. Tian's face fills with sorrow. 5,000 years ago, Ming Xuan and I started a mercenary group. We traveled the world together, and those were the happiest days. And trust me, what he says next reveals a promise 5,000 years in the making. But while exploring the Death Demon Cave, we were ambushed by a demonic curse. Your ancestor, Ming Yishan, saved me by taking the curse himself. He sacrificed his own life to protect mine, he he says, his voice thick with emotion. With his last breath, he asked me to deliver this jade to his descendants. But by the time I arrived at the Ming family estate, I discovered they had been completely wiped out. After that, I took the jade and wandered the entire Tian Yuan continent, searching for any survivors of the Ming clan's extermination. But I found no one. So I built this very hall, hoping that by hosting the mercenary competition, I would finally find a descendant of the Ming family. His eyes, glistening with tears, lock onto Ming Dong. For 5,000 long years, and at last, I have finally found you. Tian beams with joy. Child, your ancestor and I were sworn brothers who would die for each other. You don't need to call me senior. If you don't mind, just call me Grandpa Tian, he adds. And if I'm not mistaken, you and your friend are here for the mercenary competition, correct? Ming Dong grins. Grandpa Tian is right. This is my good sworn brother, Jian Chen. Jian Chen steps forward. Greetings, Senior Tian. Tian turns back to Ming Dong. Child, your strength is far too weak right now. You will stay here with me, and I will do everything in my power to help you grow stronger. Ming Dong hesitates for a moment, then asks, Grandpa Tian, is it possible for my sworn brother Jian Chen to train here with me? Jian Chen quickly cuts in, Ming Dong, this is your family's inheritance. It wouldn't be right for me to stay. Besides, I have other business to attend to. Ming Dong looks surprised. What business? Jian Chen smiles. The Qin clan master asked me to protect Qin Xiao during this competition. I have to find him. Ming Dong trails off. Oh well. Seeing his friend hesitate, Jian Chen presses on. It's settled. You focus on raising your strength. Once you break through to the Great Earth Saint Master Realm, come find me. Got it? Then, Jian Chen turns to the old man respectfully. Senior Tian, my brother Ming Dong will be in your care. Tian nods calmly, rest assured. This old man guarantees he will be completely reborn. With that assurance, Jian Chen can finally relax. Then this junior will take his leave. He quickly departs, leaving Ming Dong to watch his back with a hint of regret. Tian watches him go with a satisfied smile. Good. It seems Ming Dong found himself a fine sworn brother. Meanwhile, Jian Chen has arrived at a stream and is kneeling down to get a drink. Now get ready for this, because just when Jian Chen is alone, a rustle in the bushes behind him shatters the peace. He whips out his sword, shouting, Who's there? Stop hiding and show yourself. At that exact moment, a girl appears, glaring at him with pure murderous intent. You damn pervert. Prepare to die. Jian Chen's eyes fly open in pure disbelief as he blurts out her name, Luaner. Hearing that name only makes Huang Luan angrier. You damn pervert. Who gave you the right to call me Luaner? Jian Chen forces a pained smile, trying to explain. Miss Luaner, it was all a complete misunderstanding. She glares, drawing her bow. Save your breath. In the next second, Huang Luan lets the arrow fly. Die, you peeping Tom. Jian Chen's face turns pale as he leaps into the air, narrowly dodging the massive explosion below. Huang Luan just roars. Damn pervert. She takes aim again, yelling, If you have any guts, stop dodging like a coward. As he runs, Jian Chen mutters to himself, You think I'm an idiot. I'm not just going to stand here and be your target practice. Suddenly, a sly, mocking voice cuts through the air. Luaner, my little treasure. We meet again. Huang Luan spins around furiously, spitting curses. Shiziran, you dare show your face here? Jian Chen glances back and quickly puts it together. Looks like this guy is one of Luaner's enemies. Forgetting Jian Chen for a moment, Huang Luan redirects her attack toward the newcomer. With a face contorted by rage, she channels her power into her weapon and fires a deadly arrow. But Shiziran just smirks, casually raising a hand and flicking his fingers. In an instant, a massive barrier of power forms around him, stopping the arrow dead in its tracks. It can't even get close. A huge explosion erupts. Huang Luan shields her face, her expression filled with pure disgust for her opponent. Shiziran taunts her with a grin. Luaner, don't waste your strength. Your king's armament can't hurt me. Jian Chen's eyes widen at those words. King's armament? What grade of weapon is that? Why have I never heard of it before? He then takes a closer look at the bow in Huang Luan's hands, analyzing it intently. Huang Luan snarls, Shiziran, if you so much as touch a single hair on my head, my Huang family will hunt your Shi family to the ends of the earth. He licks his lips with a wicked grin. Don't worry, after I've taken your body, I'll do the right thing and go to your family to propose marriage. Huang Luan looks sickened. Shiziran, you are disgusting. I would rather die than let you lay a single finger on me, she screams, firing another arrow straight at him. Another blinding flash of light sends Huang Luan flying to the side. The situation is getting dire. She scrambles over to Jian Chen. You damn pervert. Help me fight them, and I promise I won't shoot you anymore. Shiziran issues a threat. Kid, this is a feud between the Shi and Huang families. You better stay out of it. He then tosses a leather pouch onto the ground. See this? The last guy who tried to be a hero and save this girl? We beat him half to death. As the pouch lands at Jian Chen's feet, the man continues his threat. Kid, you can still walk away. This is your last chance. Otherwise, you and I are about to see what happens when you threaten Jian Chen's friends. He freezes. A single name flashes in his mind. Qin Xiao. The realization that his friend is in danger causes his energy to explode outwards. Shi Ziran is stunned, and even Huang Luan looks at him with new eyes, thinking, such powerful spiritual energy. In a flash, Jian Chen's aura rockets into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, his figure completely vanishes. One of Shi Ziran's lackeys suddenly feels an overwhelming presence rush towards him, and he panics. But before he can even process what's happening, he's sent flying, coughing up a huge mouthful of blood, completely baffled as to how any normal person could move with such terrifying speed. Jian Chen stares daggers at Ziran, his voice ice cold. I don't want to waste time. Tell me where Zhou is right now. His words are laced with pure menace. You're threatening me? A ghost like you? Ziran shrieks, then takes advantage of the guard's distraction to launch his sneak attack. Guard Wang, kill this brat. Avenge Uncle Lu. The guard is terrified, but Ziran bellows, what are you waiting for? Attack. Left with no choice, the guard charges forward. Just die. Instantly, Jian Chen's sword is up, blocking the attack. It seems they have no intention of cooperating. Guard Wang clenches his fist and throws a heavy punch right at Jian Chen's blade, but he can't even touch it. The Jian Chen in front of him vanishes like smoke, leaving Guard Wang completely bewildered. A moment later, a sharp pain explodes in his chest as he gasps in shock. Jian Chen frowns. Why couldn't you just answer my question nicely? Huang Luan is secretly stunned. How did his power suddenly get so strong? Was he holding back when he fought her? He pauses, his gaze locking onto Ziran, who's nervously trying to sneak away. In a flash, his sword blocks Ziran's path. Ziran stammers, why you little punk? Killing my guard is one thing, but if you dare touch me, my Shi family will hunt you to the ends of the earth. Jian Chen's patience is gone. He glares at him, his voice dropping. Answer my question, or end up like them. Dead. His eyes burn with a hatred that promises he could strike at any second. The two face off, killing intent radiating between them. Feeling cornered, Ziran explodes. Do you really think I, Shi Ziran, am afraid of you? Without another word, Jian Chen lunges forward, sword first. Seeing Jian Chen's overwhelming power, Ziran panics and hastily activates his defensive skill, Immutable Golden Body. The two warriors clash furiously, but the advantage seems to be leaning heavily towards Jian Chen. He moves like a rocket, but his blade still hasn't managed to pierce Ziran's defense. Ziran smirks mockingly. Keep trying, kid. You got guts. Then he pulls out a new weapon. I was saving this for that damn girl, but using it on you seems fitting. Watch this, he shouts, whipping out a chain whip with a smug look on his face. Jian Chen doesn't flinch. He parries the strikes, easily dodging every lethal blow. But as the fight drags on, his expression darkens, his eyes growing colder and colder. Suddenly, Jian Chen unleashes a devastating attack, the Azure Condensation Heavenly Sword Strike. Over on the side, Huang Luan cheers him on. Nice one, you stinking rogue. Slice that dog to pieces for me. She then pulls out her own bow. Shi Ziran, watch this lady shoot you down, you coward. But in an instant, Jian Chen is right beside her. He grabs her arm, saying, don't. His turtle shell isn't that easy to break. Just then, Ziran appears hovering in the sky, much to Huang Luan's surprise. Ziran speaks with contempt, I didn't want to use this secret treasure, but you've left me no choice. He channels his internal energy, his voice dripping with arrogance. This is my Shi family's royal armament. Huang Luan, standing next to Jian Chen, gasps. The mountain-suppressing seal? Why do you have the mountain-suppressing seal on you? He smirks. So you do have some knowledge, recognizing my Shi family's ultimate treasure. Terrified, Huang Luan yanks on Jian Chen's arm. You damn rogue, we have to run. From above, Ziran toys with them like a cat with mice. Let's see where you can run to. With a quick gesture, Ziran shouts, mountain-suppressing seal, suppress. The artifact begins to grow massive. Below, Huang Luan is running for her life. She looks back at the colossal object. It's over. We can't escape. Am I going to die here today? But just then, Jian Chen violently shoves her away. Luaner, you run first. She can't believe what he just did. Her eyes widen in shock. You, damn, rogue. She tumbles to the ground as the massive seal slams down on Jian Chen, cracking the very earth beneath its weight. Huang Luan doesn't understand why tears are streaming down her face. You stinking rogue, who gave you permission to push me? Didn't I tell you to run? Up above, Ziran laughs. This is what you get for daring to oppose me, crushed into meat paste. He then turns to her. Luaner, your little lover is gone. If you come here obediently, I might reconsider. But at that moment, from under the massive seal, a powerful energy begins to surge outwards. The wave of power shoots directly towards Ziran. He reacts quickly, wrapping his body in a protective barrier of energy. As he turns to look, both he and Huang Luan stare with their jaws on the floor. Jian Chen gently helps her up. Luaner, the situation was critical. I had to push you away. Are you hurt? Huang Luan is stunned. You, stinking rogue. You're okay? He quickly explains, I have a defensive treasure. This mountain-suppressing seal can't kill me. Do you know how to break his turtle shell defense? Ziran is shocked. This kid has a treasure like that? Now it's 2 against 1, and his protective barrier is running low on energy. The seal takes too much power to use again. He has no choice but to retreat. He immediately channels his energy and flies away. Consider yourselves lucky, I'll be back with reinforcements to deal with you too. Huang Luan shouts in fury, don't run if you have the guts. If I don't shoot you full of holes, my name isn't Huang. Jian Chen quickly stops her. Luaner, don't chase a cornered dog. But at that moment, his body gives out. He collapses to his knees and coughs up a huge mouthful of blood. His vision blurs as he forces out his last words, run. Then he falls to the ground. Huang Luan screams, hey, rogue, don't you dare scare me. And just like that, Jian Chen passes out. He has no idea how long he lies there, only that when he's aware of anything again, night has fallen. Huang Luan has laid him down gently. After everything that happened, her hatred for him is gone. Seeing him still unconscious, she finally decides to use her precious medicine. Drink this. You'll be fine once you drink it. But he can't swallow a single drop. The precious medicine just dribbles out. Seeing the potion wasted and him still not waking up, she starts to panic. What do I do? She stares at his face, her own cheeks turning beet red. Without another thought, Huang Luan tilts her head back and drinks the potion herself. Squeezing her eyes shut, she leans her body close to Jian Chen's. Their lips touch, and she carefully passes the warm medicine to him. After a long moment, Jian Chen still hasn't woken up, and Huang Luan sits up straight, watching over him. She hugs her knees, thinking sadly to herself, are there really idiots in this world who would risk their own lives to save someone else? She crawls closer to him again. I'm just checking if this guy drank the medicine properly. She keeps watching him, her heart filled with worry, as he remains completely still. Suddenly, Jian Chen's eyes flutter open. He looks at her, confused. Miss Luaner, what are you looking at? Huang Luan quickly looks away. See, consider yourself lucky. This young lady just wanted to see how you survived a direct hit from the mountain-suppressing seal. Jian Chen then asks, where are we? Huang Luan answers awkwardly, that guy from the Shi family ran off. I saw your injuries were too severe, so I found a nearby cave. Just as he wakes up, Jian Chen asks another question. Right, what was that mountain-suppressing seal? Its power was incredible. It can't be one of your standard royal armaments, can it? Huang Luan quickly explains that her sun-piercing bow is a Saint King's armament weapons forged by the powerful Saint Kings themselves before they passed on. These sacred weapons didn't just dissipate into energy, they remained perfectly preserved. Jian Chen quickly processes this. So that's it. No wonder they're so powerful. They're literally forged from a Saint King's body. Huang Luan pouts. If I was a second cycle Earth Saint Master, I'd absolutely use this bow to turn that dog Shi Ziran into a human pincushion. She explains that the protective barrier on him was left by a Saint King, making it incredibly durable. Jian Chen asks if there's any way to break it or at least disable it for a short time. When an attack's power exceeds the barrier's limit, it'll naturally shatter, she says. Plus, the barrier's power will also deplete as he uses it. Jian Chen is curious, but how long can his barrier last? She hesitates. I'm not sure. With that, Jian Chen decides he can't wait any longer. Thank you for saving my life, Miss Luan, but I have important business to attend to. Huang Luan is shocked and quickly reminds him, you stupid rogue. My water spirit only saved your life, but it'll take at least 3 days for your injuries to heal. You need to stay right here. But Jian Chen is too worried. I can't. I have to find someone. She grabs him. You can barely even walk. Who are you trying to find in this state? Jian Chen explains, the owner of this azure-scaled beast is my sworn brother. I promised his father I'd protect him. Huang Luan pauses. You've made an enemy of Shi Ziran, and he will never let you go. Without my help, you're dead if you run into him. I won't let you take that risk. He looks at her intently. Miss Luan, why do you care so much about me? Huang Luan, completely flustered, lashes out. Who cares about you? I'm the only one who gets to deal with you. No one else. But in the end, his decision is made. Thank you for your concern, Miss Luan. But I, Jian Chen, cannot ignore my brother's fate just to lie here and recover. Huang Luan stomps her foot in frustration. You stubborn mule. You're driving me crazy. she yells. He quickly walks away, but that familiar shadow is still trailing right behind him. He turns in surprise. Huang Luan, why are you following me? The proud girl retorts, who's following you? This forest is huge. I can go wherever I want. Jian Chen can't help but call her out. Are you afraid Shi Ziran is coming to get you? She shouts back. If he dares, I'll shoot him full of holes. Besides, even if I can't beat him, Uncle Feng and Uncle Yun will help me. Suddenly, Jian Chen zips behind her, grabbing her and pulling her behind a large tree. He lowers his voice. Shh, someone's coming. Two figures fly past them at high speed, clearly locked in a chase. Seeing the man on the ground, Jian Chen's heart sinks. Qin Xiao. Tan Kun points his sword at his throat. This is what happens when you oppose the Shi family. Surrender now if you don't want to die. Qin Xiao glares back defiantly. I, Qin Xiao, would rather die here today than become a dog for that bastard. Enraged, Tan Kun lunges forward. You refuse a toast only to drink a loss. Just then, a wave of energy blasts towards him, startling Tan Kun. Both he and Qin Xiao turn their heads as Tan Kun yells out, Who's there? Jian Chen stares ahead intently. Qin Xiao urgently shouts, Jian Chen, he's an Earth Saint Master. We can't win. I'll hold him off, you run. But Tan Kun is delighted. Jian Chen, perfect. Saved me the trouble of looking for you. A wave of power immediately shoots straight for our hero. Tan Kun is thrilled. The Shi family has a bounty out for you in this secret realm. Your head is worth a fortune. Seeing the attack, Huang Luan yells out a warning. Be careful. With her injured, Jian Chen doesn't say a word and shields her. Huang Luan only has time to cover her face as dirt and wind explode everywhere. Her eyes widen in shock, staring at her opponent. Jian Chen. Seeing him frozen in ice, Tan Kun laughs. This reward was almost too easy to get. But then Jian Chen just smirks, an Earth Saint Master. And this is all the power you have? Huang Luan is stunned. She watches Jian Chen closely, waiting silently to see what he'll do next. He doesn't keep them waiting. Jian Chen channels his internal energy, shattering the ice around him before kicking a massive boulder straight at Tan Kun with overwhelming force. Tan Kun scoffs at the incoming rock, pathetic little tricks. But the second he slices the boulder in half, Jian Chen is already in the air, channeling his own power. Their two swords clash with a deafening, ear-splitting shriek of metal. As their swords lock, Tan Kun asks smugly, Surprised, aren't you? I have two saint armaments. As he says this, he channels his energy for another attack. But before the smile can even fade from his face, a blade flashes across his neck. As he strikes, Jian Chen says coolly, Sorry, I have two of them as well. After taking down Tan Kun, Jian Chen rushes over. Qin Xiao, are you all right? Leaning against a tree, Qin Xiao gives a weak smile. Don't worry, I'm not dead yet. Jian Chen sits down, offering him a pill. Take this to stabilize your injuries. His brother takes it and nods. Thanks. Qin Xiao immediately begins channeling his energy, focusing on healing his wounded body. By nightfall, the three are sitting around a small fire for warmth and rest. Jian Chen glances over at the girl, Miss Luan. Why are you staring at me without saying anything? Is there something on my face? Huang Luan asks curiously. You rogue, you obviously had two saint armaments. Why didn't you use them when you were fighting Shi Ziran? He looks a bit dejected, Miss Luan. I couldn't break Shi Ziran's defense. It wouldn't have mattered how many weapons I had. After a moment, Jian Chen pulls out a large roasted leg. Miss Luan, eat something to get your strength back. Huang Luan, who was starving, snatches the food. Humph. I guess you have some decency after all. Nearby, Qin Xiao smiles brightly. You've got a good eye. Jian Chen looks confused. Qin Xiao, what do you mean a good eye? I don't get it. But Huang Luan immediately cuts in. You birdbrain. Say one more word and I'll turn you into a pincushion. Qin Xiao gets the message. Okay, my lips are sealed. Jian Chen then asks, Qin Xiao, how did you get on the bad side of the Shi family? Did someone drag you into their mess too? Huang Luan glares at him, startled. You rogue, what are you trying to say? While eating, Qin Xiao frowns and explains, I'm being hunted because of a heaven-rank martial skill. At the mention of that name, both Jian Chen and Huang Luan are simultaneously stunned. Qin Xiao continues, I was first transported to a large mountain inside the secret realm. He explains that he'd been fighting beasts non-stop in the realm. By pure chance, he heard from a rival about a master's hidden cave dwelling in the southern mountain peak. The rumor was that inside the cave, there were not only countless treasures and spirit herbs, but also a powerful heaven-rank martial skill. Jian Chen is intrigued. A heaven-rank martial skill? Qin Xiao nods. That's right. Jian Chen, do you two want to check it out? Then, Qin Xiao stands up dejectedly. With my current strength, I'm in no shape to join. Jian Chen nods. All right, you stay here and recover. He silently makes a vow to himself that, heaven-ranked skill, I have to get it. The next morning, Jian Chen and Huang Luan, now traveling together, quickly land below. As soon as they arrive, they see a massive teleportation gate. Jian Chen looks ahead and tells Huang Luan, this must be the secret realm's teleportation gate. Nearby, a crowd is already buzzing. Is the guardian beast of the cave still alive? It's no use. If this keeps up, the tournament will be over before we can even get inside that cave. Looks like our only option is to wait for the 5 great masters to show up and defeat the beast together. He overhears and wonders, who are these 5 great masters they're talking about? Huang Luan lists them off: Tan Ji, Du Gufeng, Tian Muling, Jide Wukang, and Shi Ziran. Jian Chen is stunned. Shi Ziran counts. Huang Luan explains that with a king's weapon and a life-saving barrier, why wouldn't he? A smirk spreads across Jian Chen's face. He was just wondering where to find the guy, and now he's about to deliver himself right to his front door. He turns to Huang Luan. If we know Shi Ziran is coming, then let's get ready. But as they approach the portal, a fireball lands at his feet, blocking his path. A massive thug sneers down at him. Where did you crawl from? Country bumpkin. Don't you know the rules? Is this a place you think you can just enter? The crowd starts whispering. It's the Jide family, bullying people again. Shh, keep it down before he hears you. The brute just stands there and yells, hey kid, are you deaf? Scram if you don't want to die. Jian Chen says nothing. Instead, his face turns to ice as he draws his sword. Now, just when you think he's going to talk it out, one clean slice, and the thug lets out a scream of pure agony. While Huang Luan is still frozen in shock, Jian Chen is already finished. But he doesn't stop there. He follows up with a powerful blow that sends the man spitting blood. The thug's huge body goes flying, his severed leg landing somewhere else entirely. Seeing someone so massive tossed aside so easily leaves the entire crowd absolutely stunned. As he comes to his senses, he clutches his stump and screams, my leg! You actually dared to cut off my leg. The onlookers can't help but gasp in awe. This kid is insane. He actually attacked the Jide family. Who is he? Jian Chen looks over to her. Miss Luan. Suddenly, a furious roar cuts through the air. Stop right there. Another goon comes flying in to attack Jian Chen. You dare kill a man from the Jide family and think you can just walk away? Huang Luan's eyes widen when she sees his weapon and she quickly warns, be careful, that spear is a king's weapon. Jian Chen thinks to himself, a king's weapon? Could this be one of the 5 masters she mentioned? But of course, he doesn't back down, and Wu Kang is immediately knocked away. Unwilling to accept defeat, he attacks again. Divine spear art, coiling dragon's tail, Jian Chen's brow furrows. Let's just see how tough this so-called king's weapon really is. At that moment, a massive wave of internal force explodes outward, creating a powerful shockwave. The resulting boom echoes across the area, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. Wu Kang starts to look at him cautiously. That sword in your hand, it's also a king's weapon. Which family are you from? Hearing the reply, Wu Kang's face darkens as he scowls. What did you just say? Jian Chen's voice turns cold. Don't worry. This sword isn't a king's weapon, but it's more than enough to kill you. Wu Kang's eyes bulge as he roars. You're courting death. But in that same instant, a thin sliver of energy flashes past his neck. A huge explosion erupts behind him. Wu Kang spins around, completely baffled. He looks over at Huang Luan, his mind reeling. The Sun Moon Palace? Why is the princess of the Huang family helping this kid? Over at the portal, 2 figures suddenly fly out, heading straight for Jian Chen. Right in the middle of the fight, a young man appears between them, leaving Jian Chen utterly confused. The man scratches his head and looks around. Tan Haiyan, that thing's hide is way too thick. I can't cut through it. He then looks around blankly. What are you two doing? The newcomer, Du Gufeng, then lays eyes on Huang Luan and stares for a long moment. Finally, he breaks into a grin. Oh, did I interrupt your duel for love? Tanji lands right behind him. Brother Feng, your emotional intelligence is way too low. Some things just shouldn't be said. Jian Chen quickly clarifies, Sirs, please don't get the wrong idea. Miss Luan and I are just friends. Huang Luan immediately backs him up. That's right. Say another weird thing and I'll turn you into a pincushion. Du Gufeng then looks over at Wu Kang with a teasing smile. So, I guess that makes you the other guy. Wu Kang grips his weapon and roars, this is infuriating. I, Ji de Wu Kang, have never been so humiliated. I'll take all of you on. Just then, a clear voice rings out. From the sky, a figure as beautiful as a fairy descends. The girl lands and gives Jian Chen a cheerful smile. Hello, little brother. I'm Tian Muling. Behind him, Huang Luan gets so mad she starts pouting and muttering under her breath. Shameless. Muling waves with a bright smile. And what should I call this little sister? No need to be jealous. I mean no harm. Huang Luan explodes. Stop your nonsense. Who's jealous of a shameless flirt like you? Muling just continues, little sister, you're getting too angry. That's not good. A good girl should be a little more gentle. That's how you get a man to like you. Speechless, Huang Luan turns away and stomps her foot to vent her frustration. Muling then turns back to Jian Chen, blushing. Little brother, you're so handsome, you've completely captivated me. May I know your name? He quickly replies, I am Jian Chen. Muling thinks to herself, this kid isn't. She then turns to the other three. And may I know the names of you three handsome brothers? A beautiful woman asked, so they had to answer. One by one they reply, Du Gu Feng, Tan Ji, Ji De Wu Kang. Muling gasps dramatically. 3 of the 5 great masters appearing before me at once. I'm both thrilled and terrified. Tanji steps forward. Miss Tian, you exaggerate. Speaking of the 5 great masters, aren't you one of them as well? Muling humbly replies, I'm just a weak woman. I'm not as powerful as you gentlemen. Meanwhile, Jian Chen isn't paying them any mind. His gaze is locked on something in the distance. A figure is looking around, slowly stepping out from a faraway bush. In an instant, Jian Chen grips his sword, his face filled with killing intent as he lunges. Now, while everyone is distracted by the drama, you and I need to watch this. He hurls his sword directly into that thicket. A closer look reveals it's Shi Ziran, completely unaware of the mortal danger he's in. He looks up and freezes as the sword flies straight for him. A blinding flash of light erupts where he stood, followed by a massive shockwave. Shi Ziran's face turns pale as he looks back at the huge hole blasted through the tree behind him. At the same time, fresh blood trickles down his own wrist. A searing pain makes him tremble as he stares in disbelief. Covered in a cold sweat, he looks at Jian Chen, his mind reeling in sheer terror. I was almost killed. Jian Chen clicks his tongue in regret. So close, I almost had him. Shi Ziran reacted just in time. Muling stares intently at him. To nearly assassinate Shi Ziran, one of the 5 masters from that distance, and he almost succeeded. Once again, Shi Ziran brings out the cauldron that injured Jian Chen before. He channels his energy and the cauldron grows in size, preparing to launch it towards Jian Chen. He and Huang Luan stand their ground, but she's startled to see Ziran fighting back so fiercely. His eyes are bloodshot with rage. Jian Chen, today I, Shi Ziran, will fight you to the death. A storm brews as the cauldron expands and he glares at Jian Chen, roaring, I'm going to crush you into paste. Staring down his opponent, Jian Chen makes his calculation. I have to try it, see if my strongest sword chi can cut through this king's weapon. Beside him, Huang Luan raises her bow. You shameless flirt, run. What are you standing there for? And Du Gu Feng, who seems to be on Jian Chen's side, watches with keen interest. But you and I both know, running is the last thing on his mind. And here we go. If I can't cut down the beasts in the cave, then I can damn well cut down a man. With that, he unleashes his fire cloud sword, sending a massive wave of burning heat rushing towards his target. At the same time, Wu Kang and Qin Ji leap forward, combining their strength to knock back the massive cauldron protecting Shi Ziran. Muling just scoffs at the guy. Your temper is way too hot. We didn't even do anything to you. But seeing everyone attack him at once sends Shi Ziran into a full-blown panic. It's all Jian Chen's fault. That bastard tricked me, and now I'm surrounded. In his fear, he lets his defensive cauldron slam down, shaking the very earth beneath them with a deafening boom. He then frantically looks at everyone and yells, Everyone, I didn't mean it. Are you all right? But just then, a blur of energy zips past him, startling him as Jian Chen dives straight out of the sky, aiming right for him. In an instant, Jian Chen thrusts his sword directly at Shi Ziran's chest, but just like before, he slams into that invisible barrier and gets thrown back. Jian Chen's eyes narrow as he steadies himself, a flash of determination on his face as he charges in again for another strike. His eyes darken. I can feel his energy shield weakening. 3 more hits, and he's finished. But just then, Shi Ziran shouts, Jian Chen, you shameless coward. All you know are sneak attacks. Fight me one-on-one if you dare. Jian Chen just pulls out his smaller sword, closing the distance in a flash. But as he's about to strike, a hand suddenly grabs the back of his shirt, pulling him to a halt. He looks back, his face a mask of complete confusion. It's Huang Luan, and she doesn't hold back, shouting at him, Idiot, are you really going to fall for that? She then glares at their opponent and yells, Shi Ziran, you've got no right to talk when you spend your whole life hiding inside an energy bubble. Without that shield, I'd shoot you full of holes myself. Being called out like that sends him into a rage. You rotten little brat. I'll send all of you to your graves. But before he can do anything, a powerful hand clamps down on his wrist, stopping him mid-cast and making him jump. It's Qin Ji, looking at him with a calm smile that sends a shiver down Shi Ziran's spine. Brother, a bit heated, are we? Could you listen to me for a moment? Surrounded, Shiziran's arrogance vanishes, replaced by pure fear as he quickly explains, "Everyone, I just got a little carried away. I have no intention of fighting you." Shinji just keeps smiling as he lets go. "Oh, don't worry, we get it. If we didn't, you'd be mincemeat by now." And here's the part where you know the mission is about to get way more interesting. I just checked with Du Feng, and there are two demonic beasts inside. He pauses for a moment, then continues. "Just the two of us. We probably can't get into the cave. So, I have a proposal." Looking at the tense crowd, Shinji speaks up again. "I hope you can all put aside your personal grudges for a little while. Why don't we team up, combine our strength to defeat the beasts, and then we can all go find the treasure inside?" Du Feng grins and claps. He's right. If we work together, I don't see how we can fail. Mo Ling quickly agrees. "Yeah, isn't there a heaven-tier battle technique in there?" After seeing everyone nod in agreement, Qinji quickly moves over to Jian Chen's side. He speaks quietly, just loud enough for him to hear. "Brother Jian Chen, once we get the treasure, it won't be too late for you to make your move." Qinji doesn't turn around, so he misses the look on Jian Chen's face, but our hero can't help but feel a little wary of this guy. Still, he knows he can't be stubborn forever. Jian Chen sheathes his weapon and agrees. "All right, we'll do it your way, Brother Qin." He then gives Shiziran a death glare. "Shiziran, you better pray that turtle shell of yours lasts forever. Otherwise, you're a dead man." Mo Ling can't help but tease him. "Oh, little brother Jian Chen, you're so interesting. Calling the energy shield left by a Saint King powerhouse a turtle shell. How creative." That's the last straw for Huang Luan, who viciously kicks Jian Chen's leg. "You shameless flirt," he yells back. "What did you kick me for?" Huang Luan just retorts, "Because I felt like it." With that settled, Qinji introduces the guardian beasts. "These are the two I saw. A flying heaven spirit snake and a violet gold thunder lion." He then adds, "We need to split into teams." Qinji then gives everyone the rundown on these two monsters, explaining that the flying heaven spirit snake can, obviously, fly. Its entire body is also covered in a deadly poison. The other one has incredibly thick scales, making normal attacks useless, and its whole body is wrapped in powerful lightning. Du Feng points a finger at them. "I don't care how you split up, but that thunder lion is mine. That damn beast nearly killed me earlier, and Du Feng always gets his revenge." Jian Chen points to the other creature. "Then the flying heaven spirit snake is ours. Miss Luen and I will handle it." Qinji looks at him and asks, "So you have a plan to deal with it?" Jian Chen nods. "Miss Luen's king's armament is a bow. If the snake takes to the sky, she can shoot it down. If it gets close, I'll keep it tangled up and away from her." Hearing this, Huang Luan puffs out her chest with pride, a slight blush on her cheeks as she adds, "Why yeah, that's right." But just then, Mo Ling saunters over, giving Jian Chen a seductive, soulful look. "Oh, you and I both know what's happening here. The drama just leveled up. Little brother Jian Chen," she coos, "my whip can keep that snake from flying around. Can I deal with the snake with you?" But before he can answer, Huang Luan jumps in front of him, furious. "We don't need you, you vixen. Get lost." Mo Ling effortlessly slips around her and hugs Jian Chen's arm. "Oh, brother Jian Chen, she's so angry. It must be so hard for you to be around her all the time." That pushes Huang Luan over the edge. She draws her bow, but Jian Chen quickly puts a hand over her mouth. "Miss Mo Ling, please, don't provoke her anymore. She's been in a really bad mood lately." Mo Ling just keeps up her flirty act. "Oh, my mistake, little brother." Jian Chen then takes Huang Luan's hand. "Miss Luen, let's let her join us. Her king's armament really could help us restrain the snake's movements." Finally, Huang Luan reluctantly gives in, lowering her bow without even looking at Mo Ling. Qinji claps his hands. "All right, it's settled then. Jian Chen's group of 3 will handle the flying heaven spirit snake, and the 4 of us will take the lion." Jian Chen then asks, "Brother Qin, what's this?" He holds out a small vial. It's an antidote pill. "The spirit snake has a lethal poison, so if you get hit, use this immediately." Jian Chen quickly takes the pills Qinji offers and gives him a sincere, grateful nod. "Thank you." With their plan set, the group splits up and moves into the hidden realm, where they find the flying heaven spirit snake, fast asleep. But in the next instant, its eyes snap open. At the same moment, an arrow slices through the air, flying straight for the giant serpent's head. It coils its body instantly, twisting with incredible speed, and somehow, that massive frame manages to dodge the attack completely, and it's not done. The serpent immediately blasts a huge wave of energy right back at the direction the arrow came from. Seeing its counterattack, Huang Luan can only mutter, "That thing's reflexes are insane." The next moment, the massive serpent opens its jaws wide and lunges straight for Jian Chen. The rest of the team springs into action. Jian Chen shouts his orders first, "Miss Mo Ling, lock down the airspace above the snake. Luaner, create some distance and fire your arrows. Mo Ling nods, got it, and immediately lashes out with her whip towards the serpent. Meanwhile, Jian Chen closes the gap with blinding speed, swinging his blade down hard on the massive beast as he yells, "Taste my sword!" The strike lands true, carving a massive gash across the serpent's body. Jian Chen moves with the fluid grace of a seasoned hunter. Alright, let's jump right into the action, where the pained serpent unleashes a torrent of deadly venom straight towards Jian Chen. He watches it close in, the toxic spray just inches from his blade. Seeing him in mortal danger, Huang Luan screams out a warning. "Watch out! Get away from there!" Meanwhile, on the other side, Qinji's group is locked in a desperate battle with a purple gold thunder beast. Gufeng charges forward, weapon raised, and smashes it against the creature's head. "Take that for zapping me earlier." But the beast just glares him down before letting out a deafening roar. Before Gufeng can even react, Qinji lunges forward, shouting, "Get back now!" And not a moment too soon. Just as Qinji yanks Gufeng to safety, the massive beast smashes its fist into the ground right where he was standing. The two stare at each other, completely stunned. A short distance away, Shizuran is smugly controlling his own magic treasure. Qinji turns and glares. "Shizuran, what was that supposed to be? Now that he's safe?" Gufeng joins in, furious. "You damn bastard. Don't you give a warning before you unleash an attack like that?" His face darkens with pure arrogance as he scoffs. "Secret realms are inherently dangerous. If you two think I did something wrong, then feel free to go on your own." Gufeng is seething at his attitude but feels helpless, only managing to grit out, "You." Qinji quickly grabs his arm to hold him back. "Gufeng, don't be rash." He then looks up at Shizuran to de-escalate. "Shizuran will let it slide this time. Just be more careful next time." Seeing them back down, Shizuran gets even cockier. He recalls his treasure mountain's seal and waves his hand dismissively. "Let's go, see what's happening over there." Meanwhile, Jian Chen's fight is reaching a terrifying climax. Gripping her bow, Huang Luan stares into the swirling toxic clouds, cursing under her breath. "Damn it, they have to get out of that poison mist. I can't shoot blindly, I might hit them." Suddenly, she senses someone approaching and raises her guard, her eyes sharp as daggers. Realizing it's an ally, Huang Luan rushes over to plead, "Qinji, quick, you have to help me." As soon as he lands, Qinji asks urgently, "Lady Luan, where are Jian Chen and Tiamo Ling?" She answers frantically. The serpent trapped them both inside its poison mist. His face pales with worry. "What? How long have they been trapped in there?" Huang Luan replies in a panic. "It's been almost an hour." Qinji's expression turns grim. "This is bad. And pay attention here, because this is where the real panic sets in. The serpent's poison is so strong, not even a master could last an hour inside." Inside the mist, Tiamo Ling cries out, "Jian Chen, my poison resistance pill is about to wear off. We have to find a way out." But Jian Chen is relentlessly hacking away at the beast's body. After landing a blow, he frowns. "This beast's hide is way too tough. I guess I'll have to try that one move." But before he can, a hand grabs his collar and yanks him back, shocking him into silence. "Hey!" After pulling him to safety, Tiamo Ling explains, "Jian Chen, didn't I just say we need to get out of here?" Jian Chen completely ignores her plea. "Lady Tiamo, you get out first. Let me try one more time to kill this beast." But in that moment of distraction, the serpent whips its tail toward Tianmo Ling's unguarded back. Jian Chen screams in horror, "Lady Tianmo." It's too late, the tail slams into her, sending her flying through the air. Tianmo Ling cries out in agony, spitting up a mouthful of blood. Jian Chen desperately lunges forward to catch her weakened body, asking anxiously, "Lady Tiamo, are you all right?" Though weakened, she props herself up with hazy eyes and gasps, "Go, now." But blocking his path is the serpent, wings spread and mouth wide open in a clear threat. Jian Chen's brow furrows, his eyes blazing with pure rage. A moment later, an immense power erupts from his body, funneling directly into the sword in his hand. Once he's gathered enough energy, Jian Chen unleashes a decisive slash toward the flying heaven spirit serpent. The beast, completely unafraid, lunges forward to swallow the attack whole. But then, the unthinkable happens. Its entire body freezes solid, encased by the energy from his sword. Outside, Huang Luan sees the poison mist finally clearing and cries out Jian Chen's name. And of course, Shizuran strolls up with his treasure, looking smug. "Lady Luan, looks like your precious big brother became snake food. You just know he was waiting to say that, right?" He holds up his weapon arrogantly. "You know, if that little girl had been more obedient, I might have stepped in to help. After all, the great beauty Tiamo Ling was in there too. What a shame." But before Shizuran can finish his monologue, a series of blood-curdling screams erupts from the mist, forcing everyone's attention back to the clearing. A terrifying surge of power blasts out from the mist. Shiziran panics and summons his defense, Azure King armor. A beam of light smashes into his barrier, creating a massive shockwave. Shiziran whips his head around, his eyes filled with absolute, utter disbelief. Because Jian Chen and Tiamo Ling are standing right there. Jian Chen scoffs, "Damn, your turtle shell is tough. Even tougher than that beast was." Shiziran is horrified. Jian Chen. Qinji just laughs. "Brother Jian Chen, you finally made it out." Huang Luan's face turns beet red as she interrupts. "Qinji, what nonsense are you spouting? Who was worried about this stupid scoundrel?" Tiano Ling catches on immediately, teasing, "Oh, I wonder which little girl was so heartbroken," screaming Brother Jian Chen over and over again. Huang Luan blushes even harder, retorting, "I'll get you, you shameless woman." Jian Chen calmly walks over and takes Huang Luan's hand. "It's all right, the beast is dead. Let's head for the main gate of the secret realm." She turns her head away, still pouting. "Let go. Who said you could hold my hand?" A little while later, the group finally arrives at their destination, the gate of the secret realm. Jian Chen surveys the scene, thinking to himself, "Behind this door, it must be the treasure vault." Gu Feng eagerly steps up, channeling power into his sword and shouting, "Time to smash this door down." But a powerful wave of energy radiates from the gate itself, completely nullifying Gu Feng's attack and leaving the door without a single scratch. Jian Chen's group watches from behind, their minds reeling from the same shocked thought. What? Before them stands a massive stone door carved from a single block, its surface covered in strange ancient patterns. Torchlight illuminates countless dust motes dancing in the silent air. As Gu Feng prepares another strike, Qinji steps forward to inspect the door, his eyes filled with resolve. "If we can break this door, we can enter the inner sanctum." He turns to the others, his voice firm. "All right, everyone with a king's armament, we strike together. I refuse to believe this door can withstand all of our attacks at once." Gu Feng nods. "All right, let's do as Brother Qin says and shatter this thing." From the back, the stunning Tiamo Ling smiles, her tone half joking and half serious. "Well then, my dear little brothers, you'd better put some muscle into it. Whether or not we can break this thick stone door is all on you." She turns to Jian Chen, smiling faintly. "Little brother Jian Chen, would you like to give it a try?" His reply is calm and measured. "I don't have a king's armament. Besides, the passage here is too narrow." And just like that, he steps back, leaving us all to wonder what his real plan is. "All right, stick with me. We're jumping right into a masterclass on how to get under someone's skin." Jian Chen turns a smirk on his face and tells Shiziran, "Hey, when that door opens, try not to get blown to bits." Shiziran grinds his teeth, thinking, "This brat wants to ambush me. I need to be ready." Qinji gives the signal, telling everyone to get ready. "Gentlemen, let's begin." Instantly, a storm of multicolored lights erupts, weaving together and slamming into the stone door. The resulting explosion shakes the entire cave, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Jian Chen, Wu Kang, and Shi Ziren all look up at the same time. In a flash, all three of them soar into the air, each one desperate to grab the heaven-tier combat skill first. No one backs down as their hands all slam onto the artifact, a fierce struggle breaking out. As the three of them fight relentlessly, Jian Chen suddenly swings his sword down, slicing the heaven-tier scroll clean into 3 pieces. After the slash, he lands calmly, his face dead serious. But then a wave of killing intent rockets straight for him. As Shiziren roars, "Jian Chen, die for me." Huang Luan sees it all and screams in shock, "Jian Chen, watch out." Jian Chen just turns, his sword glinting, and says coolly, "Right on time." Shiziren flies in from a distance, unleashing his King's Realm barrier straight at Jian Chen. But Jian Chen meets it head-on with his own sword, and the two powers clash in a brutal confrontation. Suddenly, Wu Kang appears behind Jian Chen, looking to land a sneak attack. But he freezes, his eyes widening with alarm as he senses something terribly wrong. Something flashes past him, making him break out in a cold sweat. He stares at it, completely bewildered, thinking, what was that sword? At the same time, Shiziren is still giving his all against Jian Chen. The blade whips around and smacks the back of Shiziren's head, making his eyes go wide with shock. Jian Chen seizes the opening, slashing hard at the King's Realm barrier. He puts all his strength into it, shattering the barrier and sending Shiziren flying. Shiziren witnesses the whole thing, completely stunned. He just stands there, frozen, like a statue. He trembles, his face pale as a ghost, and stammers, "No, impossible." With those last words, he collapses. Jian Chen turns his back, as calm as if nothing happened, then bends down to pick up the fallen King's Realm barrier. Everyone who just watched this unfold is in a state of utter shock. Qinji thinks to himself, Jian Chen, he actually killed Shiziren. Another guy's jaw drops. Holy crap, that maniac Jian Chen. His sword actually pierced right through Shiziren's King's Realm barrier. And just like that, one down, one to go. Now watch how Jian Chen handles the next terrified fool. He turns to Wu Kang, who's already backing away in fear. In a voice as cold as steel, he says, "You're next." Wu Kang stammers, pleading, Jian Chen, it's all a misunderstanding." Jian Chen's eyes are completely unmoved. He replies coldly, "Too late." With a determined look, eyes sharp and focused, he grips the hilt of his sword as it burns with energy. He then launches himself toward the fleeing Wu Kang, his sword moving like the wind. Wu Kang runs for his life, but the powerful sword strike slams into the ground, causing a massive explosion of dirt and debris. Wu Kang stands beside a boulder, his voice trembling with a mix of fear and surprise. "Huh? How am I okay? Could it be?" He steps out, points his own weapon at Jian Chen, and shouts, "Jian Chen, I figured it out. The only reason you could kill Shiziran was pure luck." Jian Chen retracts his sword and asks casually, "Oh? And why do you say that?" Wu Kang, remembering what just happened, declares with absolute certainty, "Your sword never actually broke through his king's realm barrier. That idiot Shiziran had already used up all the barrier's energy. Your sword strike was just a coincidence." Ma Ling overhears this and is stunned, thinking, "So that's what happened. I knew it. How could Jian Chen be strong enough to break a king's realm barrier so easily?" "Okay, I know what you're thinking. Was it really just luck?" Wu Kang certainly thinks so. He suddenly flies up, gathering his energy into a massive circle and yelling, "I'm not a fool like Shiziran was." With that, he swings his arm, launching his attack with a thunderous roar. Divine Dragon Spear, dragon exits the sea. But Jian Chen is just as fast, swinging his own sword and flying in to meet the challenge. They clash head-on, both unleashing their full power, neither giving an inch. Jian Chen's sword whips around to Wu Kang's back, but having learned his lesson, Wu Kang glances back with a smirk. He then tightens his grip on his weapon, clearly preparing to unleash his ultimate, decisive move. Their blades rise high, and the world seems to explode as Jian Chen strikes, but Wu Kang leans back at the last second, dodging the blow. Jian Chen pulls his sword back as Wu Kang jumps around, looking extremely pleased with himself. With a terrifying look on his face, he says confidently, "It seems my theory was correct. Jian Chen, today you will die for sure." Then, as if possessed, he grips his weapon and charges straight for Jian Chen. Jian Chen's brow furrows. He raises his sword, muttering to himself, "I've been tricked." He swings his sword hard, his expression changing as he grits his teeth. A new plan forms in his mind. The sword sweeps out in a flash of light as Jian Chen roars, "Green Moon Sword Chi, Green Moon Severing Slash." The attack rockets straight for Wu Kang, who can only stare in horror. His face contorts, eyes bulging in disbelief as he screams, "No." Waves of light converge and then explode, obliterating everything in their path. After the battle ends and the air settles, Jian Chen stands before Wu Kang, his voice completely calm. Killing Shiziran was indeed a coincidence, since his barrier's energy was depleted. But what made you so certain I couldn't break through your little shell? Wu Kang, his clothes torn and tattered, can only choke out, "You." After all the chaos, the scene finally returns to a state of peace. Qinji and Gu Feng just stand there, staring intently at the aftermath. Jian Chen turns to look at them. Gu Feng breaks out in a cold sweat, thinking, "Oh my god, thank heavens I stayed out of it. Otherwise, I'd be lying over there with him." Qinji clasps his hands respectfully. "We were unable to help just now. I hope Brother Jian Chen can forgive us." Ma Ling steps closer, her eyes filled with worry. "Brother Jian Chen, are you hurt?" He answers calmly, "Thank you for your concern, Miss Tian Mo. I am quite all right." Out of nowhere, Huang Luan appears and kicks Jian Chen hard, hissing, "Shameless vixen." Ma Ling covers her mouth, embarrassed. Jian Chen, stuck between the two, lets out a sigh and says, "Ladies, we've made it into the cave. I can feel the spiritual energy here is incredibly rich. Why don't we cultivate here for a while?" Qin Ji speaks up, "Brother Jian Chen is right. The spiritual energy in this cave is extremely abundant, and there's still a long time before the secret realm trial ends." Gu Feng, standing nearby, chimes in. "So what are we waiting for? Let's go." As night falls, Jian Chen sits, carefully arranging the pieces of the Heaven-tier combat skill. He picks up one fragment, his eyes shining, and whispers, "Heaven-snatching creation art." He recalls the details of this combat ability. The Heaven-snatching creation art allows a user to unleash 3 or even 10 times their normal combat power for a certain period. The drawback? It consumes an immense amount of holy power, equivalent to the power boost. A small smile plays on Jian Chen's lips as he murmurs to himself, "And trust me, what comes next changes everything." After learning the combat skill, the group cultivates in the cave for 1 full year. A year later, in that same spot, the spiritual energy around Jian Chen is surging like a violent ocean. His power has grown exponentially. He raises his hands, which are now burning with purple and green spiritual flames, and thinks to himself, the spiritual energy in this cave, it's truly incredible. And just like that, his power shoots up another level. Jian Chen gets to his feet, ready to find his friends, wondering how much time has passed when his scream tears through the air. Suddenly, a massive figure crashes down onto the cold, hard ground. Jian Chen freezes for a moment, sizing up the person on the floor. He thinks to himself, another expert has arrived. Turns out, it's Ming Dong. He gets up, complaining, who says I can't enter this cave? It's not like you guys own it. Jian Chen shouts his name in surprise, and Ming Dong's face lights up. Jian Chen, I finally found you. Jian Chen speaks with a knowing tone. Ming Dong, it looks like Senior Tian's training has boosted your strength pretty damn fast. Huh. Ming Dong flashes back to his hellish training. Jian Chen, for the past year, I thought old man Tian was going to work me to death. Jian Chen is stunned. What? You've been training for a whole year, Ming Dong replies calmly. That's right. Haven't you all been training here too? He glances over at his friends, still deep in meditation, then panics. Oh no, we've all been meditating. I completely lost track of time. Jian Chen turns back to Ming Dong. How much time is left before the qualifying round ends? As he's talking to him, he starts searching through his clothes for something. This is bad. We spent almost the entire time in this secret realm just meditating. We barely have any tokens. What if we get eliminated? Ming Dong totally gets it and grins. Don't you worry about that. On my way here, I happened to collect a ton of gold tokens from a lot of people. I've got quite a stash on me now. I can share some with you. He pauses, mumbling to himself. Turns out I have over 2,000 tokens. Guess they'll come in handy. Jian Chen's voice cracks as he stutters, 2,000? Ming Dong yells back, not believing his own ears. How many? With that settled, Jian Chen decides it's time to wake everyone up so they can get out in time. Dugu Feng's laughter breaks the silence. Haha, I've gotten even stronger. Right behind him is Qinji. Mo Ling adds, my spirit rabbit physique feels even better now. Only Huang Luan looks annoyed, muttering, shameless. Qinji steps forward, pointing at Ming Dong and asking who he is. Jian Chen quickly makes the introduction. Everyone, this is Ming Dong, my brother. Ming Dong greets them enthusiastically. Raising his sword high, he doesn't notice the pommel hitting a specific spot on the cave wall. A strange sound echoes through the cave. He asks nervously, what in the world did I just hit? A crack appears on the ceiling, growing larger until a flood of sparkling treasures rains down on them. And this, my friends, is where a clumsy mistake turns into the ultimate jackpot. Qinji exclaims, looks like Jian Chen's brother accidentally triggered a mechanism, releasing all the hidden treasures. Glowing gems spin through the air as everyone reaches out to grab them. With flawless movements, Jian Chen quickly snatches up gem after gem. A moment later, he lands back on the ground, only to spot cracks spreading like a spiderweb across the cave floor. He yells out, the cave is about to collapse. Everyone, get out now. Qinji shouts in agreement, listen to Jian Chen, run. This place isn't going to hold for much longer. Everyone sprints for the exit as huge chunks of rock fall from above. Just then, Jian Chen leaps into the air, sword in hand, unleashing a powerful strike against a massive boulder. A deafening explosion of golden light erupts from his attack, shaking the entire space. An escape path is cleared. The group flies out of the opening just as the cave collapses behind them in a thunderous roar, kicking up a blinding cloud of dust. Jian Chen lets out a sigh of relief, sweat dripping down his forehead. We finally made it out. We were almost buried alive. After a few seconds, Qinji offers his sincere thanks. We're lucky we had you, brother Jian Chen. Dugu Feng chimes in, yeah, otherwise we'd have been planted like turnips. He then offers a piece of jade to Jian Chen. Brother Jian Chen, if you ever have the time, please come visit me in the Qin Kingdom. This jade tablet is my personal token. Bring it to the Imperial Palace and someone will welcome you. Jian Chen accepts it. All right, if I get the chance, I'll definitely visit. Qinji and Dugu Feng say their goodbyes and head back to the Qin Kingdom as Jian Chen and Mo Ling watch them disappear. A second later, Mo Ling looks at Jian Chen with a soft gaze. Brother Jian Chen, I should be going too. You better not forget me, he replies casually. You're being too serious, Miss Tian Mo. We'll meet again if fate allows. Sunlight streams through the trees as Mo Ling walks away, waving goodbye, while Jian Chen watches her go. Suddenly, Jian Chen turns around and asks, all right, what are your plans now? Huang Luan replies softly, let's go over there and I'll tell you. With that, the two of them soar into the sky. Meanwhile, Ming Dong strokes his chin, deep in thought. That girl is definitely into Jian Chen. Jian Chen brings Huang Luan to a large river deep inside the forest. He asks with a bit of suspicion, Miss Luan, what's so important that we had to come to such a secluded place? After a moment of silence, she warns him. You killed Turan and Ji Daewoo Kang, and you took their king's armaments. Those two clans will never let you go. You need to be more careful from now on. She pauses, then says quietly, also, thank you for helping me kill Turan. Now that he's dead, I should be on my way. Okay, I know what you're thinking. A classic dense main character moment is coming up. Jian Chen just smiles and replies quickly. You're too kind, Miss Luan. At this, Huang Luan silently curses him. You stupid pig. Don't you know how to ask a lady to stay? And with that, she launches a powerful kick that sends Jian Chen flying. She yells, You blockhead. I'm about to leave, and you didn't even bother to ask for my name? Sweat pours down his face as he stammers in confusion. I wouldn't dare. I was afraid if I said one wrong thing, you'd turn me into a human pincushion. Huang Luan stands before him, taps his leg with her foot, and says with a huff, What did you say? You think I'm that petty? She then turns to the shimmering water and reveals, My surname is Huang. My name is Huang Luan. Goodbye. Suddenly, a thought strikes Jian Chen. He calls out, and she happily replies, What is it? He asks. Miss Luan, you probably don't have a king's protective barrier, do you? She quickly answers, No. Why? Jian Chen continues with a concerned look. Miss Luan, you don't have a protective barrier, yet you're carrying a coveted king's armament. It's not safe for you to travel alone. If you trust me, you should stay with us. The qualifying round ends in 3 days, and I don't want anything to happen to you. Huang Luan blushes overjoyed. Well, if you insist on me staying, then. Just then, she hears a strange noise from behind them. Turns out it was Ming Dong, who had been hiding behind the trees, witnessing the entire exchange. At that moment, Huang Luan, completely embarrassed, draws her bow and aims it at Ming Dong. What are you laughing at? A loud explosion rings through the forest, followed by Ming Dong's screams. My lady, I was wrong. Forgive me. Night falls, and the group decides to set up camp in a clearing. Gathered around a crackling fire, Jian Chen suddenly takes out a small, golden object that glows brightly in the dark. He then drops a skull and a rib cage on the ground, shattering the quiet night. Ming Dong and Huang Luan are completely shocked, shouting in unison, the Holy King's skeleton. Jian Chen picks up the skull and examines it. What's so special about this skeleton that you're making such a fuss? You and I know this is a game changer, but our boy is clueless. Huang Luan's eyes go wide with disbelief. She blurts out, You really don't know about the Holy King's skeleton? Jian Chen, with a look of pure innocence, asks what the bone can even do. But trust me, we're about to find out exactly why it's a big deal. Huang Luan leans in close, holding the skeleton, her voice ringing with intensity. Let this lady tell you the true value of a Saint King's skeleton. She explains in detail that when a Saint King expert dies, the Saint weapons formed from their body's energy don't just vanish into thin air. Instead, that energy becomes pure power, flowing back into the body and seeping into every single bone. It remains sealed inside, which means a Saint King's skeleton holds the equivalent of their entire life's power. It's unbelievably precious. Getting your hands on a Saint King's skeleton is like obtaining the full strength of a living Saint King. The firelight flickers across Jian Chen's thoughtful face. If that's the case, he presses, then what about the Saint King weapons you all are carrying? Besides, he continues, if all their energy merges with the skeleton, shouldn't the weapon lose its power and crumble? How can it still exist? Huang Luan keeps explaining. When a Saint King is near the end of their life, they forcibly eject the Saint weapon from their body, severing the link between them. That way, their weapon is perfectly preserved. Jian Chen listens intently, then offers his own take. Why would experts who've reached the Saint King realm do that? Just to help out their descendants? Huang Luan immediately reveals the real reason. Because of a mysterious legend. He leans in. A legend? What kind of legend? The night wind rustles her hair as she whispers 2 chilling words. Kings. Resurrection. The moment she says it, Jian Chen shouts, his face a mask of pure disbelief. What? Now, let's pause right here, because this is where the real mystery begins. Huang Luan sighs. It's just a legend. At least, my Huang family has never heard of a single Saint King actually being resurrected. Jian Chen studies the skull seriously. I bet there's a hidden truth we don't know about. I just can't wrap my head around why those 9th heavenly layer Saint Kings would believe so strongly in a legend that has never once come true. Huang Luan frowns, agreeing with his suspicion. You're right, otherwise, there's no way to explain why every single Saint King, without exception, chooses to do this. And with that, Jian Chen turns to Ming Dong. Ming Dong, did Senior Tian ever mention this to you? He shakes his head. No. Granny Tian only told me that a Saint King's skeleton could bring someone back to life. They've hit a wall. One sighs, another rests his head in his hands, exhausted. Suddenly, Huang Luan holds up a ring. Hey, check out what I found. At the same time, a box tumbles to the ground in front of her. It opens on its own, and a treasure flies out. Huang Luan stares intently at the artifact, a blue scroll glowing with power. Jian Chen immediately recognizes it, a heavenly tier water elemental battle skill. It's perfect for you. But she just scoffs and tosses it to him. Garbage. The one I cultivate is way better. Consider it a gift from this lady. Jian Chen is confused. What's wrong with learning another one? More can't hurt. But Huang Luan is quick to set him straight. Every single heavenly tier battle skill is incredibly profound. A normal person couldn't master one in a lifetime, so practicing more isn't better. Unless you've completely mastered one already, it's just a waste of time with zero results. Jian Chen reluctantly gets the point and puts the skill away. Then, a thought strikes him, and he turns to the group. I forgot to ask after we raided the cave. Do you all have enough entry tokens? Do we need to go hunt for more? Qin Zhao generously holds out his bag. Jian Chen, I've got over 500 right here. Take them all. Jian Chen takes the bag but looks puzzled. Aren't you going to compete in the next round? Qin Zhao's face falls, and that's when Huang Luan drops the bomb. To even qualify, you need at least 5,000 tokens. Yeah, you heard that right, 5,000. Everyone is floored. Mingdong yells, 5,000 just to qualify. Even Jian Chen is shocked. It takes 5,000. Seeing their reactions, Huang Luan can't help but brag a little. This lady has nearly 130,000. If someone begs me nicely, I might just spare them 3,000. Jian Chen, completely serious, immediately turns to his buddy. Exactly. Mingdong, hurry up and beg Miss Luan. You definitely don't have enough? Or hey, I can give you 5,000. Even after giving you 5,000, I'll still have 150,000 left. I wonder what rank that'll get me. Huang Luan can't believe he's taking this so seriously. She shoves him. Go to sleep and stop overthinking. Jian Chen sits up, rubbing his head. Fine, I'll sleep, but why'd you push me? But then he's distracted again, picking up an old box from the cave. This was also inside. I wonder what kind of treasure is in here. The moment Jian Chen decides to open it, his expression completely changes at what he sees inside. The scene cuts. Morning sunlight pours into a large courtyard where the Secret Realm's portal stands. A huge crowd is gathered, buzzing with excitement. They're coming. They're coming. The survival trial is over. I wonder who managed to advance to the finals this year. People are pouring out of the gate. The voice of the host rings out. Silence, but Jian Chen is the only one lost in thought. What was that incredible power just now? To teleport everyone out of that space at once, was that a Saint King, a Saint Emperor, or was it a being like a Saint Monarch? As he looks around, his confusion turns to panic. Where are Luan Yi and Ming Dong? Over on the side, an old man named Thap Ngu shouts the rules. Anyone with less than 5,000 tokens can leave. If you have over 5,000, come register with me to get your rank. The other participants immediately start complaining. Why so many? Yeah, that number is ridiculous. Last time, it was only 3,000. Thap Ngu doesn't even bother to argue, simply unleashing a wave of power at the dissenters. Noisy, his single attack sends two of them flying. Thap Ngu clearly isn't wasting any time. Anyone else? If not, then get over here and register. Watching this display, Jian Chen becomes wary of the old man. This senior's power is terrifying. He's far beyond a Heaven Saint Master. Thap Ngu carries on. Total tokens? A man quickly steps forward. Senior, I am Juo Keshin. Total, 8,400. The old man takes the tokens, then casually gestures with his hand. Right on cue, several stone tiles from the ground rise up, magically forming a massive stone monument before everyone's eyes. Unbelievably, he uses his hand as a brush, writing the participant's name and token, count directly onto the stone with pure energy. When he's done, he calls out. Next, it's Jian Chen. The other contestants can't believe their ears. Are you kidding me? Over 20,000? How many people did he have to kill for that? He's bluffing. There's no way he has that many. But Thap Mu just smiles. Jian Chen, is it? I'll remember you, he says. Don't disappoint me in the finals. Before long, the stone tablet is filled with the names and power levels of those who qualified. The crowd can only stare in disbelief. That guy really has over 20,000. Oh my god. The scene shifts to a flying ship gliding over the magnificent mercenary city. Jian Chen's crew is on board. Qin Xiao throws an arm around his shoulder, beaming. Jian Chen, you were incredible, taking first place to enter the finals. The Mercenary Gathering Championship is all yours. Ming Dong gives a big thumbs up, fully agreeing. But Jian Chen remains humble. Qin Xiao, the fighters who come after aren't necessarily weaker than me. The final outcome is still up in the air. As the ship flies by, Ming Dong sees the final ranking board. Jian Chen comforts him. It's all right, the rank doesn't matter. We all have to fight in rounds anyway. And trust me, You and I both know the real tournament is just getting started. All right, let's jump right back in. Kim Chan suddenly asks his friends, "Hey, about Miss Lone. Did any of you see her when she went to meet them?" Just then, a hand from behind appears and rests on Kim Chan's shoulder. "It's come to you," a sly look in his eye. "Kim Chan, Miss Lone is resting in the lounge on the ship right now. But let me give you a piece of advice." Kim Chan asks, "About what?" Turns out, Come Teo wants to introduce his own sister. Sure, Huang Lone is beautiful, but she's a bit aggressive. Have you considered my little sister? She's gentle as water and incredibly graceful. Kim Chan is completely caught off guard by this and just stammers, well. Come Teo immediately grabs his shoulder, trying to talk him into it by bad-mouthing the competition. Kim Chan, even though I wasn't there, I can tell that woman is just too fierce for you. He just keeps going, Kim Chan, listen to me, my little sister, but stops mid-sentence when he sees the look on Kim Chan's face, who has gone pale and speechless. Come Teo sees this and wonders what's wrong, completely oblivious that the woman he's insulting is standing right behind him, radiating pure murderous intent. The moment he turns around and sees Huang Lone's expression, he freezes in sheer terror, snot practically running down his face. He is so busted. His matchmaking plan was exposed. His only choice is to grab Min Dong and try to create a diversion. He yells, Min Dong! Mac Fan Thien was a legend on the Tianyuan continent. His power echoed through the ages, but even he couldn't escape the erosion of time. I'll take you to see. Min Dong gets dragged away against his will, his protests totally ignored. I said I don't want to go. Hey, wait. Where are you taking me? And just like that, they're gone, leaving Kim Chan all alone with her. He awkwardly stammers, Miss Lone, hello. But Hong Lone isn't about to let this slide and immediately corners him. And here it is. You and I get to watch him squirm. She asks, so? You think I'm too aggressive too? Kim Chan is absolutely doomed. He quickly denies it. Miss Lone, it's a misunderstanding. I absolutely did not mean that. His mind races, trying to find a way to end this conversation. That's it. Miss Lone, what's your ranking? She answers curtly, then goes right back on the attack. 7th. What about it? Still think I'm too fierce? That witch Thien Mark Lin is ranked 11th. If you think she's so great, then go find her. Kim Chan is completely lost. Why can't he fix this? He doesn't want to be misunderstood. Miss Lone, don't say that. You of all people know that me and Thien M. Hearing that name makes Huang Lone's blood boil, her entire face turning red. Why would you bring her times up? She immediately kicks him to the ground and starts stomping on him. You rotten scoundrel, I'm going to beat you to death today. Even with 3 mouths, Kim Chan couldn't take back what he said. Miss Lone, that's not what I meant. Afterwards, Huang Lone seems disappointed and sad as she turns to leave. I really have to go now. I hope we can meet again in the future. But Kim Chan doesn't chase after her. He just calls out, Miss Lone, take care. Although I killed Shi Ziran and Jita Wukang, their families certainly won't let you off. If you run into any danger, just come find me. Huang Lone puts on a cold front. I don't need your concern. I have Feng Baba and Yun Baba. Besides, as long as I'm in Mercenary City, they wouldn't dare touch me even if they had 10 times the nerve. Then her voice softens with a hint of longing. Remember, my name is Huang Lone. Don't you forget it. The scene shifts to a mansion at night, moonlight piercing the clouds. Inside a brightly lit hall, a meeting is taking place. The air in the room is tense, nothing like the calm night outside. Elder Shi is questioning a refined-looking young man who sits calmly at a table, sipping tea. Young Master Tun, can you tell this old man who it was that killed our young master? Tun Ki asks lightly, you're from the Shi family. Does that mean the other one is from the Jita family? The man next to Elder Shi immediately speaks up, correct. Unexpectedly, Tun Ki reveals the truth without hesitation. The one who killed them both was Kim Chan. I'm sure you know of him. He was also the one who topped the stone tablet ranking. The elder wants to know more. And what about my young master's Fa Van Thung spear? Tun Ki calmly pours more tea. The Fa Van Thung and the Bao Sun Unseal are, of course, both in Kim Chan's possession. Having gotten their answers, the 2 elders bow gratefully. Thank you for telling us, young Master Tun. But as they turn to leave, Tun Ki calls out, stop. Where do you 2 think you're going? Furious, Elder Shi snaps. Where do you think? Now pay attention, because Tun Ki is about to drop a bomb. He just starts laughing. Excellent. Excellent. So Elder Shi intends for the Shi family to be wiped out. And you, Elder Shi, planning for the Jeet family to join them in ruin? Elder Shi has had enough. Young Master Ten, what is the meaning of this? Tun Ki simply reminds him, Elder Shi, this is Mercenary City, not your family's backyard. On top of that, Kim Chan is now the top-ranked fighter of the tournament. Do you dare make a move on him here? Do you really think Mercenary City is a pushover? The wiser Elder Shi tries to de-escalate. Elder Shi, calm down. Surprisingly, Elder Shi backs down. Thank you for the reminder, young Master Tun. As the two elders turn to leave once more, he adds one more thing. Oh, right. I should remind you too of something. This person, Kim Chan. I, Tun Ki, have decided to befriend him. I hope you two don't do anything unpleasant. The old men are about to explode. Young Master Tun, does your Tun family intend to make enemies of both our houses? Tun Ki maintains his faint smile. You two are joking. This is merely a reminder, not a threat. Seething with anger, the elders can only storm out of the room, announcing their departure. Ko Fong, who witnessed it all, whispers, Tun Ki, you've offended both the Shi and Jie families. If your father finds out, won't he be furious with you? Ten Ki replies instantly, my father won't punish me. On the contrary, he'll praise me. In his mind, however, he thinks of Kim Chan with his silent curse. He killed Jide Wukang, a man with a king's barrier in a single strike. Someone with that kind of power. You might not be his friend, but you absolutely cannot be his enemy. He finally stands and asks Ko Fong, by the way, did you register for the great tournament? She immediately nods. I did. Luckily, I had Jing's token. I'm ranked 10th. With that answer, Tun Ki turns to leave the hall. Then you should go rest. The drawing for tomorrow's matches is soon, right? Even as he speaks, his thoughts are clearly on someone else. Perfect. Tomorrow, while you're competing, I'll go talk to Kim Chan about this and tell him to be careful. Seeing his attitude, Ko Fong gets curious. What are you going to do? He just leaves her with a simple reply. If there's nothing else, I'm going to listen to the Gulan melody. The moonlight is incredibly bright. Ko Fong decides to sit alone at the stone table. Holding a piece of leather, she thinks to herself, I got this when I was looting a cave not long ago. This thing. She then reaches into her spatial storage, about to pull something else out. There are two more leather pieces with details matching the one in her hand. Sure enough, the three pieces can be fitted together. They were likely cut from a larger hide. But what could the symbols on this map possibly mean? She sighs in frustration and tosses them back into her storage. Forget it. I'll wait until I find all the pieces. With just these torn fragments, I can't figure anything out. The next day finally arrives. The morning sun is soft and warm, and everyone has gathered at the tournament arena. Mindong asks Kim Chan, I've never seen a lot of the names on this stone tablet, and Tun Ki isn't on it either. He quickly replies, that's normal. Many people stop collecting tokens once they have enough in order to conserve their strength. At a steady pace, Tun Ki approaches the two. Kim Chan, I finally found you. Being polite, Kim Chan asks, Tun Ki, is something the matter? Tun Ki leans in close to whisper a warning. Last night, people from the Shi and Jita families came to find me. They know you're the one who killed Shi Ziran and Jita Wukang. You need to be careful. Kim Chan whispers back, thanks for the heads up, Tun Ki. But Tun Ki isn't finished. And trust me, you and I both know that as long as he's in Mercenary City, the Shi and Jide families definitely won't dare to make a move. Jian Chen clasps his hands in thanks. Don't worry, I have my own ways of dealing with trouble if it comes looking for me. The man kindly adds one last thing. All right, if you need me, just send someone to the largest inn in the city. Jian Chen smiles. Got it. Right on cue, Shi Wu appears to make an announcement to everyone present. All right, listen up, because here's the breakdown for the final stage. 16 contestants have made it through. These 16 will face off in pairs. The winners become the top 8, and the duels will continue until only one ultimate champion remains. The 8 losers will then compete to determine the final 2, who will join the top 8 winners to round out the top 10. After speaking, he conjures a massive battle arena out of thin air. At the same time, he calls out that the 16 contenders on the stone tablet must immediately step forward to draw lots. Jian Chen and Ming Dong bid farewell to the others. We're off to draw lots, but before they even land on the stage, a young lady's voice rings out. Brother Jian Chen, you're here. I've missed you to death. Jian Chen is clearly uncomfortable with the woman clinging to his arm. Miss Tian Mu, what is? She looks just as uneasy, whispering, I'm sorry, I really have no other choice. Help me out, she pleads. That short guy with the low head is absolutely disgusting. At that exact moment, a shout erupts from nearby. You brat, where did you come from? Okay, pay attention, because this guy is clearly looking for a fight. He arrogantly introduces himself. I am Kalab, ranked 6th on the stone tablet. If you don't want to die, get the hell out of my way. Jian Chen isn't a fan of his type. Oh, 6th place? Is that all? I was thinking you were number 1. Kalab's confidence doesn't waver. So what about 1st place? I was just holding back in the preliminaries. He boasts, if I meet that number 1 guy, I'll slowly torture him until he dies in shame. Kalab's words make Jian Chen's brow furrow in anger. Is that so? Then you better hope you don't face me in the ring. Otherwise, I'll show you what real consequences are. Hearing this, Caleb goes silent for a moment, then bursts into contemptuous laughter. So you're the number one, Jian Chen? Turns out you're just a little brat who still smells of milk. For once, Caleb gets serious, pointing directly at his opponent. I'm warning you. Give me the woman next to you now, and I might spare your life in the arena. But Jian Chen isn't one to be pushed around. He issues a formal challenge. If you're so eager to die, we don't need to wait for the lots. I can kill you right now. The two glare at each other, ready to clash at any moment. But then, a burly figure appears behind Caleb and steps in. Let it go, Caleb. Don't bother with a child. He's just talking big. Caleb seems to respect this big man. Second brother, fine. The man then issues a warning to their group. You're Jian Chen, right? I'll remember all of you. Once we're in the ring, don't blame me for being ruthless. He even looks at Mu Ling. Woman, I've got my eye on you. You'd better behave. Ming Dong, who has been silent this whole time, can't hold back any longer. Who the hell do you think you are, talking to me like that? Cha Fei Ti is already turned away, but his voice is laced with poison. Here's a piece of advice for you all. None of you will leave this arena alive. Jian Chen retorts. Then here's a message for you. Let's see who's alive and who's dead in the end. In the Grand Plaza, the heart of the mercenary competition, all eyes are fixed on center stage, waiting for the results of the draw. The tension finally breaks as Shi Wu's voice booms across the square. Match 4, Jian Chen versus Du Gufeng. In the stands, Du Gufeng is stunned, his eyes wide as he shouts, What? Why me? I don't want a seated player. Qin approaches him. He pats his shoulder reassuringly. It's all right. Just hold on for 15 minutes and you'll win. Du Gufeng looks utterly defeated. I don't think I can even last 15 minutes. Qin just smiles wryly. I don't think so either, which is why I didn't even sign up. Du Gufeng replies sarcastically. Qin Xuan, today for the first time, I finally understand why everyone calls you that. From high above, Shi Wu's solemn voice declares, the pairings are set. All combatants, proceed to your designated arenas and prepare for battle. The scene shifts to the arena where Jian Chen and Du Gufeng are facing each other. Jian Chen approaches with his sword drawn and a faint smile. Du Gufeng, long time no see. Across from him, Du Gufeng stands calmly, his aura both cold and heroic. Jian Chen, we never got a chance to fight properly after the secret realm. Let's have a satisfying battle. Both are ready to go. Shi Wu, standing between them, raises his hand and roars. Let the match begin. Du Gufeng pours all his strength into his great sword, its energy swirling as he charges Jian Chen, shouting, Take this. Jian Chen parries the blow, the sharp clang of steel echoing through the arena. He swings his sword with movements as light as the wind, countering so fast that Du Gufeng has no time to react. Du Gufeng is panicked. He gasps for air, then lets out a roar that shakes the entire area. The punch sends shockwaves everywhere, and Du Gufeng's body is launched high into the air. Witnessing this, Jian Chen channels all his energy to continue the fight. His sword emits a brilliant, surging energy, as if it's about to explode. Jian Chen unleashes his attack, pointing his sword straight at Du Gufeng in the air. A beam of light shoots toward Du Gufeng's back, making him raise his brows cautiously. But in that moment, Du Gufeng spins around and uses all his strength to block the blast with his sword. Landing on the ground, he shouts to Jian Chen, Nice move. Again, in the stands, Mingdong clenches his fists, yelling, Jian Chen, you can do it. Qin beside him, just chuckles. Mingdong, don't worry. I think Jian Chen will win very soon. Mingdong turns to him, his voice full of surprise. Oh, what makes you say that? Qin watches the two fight fiercely. Du Gufeng probably hasn't even noticed, but Jian Chen still hasn't gotten serious with him yet. Du Gufeng's greatsword has immense destructive power, but its biggest problem is its weight. He'll probably exhaust his spiritual energy after a few more swings. As Jian Chen dodges another strike, Qin adds, on the other hand, Jian Chen just needs to avoid getting hit. Plus, he recalls the fight between Jian Chen and Wu Kang, frowning in thought. If Jian Chen actually wanted to kill him, Du Gufeng would have been dead in his hands long ago. I really want to know how Jian Chen managed to shatter that king's barrier. The match ends. Jian Chen stands firm, his breathing steady, his face calm to the point of being cold. Du Gufeng, he asks, how about it? Still want to fight? Du Gufeng collapses to the ground, panting, sweat pouring down his face. No more. I'm done. You brat, you're more of a monster than a beast. I'm exhausted. I yield. Shi Wu's powerful voice rings out. Arena 4, Jian Chen is the winner. Jian Chen sheathes his sword, his eyes still calm. Du Gufeng, your techniques are too cumbersome. That's a huge disadvantage against any opponent. He laughs wryly and sighs. I can't help it. This cultivation method of mine is just. Forceful. Then he mutters to himself, disadvantage, my foot. I've cut down plenty of people before, but none of them could run as fast as you. And you and I both know, this is just the beginning for him. With the match over, Taita congratulates him with a firm handshake. Jian Chen, congratulations on making it to the quarterfinals. Mingdong chimes in excitedly, Jian Chen, that was amazing, to which he simply replies, thank you. Jian Chen then turns to Mingdong, aren't you about to compete as well? But before he can answer, a sharp cry rings out from a distance. All four of them whip their heads around to see where the sound came from. A man has just been brutally kicked in the stomach, his pained shout echoing as he collapses to the ground. His attacker, Kalap, steps forward, planting a boot on his chest with arrogant disdain. With pathetic strength like this, you dare to enter the mercenary competition? The man on the ground sputters, I forfeit. But Lap isn't finished. He lands a vicious punch to the man's face, roaring, what was that? I can't hear you. The crowd erupts in protest and disgust, shouting, hey, how can you be so disrespectful? That's right, he already surrendered. This guy has no class. Kalap just smirks, his voice dripping with contempt. In the mercenary competition, the strong rule. If you're scared, you shouldn't have come. Kalap then looks up at the elder Thurp and yells defiantly, old man, am I wrong? Thurp replies calmly, in the ring, life and death are ruled by fate. Ring number 1, Lap is the winner. Hearing this, Kalap turns his attention, a chilling smile spreading across his face. Jian Chen, he sneers, don't worry. When we fight, I'll be sure to show you some mercy. Jian Chen just gives him a sideways glance, the corner of his mouth ticking up. Light flashes off his blade, reflecting in his cold eyes and signaling the battle to come. Is that so? He replies softly. Because I won't. Lap instantly takes a fighting stance, his aura flaring with rage. You've got guts. But right then, a deep voice cuts through the tension. You two, calm yourselves for a moment. It's Thurp Ingur. He's appeared right between them, his arms spread wide with overwhelming power. With just 2 fingers, he's effortlessly caught the tip of Jian Chen's advancing sword, and with his other hand, he has completely stopped K-Lap's incoming fist. Jian Chen looks at him with respect, realizing this is the elder from registration. Kalap, on the other hand, just starts yelling, where did you come from, old man? How dare you ruin my fun? Jian Chen immediately sheathes his sword and says humbly, Senior, I just wanted to get some justice for his opponent. Thurp turns to him, his voice stern and unyielding. In this tournament, life and death are decided by fate. Whatever score you want to settle, wait until you meet him in the ring. Understand? Jian Chen nods immediately. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. As Jian Chen turns and walks back towards the stands, Kalap screams after him, don't run away. Come back here if you dare. Thurp watches Jian Chen leave, thinking to himself, a young man with such composure. He has a great future ahead of him, but his hand is still clamped firmly around Lap's fist, causing the bully to cry out, old man, let me go. He releases his grip, his expression deadly serious as he issues a warning. Let me remind you, Mercenary City may be outside the law, but that doesn't mean it's lawless. After speaking, Thurp leaps away, a final thought crossing his mind. Jian Chen, I hope you don't disappoint me. In the stands, the crowd's energy shifts as people start shouting, place your bets, place your bets. It's the top 8 fighting for the top 4. Let's make it interesting. Jian Chen makes his way back to Taita and Mingdong, asking, where's Dugu Feng? Taita replies, he was out drinking all night. He's still not awake yet. Mingdong jokes, Jian Chen, looks like you and I are on a collision course for the finals. But Jian Chen's eyes are glued to the tournament bracket. He turns with a question. Taita, are you familiar with someone named Tweert? Taita shakes his head. The name doesn't ring a bell. Mingdong leans in, adding, I didn't see anyone by that name fight yesterday, either. Mingdong throws an arm over Jian Chen's shoulder confidently. What's there to be scared of? For us cultivators, if a god stands in our way, we strike down the god. Just then, a grand announcement echoes through the arena. Today's tournament officially begins. Will the fighters for the first and second matches please make their way to the stage? Jian Chen turns to leave. I'm up, he says quietly. Taita calls out, go get him. Jian Chen, Mingdong shouts, you got this. Jian Chen. Standing on the stage, Jian Chen studies the girl before him. She's small, but her aura is anything but. He thinks, so this is Tweert, and she's a girl? Is that a dagger? 2 of them. High above, Thurp Ingor's powerful voice rings out for all to hear. Let the match begin. The girl named Tweert has an ice-cold expression as she sinks into her fighting stance, ready for battle. Large blocks of ice begin to form around her.